Chapter 1: The Sole Contestant from the Dragon Nation. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the live Global Adventure Program's second episode, where we unveil the list of contestants. On the elevated stage, the alluring host, Su Su, clad in resplendent attire, spoke with fervor. Below, tens of thousands of spectators erupted in a frenzy of cheers. Cornland triumphs in first place. America is invincible. Japan endures to the very end. The fighting nation shall never wither. The atmosphere was electrifying, as countless high-definition live streaming devices broadcasted the event worldwide. Although the ceremony to announce the contestants had only just commenced, the number of viewers in the live stream had already reached a pinnacle. Everyone eagerly anticipated the nature of this global live adventure and hoped that the contestants would lead them into realms shrouded in mystery, seldom trodden by humanity. The barrage of comments flooded the live stream, and the ambience surged with excitement. Seated at one side of the stage, the 50 contestants wore expressions of exhilaration. Now, we shall announce the list of contestants, in no particular order. Su Su's voice resonated, and the grand screen behind her began to shift. A strikingly handsome photo appeared, showcasing a youthful face adorned with slightly tousled hair and sharp brows, alongside the contestants' details. The first contestant, hailing from the Dragon Nation. He is the sole representative from the Dragon Nation among the 50 contestants in this global live adventure. His name is Xiaozhua. As the host's words echoed through the air, a close-up of Xiaozhua, sitting with poise and eyes closed in contemplation, materialized on the grand screen and live broadcast. Yet, upon feeling the weight of everyone's gaze and the focus of the cameras, Xiaozhua remained unfazed. Oh my heavens, he is utterly handsome. Though his eyes are shut, I am certain they harbor the stars and the sea. Come on, I could take down 10 of him single-handedly. What good is being handsome? What is the production team thinking? Why showcase a contestant from the Dragon Nation first? Is my nation of Japan's champion not impressive enough? Am I the only one who noticed the brief introduction of this Dragon Nation contestant? I saw it too. His introduction consists of merely 5 words. One contestant from the Dragon Nation. To my knowledge, all the contestants are elites from various fields. Some are retired military kings, others are 9th-degree black belts in Taekwondo, and some are grandmasters of ninjutsu. The weakest among them is, frankly, a lead actor from a Japanese action film. I truly cannot fathom where this Dragon Nation contestant derives his confidence. As Su Su revealed Xiao's identity and nationality, the atmosphere in the venue and the barrage of comments in the live stream erupted in a tempest. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Xiaozhua, remained with his eyes gently closed, displaying no reaction whatsoever. Having traversed into this world, Xiaozhua had grown accustomed to the disdain shown towards the Dragon Nation. Why bother with petty clowns? His participation in this live adventure was solely due to a system task. Upon his arrival in this world, Xiaozhua's golden finger had promptly manifested. However, prior to this, the system had merely generated various VR games for Xiaozhua to conquer. His rewards had been stored within the gaming realm. This time, should he claim victory, he would not only secure the $100 billion set by the production team, but also receive a mysterious prize from the system. Next, we have the sensational star from Cornland, Park Ji-yeon. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, Su Su announced yet another name to the camera. Wow! As soon as Su Su's voice fell, the venue was inundated by a wave of sound. Countless young men and women began to scream hysterically. On one side of the stage, Park Ji-yeon slowly rose from the ranks of the 49 contestants. Casting a disdainful glance in Xiaozhua's direction, Park Ji-yeon waved to the audience and the camera. With just a single wave, the atmosphere in the venue escalated to new heights. Even the host, Su Su, had to pause the announcement of the other contestants, merely smiling at the exuberant crowd. Park Ji-yeon, I love you. Park Ji-yeon, I am from the Dragon Nation. When will you come to the Dragon Nation to make money? I will sell my house to support you. Park Ji-yeon, you are a deity in my heart. The crowd's screams rose to a crescendo, with some individuals fainting from sheer excitement. It took a full 10 minutes for the atmosphere to gradually calm down. Clearly, Mr. Park Ji-yeon is exceedingly popular. Now, let us announce the next contestant. Seizing the moment, host Su Su quickly resumed her announcement. However, the audience seemed notably uninterested in the subsequent contestants. After the final contestant was announced, a fleet of massive drones slowly descended from the sky. Dear viewers, the boxes suspended from these drones contain the gear that our contestants will utilize for this adventure. Of course, these are merely the initial sets of equipment in the future. The contestants' gear will be adjusted based on their popularity. In other words, the more popular the contestant, the better their adventure equipment will be. And the contestants' popularity is determined by the number of viewers in their substreams and the amount of gifts they receive. So feel free to support your chosen hero to your heart's content. As the drones approached the elevated stage, the host elaborated on the rules of the game. Naturally, as a live program, the production team aimed to profit handsomely. To enhance the gear of your favorite contestant, financial contributions were essential. Thud! 50 drones simultaneously deposited the equipment boxes onto the stage. At the very moment the boxes touched down, Xiao's eyes slightly fluttered open, for a series of electronic chimes echoed in his mind. Ding! Global adventure commencing. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the weapon, Flawless Heavy Sword. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Herculean Strength. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bloodline of the Candle Dragon Level 1. Listening to the system's voice resonating within his mind, Xiao's expression remained tranquil. Yet within him, a mysterious and formidable power began to surge wildly. Moments later, that enigmatic force settled quietly within his chest. Casting a sidelong glance, he noticed a colossal sword had materialized beside him without his awareness. The sword was predominantly black, its surface marred by the passage of time, bearing numerous rust spots. As he observed the massive gash on the sword's tip, Xiao's gaze fell upon two prominent characters inscribed on the blade. Flawless. While the contestants retrieve their equipment, allow me to announce the new rules for this global adventure. Due to the significant casualties during the last expedition in the Devil's Sea, which resulted in an utter failure and the complete annihilation of all contestants, we shall implement substitute contestants this time. If the number of active contestants falls below 10, we will officially activate the substitutes. Moreover, we already have tens of thousands of applicants for the substitutes. As the host Su spoke, the grand screen began to scroll through images of substitute contestants. Xiao's was inspecting the Flawless Heavy Sword when his peripheral vision was caught by an image on the big screen. Upon seeing that image, a flicker of brilliance flashed in his otherwise indifferent eyes. The individual in the photo wore a black hoodie, exuding a refined yet stern aura. The formidable black, ancient blade behind him commanded respect. Could it be him? The image flashed by, but a name inexplicably surfaced in Xiao's mind. Author's note: with the release of this new book and my day job, I can only update twice a day. I hope all readers can be understanding. The humble author bows in gratitude. Chapter 2: Arrogant Actor, Flawless Heavy Sword. Contestants, please retrieve your respective equipment. We are about to embark on our adventure. The host, Su, spoke with a smile. As her words concluded, the 14 contestants rose to seek out their equipment boxes marked with their names. This person's box seems useless. He'll be eliminated at the first opportunity. With a swift kick, Park Ji-yeon sent the box bearing Xiao's name flying. Simultaneously, he cast a glance at Xiao's, who was brandishing a pitch-black great sword. A Dragon Nation resident. How dare he be more handsome than me? It'll make you regret joining this program. However, Xiao's merely focused intently on examining the great sword in his hands, disregarding Park Ji-yeon's antics. Of course, Xiao's had noticed Park Ji-yeon's actions. Yet, in his eyes, Park Ji-yeon was merely a performer seeking attention. In essence, just a jester. Such individuals do not warrant special attention. Once the adventure commences, he would easily dispose of him. Enough. Ji-yeon, he's merely a weakling from the Dragon Nation. If you find him bothersome, they'll handle him. Standing at 2 meters tall, Jin Junkai, also from Cornland, remarked. His purpose in joining this adventure was not to win, but to safeguard Park Ji-yeon's safety and clear obstacles for him. As for the subsequent glory, it would all rest upon Park Ji-yeon's shoulders. As a 9th-degree black belt in Taekwondo, Jin Junkai naturally deemed Xiao as unworthy of his concern. I want him eliminated first. Park Ji-yeon casually remarked as he turned to retrieve his equipment box and returned to his seat. Throughout this entire episode, Park Ji-young maintained a cheerful demeanor, exuding an aura of warmth and innocence. In less than a minute, only a solitary equipment box remained atop the platform. Once everyone had returned to their seats, Xiaozhu finally rose slowly to his feet. Wow, I told you. His eyes sparkle with the vastness of the cosmos. He's so handsome, even more so than that Park Ji-young. Those up there don't leave. How dare you compare your mediocre Dragon Kingdom to our national idol from the coronation? You must not know how to spell death. How could he possibly be more handsome than our Ji-young? Are your eyes blind? Look at how leisurely he walks. He probably gasps for breath after just a few steps. Ha! What a loser. Ha! I would gladly crown Ji-young as the most handsome on this planet. You comparing your Dragon Kingdom loser to Ji-young is simply laughable. Amidst the crowd, the bullet screen erupted once more due to Xiao's provocations. Those who praised Xiao's struggled to make their voices heard, but the overwhelming numbers against them rendered them ultimately silent. All right, we have now completed the distribution of equipment boxes. For your safety, you may also choose to bring some of your own gear. However, personal equipment must be limited to cold weapons and small tools. Once we enter the forbidden area, we will continuously update your gear based on the contestant's popularity. Now, I will give each contestant 10 minutes to prepare. We will depart on a special plane in 10 minutes. Hostess Su concluded, and a dozen staff members responsible for inspecting weapons appeared on the platform. Should anyone attempt to bring prohibited items, they would promptly announce the disqualification of the contestant. Ji-young, take a look at what I brought, Jin Junchai said, lifting a seemingly heavy box. What are you bringing an RPG? I'm not interested in your gear. Just get rid of that Dragon Kingdom person. He's quite bothersome. Park Ji-young showed no interest in Jin Junchi's equipment. His sole focus was on being strikingly handsome. Jin Junchai cleared his throat and opened his box, tossing it aside. He retrieved 2 spiral blades and 2 meteorite folding axes. The spiral blades, crafted from alloys, feature 2 razor-sharp spirals with a hollow center. Any penetration into a living being would result in fatal damage. Hey, give me that sword. Casually glancing back, Park Ji-young spotted a sword in Jin Junchi's box, and his eyes instantly lit up. Ji-young, swords are somewhat impractical. They just get in the way. Why don't you? Please, who do you think you are? Do you even understand the purpose of being here? Park Ji-young's patience dissipated in the face of Jin Junchi's persuasion. Although he wore a broad smile, his words were devoid of any kindness. Jin Junchai felt a wave of displeasure, but dared not speak further. This was a global live broadcast, which is why Park Ji-young maintained his cheerful facade. If they were in a more private setting, one could easily imagine him having acted differently. Taking the sword handed over by Jin Junchai, Park Ji-young nodded in satisfaction. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the sword and performed a flourish, igniting a frenzy among the audience. Countless admirers were nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Did you see that? Our Ji-young is the most handsome. If anyone dares to say that loser from the Dragon Kingdom is more handsome than my Ji-young, I will tear them apart. I feel like Ji-young could slice through a planet with that sword. Please send me the link for Jung's sword. The viewers in the live stream were equally exhilarated, their comments flooding the screen. Thud! With a dull thud, the atmosphere shifted to a sudden silence. Even the comments in the live stream quieted significantly. What is that? Is it Yang's giant sword? Surely not. That sword looks over a meter long, 2 palms wide and pitch black. How could it possibly belong to the legendary hero Yang? I see it now. The sword bears the characters Wuqiu. Hurry, switch the camera back to my Ji-young. I don't want to see that foolish Dragon Kingdom person and his rusty hunk of metal. I can't wait for the live stream to start so I can watch my Ji-young continuously. The atmosphere remained lively both in the live stream and on the platform. We'll take this, Xiaozhu said, placing the heavy sword Wuqiu onto the table before the equipment inspectors. Due to the sword's considerable weight, it landed with a thud. Is this guy's head filled with water? Where did he find this rusty hunk? Park Ji-young chuckled, shaking the gleaming sword in his hand, his sarcasm unmistakable. Bringing that thing on an expedition? If danger arises, he'll probably be too slow to escape. You're overthinking it. That sword is probably fake. With that size, if it were real iron, it would weigh at least 500 or 600 pounds. Oh, so it's just a bluff. I've learned something new. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, the equipment inspector before Xiao was stretched out his hand toward the heavy sword on the table, a vein of apprehension running through him. Gulp. Grasping the sword's hilt, the inspector attempted to lift it for inspection, but after exerting force, he couldn't help but swallow hard. With all his strength, his body trembled, and the sword was barely lifted an inch off the table. Useless, let me handle it. Among the onlookers, Ivanov from the Combat Nation, the Bear Clan, approached. Author's note. Chapter 3. The first stop. The tomb of the ancestor dragon of the Great Qin. With a forceful shove, the staff were pushed aside as Man Xiong lowered his head to scrutinize Xiaozhua. What a spectacle! Man Xiong exclaimed, his hand clasping the hilt of the formidable sword, Wuqing. Meanwhile, Xiaozhua merely stepped back nonchalantly, seemingly oblivious to the impending confrontation. At that moment, a look of perplexity crossed Man Xiong's face. I truly cannot lift it. Bah! Spitting into his palm, he rubbed his hands together. As a retired warrior from a battle-hardened nation, he prided himself on his strength, particularly in face-to-face confrontations. With a loud roar, Man Xiong gripped the sword's hilt, attempting to hoist the weapon aloft. It moved. The sword stirred. Among the onlooking competitors, some witnessed the heavy sword shifting slightly under Man Xiong's Herculean efforts. However, the notion of lifting it completely remained an impossibility. It was akin to trying to lift a 100-pound iron rod from one end. While many could embrace it from the middle, lifting it from one side was an entirely different challenge. Bang! Ultimately, with a grimace, Man Xiong relinquished his grip. Kid, if this iron sword were solid, I would join forces with you. From now on, I would pledge my loyalty to you. Man Xiong massaged his sore wrist as he spoke. Man Xiong, are you colluding with this Dragon Kingdom fellow to put on a show? Piao Jiyue remarked sarcastically, twirling his long sword. How dare you? Do you think I, Man Xiong, would deceive anyone? You, a pervert from the Corn Kingdom, should better tend to your own affairs. Infuriated by Piao Jiyue's taunts, Man Xiong disregarded the latter's reputation in the Corn Kingdom and internationally that if you irk me, I shall ensure you feel even more discomfort. Man Xiong, show some respect, Jin Junkai interjected, sensing the escalating tension. With the aura of a 9th-degree black belt, he shielded Piao Jiyue, casting a disdainful glance at both Piao Jiyue and Jin Junkai. Man Xiong feigned indifference. What, do you wish to brawl? His eyes lit up at the mention of a fight. Just then, amidst the charged atmosphere, a deep metallic hum resonated through the air. What the hell? That Dragon Kingdom fellow has actually lifted the heavy sword. With one hand, he effortlessly raised Wuqing. Such strength! I shall refer to him as the mightiest being on earth. Witnessing this spectacle, the entire live stream erupted in excitement, with countless 666 comments flooding the screen. Following Man Xiong's earlier display, the majority of viewers had already concluded the sword's authenticity. Can this sword even be taken on a plane? Ignoring the curious glances around him, Xiaozhua calmly inquired of the equipment inspectors that he held the sword single-handedly, parallel to the ground. Though his expression remained serene, a ripple of astonishment coursed through him. The system's reward of Herculean strength was indeed effective. This sword weighed 680 pounds, yet he could lift it with ease. That it felt almost as if it were but slightly heavier than an ordinary long sword. That it is transportable. The inspecting staff reported swiftly, circling around Xiaozhua as they scrutinized the massive weapon in his grasp. They seemed wary of the possibility that he might suddenly release it, for though the sword bore no blade, it was nonetheless more fearsome than a sharpened weapon. Upon hearing their response, Xiaozhua sheathed Wuqing into the massive scabbard strapped to his back. Subsequently, he returned to his seat, closing his eyes in meditation. One-handed, Man Xiong gazed at Xiaozhua, who had resumed his seat, his mouth agape in astonishment. That moment, the host, Su Su, returned to the stage clad in camouflage attire. Competitors, our special aircraft is ready. Please make your final preparations. With her gaze fixed on the camera, she announced, ladies and gentlemen, the first ever global exploration live stream is officially commencing. Our first adventure will take us to the forbidden ground of the Dragon Kingdom's tomb of the ancestor dragon of the Great Qin. The crowd erupted in cheers. The tomb of the ancestor dragon of the Great Qin had recently been designated as one of the world's most perilous forbidden sites. While the Dragon Kingdom had previously excavated a small portion of the tomb, it was merely a fraction of the whole. Just recently, for reasons unknown, the Dragon Kingdom had declared the Great Qin Ancestor Dragon Tomb a forbidden area. Why must we venture to the Dragon Kingdom? I detest the morons there, Piao Jiyue muttered under his breath upon hearing Su Su's announcement. Nevertheless, his face remained brightly smiling for the camera. Why go to the Dragon Kingdom? Our Yamato nation is the true prime destination for exploration. Nonsense, we, the people of Tianzhu, are the chosen ones. We must go first. The competitors were divided in their reactions to the announcement of the trip to the Dragon Kingdom. However, their protests fell on deaf ears, as the production team disregarded them entirely. Seeing the futility of the objections, Piao Jiyue gradually stood up. Since the production team insists on sending us to the Dragon Kingdom, so be it. But remember, the Dragon Kingdom's heritage originates from our Corn Kingdom. Consider it a visit to a vassal state of our own. Piao Jiyue's voice rang out with fervor as he spoke, his gaze fixed intently in Xiao Zuo's direction. Upon mentioning the Dragon Kingdom's heritage stemming from the Corn Kingdom, Xiao Zuo's eyes fluttered open slightly. Unbeknownst to him, his irises had taken on a faint golden hue, and his pupils had elongated into slits reminiscent of a serpent's. When Piao Jiyue's gaze met Xiao Zuo's, a wave of helplessness and dread surged within him. It felt as if he were being scrutinized by an insurmountably powerful beast, poised to pounce and rend him apart at any moment. Fortunately, Xiao Zuo merely cast a fleeting glance before returning to his meditative state. Little did Piao Jiyue know that in Xiao Zuo's eyes, he had already been marked for death. Now, I declare the first episode of the global live-stream exploration. Destination: the Tomb of the Ancestor Dragon of the Great Qin in the Dragon Kingdom is officially underway. Before Piao Jiyue could voice further objections, Su Su's voice rang out again. Following her announcement, numerous staff members began ushering the 50 competitors onto the aircraft, wishing all competitors a fruitful adventure. Furthermore, considering the inherent dangers of exploration, you are free to form teams as you see fit. As they boarded the special aircraft, the competitors' respective live streams would simultaneously commence. Viewers would have access to first-person, third-person, and God's-eye perspectives. Additionally, Su Su would remain close to the competitors throughout their journey, with confident strides. Su Su made her way toward the aircraft. Humph. Jin Jun Kai. I expect to see that pathetic Dragon Kingdom competitor dead at the earliest opportunity, Piao Jiyue remarked as he walked toward the plane. Casting a glance at Xiao Zuo, who bore the heavy sword, Jin Jun Kai nodded in response, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes. That author's note. Chapter 4. Team Formation. The Tomb of the Ancestor Dragon of the Great Qin seems somewhat familiar. Though Jin Jun Kai was unaware of the colossal weight of the sword upon Xiao Zuo's back, it was evident that even Man Xiong could not lift it, indicating its considerable heft. Thus, he concluded that, in terms of sheer physical prowess, none among the 50 competitors could rival Xiao Zuo. Just moments prior, Jin Jun Kai had regarded Xiao Zuo as an easy target, but now he felt a burgeoning trepidation in his presence. After giving his orders to Jin Jun Kai, Piao Jiyue retrieved his phone. Before long, a statement was issued from Piao Jiyue's account. In it, he reiterated the absurd claim that the Dragon Kingdom's heritage derived from the Corn Kingdom. Expressing his disdain for the Dragon Kingdom's Qin Wangling, it appeared he already fancied himself the champion of this season's show. Of course, at the end of the statement, Piao Jiyue proclaimed his intention to eliminate Xiao Zuo at the first available opportunity. Once the statement was published, Piao Jiyue boarded the special aircraft with the production team, unaware that his words had thrust him and Xiao Zuo into the eye of a media storm. In less than a minute, Piao Jiyue's statement had surged to the top of trending lists across major websites worldwide, garnering a frenzy of likes and shares. While there were dissenting comments from Dragon Kingdom citizens, they seemed feeble in the face of Piao Jiyue's overwhelming support from his own nation. Moreover, even among the Dragon Kingdom populace, there were die-hard fans of Piao Jiyue who would rally behind him unconditionally. Simultaneously, Xiao Zuo's name skyrocketed to prominence due to the statement, with a poster featuring his competition details circulating wildly online. Damn it. This kid has provoked my family Jiyue, while others are elite special forces. 9th degree Taekwondo black belts and inheritors of ancient martial arts. His introduction is rather simple. Just a Dragon Kingdom citizen. Does he think being a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom is something to boast about? The fans of Park Ji-woo fervently assailed Xiao Zuo, with some even resorting to doxing attempts. However, they failed to uncover any information about Xiao Zuo. Ultimately, Park Ji-woo's fans concluded that this individual named Xiaozhua was an orphan. Yet, if Xiaozhua were to learn of the trivial thoughts harbored by those idle fools, he would likely find it amusing, for he was not merely an orphan in this life, but in his previous life as well. Since he could remember, he had always lived alone, having tasted nearly all the tribulations of human existence from a young age, which forged his current aloof demeanor that a person can only be truly strong when they are self-reliant. For relying on others is precarious, and reliance on a mountain can lead to its collapse. That on the program's private jet, specialized online facilities were available, allowing all participant subchannels to be activated simultaneously upon boarding. Each contestant had their own subchannel, providing first-person, third-person, and God's-eye perspectives, thereby ensuring that every angle of their performance was vividly displayed to nearly billions of viewers. However, the contestants were unable to see their own subchannels or interact with the audience. They could enhance their popularity and acquire better equipment through their performances during the live broadcast. At this moment, the most bustling subchannel belonged to Xiao Ziyu. Soon as his subchannel activated, a multitude of viewers from the Park family army flooded in, launching into a barrage of insults without any prelude. Although the live stream filtered out some profanity, the screen was still overwhelmed with derogatory remarks. What's this? Wasn't he supposed to wield a heavy sword? Where is it? Someone noted. Attention, everyone, we are currently on a plane. Even though it's a private jet, many areas require strict management of weapons. Another remarked, this person looks fragile. He will surely meet his demise upon landing. Daring to provoke my Ji-woo, I am truly impressed. That a fan added, just the other day, my parents spoke ill of Ji-woo, and now I find myself an orphan. Don't inquire about their whereabouts, for they belong to another world. Goodness, that brother upstairs is ruthless. If anyone comes to check the water meter, do not open the door to this moment. Xiaozhua will remain calm, his eyes gently closed. Hey there, little brother. I'm Man Xiong, hailing from the Fighting Nation. Shall we become partners? The burly Man Xiong proposed that in his view, Xiaozhua's capabilities surely extended beyond mere innate strength. Moreover, as this expedition was taking place in Longhua, having a local partner would be advantageous. As for the opinions of others, he was utterly indifferent. Upon hearing Man Xiong's proposition, a glimmer of anticipation appeared on his fluffy face. All right, Xiaozhua replied, not opening his eyes, merely uttering a single word. Whether or not to partner mattered little to him. He had no intention of sharing the spoils of victory with anyone. However, Man Xiong's impressive abilities could be useful against minor adversaries. Allowing Xiaozhua a semblance of peace. Splendid, Man Xiong exclaimed, clapping his hands together. Everyone, I have teamed up with Brother Xiaozhua. If any unwise soul dares to provoke my teammate, they shall not blame me for being ungracious. Man Xiong's voice rose, ensuring that all contestants heard him clearly. This declaration led at least a third of the participants to rethink their intentions toward Xiaozhua, for with Man Xiong's protection, they could not afford to provoke him. Having successfully teamed up, Man Xiong and Xiaozhua prompted others to form their own alliances. The warriors from Yamato clung to the legs of American contestant Smith. The brother from Tianju aligned himself with a contestant from the Golden Eagle Nation. However, as the program did not stipulate specific team sizes, ultimately, 8 individuals joined Park Ji-woo's team, which included Jin Junkai. Thus, Park Ji-woo's team comprised 10 members, occupying a fifth of the entire expedition team. Smith also managed to gather 8 teammates, while other teams ranged from 3 to 7 members. Observing the successful alliances forming around him, Man Xiong grew restless. Brother Xiao, should we recruit another member? He inquired. Xiaozhua made no move and simply replied, more is a burden. Man Xiong scratched his head, feeling that something was amiss. Am I the burden? After an hour of flight, the private jet reached the skies above the tomb of the first emperor of the Qin dynasty. Ding! Detection indicates that the host is nearing the tomb of the first emperor of the Qin. Unlocking architectural blueprints, the jet hovered above the tomb. A resounding notification echoed in Xiaozhua's mind, accompanied by a surge of immense information. The designs of the outer city, inner city, pit for the servants, and the underground palace of the tomb vividly materialized in his thoughts. That he slightly opened his eyes, simultaneously examining the tomb structure in his mind while gazing down from the plane. The tomb of the first emperor appeared somewhat familiar. The author has something to say. Chapter 5, Airdrop into the Forbidden Zone. Xiaozhua visits. While observing the tomb of the first emperor, Xiaozhua overlapped the architectural blueprints in his mind with the sight of the tomb below. Greetings, contestants. I am your host, Su Su, that we have arrived above the tomb of the first emperor. Due to the lack of landing conditions on the ground, please proceed with the parachuting process as previously trained. Su Su's voice resonated through the cabin. As mechanical arms slowly lowered parachute packs from the top of the jet, a piercing alarm accompanied by flashing red lights blared, signaling the commencement of the parachute countdown. The ground guidance system had been activated. The countdown began at 1 minute. Amidst the alarming sounds, 50 contestants donned their parachuting gear. Meanwhile, hundreds of billions of viewers switched to the first-person perspective across numerous subchannels, creating an immersive experience that I have switched to Xiaozhua's first-person view. That don't ask. I simply want to see how he meets his end with that heavy sword, that if the sword were real, it would weigh at least 500 to 600 pounds. One could only wonder if the program's parachuting gear could withstand such weight. The weight might be manageable, but if he failed to deploy his parachute in the first instance, the combined weight of 500 to 600 pounds and Xiao's own mass could escalate to a terrifying level that moment. He might be torn apart upon opening the parachute. Thus, Xiaozhua faced two choices. Either open the parachute immediately for a slow descent, albeit the winds today seemed strong, making the landing uncertain, or perform a conventional jump, risking being shredded by his sword when the parachute opened. The door of the private jet swung open, and all 50 contestants stood at the massive rear door. That I will be the first, Park Ji-woo shouted, leaping from the plane. Jin Junkai followed suit without a word. Brother Xiao, I will scout ahead, Man Xiong declared, also jumping down. Xiaozhua confirmed the ground markings and nimbly followed suit. Goodness, he is truly parachuting while carrying a heavy sword. I'm just waiting for Xiaozhua to meet his demise upon landing. The excitement of the first-person view was palpable, though it was somewhat taxing. That be why the way, I'm wearing adult diapers. They have a large capacity and 1T leak. Care to try? Amid the chatter in the subchannels, all 50 contestants leapt from the aircraft. However, trailing behind them was Su Su, clad in camouflage, who also jumped down. As the official host of the global live-streamed adventure program, she naturally had to rendezvous with the crew stationed outside the tomb. Am I seeing things in God's eye view? Among these 50 individuals, some are slouches, but I want to disclose who. The host's physique was striking, and her courage was impressive, eliciting admiration from the audience as viewers witnessed Su Su parachuting. Astonishment rippled through the live stream. Had Su Su possessed a subchannel, many would have rushed to check on her. This moment, within Xiao's subchannel, brothers, I am ready to feast at Xiao's home. Dante asked, I have prepared my paper money. Wow. At this falling speed, once the parachute deploys, it will be a human firework display. Haha, it seems my Ju 1T need to intervene. This foolishness from Longhua is akin to self-destruction. Xiaozhua focused on the guiding markings beneath the tomb, calculating his speed and distance to the ground. Given the weight of the heavy sword on his back and his aerodynamic posture, he descended significantly faster than the other contestants. Hey, Brother Xiao, you're falling too quickly. Open your parachute. As the formidable bear observed Xiao's surpass all competitors in a single bound, he could not help but shout with exhilaration. Naturally, he had considered the presence of the heavy sword. Should any mishap occur with the parachute, that sword would undoubtedly claim lives. It seems some individuals are not here for an adventure, but rather to live stream their own demise. Upon witnessing Xiao's instantaneous lead over him, Park Ji-ol felt not the slightest twinge of anxiety. Instead, he was filled with excitement that he had not anticipated that this individual from the Dragon Kingdom would outwit him so thoroughly. Ignoring the gazes and whispers of those around him, Xiao's focus remained steadfastly fixed on the ground. When he gauged the distance to be sufficient, his hand reached behind him, slowly retrieving the heavy sword. A glimmer flashed in his serpent-like eyes. With a powerful swing, the heavy sword plunged straight downwards with a resounding whoosh, akin to a meteorite descending from the heavens, due to its tremendous weight and force. It shattered a massive boulder before embedding itself into the earth, leaving only the hilt visible above ground. However, the moment the sword struck the ground was not broadcasted live. Had the viewers in the live stream witnessed its descent, they would have undoubtedly ceased to question the authenticity of the sword. Yet, although the audience did not see the sword's landing, they did witness Xiao's dramatic throw, igniting a frenzy in the chat room. Is this even possible? Hello, officer. There is someone throwing objects from a great height. They exclaimed that he lightening his own weight, then adjusting his posture to increase air resistance before deploying his parachute. Quite clever. Well, it seems my days of feasting may be postponed, another remarked. Why is everyone wishing for Xiao's downfall? After all, we are all from the Dragon Kingdom. Who else would perish if not him? He provoked our Jiol. The barrage of comments in the live stream was relentless, while Xiao's was nearing the ground. His gaze fell upon the hilt of the heavy sword protruding from the earth. Once safely landed, he strode directly towards it. Grasping the hilt with one hand, he effortlessly extracted the heavy sword from the hardened soil. However, as the sword was freed, it left behind a considerable crater in the ground. Hiss! Exclaimed Gu Wuqilanbai, who sent a super rocket with a comment. Just entered the live stream. Is this our Dragon Kingdom contestant? His sword is incredibly heavy, accompanied by the collective intake of breath from the audience. Xiao's channel finally received its first gift. Following Gu Wuqilanbai's generous contribution, others who supported Xiao's began sending gifts as well. For them, even if Xiao's did not secure the championship. As the sole representative of the Dragon Kingdom, their support was unwavering. Although Xiao's channel was rife with disruptive comments, a glimmer of positive energy began to emerge that he withdrew the heavy sword. Surveying his surroundings, familiarity enveloped him, growing ever stronger, as if he had traversed this place countless times before. Yet he could not recall if he had indeed been here, that by all accounts, he had never visited this location. Yet the sensation of having done so was overwhelmingly vivid to A.S. Xiao as we contemplated the Grand Qin Ancestor Dragon Tomb. Other contestants began to touch down. The moment they landed, the formidable bear caught sight of Xiao's silhouette, burdened by the giant sword. However, after taking only a few steps, the bear was struck dumb by the sight of the scattered stones on the ground. And no one could fathom how Xiao's had managed to land safely. Did he shatter a boulder and create a pit in the process? As he pondered, the bear suddenly noticed faint inscriptions on the fragmented stones. Xiao's was here, piecing together a few fragments. He marveled at the words, astonished. Author S. Note. Chapter 6. No matter what happens in a moment, do not move. The inscriptions appeared aged, as if weathered by the passage of time. Could it be that an ancient individual shared the same name as Xiaozhua? What an uncanny coincidence. Such theatrics. The bear was lost in thought when Park Jiol's derisive voice rang out from behind. He dismissed the notion that the inscription belonged to the present-day Xiaozhua, convinced that it was merely a ruse concocted by him after landing. Spare me your nonsense, the bear retorted indignantly, before hastening to Xiao's side that moment. Xiao's finally recalled why this place felt so familiar. It must have been due to the presence of a stone. As the bear approached, he overheard Xiao's murmuring, Xiao's was here. The bear echoed the phrase softly. Hearing this, Xiao's turned to him, his gaze landing on the shattered stone that had been struck by the heavy sword. Now pieced together. Though the script was somewhat blurred, it was still discernible. Indeed, it is my writing, Xiao's thought, further affirming his conviction. Let us go, that he ignored the other competitors who were pointing and whispering, beckoning the bear to follow as he turned away. Hey, where are we going, Brother Xiao? The bear questioned, surveying the endless expanse of the primordial forest. Without pausing, Xiao's calmly replied, the entrance. Upon hearing this, the bear hesitated. The Grand Qin Ancestor Dragon Tomb had become a forbidden zone for the Dragon Kingdom precisely because its entrance remained elusive, or perhaps they had located the entrance but lacked the means to enter the tomb itself. It was widely known that the Dragon Kingdom had discovered the tomb over a century ago, yet after nearly 100 years of effort, they had only scratched the surface of its potential. Moreover, the personnel involved had changed repeatedly. Were they simply inept, or was it that those tasked with the exploration were unfit for the endeavor? These remained an enigma. Yet, gazing at Xiaozhua, who bore the heavy sword with resolute steps, the bear felt an inexplicable sense of trust blossom within him. Attention, contestants! You have now entered the Dragon Kingdom's Forbidden Zone, the Grand Qin Ancestor Dragon Tomb. Any dangers you encounter here must be resolved through your own abilities. Be advised, any threats you face will rely solely on your capabilities to overcome. All contestants heard the alert from their respective livestream devices, while viewers across the channels also received the announcement. Damn, it's officially begun. The Park family's army has assembled. Let us quickly gear up, Jiol. The Park family's first devoted follower sent 10 super rockets, urging, Jiol, eliminate that Dragon Kingdom contestant. To support Jeil, the Park family is sending 10 super rockets. Hurry, Jeil, eliminate that Dragon Kingdom contestant from Jeil's livestream. The most coveted super rockets poured in relentlessly, thanks to the pre-broadcast statement trending across major websites. Coupled with his fame and the backing of the Dragon Kingdom, his popularity surged to nearly 1 billion within just over an hour of streaming the program's base. Susu gazed at the trending rankings on the large screen, feeling somewhat exasperated. How could other contestants compete against a popular star with a solid fan base, bolstered by a studio and national support? She was utterly dissatisfied with the program's method of rewarding new equipment based on popularity. But she had no choice but to adhere to the established rules that Jeil's livestream has reached a popularity of 1 billion, and equipment upgrades are en route. Amidst the fervor of the contestants' public channel, Susu's gaze once again fell upon Xiao's substream. Remarkably, this Dragon Country competitor had achieved the second highest popularity rating. Although no one showered him with gifts, the sheer number of viewers in his substream propelled him to this enviable position. Such prowess should not be underestimated. However, upon glancing at the barrage of comments in Xiao's stream, Susu could not help but furrow her brow. It appeared he had ascended to second place in popularity through a wave of insults. Ding dong! Just as Susu's brow knitted in concern, her phone chimed, revealing a news alert. Global Live Adventure begins. Park Ji-issue's statement targeting Dragon Country Xiaozhua. Realizing the implications of this news, Susu discerned that this might indeed be a case of turning misfortune into fortune. If Park Ji-ye's hostile declaration inadvertently propelled Xiao to the second spot on major websites, he would surely be enraged to the point of spitting blood. Within the confines of the Daqin Ancestor Dragon Tomb, all competitors heard the announcement that Park Ji-ye's stream had reached a staggering 1 billion in popularity, along with an equipment update notification. The Japanese competitor, Ma Tong, and others erupted in a flurry of curses that elite representatives from various nations. They felt certain that unified equipment would enable them to overpower Park Ji-ye. Yet, this mere entertainer, proficient only in song and dance, inexplicably held the title of most popular. Should he acquire a formidable firearm, protected by the formidable Jin Junkai, it would render any contest futile. Buzz, amidst the cacophony of indignation. A drone soared toward Park Ji-ye. Xiao, did you hear? Park Ji-ye has updated his equipment. Despite the alert, Xiaozhua remained as composed as ever, even as Man Xiong began to display signs of impatience. If Park Ji-ye intended to confront Xiaozhua, it would be all too simple for him to orchestrate an unexpected turn of events with superior gear. Fear not, he has no time to trouble me. Xiaozhua replied, casting a glance at Park Ji-ye, who was opening his equipment box, before continuing on his path. Meanwhile, Park Ji-ye, having opened his equipment box, let out an expletive. Damn it. This foolish production team is utterly ridiculous. For 1 billion in popularity, I received merely 10 flares and a launcher. I expected at least a rifle. As he continued to grumble, he stowed away the 10 flares and the launcher, with his gear in hand. Park Ji-ye's gaze shifted toward the vanishing figure of Xiaozhua, cunning dragon countryman, attempting to slip away. With that, Park Ji-ye, accompanied by Jin Junkai, pursued Xiaozhua. Simultaneously, the sky darkened, and mist began to envelop the Daqin Ancestor Dragon Tomb. The distant sounds of horses neighing and a stampede reverberated through the fog. Upon hearing those sounds, Xiaozhua paused momentarily. They're coming, and no matter what transpires, do not move, he instructed Man Xiong before settling down on a large boulder. Author's note. Chapter 7. The arrival of the fog. Thousands of troops approaching through the mist. As the mist thickened, the sounds of men and horses became increasingly distinct, and the barrage of comments in the contestant substreams began to scroll frantically. What is happening? Is it true that the first emperor of Qin leads his army through the Daqin Ancestor Dragon Tomb at night? Oh dear, I have curled my toes under the blanket. My phone is safely on the table, so I won't drop it in fright. I am quite clever. The anticipation mingled with fear created an exhilarating tension. In Xiao's substream, the messages poured in. Guo sent 10 super rockets with a message. No need for words. Just for Xiao's calm demeanor, 10 super rockets are offered. Guo sent 10 super rockets with a message. No need for words, just waiting for Xiao's to take down Park Ji-ye. Dragon Country is mighty. Guo sent 10 super rockets with a message. No need for words. If Xiaozhua can claim victory, I, Guo, will directly offer 100 billion Dragon Country coins. The continuous alerts of gifts momentarily overwhelmed the rants of Park Ji-ye's fans, and the barrage of insults was swiftly replaced by a chorus of admiration. Wow, what a powerhouse! Guijiahao is truly generous. Does he need any embellishments on his legs? Big shot. Do you prefer men or women? I'm open to either. The atmosphere in the live stream was lively, while Xiaos was sat upon the boulder with his eyes closed in tranquility. Man Xiong glanced around, observing that many competitors were on high alert, with nearly half already drawing their weapons. Jie, stay behind me, Jin Junkai commanded, shielding Park Jie with his imposing stature in his hands. 2 meteorite folding axes materialized, and the other 8 members of their team brandished various weapons, their tension palpable that a sudden gust of chilling wind surged, causing the mist to swell dramatically in the blink of an eye. The ground was shrouded in fog. The abrupt turn of events left everyone bewildered. That sounds like the clash of horses in armor. As the sounds of clashing metal echoed from within the mist, the competitors' fear escalated. The Jinkai, put away your weapons. Everyone, sheathe your arms. Park Jie instructed his teammates amidst the obscuring fog in that instant. As visibility faded, Park Jie seemed to catch a glimpse of Xiao's movements. Despite his disdain for Xiaozhua, he was not oblivious. The man could wield a sword weighing 600 pounds with ease, maintaining his composure even upon entering the Daqin ancestor dragon tomb. Such audacity was not merely a facade. As the fog enveloped all competitors entirely, Park Jie readied the flare gun in his hand. With this device, he could launch a flare up to 800 meters away, having estimated their distance from Xiao's to be roughly 700 meters. He knew that the dense foliage of the Daqin ancestor dragon tomb would conceal them effectively at that range. Whoosh! A flare was fired, slicing through the mist and momentarily revealing a breathtaking sight. At the end of the flare's trajectory stood a towering figure clad in icy iron armor, wielding a bronze sword that, though unadorned, remained impervious to the encroaching fog. I am Qin, General Wang Jian. How dare you act presumptuously? A hoarse voice echoed, resonating through the mist long after it was uttered. Hearing this gravelly command, all competitors felt a chill run down their spines. The Daqin ancestor dragon tomb truly harbored spectral guardians. While foreign competitors had heard whispers of the tomb's legends, their understanding of Daqin was limited. Many had merely crammed knowledge before their arrival, and only Xiaozhua was likely familiar with the identity of Wang Jian. General Wang Jian, appointed as the Grand Chancellor of Daqin, was pivotal in the unification of the 6 states under Emperor Yingzheng. His contributions were second to none, rivaling even the legendary General Bai Qi. Upon awakening the system, Xiao's first task had been to navigate the Daqin ancestor dragon tomb. Yet, he had never imagined that a game he had previously completed would manifest as a tangible forbidden realm. The General Wang Jian, a figure he had faced innumerable times within the game, was now a living reality, and no matter the method, he always encountered Wang Jian immediately upon entering the Forbidden Land, only to meet his demise at the general's hands. Until one fateful occasion when, shortly after entering the game, the neighbor's daughter came to borrow salt, forcing Xiao's to leave the game running in the background. To his astonishment, after an hour, he discovered that his character had survived. From this experience, Xiaozhua concluded that his combat prowess was insignificant compared to General Wang Jian, that as long as he exhibited no intent to fight, Wang Jian would overlook him. This peculiar phenomenon seemed to be a glitch in the game, allowing Xiaozhua to evade the general's lethal strikes. After that narrow escape, Xiaozhua carved the word Xiaozhua was here into a boulder. Now, returning to the Daqin ancestor dragon tomb felt like a nostalgic homecoming. Sitting atop the stone, Xiaozhua exuded an air of leisure, while Man Xiong, seated beside him, felt as though needles were pricking his rear. Nevertheless, the sight of Xiaozhua's unwavering tranquility provided him with a semblance of reassurance. As the melodious yet hoarse voice of Wang Qian resonated, the sound of the soldiers in formation echoed in unison, their synchronized footsteps mingling with the neighing of war horses, drifting through the mist. The fog, which had been cleaved by Pu Jue's illuminating flares, gradually began to close in once more. Just as the mist was about to envelop them entirely once again, Pu Jue caught sight of the troops following the general who called himself Wang Qian. The soldiers, each with their hair neatly tied into high buns, clad in heavy armor, wielded long spears and carried sheathed sabers at their waists. Lined up with military precision, numbering in the thousands. "Sit down, quickly," with a firm pat on the shoulder of Jin Junzai, who stood before him. Pu Jie unhesitatingly lowered himself to the ground. He had distinctly observed that the general, who claimed to be Wang Qian, had led his army to stand before Xiao Zhuo and the Manxiong. Yet instead of acknowledging Xiao Zhuo and Manxiong, they advanced in their direction. Thus, Pu Jie concluded that Xiao Zhuo's actions could indeed evade the pursuit of these Qin soldiers. As Pu Jie pulled Jin Junzai down to sit beside him and stowed away the folding axe made of meteorite that Jin Junzai had been holding, a palpable aura of murderous intent surged forth, overwhelming them. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated the mist as if it were being pierced by sunlight. "That if you lot do not heed my command, then get the hell out of my way. Do not jeopardize me here." Pu Jie shouted angrily at the other 8 teammates of various nationalities nearby, momentarily forgetting to display his trademark smile, his fierce demeanor fully revealed. Meanwhile, in Xiao Zhuo's live stream, the viewers exclaimed, "Goodness, Xiao Zhuo, why are you still not fleeing? I initially came to criticize Xiao Zhuo, but now I find him quite impressive. Amidst the throngs of soldiers, the calmness of Zhuo Shun remains undisturbed. This damned composure." Guo Jiahao sent 10 super rockets with the message, "I wish to call Xiao Zhuo God." Author's note. Chapter 8. The Might of the Dragon Nation. Xiao Zhuo's popularity skyrocketed to 20 billion. The first fan of the Pu family army sent a super rocket with the message, "Zhuo Shun, please wait. I will change my name right now." As the name changes commenced, a third of the water army, initially masquerading as followers of the Pu family army, swiftly altered their names. The reason was simple: the unmatched calm of Xiao Zhuo that moment, in the live stream of Pu Jie and Jin Junzai. The audience from Yumi country and Pu Jie's fans were in a frenzy. Is this the attire of the ancient people of the Dragon Nation? It's confirmed, the Dragon Nation is merely a branch of our Yumi country. Indeed, their ancient garb is strikingly similar to that of our ancestors. Brothers upstairs, stop the nonsense. This is not merely similar. The ancient attire of the Dragon Nation is undeniably hideous. Ha ha. Yes, hideous indeed. How can their ancients be compared to our forebears? If the Dragon Nation wishes to produce ancient costume films, they should come to our Yumi country. This is where your roots lie. The people of Yumi country laughed and chattered excitedly, while not a single person from the Dragon Nation and Pu Jie's live stream uttered a word. Though some disagreed with Yumi country's assertions, their admiration for Pu Jie kept them silent. "Junzai, do not remain seated. Stand up and challenge that so-called general of the Dragon Nation. Yes, show them a lesson with our taekwondo. By the way, could those cavalry merely be an illusion, designed to intimidate people from entering that so-called tomb of the great Qin ancestor dragon? I bet a Yumi coin that the Dragon Nation general will kneel before Jiyue." As the barrage of comments flooded the live stream, Xiao Zhuo and Manxiong found themselves amidst a sea of soldiers. Whether viewed from Xiao Zhuo's first-person perspective or from an omniscient viewpoint, the scene could only be described as magnificent, particularly through the lens of Xiao Zhuo and Manxiong. Every detail of the passing Qin army was vividly captured. Even the fine hairs on the soldiers' arms were distinctly visible. The sole regret was that, despite their formidable presence, these soldiers appeared oblivious to Xiao Zhuo and Manxiong, with some even passing through them as if they were mere phantoms that my heavens. So many Qin soldiers. Zhuo Shun, at least show them some respect, and take a look. Look at that warrior from the fighting nation. Even he can't close his mouth. This is the pride of our Dragon Nation. This is the army that unified the 6 states. This is our nation's honor. My girlfriend asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live stream. Now she is kneeling too, that I don't need to say more. Let the gifts flow for the Dragon Nation. In Xiao Zhuo's live stream, the sight of the soldiers of the great Qin Empire inspired a profound sense of national pride and honor in every viewer. Half of the Dragon Nation fans who had come to provoke Pu Jie had already defected to hell with the Yumi country and their sissies. Our great Dragon Nation is truly impressive. From the moment General Wang Qian appeared with his troops, barely a minute had passed, yet the viewership and gift count in Xiao Zhuo's live stream skyrocketed. Whether male or female, the viewers were stirred by a deep sense of national pride. Simultaneously, in a Sihiyuan in the magical city of the Dragon Nation, 2 elderly men in their twilight years gazed solemnly at the live stream. This Xiao Zhuo is indeed the person we have been searching for. I never imagined that after a lifetime of effort, we would still be unable to personally unlock the tomb of the great Qin ancestor dragon. However, if we could witness someone entering it while we are still alive, it would be a worthy end. One elder, slightly older with white hair and beard, spoke. The other, with graying hair, nodded in agreement, his eyes reflecting a mix of regret, contentment, excitement, and yearning. When the tomb of the great Qin ancestor dragon first came into view, they were appointed as the chief developers of the site. Yet, after decades of striving, they had only managed to uncover the tip of the iceberg. When anomalies began to occur and bizarre events unfolded, they had no choice but to halt their exploration. It was after their withdrawal that the Dragon Nation officially designated the tomb as a forbidden area, and since then, no one had emerged alive from within. What they had not anticipated was that years later, a reality show would seek to tread into that realm of dread. Even more astonishing was that they saw a glimmer of hope for entering the tomb in the sole Dragon Nation contestant among the 50 participants. Old Yi, the rules of this program are rather peculiar. Should we lend a hand to this young man? The older man, by Tianlong, inquired of Yi Xiu. The two had grown up together and worked side by side for decades, their understanding of each other profound. Leave it to me. Yi Xiu replied, pulling out his phone. Little brat, I'm watching a global live adventure stream, and I quite like the Dragon Nation contestant Xiao Zhuo. Let us boost his popularity to the top of the charts. After speaking into the phone, Yi Xiu promptly hung up. Moments later, a user named Yi Zhe entered Xiao Zhuo's live stream, alongside several accounts linked to the Yi family from the magical city. Without uttering a word, they immediately began showering the stream with super rockets, setting off a continuous series of notifications, and Xiao Zhuo's popularity surged dramatically. This fellow is quite interesting. I am the base of the Great Qin Ancestor Dragon Tomb program team. Su Su watched in shock as Xiao Zhuo's popularity soared. I was careless. I thought Xiao Zhuo's initial ranking was due to Pu Jiu's statement, but it seems this Xiao Zhuo has considerable backing and strength. 5 minutes later, Xiao Zhuo's popularity skyrocketed to 11 billion, surpassing Pu Jiu's heat and earning him the qualification for his first equipment upgrade. Although Xiao Zhuo's surge was aided by gifts, his live stream audience was also rapidly increasing. As just moments ago, someone had compiled all 3 perspectives of Xiao Zhuo's stream into videos and released them across major platforms. The only Dragon Nation contestant in the global live adventure may become the first to truly enter the tomb of the great Qin ancestor dragon. Can Dragon Nation's Xiao Zhuo behold the visage of the ancient emperor? As these videos were released, they stirred a tremendous uproar online. Through the links provided beneath the videos, viewers flocked to Xiao Zhuo's live stream. Before the host, Su Su, could announce Xiao Zhuo's eligibility for an equipment upgrade, his live stream popularity had already reached 20 billion, from 10 billion to 20 billion. It took a mere 46 seconds. Su Su was utterly astonished by the astonishing surge in popularity of Xiao Zhuo's live stream. Before her, numerous screens emitted a cacophony of blood-curdling screams. The author remarks, Chapter 9. Half of the contestants succumbed to their fate. Not only was Su Su startled by the sudden screams, but the other staff members were equally taken aback. Gazing at the myriad screens, Su Su's heart raced with trepidation. Before she could fully process the shock, the live streams from which the screams emanated began to flicker into darkness. In a mere span of moments, half of the 50 contestants had plunged into the abyss of black screens. Black screens signified death. They were gone. Although the contestants had all signed liability waivers, the fact that half had perished upon landing still left Su Su and the production team gasping in disbelief. Meanwhile, at the boundary of the Grand Qin Ancestor Dragon Tomb, Park Jue swallowed hard as he gazed upon the endless ranks of soldiers from the vast Qin Empire. Just moments ago, he had witnessed with clarity how those who wielded weapons and attempted to resist were utterly torn apart by the relentless soldiers. To them, the incorporeal Qin General Wang Jian and his legion appeared as tangible as any living being in the blink of an eye. Those who dared to resist were reduced to mere remnants. Letting out a breath he didn't realize he was holding, Park Jue glanced in the direction of Xiao Zhuo as the soldiers retreated. The mist began to dissipate, revealing a canopy of stars. Yet the silhouettes of Xiao Zhuo and the fierce bear were already vanishing into the thicket. Jun Kai, hurry! Keep up! After urging his companion to follow, Park Jue swiftly made his way toward Xiao Zhuo. Having just witnessed the grim fate of the contestants at the hands of the Qin Empire's soldiers, he felt an intensified curiosity toward Xiao Zhuo. Perhaps by aligning himself with Xiao Zhuo, he could effortlessly infiltrate the interior of the Grand Qin Ancestor Dragon Tomb and complete the expedition. Once there, eliminating Xiao Zhuo and the Fierce Bear would ensure that the championship was within his grasp. As for the other 8 teammates, Park Jie had no intention of sharing the spoils of victory with them. However, should any perilous situations arise along the way, having those individuals serve as expendable assets would not be a poor choice. The popularity of Xiao Zhuo's livestream has reached 1 billion, granting him access to equipment updates. Your gear is on the way to Su Su's voice suddenly resonated through the public channel. All remaining contestants could not help but look around in bewilderment, yet they failed to catch a glimpse of the elusive Xiao Zhuo. What on earth? He managed to secure the equipment update too. Hearing Su Su's announcement, Park Jie stomped his foot in frustration that it's nothing. The equipment update for 1 billion popularity is merely a flare. Jin Jun Kai attempted to soothe him. However, despite their words, both he and Park Jie understood the utility of such a flare. Without it, they would not have survived to this point. It was thanks to Park Jie's use of the flare that they had spotted Xiao Zhuo's movements. Otherwise, they would have been forced into a deadly confrontation with the Qin soldiers and Wang Jian, likely meeting a similar fate as the others. Upon hearing Su Su's announcement, Japanese contestant Ma Tonggai and American Smith Fei Wu could not help but curse, though their ire was directed at their own lackluster fans rather than at Xiao Zhuo. They failed to comprehend how Park Jie, a popular star with a multitude of fans, could achieve 1 billion popularity at the onset of the program, thus qualifying for an equipment update. Yet Xiao Zhuo, listed as an ordinary citizen of Longhua, with a personal introduction so simple it read as citizen of Longhua, seemed an unlikely candidate to reach such heights of popularity so swiftly. Had Xiao Zhuo concealed his true identity from the production team, the popularity of Xiao Zhuo's livestream has now skyrocketed to 20 billion, granting him a second equipment update. Your gear is en route. Just as everyone was recovering from the shock of Xiao Zhuo was securing the equipment update, Su Su dropped yet another bombshell. This is outrageous. How could the production team have such bias? How could he possibly achieve 20 billion popularity before me? Upon hearing Su Su's second announcement, Park Jie could not contain his expletives that he was a top-tier artist with over 50 billion fans, considering the planet's total population of merely 200 billion. It meant that 1 in every 4 individuals was his fan. Yet, Xiao Zhuo had managed to reach 20 billion popularity first. Like Park Jie, Ma Tonggai, Smith Fei Wu, and other surviving contestants were equally stunned, their scalps tingling in disbelief. The leap from 10 billion to 20 billion had occurred in less than a minute. Brother Xiao, did you hear that? You've secured the qualification for 2 equipment updates in one go. The Fierce Bear, on the brink of entering the jungle, exclaimed with excitement upon hearing the announcement that it seemed that choosing Xiao Zhuo as a teammate had indeed been a wise decision. There it is. Xiao Zhuo pointed to a gearbox gently descending beside him, his demeanor calm. However, beneath the surface, he too was puzzled. He was just an ordinary person, devoid of any special attributes aside from his unrecognized identity as a time traveler. Logically, achieving even 2 billion popularity should be a miracle, let alone 20 billion that nevertheless. Xiao Zhuo remained indifferent to the reasons behind his soaring popularity. As for the equipment update, he intended to retain the useful items for himself and discard the useless ones to the Fierce Bear, fully aware of what lay ahead and the challenges he would encounter. Even if he was unfamiliar with the Grand Qin Ancestor Dragon Tomb, with the bloodline of the Candle Dragon and immense strength, he could handle most dangers. Quick, let us see what it is. The Fierce Bear leaned in eagerly as Xiao Zhuo accepted the gearbox. Without uttering a word, Xiao Zhuo opened it. What is this? The Fierce Bear's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld a glossy black object, Black Donkey Hoof. Xiao Zhuo merely uttered 4 words before stowing the gleaming item into his backpack. He was all too aware of what lay within the Grand Qin Ancestor Dragon Tomb. With the Black Donkey Hoof, he could certainly avoid a fair share of troubles. The Fierce Bear was oblivious to the significance of the Black Donkey Hoof, but Xiao Zhuo's live-stream chat exploded with excitement. Guo Zhihao sent 10 super rockets and commented, "Wow, Zhuo Shun is taking off. The production team has truly outdone themselves this time. May I ask, what is a Black Donkey Hoof?" Same here, seeking enlightenment. Same here, requesting a knowledgeable individual to explain. The viewers, confused about the Black Donkey Hoof, bombarded the chat with questions. Finally, an ID named Mo Jinren provided clarification. The Black Donkey Hoof is not an actual donkey hoof. but a type of glutinous rice product that merely resembles the shape of a donkey's hoof. As for what glutinous rice is used for, I won't elaborate here, that you'll soon see its purpose in the live stream. After Mo Jinren's explanation, he promptly fell silent, opting not to say another word. Glutinous rice? Isn't that used for making zongzi? Confirmed. The one above is a foodie. In ancient times, glutinous rice was believed to have a restraining effect on zombies. Thus, the black donkey hoof must be intended for dealing with such creatures. Wow, I'm going to turn all my zongzi into black donkey hooves. That's quite clever. Enough talk, look. Zhuo Shun's second gearbox has arrived. With that message, another gearbox descended before Xiao Zhuo. Having received the donkey hoof, it won't be a pig trotter this time, will it? The fierce bear murmured as he watched Xiao Zhuo reach toward the gearbox. Unable to suppress his curiosity, the author notes, Chapter 10, The Candle Dragon Bloodline. This fellow has actually stolen the honey from the grizzly bear. With a crisp crack, Xiao Zhuo opened the next gearbox. However, this one was unlike the previous. It was filled to the brim. This a tent, a self-heating hot pot, bottled water. As Xiao Zhuo extracted each item from the gearbox, the fierce bear's confusion multiplied. What on earth is the production team doing? Are they sure this isn't camping gear for the neighboring celebrity? Not only was the fierce bear bewildered, but the livestream chat was also rife with skepticism. My heavens, for 20 billion popularity, at least give me a rifle. If not, a grenade would suffice. Seeing the black donkey hoof, I thought the production team had a heart. Now, witnessing the tent and hot pot, it's clear they lack compassion. Seriously, why do you guys always resort to fighting? Zhuo Shun is so handsome. If he gets hurt in battle, it would break my heart. Attention, I have unilaterally declared Xiao Zhuo my husband. Please be respectful. A tent and hot pot. If only I could join Zhuo Shun for dinner and then spend a lovely evening together, that would be perfect. Wu Jiahao sent 10 super rockets and commented. Although the production team is shady, it's still quite nice to get Zhuo Shun something practical. In the lively atmosphere of the live streaming room, Manxiong was on the verge of tears. This moment, Xiao Zhuo had already unpacked everything from the equipment box. This unscrupulous production team, despite the fact that we are a duo, has provided only one tent and one hot pot. Manxiong mumbled, his eyes hungrily fixating on the self-heating hot pot in Xiao Zhuo's hand. However, Xiao Zhuo merely cast a nonchalant glance and stowed the hot pot into his backpack. Given Manxiong's imposing stature, sharing that hot pot would likely leave him with naught but a taste of the broth. Let us call it a day and rest. We shall address matters tomorrow, Xiao Zhuo remarked, glancing at his wristwatch. With that, he began to set up the tent. Just then, Park Ji-yoke approached with his team of 10. Upon seeing Xiao Zhuo fiddling with a black tent, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Park Ji-yoke's eyes. Xiao Zhuo, is this the new equipment you've acquired? He inquired, his tone laced with mockery. Yet, Xiao Zhuo remained engrossed in his task, offering no acknowledgement of Park Ji-yoke's presence. What are you pretending for? If it weren't for the vast population of your dragon country, with imbeciles like you scattered everywhere, do you think you would have garnered 20 billion views? Park Ji-yoke retorted, his frustration mounting as Xiao Zhuo ignored him. However, noticing Manxiong nearby, he prudently took a few steps back. Let us not leave. We camp here. You 3, go search for food. You 2, find a clean water source. And the remaining 3, gather some clean branches to construct a makeshift shelter. Settling on a large rock, Park Ji-yoke directed his 8 international teammates. Though initially reluctant, they complied, especially after casting a glance at Jin Junkai standing beside Park Ji-yoke. There was no alternative. Had they not formed a team, they likely would have perished amidst the Qin soldiers earlier. Are you not going to fetch something to eat? Xiao Zhuo asked, having completely set up the tent and noting Manxiong dozing on the rock. Manxiong scratched his head and chuckled, but there's a hot pot. Right? Yet upon uttering those words, Xiao Zhuo's expression turned icy once more. The hot pot was certainly not meant for Manxiong. It would never be shared. Seeing that Xiao Zhuo was unresponsive, Manxiong glanced at his watch. 15 minutes have passed. Those searching for food should be on their way back. Grumbling, he ambled toward the jungle. Xiao Zhuo, however, paid him no mind, preoccupied with preparing his dinner. The enticing aroma of the self-heating hot pot soon wafted through the forest. Are these people all useless? It's just a matter of finding food. Why haven't they returned yet? Are they trying to starve me? Park Ji-yoke's agitation grew as he caught a whiff of the hot pot's fragrance from Xiao Zhuo's direction. Were it not for the live broadcast, he would have dispatched Jin Junkai, to snatch Xiao Zuo's meal. Don't fret. Perhaps they encountered some unusual circumstances, Jin Junkai suggested, glancing towards the direction the food seekers had departed. Just then, a roar echoed through the night. Having just faced the terror of the Qin soldiers, the sound of a wild beast growl sent a chill down Park Ji-ok's spine that he regretted his decision to participate in this absurd adventure show for the sake of boosting his popularity. "Ha ha, come chase me." As the beast's roar grew louder, Manxiong's massive form came barreling toward Xiao Zuo, pursued relentlessly by a colossal gray bear. Upon witnessing the hefty adult bear, Xiao Zuo's gaze shifted to the laughing Manxiong. This fellow was holding a bulging bag filled with wild fruits in one hand and a gigantic beehive in the other. Xiao Zuo's forehead twitched. This fool had stolen the bear's hive. "Goodness, my teammate is quite audacious. Robbing a grizzly bear." The bear appeared to stand nearly 3 meters tall, weighing approximately 1,000 pounds. How could you steal honey from such a charming creature? Truly, the warrior spirit of this nation was undeniable. Oh no, that bear is heading towards Xiao Zuo. His hot pot is in jeopardy. The live streaming room was abuzz with excitement as Manxiong reached Xiao Zuo's side. The roar of the bear echoed as it charged forward on all fours. If it collided with them, the hot pot would be the least of their concerns. Even the tent would be demolished. Yet, throughout this impending chaos, Xiao Zuo maintained his composure, casting only a fleeting glance at the bear. As the creature neared, closing within 20 meters, Xiao Zuo finally sprang into action. He slowly raised his left hand, grasping the heavy sword that lay behind him. With a thunderous whoosh, the 680-pound sword was effortlessly hurled by Xiao Zuo. It struck the ground precisely before the bear. However, the bear remained undeterred, continuing its furious charge. But as its massive body approached the sword, it suddenly halted, trembling as if sensing some unfathomable dread that it did not even entertain the thought of retreating. Seeing the bear's reaction, Xiao Zuo smiled faintly, lifting the self-heating hot pot before him. The bloodline of the Candle Dragon truly commands authority. The author has a word. Chapter 11 solidifies that Xiao Zuo is indeed a beast master. Witnessing the bear's peculiar behavior left not only those present in bewilderment, but also viewers in Xiao Zuo's live stream inundated with question marks. What is happening? Why is the bear trembling all of a sudden? Oh my, could it be that the bear is now left-handed and right-handed, drawing circles with one foot while kicking with the other? Upstairs, you nailed it. The bear seems to have had a stroke. What in the world is a stroke? Did anyone else notice that the bear only reacted after sniffing the heavy sword? I saw it too. Could it be that Xiao Zuo's weapon has some hidden power? Gao Guijia sent 10 super rockets and commented. Xiao Zuo's careless throw of the heavy sword leaves the bear to weep in despair. The live stream buzzed with chatter, and even Park Ji-ok and his companions wore expressions of disbelief. Even Manxiong, who had pilfered the bear's honey, looked on with curiosity at the trembling grizzly. "Hey, do you still want your honey?" Manxiong waved the beehive in front of the bear, ready to bolt at a moment's notice. Yet the bear seemed oblivious, quaking in front of Xiao Zuo's heavy sword. With an ill-timed slurp, Xiao Zuo took a hearty bite of the wide noodles from his hot pot. He was unfazed by the bear's demeanor. The heavy sword bore his bloodline aura, the essence of the Candle Dragon. Although he possessed merely a first-tier bloodline, it was more than sufficient to intimidate a gray bear. The Candle Dragon was not merely a formidable foe. It was an ancient deity, rendering any comparison to the bear utterly futile that Xiao Zuo relished his hot pot. Manxiong drew closer, breaking open the beehive in his hand, allowing the thick honey to flow freely. "Hey, what a delicacy!" he exclaimed, dipping a wild fruit into the honey. With a satisfying crunch, the refreshing aroma of the fruit mingled with the sweetness of the honey in his mouth. Confirmed, this is a fake warrior nation. Indeed, Manxiong, are you certain you have never watched bears outrage? I too wish to taste wild fruits dipped in honey. Wow, you robbed the bear of its honey and now force it to kneel before the heavy sword. That is quite the cruelty. The bear seemed to shrug off its plight, thinking, as long as Xiao Zuo is happy, I can forego my pride. As the scene unfolded with one enjoying a hot pot and the other savoring wild fruits dipped in honey. The live streaming room was filled with joy. Why did you all take so long to return? Useless. As Xiao Zuo and Manxiong were indulging in their meal, a sudden roar erupted from the distance. Emanating from Pu Jui, the earlier sorrowful expression of the great bear had now been replaced by a fierce grimace. Exhausted, famished, and frightened, He had to endure the tantalizing aroma of Xiao's hot pot and the incessant smacking of Man Xiong's lips, pushing him to the brink of despair. Moreover, the three individuals he had dispatched to forage for food returned empty-handed. Jui Wei, the trio pouted, their faces etched with grievance. Just 10 minutes prior, they had gathered an ample bundle of wild fruits, which would have provided both hydration and sustenance. Yet, on their return journey, they had been ambushed from behind, leaving them dazed and disoriented. By the time they regained their wits, the bundle had vanished. However, they spotted Man Xiong joyfully feasting on a package near Xiaozhua. Most alarmingly, Man Xiong was clutching two halves of a beehive. The bear, having been robbed of its hive, was now kneeling before Xiao's formidable sword, rendering the trio's intention to confront Man Xiong utterly futile. "You, what do you mean by you? You can't even find food. What use are you to me? Get lost. I don't need useless members in my team." Pu Jui bellowed in fury, casting the three from his ranks without a shred of mercy. Although these individuals were elite in society, their skills were of no utility in this expedition, and Pu Jui showed no inclination to spare them. Ultimately, Pu Jui entered a small tent erected by others, accompanied by Jin Junkai, while Xiaozhua, having satisfied his hunger, retreated to his own tent. As for the Great Bear, Xiaozhua did not specify how it would be dealt with. Meanwhile, after indulging, Man Xiong approached the Great Bear directly. At that moment, he surmised that the bear's reaction was a consequence of Xiao's sword. Placing the honey before the bear's nose, Man Xiong leaned against it, making himself comfortable. The bear, however, showed no signs of discontent, appearing as docile as a kitten. Yet just as Man Xiong found a cozy position, he suddenly noticed the Great Bear lift its head sharply. "What's wrong?" Man Xiong asked, patting the bear amiably, completely disregarding its formidable nature. The bear, unperturbed, emitted a series of low growls directed towards the south, seemingly issuing a warning to something unseen. Observing the bear's reaction, Man Xiong turned to gaze in the same direction in the darkness of the night. It appeared that something was approaching, and not just one entity. Concurrently, the barrage of comments in the live stream shifted dramatically. The previous cheerful atmosphere was supplanted by an eerie tension. "Oh my goodness. What is that approaching towards Zuoshen? Is that a shadow moving? Could it be General Wang Jian returning with Qin soldiers? This looks ominous. Could we be facing Wild Zhongzi?" I've set my phone down. Otherwise, I might need to replace the screen tomorrow. Hiding your phone is nothing. I've tucked my head away. Goodness, the one above is impressive. Will Zuoshen be in danger? How do we warn him? Rest assured, your concern should not be for Zuoshen, but for yourselves. As the comments flew across the screen, the Great Bear had fully risen, its towering height of nearly 3 meters casting a formidable presence, making even the 2-meter-tall Man Xiong feel diminutive. Meanwhile, a series of mournful sounds filled the air, as if lamenting something lost. "What now?" Man Xiong muttered, irritated. Just then a dark object fell before him. Maexin, Xiao's indifferent voice broke through the tent. Picking up the object from the ground, Man Xiong finally discerned what Xiaozhua had tossed him, a black donkey hoof. "Maexin, protect Man Xiong. Should there be any slip-up, you shall perish." Xiaozhua's voice echoed once more within the tent, still as detached as ever. Yet, with this proclamation, both Man Xiong and the viewers in the live stream were left in utter bewilderment. Zuoshen is actually speaking to the bear. Could it be that this bear hails from Wuxiong Ridge? Look, the bear just nodded. Guojiahao sent 50 super rockets with the message. It's confirmed. Zuoshen is a beast master. As the comments flooded the live stream, the sounds from the dark southern expanse grew increasingly distinct. Man Xiong gripped the black donkey hoof tightly, yet he refrained from drawing his axe. Holding the glutinous rice-made hoof, he felt an unsettling disquiet, akin to being sent on a perilous mission armed only with a toy gun. Roar! The Great Bear seemed unable to withstand the oppressive atmosphere any longer. Its forepaws slammed against the ground as it tilted its head and roared in response. A chilling wave of deathly silence encircled them, the air around them plummeting to an icy stillness. Gasping at the sudden drop in temperature, the battle-hardened Man Xiong couldn't help but inhale sharply. "Kill, kill, kill!" The cries of slaughter grew louder as the dark figures drew near, becoming increasingly discernible. At last, Man Xiong caught a glimpse of the true nature of the approaching entities in the west. These beings were known as the undead. Upon witnessing the decayed forms, covered in white fuzz and exuding a palpable aura of death. Man Xiong tightened his grip on the black donkey hoof. Max, and he shouted, charging towards the shadows to a retired soldier. His observational skills and combat prowess far surpassed those of ordinary individuals, with just a glance at the staggering figures. He immediately identified their vulnerability, their speed. Whether it was a natural slowness or a consequence of just emerging from the earth, their pace could only be described as sluggish. Understanding what lay before him, Man Xiong recognized the true purpose of the black donkey hoof in his grasp. "You fools!" Hearing the commotion, Pu Jui and his companions emerged from their makeshift wooden tent, shocked by the terrifying sight of the approaching figures. They also lamented Man Xiong's apparent lack of insight. Despite their slow pace, their numbers were overwhelming, at least 100 of them. "Prepare to retreat. Once this fool is done for, we'll leave," Pu Jui commanded as he settled onto a large rock. Should Man Xiong perish, Xiaozhou would be left without his right-hand man. Moreover, Pu Jui was somewhat wary of Man Xiong's ferocity. If they aimed to eliminate Xiaozhou, this warrior would undoubtedly go berserk. Roar! Seeing Man Xiong charge forward, the great bear, positioned before the indomitable sword, let out a roar and surged forward as well. After all, Xiaozhou had instructed it to protect this individual named Man Xiong. If anything were to happen to him, the bear's own life would be forfeit. That moment, most viewers in Xiaozhou's live stream had switched to a God's eye view, while others had opted to watch from Man Xiong's perspective. Zuoshun, your heart is truly vast. Zombies are surrounding us, and you're still sleeping in the tent. Remarkable that he can sleep under such circumstances. Zuoshun's heart must be immense. Everyone, stay calm. With the black donkey hoof and the bear's protection, Man Xiong should be safe. Who would have thought that stealing honey would yield such a powerful ally? As new viewers flooded into the live stream, Man Xiong approached the horde of white-furred beings. Though these creatures appeared grotesque, they could be easily dealt with as long as one possessed courage. Kill. Sensing the presence of the living, the white-furred entities sluggishly converged upon Man Xiong. Yet a massive figure moved faster than them, blocking the living from its path. Roar! The great bear unleashed a mighty roar, crashing into a dozen white-furred beings with a savage force. "Hey, big bear, at least leave one for me," Man Xiong exclaimed, shaking his hand as he watched the white-furred beings soar through the air. As the viewers in the live stream heard Man Xiong refer to the great bear as Big Bear, they instantly rallied together. "Protect Zuoshun. It's our duty. Protect Zuoshun. It's our duty." I bet this brother from the battle-hardened nation hasn't seen bears out and about. Else, I'd let my father take my surname. Hello to the brother above. Just curious, do you share your surname with your father? Am I the only one noticing that great bear? After sending those dozen or so white-haired rice dumplings flying, it glanced at Zuoshun's tent, seemingly seeking the deity's approval. "Xiongda, the white-haired rice dumplings are about to encircle the fierce bear again. Hurry and stop them." A casual remark from the fierce bear inadvertently bestowed the adorable name Xiongda upon the great gray bear. At this moment, those white-haired rice dumplings that had been knocked aside by Xiongda were slowly rising to their feet. Although Xiongda possessed tremendous strength, the white-haired rice dumplings appeared utterly oblivious to pain or fear. "Come, let me treat you to some black donkey hooves." The fierce bear swung the black donkey hoof directly at the forehead of one white-haired dumpling. Bang! The hoof left a crescent-shaped mark on its brow. The fierce bear quickly leapt out of the dumpling's attack range. Kill! The white-haired dumpling, struck by the black donkey hoof, staggered slightly but then continued advancing towards the fierce bear. Witnessing this, the fierce bear felt a chill in his heart. Just as he was preparing to draw his mountain-splitting axe for a serious confrontation, an unusual phenomenon occurred. The crescent mark on the white-haired dumpling's forehead, created by the impact of the black donkey hoof, began to emit a faint blue glow. In the blink of an eye, the crescent shape transformed into a flickering blue flame. With another blink, the mass of blue fire suddenly expanded, enveloping the entire white-haired dumpling. Boom! Accompanied by the roar of flames, the dumpling disintegrated into a cloud of ash. Wow! It really works! Glancing at the black donkey hoof in his hand, the fierce bear felt invigorated, with Xiongda as his ally. The fierce bear merely needed to wield the black donkey hoof to reap the rewards one by one. The white-haired dumplings burst like blue fireworks that in just over 10 minutes, the fierce bear had dispatched nearly all of the white-haired dumplings. Roar! After such an intense battle, Xiongda felt somewhat weakened. However, just as they were catching their breath, the rustling sounds from the southern night grew even louder. Kill! The faintly echoing battle cries sent a shiver down the fierce bear's spine. Though Xiongda was valiant, and the black donkey hoof incredibly useful, if the white-haired dumplings continued to swarm in unending numbers, they would only be exhausted. Moreover, the fierce bear noticed that Xiongda's back bore 5 deep gashes, each emanating a dark aura of death. The author has something to say. Chapter 13. Xiongda evolves. He became bald, yet stronger. Keep the black donkey hoof close. It could save your life in the future. The fierce bear was contemplating whether to call Xiao or to make a hasty retreat when suddenly, Xiao's voice rang out behind him. Brother Xiao, there are more and more of those things. Should we find a way to evade them? The fierce bear, gripping the black donkey hoof, spoke. Simultaneously, he noticed that the 7-member team led by Pu Jui had already begun to retreat. Moving forward may not necessarily be better than staying put. Xiao's did not directly answer the fierce bear, but extended his palm. Observing the wounds on Xiongda's back, Xiao's fingers moved lightly that a drop of blood fell from Xiao's fingertip, landing precisely on Xiongda's injured at this moment. Xiongda was lying on the ground, appearing meek and submissive. What is this? The fierce bear looked at Xiao's actions, utterly perplexed. Not only was the fierce bear baffled, but the viewers in the live stream were also filled with curiosity. The rice dumpling army is coming, yet Zuoshun remains so calm. I adore it. What is Zuoshun doing by dripping blood on Xiongda's wound? Could it be that his blood is precious? I don't know, but Xiongda looks so pitiful and submissive. It's quite adorable. This live stream is becoming increasingly entertaining. Look, the wound on Xiongda's back is healing. As a comet fluttered by, all the viewers' gazes were fixed on Xiongda's back. Not only was his wound healing, but his head was also undergoing a transformation. The fur atop Xiongda's head began to fall away gradually. Sensing the oddity at his crown, Xiongda shook his head, causing the fallen fur to scatter about. Wow, what is happening? Xiongda is going bald. Not only has he gone bald, but his body seems to be changing shape as well. Indeed. He appears to be even more formidable. Look at Xiongda's eyes. They are shimmering with red flames. Wu Jiahao sent 50 super rockets and commented, Zuoshun, I offer 1 billion for a drop of your blood. Is that feasible? Roar! Just as the barrage of comments filled the live stream, Xiongda suddenly rose, letting out a roar that carried an almost dragon-like resonance. What is going on? Didn't anyone see? Xiongda has evolved. He has gone bald, yet grown stronger. My goodness, the red flames flickering in his eyes are utterly captivating. This is the zombie bear. Magic City Yi family. Yize sent 50 super rockets and commented, Hello. Zuoshun, my father is very interested in you. If possible, could we treat you to a meal after the expedition? Magic City Yi family. Yize sent 50 super rockets and commented, By the way, I forgot to mention, you can set any condition as long as you agree. Guo Jiahao sent 50 super rockets and commented, It seems that after this expedition, Zuoshun will soar to great heights. Remember the rich and forget not the poor. Remember the rich and forget not the poor. Remember the rich and forget not the poor. While the live stream was brimming with comments, Xiao's leisurely returned to his tent, seemingly ignoring the white-haired dumplings that were steadily encroaching. Fierce bear, the next task will be handled by Xiongda. You should rest. With that, Xiao's lay down in the tent and zipped it shut. Roar! Without giving the fierce bear time to react, Xiongda, now sporting a bald head, charged towards the south. Subsequently, the sounds of chaos erupted. Although there were no screams, the sound of bones shattering sent chills down the fierce bear's spine. Casting a glance back at the tent, the fierce bear could not help but suck in a cold breath that a single drop of blood not only healed Xiongda's wounds but also caused him to mutate and upgrade. Although the side effect was that Xiongda had gone bald, he was a creature that cared little for appearance. He wouldn't complain even if he lost every strand of fur. Taking out his flashlight, the fierce bear prepared to observe Xiongda's combat prowess up close with the black donkey hoof in hand. However, the moment he switched on the flashlight, he was left dumbfounded. There were at least 300 to 500 white-haired dumplings in the south. Yet despite their staggering numbers, those dumplings were retreating step by step. The transformed Xiongda, with his eyes gleaming red flames, was fiercely attacking. Just Xiongda alone was driving the 300 to 500 white-haired dumplings back in defeat. Moreover, Xiongda's methods of attack were unlike before. He seemed to have gained some intelligence, targeting the vital spots of the dumplings with each strike. Though violent, there was a method to his madness. Wow! Xiongda is incredible. No, it should be Zuoshun who is incredible. A single drop of blood has propelled Xiongda to such heights that if I could obtain Xiongda's strength, I would willingly go bald. Wake up, buddy! While Xiongda became stronger after going bald. You would likely just save on electricity that I envy Xiongda for receiving a drop of Zuoshun's precious blood. After Xiao's were returned to his tent, those in his live stream who could no longer see Xiongda's battle began flocking to the Fierce Bear stream. Of course, a considerable number of female viewers remained. However, Xiao's stream was eerily quiet at that moment, with the remaining viewers glued to their screens, fervently admiring the action. Ivanov, the Fierce Bear's live stream, reached 1 billion views, granting him his first equipment update qualification. Your equipment is on the way. As the Fierce Bear watched Xiongda dominate the white-haired dumplings, the voice of host Susu echoed in the public channel. Soon, a drone carrying an equipment box began to approach the Fierce Bear. While he was receiving his equipment update, others from Waigua, including the likes of Miguel Smith and Yugua's Jin Junkai, also gained the qualification for equipment updates. However, at this moment, among those receiving updates, only the Fierce Bear had the leisure to open his equipment box. Get lost. What on earth is this thing? No matter how I attack, I can't kill it. The lid of the hemp barrel waved a katana in its hand. Shouting frantically, IT encountered the white-haired Zongzi along with Smith Feiwu's team, but the sheer number of these Zongzi left them somewhat overwhelmed. Exhausted and weary, they felt they were on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, at this critical moment, they obtained the qualification for equipment upgrades. Meanwhile, on Park Ji's side, Bearda stood guard against the white-haired Zongzi, allowing them to choose to retreat early. However, the trouble they encountered now was even more bizarre than the Zongzi. As Xiaozhua had remarked, moving forward may not necessarily lead to a better outcome. Having left Xiaozhua's vicinity, Park Ji sought a quiet place to rest, yet he found himself unable to escape a radius of 1 mile. No matter the direction he took, he would invariably return to the same tree. It was not until midnight that a woman adorned in attire reminiscent of the Qin dynasty appeared before them, greeting the gentleman with a slow bow. Gentlemen, I have a question for you. Do I resemble a human or a celestial being? The woman stated, her gaze locking on a Park Ji. Author's note. Thank you to all the generous patrons for your gifts and 5-star reviews. I wish everyone success in their examinations. May you achieve perfect scores in every subject. Chapter 14. The Yellow-Skin Seeker of Ascension. Do you see me as a human or a celestial being? Upon hearing her question, Park Ji was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was about to respond, someone behind him quickly intervened. Ji, do not answer. A single misstep could cost us our lives. Park Ji glanced at the individual, swallowing the words he was about to utter. Although this person had no remarkable talents, he was well versed in the strange legends of the Dragon Kingdom, which was why Park Ji had accepted him. Seeing Park Ji remain silent, the woman's eyes revealed a hint of resentment. Having cultivated within the ancestral tomb of the Great Qin for over a century, she was but a step away from ascension to immortality. Although there was a chance of failure leading to her soul dispersing in 7 days, she questioned the purpose of her cultivation, if not to attain immortality. Gentlemen, do I look like a human or a celestial being? The woman twisted her waist as she inquired again. Were it not for her initial question marking the commencement of the ascension, these individuals would have long since become corpses. The ritual of ascension was sacred, and slaying along the way was forbidden. Bloodshed would result in a failed ascension, with the soul dissipating after 7 days, that if every seeker of ascension could threaten lives, they would all succeed and ascend to immortality. However, Park Ji stood immobile like a stone statue, that in this perilous forbidden zone. A woman of stunning beauty appeared before him, garbed in magnificent attire, questioning whether he perceived her as human or celestial. Even a fool could sense the oddity of the situation, that as the atmosphere grew suffocating, the equipment crate belonging to Jin Junkai slowly approached, landing precisely at the woman's feet. The crowd gasped in unison, their attention drawn to the crate, to their astonishment. The woman's bare feet, adorned with yellow fur, were visible, and they were not particularly large. Instantly, beads of cold sweat formed on Park Ji and his companions' foreheads. They dared not move or speak, standing face to face with this woman. Noticing their gaze drop to the ground, the woman instinctively retracted her feet. After all, having just transformed into human form, some aspects remained imperfect. "Gentlemen, do you see me as human or celestial?" The woman repeated, her voice now laced with anger. At that moment, Xiao Zhuo, who had been peacefully asleep in the tent, slowly opened his eyes. Estimating that Baird had been battling the white-haired Zongzi for around 3 to 4 hours. He glanced at his watch. It was now 1 in the morning. Observing the direction Park Ji had taken, a glimmer sparked in Xiao Zhuo's eyes that I suspect that if you do not perish, it simply means your fate is not yet sealed. Xiao Zhuo murmured to himself, stretching his body as he exited the tent. The viewers in the live stream, witnessing Xiao Zhuo's silhouette, surged back in excitement. Despite the late hour, the popularity of Xiao Zhuo's stream not only remained steady, but continued to rise. Meanwhile, in a courtyard in Modu, Bai Tianlong slapped the drowsy Yi Xiu awake. "Old man, wake up quickly. That young lad is about to make a move again," Bai Tianlong said, pointing at the live stream before them. Having witnessed Xiao Zhuo's blood causing the giant bear to mutate, the two elders had gone completely mad. For years, aside from work, Xiao Zhuo was the first to keep them awake and restless at why Yi Xiu jolted awake, glancing at the live stream. "What is he planning now? I'm not sure. Just now, he woke up and mentioned something about if you do not die. Your fate is not yet sealed, and I suspect he was referring to that fellow Park Ji," Bai Tianlong replied. With a loud clap, Yi Xiu struck Bai Tianlong's thigh. "Old man, why haven't you switched to Park Ji's stream to see?" At that, Bai Tianlong finally realized, hastily switching to Park Ji's live stream. Uninterested in the barrage of comments, the two elders were instantly captivated by the woman before Park Ji Dashi. Yi Xiu, is that not? Bai Tianlong began, frantically rummaging through his phone for a photo. The image was somewhat blurry, but it was discernible enough to recognize the face of a yellow-skinned creature. This was a photo taken by someone during their retreat from the Great Qin's ancestral tomb. Mountain spirits and wild creatures, the yellow-skinned one seeking ascension, Yi Xiu remarked, examining the photo on his phone, before looking back at the woman standing before Park Ji Dash. Yet it seemed Xiao Zhuo was already aware that heading this way would lead to an encounter with the yellow-skinned creature seeking ascension. Which is why he chose to sleep in the tent. His earlier words about not dying meaning one's fate was not sealed also referred to Park Ji, that if one were to encounter a yellow-skinned creature seeking ascension and survived, it undoubtedly indicated that their fate was not yet sealed. Bai Tianlong analyzed as he held the phone, and Yi Xiu nodded in agreement. "Xiao Zhuo is certainly extraordinary. Let us see if we can establish contact with him." Suddenly, Yi Xiu's eyes lit up as a thought struck him. This wretched live stream only allows us to send comments and does not facilitate interaction with the contestants. How can we make contact? Bai Tianlong grumbled in frustration. With a smirk, Yi Xiu produced a poster for Global Exploration live streaming. At the bottom of the poster, a line of small text caught Bai Tianlong's eye. Supplementary rules for contestants in Global Exploration live streaming. When the number of contestants is fewer than 10, a supplementary contestant will automatically be selected from the pool of registrants to join the exploration. Upon reading this rule, the two elders exchanged knowing smiles. Random selection? For ordinary individuals, it may indeed be random. However, for us, random means undisclosed selection. As they discussed, the live stream depicted Xiao Zhuo arriving behind the giant bear, who was currently grinning while holding several detonators. Though he had not acquired firearms from the equipment upgrade, 15 detonators were still quite appealing. "Let us go," Xiao Zhuo instructed the giant bear, turning towards the north. "Bear duh," the giant bear said as it secured the detonators, glancing at the still fighting bear duh. "Do not worry. Those white-haired Zongzi cannot harm it." With that, Xiao Zhuo had already set off, and the giant bear hurriedly followed in his wake. Although they had not rested, the giant bear was in high spirits. Especially after acquiring the additional detonators, as the two moved forward, they reached a dense forest half an hour later. While the Great Qin's ancestral tomb was filled with towering ancient trees, this particular forest appeared to be much more lush, emanating an eerie atmosphere that sent shivers down their spines. Upon entering the woods, they were suddenly startled by a piercing scream. "Did I ask you? Do you see me as a human or a celestial being?" Author's note. The humble author is earnestly seeking 5-star ratings, donations, and bookshelf editions. Chapter 15. Xiao Zhuo draws his sword, a call from the Ma family of the 3 northeastern provinces. What was that sound? The giant bear was taken aback by the sudden noise. Naturally, the viewers in Xiao's live stream were equally startled. What on earth is happening? Oh no, my newly replaced phone screen. Why did it suddenly turn eerie? From the sound, it seems someone is angry. Bro upstairs, are you sure it's a person? Bear stood against the white-haired Zhongzi, and here they found themselves in another predicament. The Great Qin's ancestral tomb was indeed perilous. Free Immortal donated 50 super rockets and commented, Lord Zhua, if she's a female monster, please do not kill her. Leave her for me. Wow, the Great Free Immortal is impressive, even considering saving female monsters. Men, haha, women, haha, monsters, nice. A piercing scream abruptly roused the audience, who had just begun to succumb to drowsiness. Many among them had already resorted to consuming anti-hypertensive medication and quick-acting heart-saving pills that do not speak for a moment. Instructed Xiao's with a Man Xiong before he strode directly into the dense forest. Man Xiong scratched his head, glancing back in confusion, feeling an inexplicable presence trailing behind him. Upon entering the woods, Xiao's would gradually approach the location where Pu Jui and his 7 companions L.A.Y. Tio Xiao's was disappointment. It appeared that Pu Jui and his group were not dead. They were merely sprawled on the ground. Unconscious, before them, a creature clad in opulent attire was shrieking in a frenzied manner. The monster Xiao's beheld was none other than the infamous yellow weasel. As it repeatedly queried, do you see me as human or celestial? The hapless individuals were so terrified that they fainted on the spot. Had it not been for its overwhelming desire to attain immortality, the yellow weasel would have devoured their hearts by now. However, as the summoning had already commenced, it was forbidden to commit murder. In a moment of desperation, its previously assumed human form began to dissipate. The golden fur of the yellow weasel gradually emerged, and the enchanting visage of a woman morphed into that of the weasel. Delicate hands transformed into 2 furry claws, yet its stature remained unchanged, still donning a bizarrely elegant attire to do you see me as. The yellow weasel, in a fit of rage, abruptly halted as it sensed someone approaching. Turning to glance at Xiao Zhua, it cackled maniacally. It seems fate has decreed that I shall attain immortality. If those 7 do not awaken, the summoning will conclude at dawn. Naturally, without a response, it would also signify the failure of the summoning. Observing Xiao's was cold demeanor, with strands of hair falling across his forehead and his piercing gaze. The yellow weasel cleared its throat awkwardly. Without further ado, it hastily resumed its human form and approached Xiao Zhua. Living being. Do I resemble a human or a celestial being? The yellow weasel raised its head, feigning an ethereal air. However, Xiao Zhua's gaze remained fixed upon the unconscious figures of Pu Jui and his companions to be a stroke of misfortune. These individuals had indeed evaded a calamity through their fainting spells. It seemed their fates were not yet sealed. Good heavens, yellow weasels truly exist in this world. Was it not decreed that no beings were to attain such forms after the establishment of the nation? How can this creature still be here to summon? I reside 35 miles outside Jiangxing in a village called Xiao, and I ask there a kind-hearted elder brother or sister willing to deliver some anti-hypertensive medication to me. To the one upstairs, are you lost in thought? I dare wager that the price of those medications will soar by tomorrow. In the magical city of Modu, Yize tipped 50 super rockets and commented, Zhuoshen, can you refrain from killing? Perhaps leave it for future research. Xian tipped 50 super rockets and commented, Zhuoshen, disregard him. It's better left for me that I fancy this yellow weasel. My heavens, whether human or ghost, everyone is putting on a show, while only Yumi Pu endures the beating that I just witnessed at Corn Cob, fainting out of fright. This idol doesn't seem very formidable. Does it? Is this all there is? Observing the disheveled Pu Jui and his companions sprawled on the ground, the audience in Xiao's was live stream formed a queue that moment. Xiao's was seemed to finally notice the yellow weasel before him. Upon realizing Xiao's was gaze had turned toward it, the yellow weasel hurriedly adjusted its attire. Perform good deeds, attain immortality, cultivate diligently, and become a person. Should I engage in even the slightest wrongdoing, I shall send you to the underworld. Xiao Zhua's eyes locked onto the yellow weasel, his golden slit pupils gleaming ominously. Hissing in alarm, the yellow weasel staggered back 2 steps upon hearing Xiao Zhua's response. What kind of response was that? Had the summoning succeeded or failed? Living being, I advise you to do good. Do not obstruct my path to enlightenment. uncertain whether the summoning had concluded, the yellow weasel addressed Xiaozhua. Yet, Xiaozhua's gaze remained unwavering. Fixed upon the yellow weasel to end the face of the creature's threat, Xiaozhua remained silent, his left hand reaching behind him. Humming, the wuxia heavy sword was drawn, its oppressive aura instantly enveloping the yellow weasel. Living being, what do you intend to do? Seeing Xiaozhua draw his sword without provocation, the yellow weasel instinctively retreated. The desire for immortality suppressed its urge to unleash chaos. Just now, had you turned and walked away, you could have spared your life, Xiaozhua stated, gripping the wuxia heavy sword. Suddenly, Xiaozhua's figure surged forward. Though his speed was not particularly rapid, the overwhelming pressure he exuded bore down upon the live stream audience. Akin to a mountain, Zuoshun is ruthless and speaks little. He draws his sword at the slightest disagreement. Such mountain spirits and wild beasts should not be indulged. Indeed, had we encountered such a creature, we would undoubtedly meet our demise regardless of our words that if it were deemed human, its failure in the summoning would lead to it haunting us in the days preceding its disintegration. If it were regarded as divine, as mere mortals, we have no right to confer divinity upon it. Should it ascend to immortality, we would instead bear the consequences of its divine elevation. Zuoshun has presented it with 3 choices. Its failure to comprehend is its own fault. Zio Xian tipped 50 super rockets and commented, Zuoshun, I have prepared a bed. Please do not kill it. Witnessing Xiaozhua would draw his sword. The audience in the live stream erupted with fervor. This marked Xiaozhua's first genuine encounter in battle that in the courtyard of Modu by Tianlong and Yi Xiu, 2 elders, clenched their fists tightly, unable to contain their excitement. I cannot wait. I must head to the tomb of the great Qin ancestor dragon immediately. This Xiaozhua, facing a mountain spirit and wild beast, exhibited no fear. Instead, he boldly took action, a true formidable individual. Yi Xiu trembled with anticipation, as if he had glimpsed something unimaginable. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone pierced the air, startling both men. Upon seeing the caller ID, Yi Xiu frowned slightly that it's the Ma family from the northern 3 provinces. With that, Yi Xiu answered the call to Jinbei. Why are you calling at such a late hour? What is the matter? Yi Lao, have you seen the exploration program regarding the tomb of the great Qin ancestor dragon? I am currently watching it. Regarding the yellow weasel within, our Ma family hopes you can intervene and refrain from taking drastic actions. Jinbei's tone was urgent, laced with a hint of pleading. Upon hearing Ma Jinbei's words, Yi Xiu's brows furrowed slightly. The author has a note. Thank you to all the generous readers for the 5-star ratings and gifts. Immensely appreciated. I wish all those without exams good luck in their tests. Aiming for full marks in every subject. Chapter 16. Annihilating the yellow weasel, the Ma family's disciple from the northern 3 provinces takes action. Jinbei, you know that even if I am calling now, it would be too late, Yi Xiu concluded, directly hanging up the phone. Of course, he had no intention of dissuading Xiaozhua. Mountain spirits and wild beasts are typically malevolent beings and cannot be spared. Moreover, should these creatures grow powerful enough, they might encroach upon realms beyond the Forbidden Lands, making them far more challenging to deal with. Crack. In a deep courtyard in the northern 3 provinces, Ma Jinbei's expression darkened as he heard the busy tone from the phone. Applying pressure to his grip, he crushed the device in his hand. However, at that moment, the live stream showed Xiaozhua engaging in combat with the yellow weasel. Humming, Xiaozhua swung the wuxia heavy sword down upon the yellow weasel. The creature finally realized that its summoning had failed. Not only had it failed, but the cold youth before it was intent on annihilating it. Living being, you have ruined my century-long cultivation. This celestial being will not rest until we are both dead. As it spoke, the yellow weasel's body trembled violently, its opulent garments disintegrating, revealing its true form. Seeing this, Man Xiong could not help but rub his eyes in disbelief. Goodness, I thought the bear had mutated enough. But who would have imagined that a yellow weasel could speak human language? Moreover, this weasel evidently possesses more than mere brute strength. With each gesture, a chilling, sinister wind howled around them. Brother Xiao, do you require assistance? Man Xiong brandished his axe. Though he was a retired soldier, he remained acutely aware of his capabilities. Should he rashly intervene, he might inadvertently impede Xiao's efforts, which would lead to complications. However, as his hand brushed the axe, Before he could finish his sentence, Xiaozhua had already retracted the wuxia heavy sword. Burn it. Leaving just 2 words, Xiaozhua directly ventured into the depths of the forest. This is an indispensable path leading to the entrance of the tomb of the ancestor dragon of the Great Qin. In the game, he had encountered this yellow weasel numerous times. However, unlike in reality, in the game, he often found himself being overpowered by the yellow weasel. Yet this time, Xiaozhua managed to vent his pent-up frustrations, dispatching the weasel with a single strike. Though he appeared composed on the surface, he couldn't help but marvel at the might of the Zhu long bloodline. The wuxia heavy sword, weighing 680 pounds, was utterly unmanageable for an ordinary person. Yet, the century-old yellow weasel could effortlessly parry it. Had it not been for a drop of blood that fell upon the wuxia sword during the swing, it would have been challenging to slay the weasel using the sword's weight alone. That as Xiaozhua rose and proceeded deeper into the forest, Man Xiong hurried to the lifeless form of the weasel, producing his lighter and gathering some dry twigs to cover the weasel's corpse. Growing up was not easy, but that does not excuse your malevolence towards others. That if one must harm, why not target a true villain instead? That corn country oppressor, why not shatter him? Man Xiong muttered to himself as he watched the fierce flames engulfing the yellow weasel's body, although Xiaozhua had already ventured deeper into the forest. The live stream's comments were still abuzz discussing Xiao's remarkable sword strike. That I can't be imagining things, right? Just now, when Zuoshin swung his sword, I swear I heard the sound of a dragon's roar. Indeed, I heard it too. Zuoshin's heavy sword shattered that yellow weasel's bones with just 1 strike. Truly miraculous strength. By the way, where is Zuoshin headed? I don't know, but it seems there's a cave ahead. Oh my, Zuoshin isn't planning to eradicate the yellow weasel's nest, is he? Ah, how ruthless, but I quite like it. Free Immortal sent 50 super rockets with a message. What a pity, such a large one. And I had my little umbrella ready. You're amazing. Your hobby is truly unique. The comments flew across the live stream, but far away in the northern provinces, Ma Jinbei wore a frosty expression. Just then, a haunting voice echoed from the room behind him. Jinbei, did you see? That outsider not only denied my Huang family's descendants the chance to ascend, but also killed them with a heavy sword. Today, I command you to take action. You must eliminate that outsider. Otherwise, your Ma family shall know no peace for generations. Hearing the voice from within, Ma Jinbei quickly lowered his head, clasping his hands in respect. Great Immortal, do not be enraged. Your disciple shall depart at once. After speaking, Ma Jinbei shouldered his pack and set off towards the tomb of the ancestor dragon of the Great Qin. Although it had become a forbidden area, the authorities had not stationed any guards. The reason was simple. None who entered ever emerged alive, hence no need for guardianship. Meanwhile, Xiaozhua stood before a cave at the Great Qin ancestor dragon's tomb, blissfully unaware that someone harbored malicious intent towards him. Listening to the rustling sounds emanating from the cave, Xiaozhua thrust the still-bloodied wuxia heavy sword forcefully into the cave's entrance. In an instant, the entire cave fell silent. Brother Xiao, I have arrived. Why is there a cave here? Man Xiong, having finished dealing with the yellow weasel's corpse, hurried over, panting heavily. Dynamite, Xiaozhua replied succinctly, gesturing towards the cave. Blow up the mountain? Man Xiong's eyes widened in surprise. However, Xiaozhua remained unresponsive, adopting a demeanor of indifference. Scratching his head, Man Xiong rummaged through his backpack. With some new equipment, he had acquired 15 sticks of dynamite. Although not particularly powerful, it constituted formidable firepower in this context. Given the cave's considerable size, it would require at least 5 or 6 sticks to make an impact. But since the moment he successfully teamed up with Xiaozhua, Xiaozhua had become the core of their duo. Extracting 6 sticks of dynamite, Man Xiong deftly bound them together. With a flick of a match, he lit the fuse and hurled the dynamite into the cave. Although unaware of what lay within, Xiaozhua would surely not act without purpose. Yet after the dynamite was tossed into the cave, man, what is this? This is evidence that kimchi belongs to our core nation. The presence of kimchi here signifies that the heritage of the Dragon Nation originates from the core nation. Jiui, take this kimchi with you. It will serve as evidence in the future. The fans of Jiui from the core nation are as fervent as if they had been injected with adrenaline. However, none of the individuals from the Dragon Nation present in Jiui's livestream dare to speak up. Some even go so far as to stand in solidarity with the Corn Nation, vocally claiming the ludicrous notion that the heritage of the Dragon Nation stems from the Corn Nation. Upon hearing Jiuyi's voice behind him, Xiao's outstretched leg came to a halt. This is a global adventure live streaming program. Despite being in a forbidden zone, the law still prevails that if this were a show about mass escapes or survival, Xiaozhua was certain that Jiuyi would have met his demise 100 times over. Although Xiaozhua believes in the natural order of things, that everything is preordained, Jiuyi's provocation extends beyond a personal affront. It is an insult to the entire dragon ethnicity. Such a person deserves to be condemned. Noticing Xiaozhua's pause, the imposing figure of Man Xiong was taken aback that he swiftly turned and confronted Jiuyi. Kimchi, is it truly from your Corn Nation? I could just as easily claim that meals originate from our warrior nation. Should other countries then refrain from eating? Man Xiong declared, as he reached into the jar and extracted a few leaves. An overwhelming stench immediately assaulted his senses. Goodness! Are you insane? This kimchi must be decades old. How could it possibly be edible? Jin Junkai exclaimed, hastily covering his nose and retreating. Pathetic, utterly worthless, just incessantly babbling. Man Xiong scoffed, tossing the leaves in Jiuyi's direction and shaking his hand dismissively. I have no idea where these corn folks derive their unwarranted confidence. Seeing anything from the Dragon Nation, they immediately claim it as their own. It's utterly shameless. Man Xiong, this is none of your concern. Why meddle in affairs that do not involve you? Jin Junkai remarked, reaching for the spiral knife within his backpack. This is not meddling. The Dragon Nation boasts a history spanning thousands, even tens of thousands of years, while you. How long have you existed? Day by day. Do you even know when the winds change, or when it rains? If you seek a fight, you need not call upon my brother Xiao. I alone can take on all 7 of you. Unyielding, Man Xiong rolled up his sleeves, ready for confrontation. Junkai, do not engage him. He is merely a rabid dog. Xiaozhua interjected, preventing Jin Junkai from escalating the situation. Though Jiuyi spoke brazenly, he was not foolish. Jin Junkai was a 9th-degree black belt in Taekwondo, capable of defeating 99% of opponents. Yet Man Xiong was a retired soldier, a professional in the art of killing. Jiuyi and his companions retreated in defeat, while Man Xiong looked on with disdain. At that moment, Xiaozhua's gaze fell upon the jar of kimchi. Previously, he had only known it as a mere den of yellow weasels in the game, never having ventured inside to inspect it. To his surprise, the explosion had unearthed other items as well. Observing the jar of kimchi on the live stream, by Tianlong and Yi Xiu from the 4 courtyards of Magic City were overcome with emotional tears. To the average person, this might hold little value, but for those who have devoted their lives to archaeology, it is a treasure beyond price that authors note. Chapter 18. 100 jars of kimchi. Experts from the Dragon Nation mobilized. Old Bai, Old Yi, The 2 elders embraced each other in a frenzy, nearly overwhelmed with excitement. This kimchi must have been fermented by those who constructed the tomb of the first emperor of Qin thousands of years ago. Its research value is extraordinary. No more waiting. I am heading to the site right now. Bai Tianlong declared as he pulled out his phone to make a call. Meanwhile, Yi Xiu frantically dialed his own contacts. In less than half an hour, a sleek black luxury car arrived to whisk the 2 elders to the nearest airport. Concurrently, several of the Dragon Nation's top archaeologists and historians set off towards the tomb of the first emperor of Qin. Clearly, these experts had been on standby, ready to mobilize the moment someone gained access to the tomb's interior or made a significant discovery that the Global Adventure Program's headquarters for the tomb of the first emperor of Qin. The chief director, Xue Baogai, nodded repeatedly as he spoke on the phone. All right, no problem, no problem. I will make arrangements immediately. After hanging up, he gazed excitedly at the multiple screens displaying Xiaozhua's live stream. Su. Use the secure channel to inform Xiaozhua that the Dragon Nation officially requests he refrain from damaging those jars of kimchi. Xue Baogai instructed. Su looked at him quizzically before picking up a red microphone. Concurrently, Xiaozhua's communication device relayed Su's voice. Xiaozhua, hello. The Dragon Nation requests that you do not destroy those jars of kimchi. Upon hearing Su's voice, Xiaozhua glanced at the livestream camera. While he did not verbally respond, he subtly nodded that as a citizen of the Dragon Nation, he understood the significance of these items. Moreover, if these kimchi jars indeed dated back to the era of the Qin Empire, The absurd assertions from the Corn Nation claiming that the Dragon Nation's heritage originated from them would be rendered invalid. After all, if this kimchi truly came from the Qin Empire, its history would far surpass that of the Corn Nation. Standing before the collapsed entrance of the cave, Xiaozhua surveyed the massive boulder blocking the way. This jar of kimchi had burst forth from within the cave. Was it possible there were more jars inside? Approaching the boulder, Xiaozhua placed his hand upon it and exerted a slight force. This single action sent the livestream audience into a frenzy. Warning. High energy ahead. Left God is attempting to push aside several tons of boulders with his bare hands. No. I see Left God is planning to enter the cave in search of kimchi, so he will smash the giant stone with his forehead. God forbid he smashes forehead. I think it would be better to let Man Xiong handle the explosives. Are you blind? Can't you see Left God has already extended his hand? Magic City Yi family. Yi Zhe sends 50 super rockets and comments. Left God, do not attempt to move the boulder by hand. Otherwise, the secret of our Dragon Nation's martial prowess will be exposed. I work in stone processing. This boulder is estimated to weigh 2 tons for 1,000 pounds. No human strength could possibly budge it. Look, Left God is really making a move. As the comments flooded in, Xiaozhua's hands gripped the boulder at its protrusions. His legs bent slightly, assuming a stance akin to a martial artist. Brother Xiao. What are you doing? Man Xiong asked, bewildered by Xiaozhua's posture. Is he really planning to move the boulder blocking the cave entrance? Xiaozhua offered no reply, instead slowly exhaling a breath of stale air. As for whether he could actually displace the boulder before him, he was uncertain. The system's reward of immense strength was indeed useful, yet its limits remained unknown to him. Damn it. I know saying this might break the atmosphere, but I can't help but worry about Left God's pants that if he uses too much force, they might just tear right off. Report. I am fully prepared to drool over the screen. Everything is ready. Just waiting for the moment of wardrobe malfunction. The stone processing worker should stay. If Left God really manages to lift it, you must offer him a tribute. Wow, I don't know why, but I'm so nervous. To those above, I've already clenched my fists, unconsciously channeling strength for Left God that I end the live stream. Discussion swirled as Xiaozhua applied pressure to the boulder. Indeed, it was heavy, but it was no match for someone endowed with immense strength like Xiaozhua. Crack! As the ground beneath Xiaozhua's feet gave way, the boulder lifted off the surface. Gasp! Man Xiong stood by in utter astonishment. Just how strong was Xiaozhua? The ground had caved in beneath him. Yet Xiaozhua appeared relaxed, unfazed by the weighty boulder. Seeing the massive stone shift, Man Xiong quickly stepped aside as if Xiaozhua's line of sight were obstructed by the boulder, and he inadvertently sent it crashing towards him. It would be the END.AS Xiaozhua steadily cleared the boulder. The livestream audience fell silent for 3 seconds. After 3 seconds passed, truly, one step at a time. Stone processing worker sends 10 super rockets and comets. Left God. I shall henceforth refer to you as the mightiest force on Earth. Free Immortal sends 50 super rockets and comets. A godlike man, if he grips a planet, he could lift it. Magic City Yi family. Yi Zhe sends 50 super rockets and comets. Alas, I am uneducated and can only express my amazement. Free Immortal sends 100 super rockets and comets. Watching Left God lift the boulder by hand. My wife unexpectedly gave birth without my notice. Great strength yields miraculous results. The brother upstairs is truly impressive. It seems that the sister-in-law has exerted herself on behalf of the Left deity, even managing to bring forth a child, demonstrating that extraordinary strength can yield miraculous results. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Xiaozhua has already cast aside the massive stone with a thud. The stone hits the ground, causing the live broadcast to tremble slightly. Before the viewers could recover from their shock at Xiaozhua's remarkable feat, the scene in the live stream plunged them into an even greater astonishment. Inside the cavern, a faint scent of gunpowder still lingered. Wisps of delicate blue smoke floated through the cave, creating a somewhat zen-like atmosphere. Yet the multitude of yellow weasel corpses strewn across the ground sent a chill through the hearts of all the viewers. I am not heartless. If I do not eliminate them now, they will surely become a future threat. As Xiaozhua gazed upon the multitude of corpses, he murmured to himself, as if addressing both himself and the audience. However, in the next moment, Xiaozhua's gaze fell upon the innermost recess of the cave. There, he observed traces of human excavation. A vast hollow resembling a wardrobe appeared on the stone wall. Within this hollow, numerous jars covered in moss came into view, and upon estimation, there were indeed over 100 jars. Confirming that there was nothing else of note within the cave, Xiaozhua exited without delay. His mission was to enter the mausoleum of the Qin dynasty's ancestral dragon, not to study pickled vegetables here. The author has a message. Thank you all for the 5-star ratings, the bookshelves. And the gifts. Super grateful. Hee. Chapter 19. Bear guards the cave. The provocation of the Japanese mat on cap. Just as Xiaozhua was about to leave, a thunderous roar resonated through the air. Roar! The roar carried a hint of a dragon's chant. Xiaozhua paused for a moment. If someone else were to discover this cave and damage its contents, it would be a loss for the Dragon Kingdom. It would be wiser to appoint a guardian for this cave. That as Xiaozhua contemplated this, a 3-meter-tall beast appeared before him. Bear. Seeing the bear submissively crouched at Xiaozhua's feet, the barbarian bear let out an excited shout. This was a genuine wild, grizzly bear, yet it acted like a pet, knowing to seek out its master. Observing Bear's bald head, Xiaozhua felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He understood that the bloodline of the Candle Dragon could induce mutations in creatures, even granting them intelligence, but he had not anticipated that it would also result in baldness. Though Bear was not human, he too felt a touch of embarrassment. Glancing back at the cave, Xiaozhua leaned in and whispered a few words into Bear's ear, then turned to leave. The barbarian bear, still bewildered by the situation, watched as Bear sprang up and began to waddle towards the cave, all the while patting his bald head. The large bear's dairy swayed enticingly. With a puzzled expression, the barbarian bear observed Bear sitting at the cave's entrance. As if to assert that entry would require the bear's approval, and hurriedly chased after Xiaozhua. Brother Zhua, what did you say to this silly bear? The barbarian bear questioned, while Xiaozhua's livestream was already buzzing with wild speculation. Brothers, I can read lips. The left deity just told Bear to guard the entrance with ease while he goes to find the mother bear. Damned. Whoever is looking for Tsuhua, hurry up and do your homework. Although they were unaware of what the left deity had said, seeing Bear looking as happy as a bear cub filled them with inexplicable joy. The left deity must have mentioned something concerning Bear's baldness. Who says Bear doesn't care about appearances? He also has his pride, you know. The left deity is magnificent. This wild grizzly bear has willingly submitted. I am inclined to call the left deity the king of all beasts. Miracle Merchant rewarded 50 super rockets and left a message. Left deity, I want to taste pickles from thousands of years ago. Could you bring me a jar? The atmosphere in Xiaozhua's live stream was abuzz, with donations and new viewers pouring in like a tidal wave. The popularity of the Dragon Kingdom's Xiaozhua soared to 30 billion, granting him a third opportunity for equipment upgrades. Your gear is on the way. Su's voice resounded in the public channel. Upon hearing Su's voice, Xiaozhua paused, glanced at his wristwatch, and promptly took a seat that he retrieved a bucket of water from his backpack to wash his hands. As his equipment box had also arrived. Opening the box, he found not only a dozen solid fuel blocks, but also 2 sumptuous breakfasts. However, upon seeing the 2 breakfasts, Xiaozhua was not the least bit surprised. It was obvious that these were arranged by the Dragon Kingdom's officials, given Xiaozhua's capabilities and his status as a Dragon Kingdom citizen, that if Xiaozhua truly managed to enter the mausoleum of the Qin dynasty's ancestral dragon, the entire world would be left in awe of what was discovered within. Handing 1 breakfast to the barbarian bear, Xiaozhua placed 15 solid fuel blocks into his backpack. There is still mine. Bear, receiving the breakfast, was so moved that he nearly shed tears. However, glancing at Xiaozhua, Bear refrained from any further chatter. What began as a thrilling adventure program quickly transformed into an eating broadcast. The barbarian bear devoured his meal with gusto, while Xiaozhua maintained an air of genteel elegance. Just as the two were enjoying their feast, an irksome voice suddenly broke the silence. You bastard. That bear nearly scared me to death. With the voice's arrival, a few short men appeared in the line of sight of the barbarian bear and Xiaozhua. However, neither Xiaozhua nor the barbarian bear held any fondness for the newcomer or his companions, Matt on Cap from Japan, who was mindlessly arrogant, and the cunning Smith from America, along with 4 teammates at their side. You bastards, they actually get to eat breakfast, Matt on Cap exclaimed, his voice rising in a commotion upon seeing the breakfast in the hands of the barbarian bear and Xiaozhua. A mere scum from the Dragon Kingdom and a brute from a warrior nation can enjoy breakfast? Truly, the heavens are unjust. Unlike Park Ji-yun, Matt on Cap, upon seeing Xiaozhua's breakfast, was immediately seized with the urge to snatch it away. With his samurai sword held horizontally, Madong Cap lunged at Xiao's. With the moment he finished speaking that, of course, his target was Xiao Zhuo. Though the barbarian bear was a brute, should he unleash his fury, it would surely spell trouble. However, Madong Cap had miscalculated this time. Xiao Zhuo did not even cast a glance at Madong Cap. As the latter drew his blade, Xiao Zhuo's left hand moved. While the system did not reward him with any ancient martial arts or techniques, the second tier of the Candle Dragon bloodline had subtly enhanced Xiao Zhuo's physique. Now, whether it was his strength, endurance, eyesight, or agility, he had surpassed normal humans by an unfathomable margin. Clang! Before the barbarian bear could react, a spark ignited. Simultaneously, the sound of metal snapping echoed through the AI, by the time the barbarian bear registered what was happening. Xiao Zhuo was leisurely munching on his breakfast, holding the box in one hand. Beside him, the unblemished heavy sword was lodged in the ground, rolling and glimmering with a faint black light. Next to the unblemished heavy sword, the Japanese contestant Madong Cap was left stunned, gripping the broken samurai sword with both hands. That you're looking for death. Realizing what had transpired, the barbarian bear flung the remaining breakfast at Madong Cap. Smack! As Madong Cap was still in shock, he made no attempt to evade the flying breakfast, which splattered all over his face. Just as Madong Cap was jolted back to reality, the barbarian bear swung his axe down upon him. Dare to harm Xiao Zhuo. That is to challenge the barbarian bear, attempting to thwart my path to becoming the champion of exploration. Though Madong Cap had regained his senses, it was already too late to escape. As the barbarian bear's axe was about to cleave Madong Cap's neck, Smith from America sprang into action. Not against the barbarian bear, but targeting Madong Cap's knee. With a swift kick, Madong Cap was sent sprawling to the ground. However, kneeling there, he narrowly avoided the barbarian bear's axe. That a chill swept over Madong Cap's head. Mr. Xiao, I apologize for my teammate Madong Cap's rudeness. Just as the barbarian bear was about to strike again, Smith approached Xiao Zhuo, bending at a 90-degree angle and offering a deep bow. Yet, Xiao Zhuo did not spare him a glance. Seeing this, Smith's gaze shifted back to Madong Cap, his eyes filled with fury. This fool! The author has a message. Chapter 20. The depths of Smith's character. The man nailed to the stone wall. After glancing at the bewildered Madong Cap on the ground, Smith turned away and, without a word, slapped Madong Cap on the head. You will apologize to Mr. Xiao for your disrespect. If Mr. Xiao does not forgive you, then I shall take it upon myself to eliminate you, Smith Fei Wu coldly remarked. At that moment, Ma Tonggai, who had been repeatedly shocked, finally reacted. Just moments ago, when his katana was about to cleave the breakfast from Xiao Zhuo's hand, the wuxia heavy sword behind Xiao Zhuo inexplicably appeared by his side. Astonishingly, as his alloy katana made contact with the wuxia heavy sword, it shattered into 3 segments. Yet, to his bewilderment, the point of collision left not a trace. More crucially, he had failed to discern how Xiao Zhuo managed to thrust a sword weighing over 600 pounds with such swiftness right before him. Had Xiao Zhuo's previous action been a sweeping strike rather than a thrust into the ground, he feared his fate would mirror that of his katana. Not to mention, had Smith Fei Wu not intervened when the barbaric bear swung its axe, he might very well have met his end in the span of mere seconds. He had narrowly escaped death twice. As this realization dawned, cold sweat began to trickle down Ma Tonggai's body, soaking his back and causing him to tremble slightly. Still not apologizing, Smith Fei Wu cast a furtive glance at the still indifferent Xiao Zhuo, his peripheral vision darting back as he bellowed. This was nothing short of a pig teammate. He swore that should Xiao Zhuo wish for Ma Tonggai's demise, he would undoubtedly take matters into his own hands. That Mr. Xiao Zhuo, I am truly sorry. I apologize. It was my recklessness. Please forgive me. Ma Tonggai, having brushed death twice, was too frightened to rise, opting instead to kneel and repeatedly bow in apology, resembling someone prostrating before Xiao Zhuo. Yet, Xiao Zhuo remained unfazed, calmly enjoying his breakfast, entirely disinterested in these clowns. While Xiao Zhuo dined with composure, his live stream was in a frenzy. Countless viewers, witnessing the unfolding events, erupted in exclamations of vindication, and gifts began to surge. Miracle Merchant gifted 50 super rockets with a message. The Dragon Kingdom is mighty, and God Zhuo is incredible. Magic City Yi family. Yize gifted 50 super rockets with a message. The little Yamato nation dares to provoke the might of the Dragon Kingdom. Godzilla is indeed formidable. Even while eating, he compelled Smith Fei Wu to concede and made Ma Tonggai kneel in supplication. Did anyone catch how Godzilla blocked Ma Tonggai's strike? Brothers upstairs, you claim Godzilla was being considerate to Ma Tonggai by blocking, but Godzilla merely drew his sword, not even deigning to block. If Godzilla wished, he could have simply killed him. What purpose does such a person serve? Brothers upstairs, do not trouble Godzilla. This is an adventure program, not a death match that if killing were permitted, I dare say no one else would have a chance to land. Furthermore, this is a global broadcast. Our Dragon Kingdom is a nation that cherishes peace. You misunderstand. Godzilla does not consider such matters. The reason he refrains from killing is that these individuals are nothing but buffoons in his eyes. Mere jesters that asked the audience in the live stream lined up in anticipation. Xiao's was slowly stood up. Yet his gaze remained fixed away from Smith Fei Wu and the others. As for the kneeling Ma Tonggai, he was entirely disregarded. Let us go, Xiao's was said to the barbaric bear, decisively pulling the wuxia heavy sword from the ground. Observing Xiao's was departure, Ma Tonggai struggled to rise, but was met with a swift kick from Smith Fei Wu to don't move. Stay on your knees. But Mr. Smith, Ma Tonggai's knees throbbed with pain, harboring resentment towards Smith. Initially, he could understand Smith's actions as a means of saving him, but now that the others had left, why was he still not allowed to rise? However, Ma Tonggai's protest was cut short as he noticed Smith Fei Wu's eyes darting to the side. Following Smith's gaze, Ma Tonggai turned slowly. Hiss. Upon seeing the scene, Ma Tonggai finally understood why Smith had delivered him another kick. The bald-headed gray bear, which had been guarding the cave, had appeared behind them. The bear's eyes glimmered with crimson flames, its aura explosive, standing watch over them all. Any misstep on their part would likely invoke its wrath, leading to immediate retribution. Seeing Ma Tonggai obediently kneeling once more, the bear nodded in satisfaction. Although Xiaozhou had not commanded it to do so, it could not tolerate their insolence towards him. Yet, without a direct order from Xiaozhou, it refrained from lethal action. Meanwhile, Xiaozhou continued forward without a single glance back, indifferent to the fate of those left behind. As the two advanced, the barbaric bear suddenly let out a shout, having spotted someone impaled against the stone wall. That individual was one of the three who had been expelled from the team by Pu Jui for stealing wild fruits. Gazing at the person nailed to the wall, the barbaric bear swallowed hard, unable to fathom what might have become of him had he not teamed up with Xiaozhou. Watch your step, stay behind me. Upon noticing the corpse on the wall, Xiaozhou's expression tightened slightly. However, according to the architectural diagram of the Qin dynasty's ancestral dragon tomb, rewarded by the system, there should be no traps here. The barbaric bear, hearing Xiaozhou's command, obediently followed behind him. After walking less than 100 meters, Xiaozhou's gaze fell upon an object covered in vines. It was a square block that resembled a massive stone. This must be it. Casting a glance at the angle of the spear that had pierced the corpse, Xiaozhou nodded. There was a cave here, filled with pickled vegetables, and now a lethal spear mechanism had emerged. Could it be that this place was dedicated to the study of mechanisms for the Qin dynasty's ancestral dragon tomb? With this thought, Xiaozhou began to peel away the vines from the square stone, the thick vines snapping easily under his gentle tug. The barbaric bear quickly moved to the side of the object, wary of any further spears that might spring forth. Before long, Xiaozhou had cleared all the vines from the object. The mechanism inside was rusted, but emanated a heavy sense of antiquity. A spear-launching crossbow. Upon spotting this, Xiaozhou realized he was not far from true danger. The author has something to say. A huge thank you to all the readers for the 5-star reviews and to those who have offered rewards. To all who clicked to urge updates and added the book to their shelves, you are the most amazing, just like the author of this book, Doghead Amusing. Chapter 21, Great Mechanism Art. Xiaozhou's thoughts this thing possesses such immense power. Glancing at the rusted spear-launching crossbow, the barbaric bear scratched his head. The distance from here to the corpse should be less than 100 meters. At such a range, to drive a person so deeply into the stone wall, just how powerful is this spear-launching crossbow? In today's era of firearms, it is insignificant, but thousands of years ago, this device was akin to a harbinger of death. Xiaozhou did not respond, as he was currently analyzing the structure of the spear-launching crossbow using the great mechanism art rewarded by the system. Unfortunately, the materials he needed were absent, preventing him from reconstructing it. Meanwhile, in Xiao Zuo's live stream, viewers were once again stirred with excitement upon seeing the spear-launching crossbow. They could hardly imagine the might of the Qin army with such equipment thousands of years ago. No wonder they could sweep through the Six Nations and unify the Dragon Kingdom. This crossbow was simply unbeatable at the time. While arrows could be dodged, if this were arranged in a formation for a volley, it would likely signal the end of the battle. Food-loving Yao Yao gifted 10 super rockets with a message. Salute to the ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom, the mighty Qin dynasty's ancestral dragon. Chaotic Yuan Feng sent 10 super rockets with a message. Salute to the ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom, the mighty Qin dynasty's ancestral dragon. Stellar Rivers returned to the gaze, sent 10 super rockets with a message. Salute to the ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom, the mighty Qin dynasty's ancestral dragon. Upon witnessing the spear-launching crossbow, all were in awe of the strength of the ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom. Although the Dragon Kingdom has experienced both glory and low points, its resurgence is an undeniable fact. Xiao Zuo assessed the direction and picked up a stone the size of an egg from the roadside. Grab some as well. They will be useful, that he instructed the barbaric bear and continued to head north. The barbaric bear glanced at the footprints on the ground, starting to piece together the situation. Brother Xiao, that perverse individual from the Corn Nation has likely headed in this direction. Should we take another route? As the barbaric bear picked up stones, he spoke. Not necessary. Xiao Zuo spoke, already shouldering his heavy sword as he departed. Before long, the man-bear followed him to a massive stone wall. Unlike other stone walls, this one was smooth and flat, almost mirror-like. However, before the man-bear could marvel at the wonders of this wall, an obnoxious voice rang out, "Isn't this Left God and the War King? What brings you two here instead of adventuring on your own? Do you think our path is the most correct, the one with the greatest chance of leading to the heart of the great Qin ancestor dragon tomb? Hence you're following?" Pu Jiuyi said with a smug grin. But aside from the man-bear's retort of idiot pervert, Pu Jiuyi received no response. From the outset, Xiao Zuo had regarded Pu Jiuyi as nothing more than a buffoon, a mere shadow. Yet, he believed in the natural order of things, that all had their destined course, and thus he wasn't in a rush to eliminate him. Moreover, this fellow's remarkable fan base provided an opportunity to showcase the history of Long Gua to a wider audience. Silencing those who claimed Long Gua's heritage stemmed from Yumi Gua, and awakening those who incessantly regarded Yumi Gua as their motherland, the AS for why Pu Jiuyi was seated here. Xiao Zuo found it hardly surprising. From the moment he touched down, Pu Jiuyi had trailed behind him, even occasionally moving ahead, but always at a lethargic pace, ensuring he never strayed too far. Pu Jiuyi's motives were clear. To ride on the coattails of Xiao Zuo's labor, and when the time came for Xiao Zuo to enter the great Qin ancestor dragon tomb's inner sanctum, to betray him and claim the spoils for himself. Yet, even with this knowledge, Xiao Zuo paid him no mind. A jester could only seek to curry favor with the crowd, that Pu Jiuyi had grown accustomed to Xiao Zuo's dismissive demeanor and was unfazed by the man-bear's insults. Just as Xiao Zuo suspected, he was indeed waiting for Xiao Zuo, having witnessed the figure impaled by a spear against the stone wall. Thus, he and Jin Jun decided not to advance further. Ignoring Pu Jiuyi, Xiao Zuo stood before the smooth, massive stone wall that I end the game. He had acquired the means to pass through this barrier by slaying over 100 white-haired zombies. Now, not only did he possess the structural blueprints of the great Qin ancestor dragon tomb provided by the system, but he also had the grand mechanism technique rewarded for defeating the yellow weasel. Before him, the smooth stone wall was not merely a barrier. It was a slowly operating grand mechanism that be why unlocking this wall. He could draw nearer to the core of the great Qin ancestor dragon tomb. What is he planning? Having just disembarked from the plane and taken a special vehicle to the great Qin ancestor dragon tomb, Bai Tianlong and Yi Xiu immediately entered Xiao Zuo's live stream. They both had vivid memories of this stone wall, which had once posed a formidable obstacle when they first entered the tomb. Out of fear of damaging the tomb, they had chosen to take a detour. Now, standing before this colossal stone wall, both elders felt an ominous foreboding. Whoosh crack! Just as Bai Tianlong, Yi Xiu, and the other viewers in the live stream looked on in confusion, Xiao Zuo sprang into action. With his right hand, he held a stone, and with his left, he suddenly hurled it. The stone struck precisely where Xiao Zuo intended. Click! A faint sound of gears engaging resonated. But only Xiao Zhuo could hear it. The viewers in the live stream were oblivious. "Brother Xiao, what are you doing?" The man-bear, cradling a pile of stones, inquired. "Whoosh crack, 1, 2, 3. Xiao Zhuo did not respond, merely counting as he flung another stone. 20. Retreat. When he reached 20, Xiao Zhuo deftly stepped back, and the smooth stone wall finally emitted a distinct sound of gears turning. "Jiu Yi, it seems you were right again. This Longwo person truly knows how to pass through here." Jin Jun whispered to Pu Jiuyi as he heard the sound of the mechanism stop. Pu Jiuyi smirked, a glint of cunning in his eyes. "Everyone pay attention. When the wall opens, we rush in. It might just lead to a clear path to the great Qin ancestor dragon tomb." Boom! As soon as Pu Jiuyi finished speaking, a heavy sound echoed. The stone wall opened like two gigantic doors. "It's open. Let us go." Seeing the doors swing wide, the man-bear glanced at the eager Pu Jiuyi and the others, ready to be the first to charge through. After all, it was Xiao Zhuo who had unlocked this door. Why should they go first? But just as the man-bear prepared to sprint out, his feet lifted off the ground. The author has something to say. Chapter 22, The Black-Haired Zombies Guarding the Gate. Pu Jiuyi's Ruthlessness. Xiao Zhuo effortlessly lifted the man-bear off the ground with one hand. "Brother Xiao, you turning back?" The man-bear was befuddled. What kind of monster is this? As the man-bear stood in shock, Pu Jiuyi and his companions, who had just rushed through the stone door, began to scream frantically, darting out as if their lives depended on it. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Zhuo gently set the man-bear down. The man-bear rubbed his sore waist, excitement mingled with confusion on his face, utterly perplexed by Pu Jiuyi's antics. "Jun Kai, block him." As Pu Jiuyi's voice faded, he emerged from the stone door. But among the 7 who had entered, only 6 returned. One of them covered his shoulder with a hand, blood trickling down his arm. The man-bear looked at the disheveled Pu Jiuyi and his group, then curiously peered into the stone door. Oh no, black-haired zombies. To his shock, he saw Jin Jun being besieged by 5 or 6 black-haired zombies. However, due to it being daytime, these zombies moved at a pace comparable to the white-haired ones, possessing the ability to act in daylight while their white-haired counterparts could only do so at night. Jin Jun, a 9th-degree black belt in Taekwondo, was holding his ground. Though surrounded, he sent the zombies flying with brutal strikes. Yet, despite his fierce attacks, he could inflict no real damage on the black-haired zombies. Over time, he would surely exhaust himself and lose the ability to resist. And although his blows were powerful, he remained ensnared by 6 black-haired zombies, making escape nearly impossible. You rushed in without thinking. Now look where it got you. You deserve it, The man-bear laughed heartily, pulling out a wild fruit from his backpack to munch on, completely shedding his earlier anxiety. Simultaneously, he cast a glance at the still indifferent Xiao Zhuo. Just moments ago, Xiao Zhuo had lifted him to prevent him from entering the stone door, indicating he must have known of the danger lurking behind it. Moreover, it was Xiao Zhuo who had opened the stone door with a stone that, if he hadn't been aware of the mechanism, who would have guessed that a smooth, massive stone wall could conceal 2 enormous doors? Reflecting on the events since their arrival, the man-bear's gaze toward Xiao Zhuo grew increasingly enigmatic, that he was convinced that Xiao Zhuo was no ordinary person. Perhaps he had intricate ties to the great Qin ancestor dragon tomb itself. Xiao Zhuo's eyes fell upon the besieged Jin Jun, his expression betraying no emotion. "Damn it, you scoundrel. You knew very well that monsters were here. Why didn't you stop us from going in?" Pu Jiuyi's anger flared as he met Xiao Zhuo's cold gaze. Convinced that this cursed Longwo person had orchestrated this situation, deliberately leading them into the stone door, in the face of Pu Jiuyi's unfounded accusations, Xiao Zhuo remained unperturbed. "Shut your mouth. My brother Xiao just opened the door, and you all barged in like dogs, scenting filth. We didn't invite you in. And now that you're in danger, you come blaming us? I can't fathom how a dimwit like you became a national idol. Nor can I understand your fans. A bunch of idiots." The man-bear launched into a tirade, causing Pu Jiuyi to shrink back, silenced. Seeing Pu Jiuyi's unreasonable accusations, the viewers in Xiao Zhuo's live stream could no longer hold back. "Don't stop me. I'm heading straight to the great Qin ancestor dragon tomb's forbidden zone to take down this Yumi Gua scoundrel." The food-loving Yao Yao donated 50 super rockets and commented, "Left God, can you take care of that annoying Yumi Gua idiot?" As the time elapsed gradually, Jin Jun Kai ultimately found himself devoid of any capacity for resistance. Nonetheless, he demonstrated commendable fortitude. For even when besieged by 6 dark-haired figures, he managed to suppress any utterance of fear. However, at that moment, Park Jio-yi finally grasped the gravity of his situation. Should Jin Jun-kai meet his demise, not only would he be unable to reach the finale of the program, but he might also lose his own life. Moreover, even if Xiao Zhua held no animosity towards him, the moment Jin Jun-kai encountered peril, his teammates would no longer heed his commands and might even conspire to render him incapacitated. Observing Jin Jun-kai, who was defensively parrying but lacking the means to retaliate, Park Jio-yi's eyes flickered with a sudden glimmer of inspiration. Seizing the opportunity, while the others were preoccupied with Jin Jun-kai's plight, he swiftly grasped the injured teammate beside him. Without uttering a word, Park Jio-yi summoned all his strength and forcefully propelled the individual towards the stone archway. "Jun-kai, come out," he cried out in a fit of desperation. This audacious act left all the viewers in utter astonishment, whether they were in Park Jio-yi's live stream or in the streams of Xiao Zhua, Man Xiong, and others. Soon, 2 polarized opinions emerged in the chat. Jio-yi is so brave and beautiful. To save his good friend, he is willing to bear such a stigma that, if possible, I too would sacrifice my life to save someone I care about. That person was already gravely injured. He had no chance of survival. It is an honor to save Jin Jun-kai. After all, he was doomed anyway. This is a case of resourceful utilization, you see? While some fans of Park Jio-yi exhibited a measure of rationality, the majority remained oblivious. Some even considered the unfortunate contestant whom Park Jio-yi had thrust into the throng of dark-haired figures to be quite fortunate. These naive individuals would likely consume a pile of dung if Park Jio-yi claimed it to be fragrant. Conversely, there were voices calling for Park Jio-yi to be held accountable for murder, urging the production team to expel him from the adventure competition or even to subject him to justice on the program itself. Yet, no amount of controversy could salvage the life of the individual Park Jio-yi had sacrificed. The unfortunate soul barely had time to emit a chilling scream before he was engulfed by the dark-haired figures. Jin Jun-kai seized this fleeting moment to retreat through the stone archway. Escaping from that perilous situation, Park Jio-yi quickly pulled Jin Jun-kai back to a position 5 meters behind Xiao Zhua and Man Xiong, feeling utterly devoid of courage to confront the dark-haired figures. The author expresses heartfelt gratitude for the 5-star ratings and the generous contributions from the readers, as well as for the unseen encouragement to update. Chapter 23. Slaying the Dark-Haired Figures. A soldier may be killed but not humiliated meanwhile. Within the base of the adventure program at the tomb of the Great Qin's ancestral dragon, the overall director Xue Baogai, host Su Su, and the entire crew wore grim expressions. Park Jio-yi's actions were tantamount to murder. Even if he were to reach the end, the championship would never be his. Furthermore, after the adventure concluded, Park Jio-yi would inevitably face legal repercussions. However, such matters would be addressed only after the adventure had ended. With Park Jio-yi having retreated with Jin Jun-kai, Xiao Zhua and Man Xiong became the targets of the dark-haired figure's assault. Xiao Zhua, witnessing one of the dark-haired figures having just consumed a human, felt a surge of murderous intent. These figures were constructed from ancient captives, primarily intended to serve as guardians. While they were once pitiable beings in life, they had been dead for millennia, now awakened. They could only inflict harm upon the world. Gazing at the dark-haired figures, Xiao Zhua slowly unsheathed his magnificent sword. "Brother Xiao, let me handle this," Man Xiong suggested, retrieving a black donkey's hoof from his bag. With prior experience in dealing with white-haired figures, Man Xiong felt he had begun to grasp the fundamentals of confronting these beings. They have just feasted on human flesh and blood. They are currently ferocious. "Allow me to engage," Xiao Zhua replied calmly, stepping into the stone archway. Upon hearing Xiao Zhua's words, Man Xiong decided to remain outside, keeping a watchful eye on Park Jio-yi and his companions to prevent any further mischief. Bang bang! The sound of muffled impacts resonated as Xiao Zhua strode through the stone archway. "You lot, clear the way. Don't obstruct me," he threatened Park Jio-yi as Man Xiong ambled into the stone archway behind him. Inside the stone archway, despite the overall environment being similar to that outside, there lingered an air of faint sanctity. Xiao Zhua understood that true danger was only just commencing. The white-haired figures they had previously encountered were merely experimental subjects. And even the gatekeeping dark-haired figures were among the most commonplace entities within the tomb of the Great Qin's ancestral dragon. Upon entering the stone archway, Man Xiong beheld 2 rows of towering ancient trees. Seemingly planted with meticulous intention, their spacing remarkably regular. The scenery within is even more exquisite than that outside, he mused, unable to resist the allure of the beauty, even with the gruesome image of the dark-haired figures consuming a human still vivid in his mind. However, Xiaozhua displayed no inclination to appreciate the scenery. His gaze swept across the towering ancient trees, as if searching for something. Meanwhile, within the base of the adventure program, at the tomb of the Great Qin's ancestral dragon, Bai Tianlong and Yi Xiu had convened with numerous experts that a makeshift workspace designated for archaeology and research had long been prepared. After briefing the personnel about Xiao's route to the cave, Bai Tianlong and Yi Xiu hastily entered Xiao's live stream. While archaeological research was crucial, they were more concerned about missing any significant details that moment, as Bai Tianlong and Yi Xiu observed the 2 rows of trees on the live stream. Their eyes were filled with trepidation. After all these years, I wonder if those entities still linger there, Bai Tianlong remarked, pushing his glasses up, his voice tinged with fear. Yi Xiu, meanwhile, was magnifying the live stream's image, eager to uncover any clues. Old Bai, the entity is still there, Yi Xiu suddenly exclaimed. Bai Tianlong quickly leaned closer to the screen, his expression one of horror as he beheld a gray butterfly. Indeed, it's real. At that moment, as the two were engulfed in astonishment, the image revealed Xiaozhua advancing along the path between the 2 rows of trees. The fallen leaves carpeted the ground, each step resembling a tread upon a thick, plush rug. Yet, it was evident that Xiaozhua was not there in search of butterflies. His gaze was fixed upon the side of the trees, facing away from the stone archway. Gasping, Bai Tianlong, Yi Xiu, and all the viewers in the live stream collectively inhaled sharply. The reverse side of the trees was markedly different from the front. Embedded within the colossal ancient trees were actual human figures, tall and robust. Their hair styled in high buns, clad in armor, and with their heads held high. Their gazes were fixed towards the east, where the sun rose. Though the years had passed, the faces and bodies of these individuals remained pristine, untouched by the passage of time. Yet, the rear halves of their bodies were entirely embedded within the ancient trees, presenting a bizarre sight. My heavens, while on my way to work, how can people grow within trees? Could these individuals truly be human? Aside from their stillness, they resemble living beings almost perfectly. After warning Park Jiok and a few others, Man Xiong approached Xiaozhua. Upon seeing Man Xiong, Xiaozhua appeared to suddenly recall something. However, after casting a glance at Man Xiong, his expression relaxed slightly. Yet when he spotted Park Jiok and Jin Junkai emerging from the stone wall gate, the previously indifferent look on Xiao's face transformed into one of anger. Just moments ago, Park Jiok had been so frightened he nearly wet his pants, and now he was wielding a long sword, its blade impaled with a severed head as Xiaozhua and Man Xiong entered the stone wall gate. Park Jiok dismissed Man Xiong's threat entirely. Gazing at the toppled corpse of the black-haired Zongzi, a surge of rage welled up within Park Jiok. If it weren't for this creature with black fur, he would not have been humiliated in front of the entire world. Therefore, as he passed by the corpses of the black-haired Zongzi that Xiaozhua had slain, Park Jiok unsheathed his longsword. The lifeless Zongzi posed no resistance, and he easily decapitated one, holding the severed head aloft with a triumphant expression, as if he were the one who had vanquished these creatures. However, upon witnessing this scene, Xiao's anger surged uncontrollably. While the black-haired Zongzi were indeed deserving of death, they were also the ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom that a gentleman may kill, but he must not insult. Furthermore, Xiao's anger stemmed from another reason. Park Jiok's foolish actions would soon transform this place into a hell on earth. Author's Note. Chapter 24. A drop of blood to deter countless bloodthirsty butterflies. Xiao's anger flared. Park Jiok flung the severed head from his sword with a flourish, performing a graceful twirl before retracting his weapon. His expression clearly conveyed, "Look at me. I'm the most handsome. What's there to fear from mere black-haired Zongzi?" Meanwhile, in Xiao's live stream, a butterfly that had fluttered down from a tree at the stone gate vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, Xiao's swiftly kicked Man Xiong out of the stone wall gate. Thud, Man Xiong, bewildered, landed heavily outside the gate before he could comprehend the situation. Jin Junkai, who had been highly focused, seized Park Ji-yoke in that fleeting moment and retreated. As for the other teammates, he could not concern himself with them. The sudden turn of events left everyone in a state of confusion. Although Jin Junkai reacted, it was purely instinctive. Xiao Zhuo, typically calm and aloof, revealed his anger upon witnessing Park Ji-yoke's act of taunting the Zongzi. Fearing that Xiao Zhuo might truly unleash his wrath on Park Ji-yoke, Jin Junkai remained on high alert, internally cursing Park Ji-yoke's stupidity. Several had advised him against provoking the corpses, yet Park Ji-yoke stubbornly ignored them. When Xiao Zhuo made his sudden move, Jin Junkai thought he was about to strike Park Ji-yoke, but was astonished to see him kick Man Xiong away instead. Unbeknownst to Jin Junkai, in Xiao Zhuo's eyes, they were all worthless, and no matter how enraged, Xiao Zhuo would not tread upon them. Just as Jin Junkai and Park Ji-yoke regained their footing, Man Xiong landed as well. The once serene scene of ancient trees shedding leaves beneath the gentle morning sun shattered in an instant. The butterfly, leaving behind a fleeting shadow, descended upon the severed head tossed by Jin Junkai. When the gray butterfly touched the dark brown blood on the head, something bizarre transpired. The thick layer of fallen leaves on the ground erupted as if disturbed by an explosion. Witnessing this, the viewers in Xiao Zhuo's live stream felt a chill run down their spines. Oh no! Wasn't the left god just standing on these things? What are they? Withered leaf butterflies. How did they suddenly turn into this? It's over. The left god is in danger. It must be because of that severed head brought by that corn cob. Park Ji-yoke. Could these butterflies be bloodthirsty? From the moment Xiao Zhuo kicked Man Xiong to the eruption of the butterflies, less than 2 seconds had passed. Even the other two contestants who had sided with Park Ji-yoke were swallowed by the swarm of butterflies before they could comprehend what was happening. The sound of the flapping wings overshadowed their screams. At this moment, Xiao Zhuo plunged his flawless heavy sword into the ground. Positioned at the center of the stone wall gate, the sword was firmly embedded in the middle of the entrance. Brother Xiao, hurry out! Man Xiong, having just crawled to his feet, witnessed the scene of the butterflies devouring the two individuals alive. The butterflies, which appeared delicate and beautiful, in an instant reduced the two to mere skeletons. Leaving not a shred of clothing behind, in a panic, Man Xiong shouted at Xiao Zhuo, disregarding his own pain, and hastily retrieved 2 detonators from his backpack. Without hesitation, he ignited them and hurled them into the stone wall gate. However, Xiao Zhuo merely watched as the ignited detonators were thrown into the gate, showing no intention of dodging. This was reality, not a game, and there was no opportunity for a do-over. Moreover, these butterflies were evidently a barrier set by the ancestors. Should they be disturbed and escape the tomb of the great Qin ancestor dragon, the modern world outside would face catastrophic consequences. Even if people had the ability to eliminate these creatures, it would come at a significant cost. Xiao Zhuo, as a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, could not idly stand by and witness such a tragedy, even if he had no means to prevent it. He would exert every effort to act. After the butterflies consumed the blood and flesh of the two, they locked onto Xiao Zhuo, who stood in the center of the gate. The scent of the living beyond the gate was an irresistible temptation for them. As the swarm of butterflies surged toward Xiao Zhuo, he pressed his finger against his forehead that a drop of crimson blood was drawn forth. With no flourish, Xiao Zhuo directly tapped the drop of blood onto the flawless heavy sword. Roar! As the blood made contact with the sword, a powerful gust of wind swept through, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar. Boom! Just as Xiao Zhuo completed his series of actions, the 2 detonators hurled by Man Xiong exploded violently. The butterflies in 2 vast areas were blown apart, leaving deep craters in the ground. Yet, the intense sound of the explosion did not cause the butterflies to scatter. They are in the bustling live broadcast room. Discussions erupted, while Xiao Zhuo had already meticulously prepared the solid fuel. However, in the end, his gaze shifted toward Park Ji-young, who stood outside the stone wall gate, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. The author has something to say. A humble author seeks a bookshelf, donations, and updates. Chapter 25. Punishment for Park Ji-young. Xiao Zhuo's abrupt turn startled the hulking Man Xiong, Park Ji-young, and Jin Junkai. Xiao Zhuo's pupils, characterized by their vertical slits encircled by golden irises, exuded an aura of terror. Upon meeting Xiao Zhuo's gaze, Park Ji-young instinctively recoiled 2 steps, while Jin Junkai hastily positioned himself in front of him. Man Xiong, seemingly understanding the implication behind Xiao Zhuo's eyes, strode purposefully toward Park Ju-Yun. "To hell with the program rules. What are you doing?" Jin Junkai exclaimed, tension gripping him as he saw Man Xiong approach with reddened eyes. "What is going on? Even a fool can see why those butterflies are going berserk. Is it not due to your idiot idol's meddling?" Man Xiong berated as he advanced. "You trembled behind when we faced the Zongzi. And now that they are dead, you come out to flaunt your authority. Look at this mess. You've needlessly caused the demise of 2 of your teammates. I acted without malice. Who would know those butterflies couldn't come into contact with blood? Besides, this is clearly Xiao Zuo's fault. He knew all along that the butterflies couldn't touch blood. Why didn't he warn us sooner?" Park Ji-yun stammered, retreating while trembling. Despite the volume of his protest, he could not mask the fear lacing his tone. He feared that Man Xiong might eliminate him on the spot, and was equally terrified of being dragged before Xiao Zuo to confront the terrifying butterflies. Yet, despite his overwhelming fear, Park Ji-yun still believed he was not at fault. If that rogue Xiao Zuo was aware of the butterfly's aversion to blood, why hadn't he informed them sooner? Alternatively, he could have dealt with the corpses of the black-haired Zongzi before entering the Stonewall Gate. Enough with the excuses. Whether to kill or spare, my brother Xiao has the final say. Man Xiong had reached Jin Junkai, who stood protectively in front of Park Ji-yun. Both men towered around 2 meters in height. "Man Xiong, give me some face. Ji-yun didn't know there would be such consequences that if you must vent your frustrations, take it out on me." Jin Junkai's tone had turned pleading. His task was to safeguard Park Ji-yun. Should he fail, he would have no reason to live. "Can you corn people be more reasonable? Am I capturing him to relieve my anger?" Man Xiong was incredulous at the peculiar logic of these corn country folks. As he spoke, 2 hefty battle axes appeared in his hands. Jin Junkai, sensing the gravity of the situation, pulled out his 2 meteorite folding axes, ready for battle. The clash between the 2 was imminent. Despite being a 9th-degree black belt in Taekwondo, Jin Junkai felt inadequate against the rampaging former soldier. Although his martial arts were not merely for show, they paled in comparison to Man Xiong's lethal techniques. As Man Xiong knocked Jin Junkai to the ground, he seized Park Ji-yun as if he were a mere chick. "That I've long found you insufferable. Do you truly think that a handful of fans grants you immunity? If my brother Xiao says you die today, then even the King of Heaven couldn't save you." As he spoke, Man Xiong's powerful hand clutched Park Ji-yun's throat. "Kill, save me." Park Ji-yun's pleas became choked in his throat. In less than 20 seconds from Man Xiong's action to tossing Park Ji-yun before Xiao Zuo, it all transpired swiftly. Thud. Man Xiong cast Park Ji-yun at Xiao Zuo's feet and said, "Brother Xiao, what do you wish to do?" A cold glimmer flickered in Xiao Zuo's gaze. Yet he understood that to openly execute Park Ji-yun would likely invite unnecessary trouble for Long Country. Moreover, although Park Ji-yun was a morally bankrupt artist, his dazzling exterior and cunning facade had garnered him countless fans, a significant portion of whom were impressionable youth. That it would be cruel to allow those blossoming young souls to witness such a bloody spectacle. However, while he would not kill him, Xiao Zuo would not treat him with indifference as before. Mistakes must be met with consequences. Observing Park Ji-yun, who sat helplessly on the ground, Xiao Zuo remained silent. He arranged 5 blocks of solid fuel around him, calculating the flame's reach and height. "What are you planning? Let me tell you. Don't act recklessly." As he saw Xiao Zuo placing the solid fuel around him, a terrifying thought struck Park Ji-yun. Was Xiao Zuo intending to burn him alive? Yet Xiao Zuo had no time to heed Park Ji-yun's frantic shouts that as he laid out the solid fuel. His gaze darted toward the dense swarm of butterflies. The detonated landmines thrown by Man Xiong had created 2 large craters, and even the towering trees beside them had been felled. Seeing Xiao Zuo's serious demeanor, Man Xiong spoke less. "Let us go." Once the fuel was positioned, Xiao Zuo ignited it. Instantly, the 5 blocks of solid fuel erupted in flames, enveloping Park Ji-yun. However, the flames did not harm him. Rather, they obscured the entire stone wall gate. As the fire blazed, Xiao Zuo turned with nonchalance. Meanwhile, he raised his left hand to his brow, and with a flick, a crimson dot appeared on Man Xiong's forehead. To his surprise, the appearance of this red mark on the burly Man Xiong bestowed a certain exotic charm. Buzzed by marking Man Xiong with a drop of his own bloodline essence, Xiao Zuo yanked the heavy sword from the ground. Boom! As Xiao Zuo drew his sword, the bloodthirsty butterflies stirred restlessly, had they not feared the terrifying sacred aura emanating from the sword. They would have devoured 1,000 people without hesitation. Seeing Xiao Zhuo draw his sword, Man Xiong felt a tremor of apprehension. All along, he believed that Xiao Zhuo's sword possessed some special ability. The giant bear knelt before the sword, while the Zongzi quaked in its presence, and the yellow weasel dared not approach the sword's vicinity, even in the face of impending doom. Now, once again, it was a sword that instilled dread in countless bloodthirsty butterflies. However, if Xiao Zhuo were to sheath the sword, the chaos that would ensue if the butterflies were released would be unimaginable. Not only was Man Xiong fearful, but the live broadcast room was inundated with comments, nearly obscuring the entire screen. The gods were planning to use that corn stick for a sacrifice. Deserved. Let that guy look down on our long country, claiming our heritage comes from their corn country. Ugh. I truly don't understand how such a person has so many fans that I regret ever liking him. He is nothing but a hypocrite that I hope gods would doesn't let him off easy. Free Immortal donated 50 super rockets and commented, offending the dragon's might, one must face the dragon's wrath. Whoa. Is Godswill planning to take back the flawless heavy sword? Brothers above, don't be afraid. Godswill's bloodline is unique. Even if he offers it to those creatures, they wouldn't dare touch it. The comments flew by as Xiao Zhuo retrieved the flawless heavy sword and uttered a single word, go. He strode directly into the swarm of bloodthirsty butterflies. Man Xiong cast a glance at Xiao Zhuo, who resolutely walked into the butterfly swarm, then turned to see the 2 skeletons that had been devoured by the butterflies. Gritting his teeth, he followed Xiao Zhuo into the fray. However, Man Xiong soon noticed something amiss. After entering alongside Xiao Zhuo, not only did they not face an onslaught from the butterflies, but even within a meter's radius around them. No butterflies dared approach. Xiao Zhuo and Man Xiong no longer obstructed the butterflies from reaching Park Jian. The butterflies, seemingly driven mad, surged toward the flame-enshrouded Park Jian. The scent of living flesh was an irresistible temptation. This aroma drove the butterflies to disregard the flames entirely, intent on extracting and devouring Park Jian. Yet, Park Jian remained completely engulfed by the flames, which obscured the entire passage of the stone wall, rendering escape impossible. Sizzle. Sizzle. As the butterflies recklessly charged toward Park Jian, the flames from the solid fuel mercilessly consumed them. In the face of the fire, the lethal butterflies were utterly powerless, though they were undeterred by death. The power of the flames was beyond their capacity to withstand. With each butterfly that touched the flames, a crisp sound resonated, transforming them into wisps of azure smoke. Witnessing this scene, Man Xiong could not help but marvel at why he had passed through the swarm unscathed, exclaiming, "This is truly a case of moths flying into the flame." With a resounding crack, the sound of the barbaric bear reverberated through the air, swiftly followed by the unmistakable sound of splintering wood. The bear's gaze remained fixated on the butterflies darting towards the flames, clearly oblivious to the noise that had just erupted. However, upon hearing that sound, Xiao Zhuo instinctively turned to look in the 2 deep craters created by the explosives hurled by the bear. A towering ancient tree lay sprawled within. Xiao Zhuo realized that the sound he had just heard originated from that very spot. While the barbaric bear watched the moths flitting towards the fire, Xiao Zhuo made his way towards the colossal tree that had succumbed to the ground. But as he had anticipated, the sight that greeted him was precisely as he had imagined on the tree. A figure resembling a human effigy embedded within its bark had undergone a transformation, evolving from a lifeless state to a grotesque visage. Yet, half of its body remained ensconced within the tree, indicating that it would require some time to extricate itself. Circling around the fallen tree, Xiao Zhuo proceeded to inspect the other towering trees one by one. Without exception, all 72 trees bore human effigies that began to writhe, as if animated. What could this possibly signify? Within the base camp of the exploration team at the tomb of the Great Qin's ancestor dragon, Bai Yulong and Yi Xiu watched the live broadcast, their expressions a mixture of astonishment. They had encountered such butterflies before, albeit in far lesser quantities. Yet, this was their first encounter with the human effigies, leaving them uncertain whether these figures were genuine humans, monstrous entities akin to rice dumplings, or mere contraptions crafted to instill fear. "Professors, we have successfully retrieved the pickled vegetables. Our team merely experienced a scare, and there are no significant injuries," a voice called from outside as 2 elderly professors observed the live feed. They were part of the team dispatched to recover the pickled vegetables. Due to the unique circumstances surrounding the Great Qin's ancestor dragon tomb, they could only extract valuable items during daylight for research. However, upon reaching the location of the vegetables, their small team had encountered a large, bald, gray bear, its eyes ablaze with fury. Had it not been for one of their members exclaiming "Big Bear," they might still be stranded outside the cave, left to the mercy of the elements. After the retrieval of 132 jars of pickled vegetables, the fire-eyed bear ambled away, leaving everyone curious about its departure. Swaying its hefty backside in a manner reminiscent of a child proudly completing a task assigned by parents. All right, extract 1 jar of the pickled vegetables for research, and ensure the others are preserved properly. Bai Yulong instructed sternly, his gaze unwavering from the live broadcast. Brother Xiao, what is this creature? The barbaric bear inquired after observing the moths and having grown weary of Pu Jiue's howls, approaching Xiaozhua, who was examining the human effigies. Human skin effigies, Xiaozhua replied coolly, his eyes drifting towards the stone archway. Time was of the essence. Where was the bear? Several hours had elapsed since the program announced that officials from the Dragon Kingdom would arrive to investigate the cave. And by now, they should have reached it. The bear, tasked with guarding the cave, ought to be seeking him out. A thunderous roar echoed, causing a flicker of delight to dance in Xiaozhua's eyes. The bear had returned. Ding! Eliminate the bloodthirsty withered leaf butterflies to unlock the 6 calamities technique. Upon hearing the bear's roar, a notification chimed in Xiaozhua's mind, followed by a torrent of information flooding his thoughts. The 6 calamities technique consisted of 1. Probe calamity technique. After invocation, it allows for the detection of malevolent energy within a 10-mile radius. 2. Attract calamity technique. After invocation, it draws surrounding malevolent energy and entities. 3. Seal calamity technique. After invocation, it traps malevolent energy and entities, rendering them unable to escape. 4. Slay calamity technique. After invocation, it exorcises malevolent energy and annihilates entities. 5. Transcend calamity technique. After invocation, it transforms malevolent energy and entities, preventing them from causing further harm. 6. Borrow calamity. To be used only in dire circumstances. Borrowing malevolent energy and entities grants the user their abilities, enhancing personal attributes. Xiaozhua took 2 seconds to process all the information. The first 5 techniques could indeed prove useful, but the 6th, borrow calamity, would likely remain unused. With the support of the Candle Dragon bloodline, any malevolent entity before him would surely submit. Another roar erupted from the bear, and Xiaozhua noticed that all the bloodthirsty withered leaf butterflies had perished, leaving no trace of their remains upon the ground. The 5 solid fuels gradually extinguished, revealing Pu Jiue, who had initially been in a panic, now slumped on the ground, his face smeared with dirt, embodying a visage of utter despair. The bear's call seemed to rouse Pu Jiue from his stupor, and as he regained his senses, he bolted towards the stone archway, shouting, "Junkai, save me! I want to go home! I want to go home!" The bear, bewildered by Pu Jiue's frantic demeanor, scratched its bald head and approached Xiaozhua, promptly lying down before him, without uttering a word. The bear's eyes seemed to convey a message. "Master, my task is complete. It is now time for you to fulfill your promise." Author's note. Thank you to all the esteemed readers for the 5-star ratings and generous rewards. The humble author wishes to provide more updates. However, with a demanding 10-hour workday, I can manage only 2 updates totaling 4,000 words. I sincerely apologize. IT is truly frustrating, having so many wonderful readers yet being unable to deliver more content. Chapter 27. Attract Calamity. The origin of human skin effigies. Pu Jiue shook the still unconscious Jin Junkai, genuinely frightened now. Xiaozhua, the madman, had truly dared to take action against him. Just moments ago, surrounded by flames, he had nearly been roasted alive. If even a single butterfly had ventured inside, his fate would have been sealed. He needed to rouse Jin Junkai. This dreadful program was not worth participating in. On the other side of the stone archway, Xiaozhua regarded the bear with an impassive expression. Of course, he was not one to make empty promises, even to a bear rather than a human. Nonetheless, he had informed the bear that it was merely an attempt, with no absolute guarantee of effectiveness. As before, Xiaozhua pressed his finger to his forehead, releasing another drop of blood infused with the Candle Dragon lineage. This time, he directly shot the blood imbued with the dual-candle dragon lineage into the bear's eyes. Roar. The bear let out a low growl, rubbing its eyes. The red flames emanating from its eyes flared even more violently. And the bear appeared to grow in size, its once gray fur now shimmering with a faint golden hue. Moreover, the previously bald top of its head sprouted a full coat of fur within mere breaths. Observing the bear's transformation, Xiaozhua nodded in approval. It seemed that the dual lineage of the Candle Dragon was indeed formidable, that he wondered what astonishing changes would occur if the Candle Dragon bloodline were to reach its full potential when applied to the bear. As the bear stood guard, Xiaozhua began to invoke the Attract Calamity technique. Positioning himself between two rows of ancient trees, he began to chant incantations, albeit in a hushed tone, so that the audience in the live broadcast could only hear the faint murmurs of his spell. Unable to discern the exact words he uttered, what had initially appeared to be a typical live broadcast suddenly took on an eerie quality. As Xiaozhua murmured his incantation, his movements became increasingly peculiar. The ordinary viewers could only watch in bewilderment, unaware of his true intentions. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Great Qin's ancestor dragon tomb, a man of medium build, clad in black robes and bearing a stern expression, held his phone, astonishment etched on his face. What was Xiaozhua attempting to do? How could he possibly be performing the Attract Calamity technique? Gazing at the live broadcast featuring Xiaozhua, the man was filled with disbelief. It seemed that the Ma family had unwittingly stumbled upon a veritable hot potato. Muttering softly to himself, Ma Jinbei strode into the realm of the Grand Qin's ancestor Long's tomb. The wild immortal his family worshipped was none other than the revered Huang Dexian. Nestled among the hues of Hu, Huang, Bailu, and Hui, Xiaozhua had slain a 100-year-old yellow-skinned creature and subsequently eradicated an entire nest of them with explosives. Each of these actions was more than enough to provoke the ire of the family's Huang Dexian, which ultimately led to the decision to send him to eliminate Xiaozhua. Initially, Ma Jinbei thought that live streaming would facilitate a swift pinpointing of Xiaozhua's location, but he did not anticipate witnessing Xiaozhua performing the summoning evil technique. As he chanted incantations, Xiaozhua's feet were also in constant motion, gradually forming an enormous Bagua diagram beneath him. Simultaneously, wisps of faint black malevolence began to converge from all directions towards this spot. The nearby man Xiong, witnessing this spectacle, was left agape in astonishment. Just moments ago, he had perceived Xiaozhua's cryptic movements as mere eccentricity, yet now he was astonished to see a Bagua diagram materializing before him. Upon the completion of the summoning evil technique, the Bagua commenced its autonomous operation. Xiaozhua glanced at the gathering malevolent energy around him, his expression tinged with disdain. Were it not for the underlying mysteries of the ground beneath, he would have been disinclined to invoke this so-called summoning evil technique. However, having just witnessed the bloodthirsty withered leaf butterfly slay 2 individuals and the black-haired Zongzi take another, coupled with the fact that this place was inherently a hub of malevolence, he understood that should enough malevolent energy accumulate to liberate the human skin puppets from the ancient tree's constraints, even his lineage of the Zhu Long bloodline would find it challenging to manage the situation. He possessed only a dual-layered Zhu Long bloodline, while the human skin puppets were crafted according to the 72 earthly fiends. Additionally, the malevolent energy in this cursed ground was meant to nourish the puppets. Should it spiral out of control, it would be akin to a natural disaster. As the summoning evil Bagua spun wildly, Xiaozhua turned to observe the human skin puppets still struggling within the ancient trees. Driven by their desperate desire to escape, the puppets exerted themselves so forceful, seeing that Xiaozhua remained unmoved by her beauty, who Xiaoxian felt a pang of disappointment. Though you can set your abilities are commendable. However, this does not guarantee your successful entry into the tomb of the Great Qin Zulong. Therefore, I propose a trade, she said, her gaze fixed on Xiaozhua with palpable anticipation. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaozhua shook his head in refusal, and no need for cooperation. As long as you refrain from hindering me or causing harm to others, that will suffice. These words, the smile that had adorned Hu Xiaoxian's face vanished entirely. This Xiaozhua was utterly unpredictable. Think wisely, stranger. With my assistance, you would not only navigate the tomb of the Great Qin Zulong with ease, but you would also ensure your safety. Hu Xiaoxian was unwilling to concede and sought to persuade him further. However, her appeal was met with the sound of Xiaozhua drawing his sword. The formidable weight of his weapon exuded an air of cold authority. Collaboration is not out of the question. But I have no need for you as my guardian or my aide. That as he spoke, he began to circle Hu Shaoxian, invoking the upon witnessing his movements. Hu Shaoxian's heart raced in shock. There was inherently a bane to creatures like her. And among them, the Yin were the most fearsome. Yet, it was said that mastering the was an insurmountable challenge for mortals, who could only hope to cultivate 3 of its forms in a lifetime. The Yin were the simplest and essential for any practitioner. This stranger, appearing scarcely 20, could possibly wield both and, moreover, how could he be privy to her innermost thoughts should she become his guardian or aide? She might find a way to escape the tomb. Yet he insisted he required neither. A terrifying thought surged through Hu Shaoxian's mind. Could he be contemplating her demise? She immediately chastised herself. Impossible! He is but a youth, while I possess 300 years of cultivation as a wild spirit. For him to wish to kill me would be akin to slaying a deity, with a haughty scoff. She declared, "We shall see if your life can endure until thee is complete." With that, she unleashed 3 foxtails from behind her, as that had yet to reach completion. If she could eliminate this stranger before it did, she would remain carefree. The tails erupted forth, transforming her head into that of a fox, and her delicate hands morphed into claws aimed at Xiao's heart. Xiao's will remain silent, his intricate footwork unbroken. Observing Hu Shaoxian's assault, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Had she attacked from the shadows, she might have posed a genuine threat, but in this direct confrontation, he was confident in his abilities. With a hum, the swung through the air, creating a deep, resonant sound. Upon witnessing his strike, Hu Shaoxian smirked coldly. After 3 centuries of practice, her speed and strength far surpassed that of ordinary mortals. Even if Xiao's were a practitioner, she was certain she could dispatch him in an instant. Hu Shaoxian believed that once Xiao's sword met her hands, she would possess the power to slay him, for practitioners excelled in magical arts. While this fool dared to engage her in close combat, yet she overlooked one crucial detail. He had never claimed to be a practitioner. That as the two clashed, their weapons met with a resounding thud, causing the air to ripple with energy. The impact echoed ominously, and a cloud of dust billowed around them. They quickly separated, with Xiao's continuing his meticulous execution of while Hu Shaoxian appeared disoriented. Her 3 tails drooping, that if one examined closely, they would see her claws trembling with rapidity, despite the subtlety of the motion. Yet the turmoil within her heart was far more tumultuous, as she found herself grappling with the very essence of her existence. 3 questions spun endlessly in her mind. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? A single strike from the left god has left this little fox dazed, came the laughter of an unseen observer. All right, I concede. If I were the left god, I would be utterly captivated by this enchanting fox in human form. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream marveled at Xiao's prowess while teasing the bewildered Hu Shaoxian. Although this world differed from Earth, and many bizarre legends had persisted through the ages, numerous viewers remained unaware of the meanings behind terms like, and a devoted viewer, known as Zioxian, elucidated, is a wild spirit like Hu Shaoxian, enshrined within a home to ward off malevolent forces. In contrast, and also enshrined, primarily aids others in resolving their troubles. Simply put, the operates within the home, while the handles matters outside. With this explanation, the audience swiftly grasped the distinctions between the 2 roles. Zioxian further cautioned, however, whether once enshrined, they must be passed down through generations. Should the spirit become displeased, or if the family is too weak to contain it, or if the bond has run its course, the wild spirit may wreak havoc, leading to the family's ruin. Hence, those who choose to enshrine such spirits are far from ordinary. That a collective gasp echoed through the live stream as viewers absorbed the implications of such power. The notion of enshrining or lost its allure in the face of these dire consequences. The Stone Gate. Hu Shaoxian finally emerged from her profound contemplation, just as Xiao's completed them. All malevolent energies, including those drawn by were ensnared within his spell. The overlapping and enveloped Hu Shaoxian in a suffocating grip, rendering any thoughts of escape futile. You have 2 choices. First, you may destroy your own cultivation. I will not harm an ordinary fox. Second, you may leave a soul imprint, and from now on, I shall be your master. Hu Shaoxian contemplated her escape from the confines of Xiao's impassive voice cut through her thoughts. Devoid of emotion or fluctuation, these words, the bear-like figure nestled in the arms of a larger creature jolted awake. Good heavens, am I about to gain yet another ally in the live stream? The viewers reacted to Xiao's proposition, their comments shifting dramatically. Goodness, is the left god planning to corral mountain spirits and wild creatures, leaving them no avenue for escape? Why do I feel a twinge of envy at this recruitment? I wish to ask the left god why he would choose to spare the fox while swiftly dispatching the yellow weasel, don't inquire. The answer is simply that this fox is more alluring than that weasel. The audience chuckled as they realized Zhao Xian was about to be outshone by the left god, eliciting laughter from all. As the live stream continued, Ma Jinbei, a fellow observer, felt a growing unease. Witnessing Xiao's mastery of both, and he understood that not just anyone could wield such power. What shocked him most was Xiao's audacity to consider the wild spirit Hu Xiaoxian, with her unparalleled cultivation, as a potential servant. How foolish! Even with some skill, to enslave a wild spirit is nothing short of a delusion. With that thought, he reoriented himself and hurried toward Xiao's location. Old Bai, what do you think this fox will choose? In the base of the Great Qin Ancestor Dragon Tomb's production team, Yishio gazed at Bai Tianlong and inquired, there are numerous precedents of eminent beings subduing mountain spirits and wild creatures. Yet they remain largely unknown that if Xiao's successfully tames that fox with 300 years of cultivation during the live broadcast, the outcome would undoubtedly astonish the world. Moreover, I can assure you that as long as Xiao's survives until the conclusion of the expedition, various hidden sects will employ every means to either recruit or eliminate him, that I believe that the fox has no choice but the latter path. Bai Tianlong adjusted his glasses and replied, I choose the latter. Amidst the live broadcast, a captivating voice resonated. After 2 unsuccessful attempts to escape the forbidden technique, Hu Xiaoxian directly provided her answer. Xiaozu appeared unfazed by Hu Xiaoxian's choice. In fact, he seemed to have anticipated it. However, Xiaozu's intention to subdue Hu Xiaoxian did not stem from the audience's conjecture regarding her beauty, no matter how alluring she appeared in Xiaozu's eyes. She was merely a fox. His decision to tame Hu Xiaoxian rather than slay her like the yellow weasel was partly due to his lack of strength to subdue the latter at that moment, thus necessitating its elimination. Furthermore, the appearance of the yellow weasel was in line with the game's narrative, leaving no possibility of subjugation. In contrast, Hu Xiaoxian existed outside the narrative, and with his recent acquisition of the 6 evil arts, he had gained the ability to subdue her. The perilous journey into the Great Qin Ancestor Dragon Tomb demanded every formidable ally possible, especially since Hu Xiaoxian was the highest cultivator among the spirits of Hu, Huang, Bai Lu, and Hui. The author has a note. To express gratitude for the 5-star reviews, gifts, encouragement for updates, and bookshelf placements from esteemed readers, I will be writing until 1 a.m. today, updating 3 chapters. However, due to daily work commitments, I can only maintain a steady daily update of over 4,000 words. Thank you all for your understanding. Additionally, I solemnly declare that Hu Xiaoxian will not be the female lead. Chapter 30. You refer to them as humans? Approaching the ensnared Hu Xiaoxian, Xiaozuo inscribed a peculiar pattern upon the ground. This was the sole imprint pattern derived from the borrowing of malice in the 6 evil arts. Once Hu Xiaoxian stood upon this pattern, her soul imprint would be etched there. From that moment onwards, Xiaozuo could annihilate her at will by destroying that imprint. Of course, Xiaozuo had no intention of allowing Hu Xiaoxian to take control. Once a wild spirit assumed dominance, it would invariably retain certain inherent traits. Hu Xiaoxian reverted to her pitiable maiden form, gazing at the imprint with trepidation. How profound is this mortal's cultivation? This soul imprint was not something just anyone could carve. It was the singular method to permanently enslave creatures like herself. Should she step onto it, her only hope of freedom would hinge on Xiao's mercy in dismantling the imprint. Whether through Xiao's sudden demise or the destruction of the imprint, she was bound to meet her end. Silently, Hu Xiaoxian stepped onto the pattern. Ding, soul imprint successfully locked. Malicious puppet. Hu Xiaoxian, cultivation. 300 years. The system's prompt echoed in Xiao's mind. Yet he remained impassive. You have absorbed this malice, haven't you? He remarked casually before turning to leave. It would indeed be a waste to eliminate such malice. After all, Hu Xiaoxian was now his slave, and her absorption of it would enhance her strength. The stronger she became, the better she could serve him. As Xiaozhua departed from the two spinning bagua patterns, Man Xiong leaped from the embrace of Xiongda. However, he refrained from speaking, merely following quietly behind Xiaozhua. As Xiaozhua had initially stated, he was merely a burden in this venture. While he could have once intimidated the lesser nuisances, he had now become a liability. Xiongda and Wu Shaoxian were sufficient to deal with pests like Pu Jieya. This is a gathering of malice. The human skin puppets must not remain, Xiaozhua declared, observing the puppets hanging from the towering trees. Man Xiong comprehended and promptly grasped two mountain-cleaving axes, striding forward. Destruction was his forte. The viewership of Xiao's live-stream from Dragon Country soared to 40 billion, granting him the fourth opportunity for equipment updates. Your gear is on the way. Just as Xiao's sought a moment of respite. The voice of the host, Su Su, resonated through the public channel of the livestream. Not long after, an equipment box floated towards him. Xiaozhua contemplated what gear might be updated this time. However, just as the box was about to land before him, it suddenly exploded. The unexpected explosion startled both Man Xiong, who was dismantling the human skin puppets, and Wu Shaoxian, who was absorbing the malice. Even Xiongda, lost in self-admiration, was taken aback, alertly scanning the surroundings. Witnessing the explosion, Xiao's gaze gradually shifted eastward. Moments ago, he had seen a red projectile strike the equipment box. Once again, an event beyond the game's narrative unfolded. Xiaozhua remained unfazed by the explosion of the equipment box, maintaining his indifferent demeanor. Yet some were not so composed. The chief director of the Global Exploration Program, Xue Baogai, was drenched in cold sweat upon witnessing the explosion. The current Xiaozhua was no longer the overlooked Dragon Country contestant. Every action of his was scrutinized by countless eyes. Most critically, Xiaozhua had garnered the attention of the Dragon Country officials that if he were to be harmed by factors external to the program, the entire production team could face repercussions. What transpired? How could there be an explosion? Xue Baogai shouted at his staff. The equipment box contained not only the gear for Xiaozhua, but also a sumptuous lunch. Now, it was all ruined. Not only was Xue Baogai astonished, but Yi Xiu and Bai Tianlong were equally taken aback. However, these two were aware of the Global Exploration Program's capabilities. Their equipment boxes were certainly not prone to self-detonation. Moreover, the program had already recognized the importance placed on Xiaozhua by the Dragon Country officials, that it's from the Ma family of the northern three provinces, Ma Jinbei. Yi Xiu suddenly recalled, his expression tense. The Ma family from the northern three provinces, the ones who venerate the Huang family wild spirits as their emissaries. Bai Tianlong inquired, that why Yi Xiu nodded. Worry etched on his face, that I thought this Ma Jinbei was merely a figure of speech. But it seems he truly has located Xiaozhua. After Xiaozhua eliminated the yellow weasel and destroyed its lair, Ma Jinbei's intentions are undoubtedly hostile, that why Yi Xiu regarded Bai Tianlong, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Should we inform the higher-ups to request assistance from that organization on Xiao's behalf? Bai Tianlong shook his head, a look of skepticism on his face. Requesting that organization to intervene may be beyond our standing. Furthermore, while Ma Jinbei is formidable, let us not forget who his opponent is, Xiaozhua. With that, Bai Tianlong wore a resolute smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiu's expression shifted to one of realization. How careless of me to forget that Ma Jinbei's opponent is Xiaozhua. Suddenly, in the live stream, a figure emerged before Xiao Ziyu Dem A Jinbei, clad in black robes, fixated his gaze on the stoic youth before him. With tousled hair and piercing brows, he carried a heavy sword, exuding an aura of calm intensity. Who are you? Man Xiong instinctively sensed danger upon seeing Ma Jinbei, recognizing the extraordinary presence emanating from the man in black, killing intent. This was something that could only be acquired through life and death battles. As a warrior, Man Xiong immediately detected the lethal aura and promptly positioned himself beside Xiaozhua. While he was not equipped to handle Zhongzi or other creatures, he felt a measure of confidence when facing a human opponent. Friend, it would suffice if you refrained from bestowing titles upon the Huang family's wild spirits. Why resort to violence? Ma Jinbei inquired, delaying his attack and addressing Xiaozhua, sitting casually upon a nearby boulder. Xiaozhua appeared unperturbed by Ma Jinbei's presence and inquired, so, you seek vengeance? Xiaozhua replied, his tone devoid of emotion. With the bloodline of the Candle Dragon enhancing his perception, Xiaozhua quickly discerned Ma Jinbei's origins. However, he only recognized that the wild spirit behind Ma Jinbei hailed from the Huang family, without any knowledge of its actual strength. Indeed, you have severed the prospects of others and directly slaughtered their kin. You cannot evade this reckoning. That as Ma Jinbei spoke, a black killing sword materialized in his hand. Upon hearing Ma Jinbei's words, Xiao Zuo's tone grew more intense. You refer to them as humans? The author has something to say. Chapter 31. Please summon the evil spirit. They are not humans, but celestials. Upon hearing Xiao Zuo's words, Ma Jinbei furrowed his brows. That I misspoke. They are not humans. They are, indeed, celestials. That as his words fell, Ma Jinbei's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. Now was the most opportune moment to strike, for the forbidden spirit technique required Xiao Zuo to personally dispel it before that Xiao Xian could regain freedom. The formidable gray bear and the veteran warrior from the fighting tribes posed no real threat to him. Thus, it meant that as long as that wild celestial from the Hu family did not intervene, his true enemy would solely be Xiao Zuo. If you wish to harm my brother Xiao, you must first seek my consent. The barbarian bear could no longer contain himself when Ma Jinbei disregarded him. After all, he was a towering warrior, standing at 2 meters tall. How could he allow a half-grown elder to treat him with such disdain? However, this time, the barbarian bear did not wield his pair of mountain-splitting axes, but instead drew forth a gleaming dagger, an inch shorter, an inch more perilous, in the face of a potentially lethal threat. The barbarian bear never underestimated his adversary. Yet, as he charged forward with all his might, he felt a piercing pain in his lower back. When he regained his senses, he found himself once again lifted off the ground by Xiao Zuo, who held him in a manner identical to their previous encounter. One hand grasping the flesh at the barbarian bear's waist, Xiao Zuo spoke nonchalantly. If he wishes to harm you, it will take but half a move. With that, Xiao Zuo set the barbarian bear back down. It was not that the barbarian bear was lacking in strength. Rather, Ma Jinbei was simply too formidable that it could be said that they were not even on the same level. Half a move. Upon hearing Xiao Zuo's words, the barbarian bear was taken aback. In their exchanges, one move was equivalent to a back-and-forth exchange. Half a move implied that he had only the chance to advance, with no possibility of retreat. The barbarian bear offered no argument. He silently sheathed his dagger and stood behind Xiao Zuo, unwavering in his faith in Xiao Zuo's words. With a hum, Xiao Zuo drew forth his flawless heavy sword, a cold glint flashing in his vertical pupils. Since the opponent had come here, further explanations would be futile. It was better to resolve matters swiftly. Unravel the forbidden spirit 8 trigrams. Allow me to confront him. Upon witnessing Xiao Zuo preparing to engage with Ma Jinbei, Hu Xiaoxian hastily interjected. Although she had yet to completely absorb the malevolent energy from the forbidden spirit technique, she still spoke up. Xiao Zuo's flawless heavy sword was formidable, yet the wild celestial aura emanating from the opponent was exceedingly strong. Should Xiao Zuo perish, his soul imprint would shatter, and she would become a mere casualty. However, Xiao Zuo appeared indifferent to Hu Xiaoxian's concerns, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Ma Jinbei. Prepare to meet your end. With a forceful stomp, Ma Jinbei's foot struck the ground, creating a deep pit the size of a watermelon. Her figure shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, her speed so great that an ordinary person would have no time to evade. Yet, despite her incredible velocity, to Xiao Zuo, empowered by the second stage of the Candle Dragon bloodline, she was merely marginally faster than an average person. With a swing of his flawless heavy sword, an immense pressure bore down upon Ma Jinbei. Having observed the live broadcast, Ma Jinbei knew the heavy sword wielded by Xiao Zuo was immensely powerful. She had no intention of clashing with him head-on. Yet, Xiao Zuo's heavy sword effectively sealed off her attack route, leaving Ma Jinbei no choice but to leap above him. But Xiao Zuo's reaction speed far exceeded her expectations. The flawless heavy sword showed no signs of hesitation. In Xiao Zuo's hands, it seemed to transcend the physical laws of this world. Concepts such as inertia, gravity, weight, and acceleration appeared utterly impotent against Xiao Zuo's absolute strength. With a hum, as Ma Jinbei leapt into the air, she had yet to adjust her posture for an attack when the flawless heavy sword was already in pursuit. Although the sword pursued her at a right angle, its speed remained unchanged. Unable to confront Xiao Zuo directly, Ma Jinbei had no choice but to adjust her stance once more, tracing an arc in the air to position herself behind Xiao Zuo. A dull thud echoed as an immense pressure bore down upon her. Upon hearing the sound of the flawless heavy sword, Ma Jinbei nearly spat out a mouthful of blood that it was inconceivable that even unarmed Xiao Zhou could execute such a relentless attack. With no other option, Ma Jinbei forcefully pushed off the ground. Retreating swiftly to as she steadied herself, beads of sweat began to drip from her forehead, although she had been the one to initiate the attack. The initiative had always rested firmly in Xiao Zhu's hands in just that one exchange. Ma Jinbei concluded that she was no match for Xiao Zhu. The heavens are vast, the earth is boundless. Wild celestials roam about. Today I, a disciple, humbly implore the wild celestial for assistance, calling forth the wind and summoning the rain to bring order to this hall. Realizing she was no match for Xiao Zhu, Ma Jinbei wasted no time in reciting an incantation. Although her word in the air, two figures collided, with Xiao Zhu's flawless heavy sword striking down upon Ma Jinbei's hands. They separated instantly, each landing steadily on the ground. Indeed, quite a considerable strength, yet the same could not be said for their companions. With his hands clasped behind his back, Ma Jinbei proclaimed with a smug expression, "Not bad at all," upon hearing his words. Xiao Zhu glanced back at the predicament of the fierce bear, Xiongde, and Hu Xiaosan that very moment. As Xiao Zhu turned, Ma Jinbei stealthily stepped back, treading upon the drops of blood that had dripped from his hands. Despite maintaining an air of confidence, Ma Jinbei's heart was filled with shock. A mere collision had resulted in Xiao Zhu inflicting injury upon him, despite the fact that he had exerted all his strength to defend himself. This meant that even with his utmost defense, Xiao Zhu could still easily wound him. Who exactly is this lad? Crack. The sound of splintering would echoed as a human effigy broke free from its constraints. Towering and imposing, it charged towards the fierce bear the moment it emerged. Crack. Another effigy followed suit, its target still fixed on the fierce bear. Good grief. Is it really necessary to treat me like this? The fierce bear gripped his mountain axe tightly, swallowing hard. The specially crafted human effigies possessed attributes that far surpassed those of ordinary humans. Even a retired giant soldier would struggle to inflict any significant damage upon them. Furthermore, unlike Zhongzi, the black donkey hooves were utterly ineffective against these creatures in terms of sheer strength. Even the 2-meter-tall fierce bear was completely overpowered by the human effigies. Damn it. So these things are indeed bullies of the weak. Realizing that his attacks were ineffective against the effigies, the fierce bear finally understood why they had targeted him the moment they broke free. Noticing the situation, a flicker of concern crossed Xiao Zhu's face. However, his opponent was Ma Jinbei, and that man would undoubtedly not allow him to escape to deal with the effigies. Yet when Xiao Zhu's gaze returned to where Ma Jinbei had been standing moments ago, there was no trace of him to be found. Upon reaching the spot where Ma Jinbei had just stood, Xiao Zhu immediately spotted the bloodstains trampled underfoot. It seemed as 5 drops of leading blood had not been wasted. Just as Ma Jinbei departed, the remaining human effigies simultaneously broke free from the towering ancient trees. Empowered by sufficient malevolent energy, these effigies were extraordinarily fierce. Even Hu Xiaoxian, with 300 years of experience, found it quite challenging to contend with them. Xiongde, having undergone 2 transformations through the Zhu Long bloodline, could not inflict significant harm on the effigies, but he could manage to protect himself. The fierce bear, however, was utterly overwhelmed by a single effigy, left reeling. Now that all the effigies had escaped their confines, his predicament had worsened considerably. Yet after glancing at the 4 human effigies that had been destroyed by the fierce bear and Xiongde, Xiao Zhu felt a measure of relief. Though powerful, the human effigies were ultimately lifeless constructs. Their most terrifying aspect lay in their ability to harness the malevolence of the 72 earth spirits. However, with only 68 effigies remaining, they clearly lacked the conditions to wield such power. Buzz, as the fierce bear found himself surrounded, Xiao Zhu brandished his heavy sword and stepped forward before Xiao Zhu's flawless heavy sword. The seemingly impervious human effigies crumbled like paper in less than 10 minutes. All the effigies were annihilated. Without pausing for a moment, Xiao Zhu led the way into the grand tomb of the Qin ancestors. Given that Ma Jinbei had been injured by his own malevolent energy, Xiao Zhu was convinced he would not let the matter rest. Even if Ma Jinbei chose to retreat, that yellow weasel would surely not allow things to end so easily. Xiao Zhu understood the nature of the yellow weasel well. It could not tolerate even the slightest humiliation. The only reason for its departure was to avoid a silent defeat. It seemed that the path ahead would be fraught with further obstacles. According to the game's narrative, Xiao's was swiftly made his way to the outer city gate of the grand tomb of the Qin ancestors. The human effigies they had encountered were the last guardians of the outer city. There were no malevolent creatures between the outer and inner city, but numerous traps lay in wait. "You all follow closely behind me," Xiao's remarked, casting a glance at the distant mound of earth marking the tomb of the Qin ancestors. Just as they were about to enter the outer city, the voice of the host, Su Su, echoed through the public channel for the adventurers. "Attention, contestants. 1/5 of the participating adventurers have been injured, leaving only 9 survivors. Due to the dwindling numbers, the production team has activated the contestant replacement system that we will randomly select 20 candidates from the waiting list to enter the grand tomb of the Qin ancestors for exploration. Additionally, remaining contestants may dissolve their current teams. We will randomly match you with new companions that let me explain the cultivation levels of Hu Huang by Lu Hui. In the early stages, the mountain spirits and wild beasts, with hundreds of years of cultivation, primarily focus on transformation, followed by a lengthy process of body refinement. Although they can perform minor magical techniques during this period, nothing particularly remarkable occurs. Only mountain spirits and wild beasts with over 1,000 years of cultivation, having successfully transformed and refined their bodies to perfection, will devote their energy to magical techniques. Thus, the mountain spirits and wild beasts encountered by the protagonist in the early stages are merely seen as extraordinary by ordinary humans, as they are beings that originated from animal transformations. However, in reality, they simply possess slightly superior physical attributes compared to humans. Author's note. Chapter 33. Replacement Teammate. Zhang Qilin, upon hearing Su Su's voice, Xiao's wore an expression of indifference. However, the fierce bear beside him grew increasingly anxious. What if Xiao's deemed him unnecessary and decided to cast him aside? Yet after observing Xiao's silent demeanor, the fierce bear quelled his concerns that if he had not dismissed Xiongda, there was no way Xiao's would discard him. 10 minutes later, a photograph appeared simultaneously on the communication devices of Xiao's and the fierce bear. At the same time, Su Su's voice rang out once more. "Everyone, the random team matching process has been completed through our system. The information of your new teammates has been sent to each contestant. In half an hour, your new companions will be airdropped nearby via the positioning system." After Su Su's announcement, the public channel fell silent once more, and the remaining 9 contestants began to take notice of the information about their future teammates. However, they had no knowledge of how the production team had allocated the replacement contestants. With only 4 teams remaining among the 9 contestants, yet 20 replacement contestants to fill the ranks, it was clear that the distribution was shrouded in mystery. Xiao's and the Fierce Bear's team received only a single image, indicating that the production team had assigned them just 1 replacement teammate. "Xiao brother, our new teammate is also from Longhua. Just like you," the Fierce Bear exclaimed excitedly as he gazed at the photograph on his communication device. That moment, Xiao's gaze was also fixed on the image displayed on his device. The photograph depicted a cold-faced man, whose features were strikingly handsome, with an air of heroism about him. His slightly tousled hair framed a pair of deep, steady eyes, clad in a sleek black outfit. He bore a shadowy blade on his back. The moment Xiao's laid eyes on the photograph, he recognized it instantly. Wasn't this the image of the replacement contestant that had been showcased during the announcement of participants yesterday? Could it be that this person had been randomly assigned to his group? As he scrutinized the photo further, Xiao's felt an increasing sense of familiarity. Having traversed this world for some time now, he had encountered numerous reports about this man. After all, this world was unlike his previous one, and there were more anomalies than just him. Roar! As they walked, Xiongda suddenly let out a furious roar. However, after a single bellow, his next step resembled more of a playful growl. Xiao's looked ahead to see a figure standing beneath a nearby tree, clad in black and bearing a sword on his back. The replacement teammate had arrived. Casting a glance at the trembling Xiongda, Xiao's offered a reassuring that it was no easy feat for Xiongda, who had undergone transformation through the Zhulong bloodline, as his sensitivity to bloodlines even surpassed Xiao's own. Indeed, before Xiao's could sense the presence of the figure before them, Xiongda had already reacted. Yet, as an ordinary creature transformed through the Zhulong bloodline, he felt an instinctive pressure before the true Qilin bloodline of the anomaly, rendering him unable to act with any audacity. Xiaozhua. Without further ado, Xiaozhua introduced himself, that he then fixed his gaze upon the man clad in black before him. Zhang Qilin. The man in the hoodie spoke with a faint tone, his indifference mirroring that of Xiaozhua. Indeed, it was him, an anomaly on this planet, much like himself, upon hearing Zhang Qilin's name announced. Xiaozhua instantly confirmed his suspicions. Zhang Qilin was the foremost individual on this planet known to possess an extraordinary bloodline, much like himself, who had a system. Truly a remarkable oddity. His abilities were nearly deified. He was valiant in battle, invincible in his pursuits, yet his demeanor was aloof, making him reticent in conversation. Partnering with such a god of war assured Xiao a strong chance at victory. As their hands clasped, the chatroom of Xiao's live stream erupted with excitement. Wow, that man is incredibly handsome, rivaling Zhuo Shun. Goodness, why must two such dashing men be paired together? How are we women supposed to survive? Zhuo Shun carries the flawless heavy sword, while that young man wields an ancient blade. What a perfect duo! It's evident that both individuals are of the taciturn type. It seems Wan Xiong will have to settle for a pairing with Xiongda. Ah wait, there are 3 men and 1 male bear here. With Wan Xiong and Xiongda being so shameless, what about Hu Xiaoxian? My heavens, the only woman in the team is being disregarded. Goodness, calling for the Free Fairy Master online. Your darling has been neglected. Free Fairy bestowed 50 super rockets with a message. Zhuo Shun, since that little fox is surplus to requirements, just give her to me. Guo Jiahao donated 100 super rockets with a message. I had some matters to attend to earlier, and in just half a day, the team has grown so formidable. Meng Yulanlong sent 100 super rockets with a message. Me too, it's hardly worth missing Zhuo Shun's livestream for 5 small goals. The barrage of comments in the livestream flew by, yet the arrival of Zhang Qilin was evidently met with a warm reception at the base of the Daqin Ancestor Dragon Tomb exploration team. Yi Xiu watched the livestream screen, swallowing hard. The Dragon Kingdom's officials had actually dispatched him for the adventure. This time, that fellow Ma Jinbei would surely think twice before harboring thoughts about Xiaozhua. Bai Tianlong also observed the livestream image of Zhang Qilin, his heart filled with astonishment that I do not believe he was sent by the Dragon Kingdom. He is not someone who could be controlled by others. I am convinced he is here solely by his own volition. Both Bai Tianlong and Yi Xiu were immensely shocked by Zhang Qilin's appearance, as the nominal head of the most secretive organization in the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Qilin had always been one to heed no order. Due to his talents and formidable abilities, even the officials of the Dragon Kingdom had to concede to him. Wait, old Yi, what about the people you sent? Bai Tianlong suddenly recalled something and turned to Yi Xiu was equally startled. Right? I had arranged for 2 professional archaeologists among the substitutes, yet not a single one has made it in. However, glancing at the image of Zhang Qilin on the livestream, the 2 elders had nothing more to say. Compared to the individuals they had dispatched, Zhang Qilin was akin to a divine being. Regardless of who it was, as long as they could assist Xiaozhua in successfully entering the Daqin Ancestor Dragon Tomb and eliminate all the foreign competitors, it would be a worthy tribute to the ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 34. The National Goddess Hong Zhilan. Are you ready to worship? After a brief handshake between Xiaozhua and Zhang Qilin, the group resumed their journey toward the outer city gates. However, the atmosphere along the way felt particularly peculiar. The 2 exceptionally handsome men merely focused on discerning the direction of the path, with Xiaozhua offering minimal words beyond instructing the other 2, one a person, the other a beast, to evade traps. Zhang Qilin remained entirely silent, while Wan Xiong and Xiongda were restlessly poking and prodding, behaving like 2 unruly children. Due to overwhelming boredom, Hu Xiaoxian had transformed into a spiritual entity and slipped into the soul imprint carved by Xiaozhua, resigning himself to the role of a diligent worker, unable to escape. Despite the slightly subdued ambience of Xiao's team's livestream, it appeared quite harmonious until a female voice emerged from behind them. Which of you is Xiaozhua? Upon hearing the voice, Xiaozhua and his companions halted. Turning around, Wan Xiong could not restrain himself from exclaiming, Pu Jui, you're still alive. Xiaozhua's gaze fell upon the 7 men and 1 woman behind him, his eyes locking onto Pu Jui, who for some reason wore a dazed expression. Beside Pu Jui, Jin Junzai's eyes flickered uncertainly. However, in front of Pu Jui stood a woman radiating a formidable aura. A sense of familiarity washed over Xiao Zhuo as he quickly identified her. The top star of the coronation, Hong Zhilan. Although Xiao Zhuo was not particularly invested in the entertainment industry, the name Hong Zhilan had been firmly etched in his mind, even without his interest in such matters. This woman had stepped into the public eye at the age of 17 as a trainee, swiftly joining a girl group and single-handedly elevating it to unprecedented heights. Subsequently, at the peak of the girl group's success, Hong Zhilan chose to pursue a solo career, becoming a global superstar in just a year, especially garnering a vast following in the coronation, Japan, and the Dragon Kingdom that in terms of fan appeal. Hong Zhilan was among the few who could overshadow Pu Jui. Observing the 5 individuals beside Hong Zhilan, Xiao Zhuo's eyes narrowed slightly. Apart from being tall like Jin Junzai, they all exuded a subtle yet palpable aura of menace. Their presence was peculiar. If one did not pay close attention, it would be nearly imperceptible, like that of the deceased. As Hong Zhilan appeared in Xiao Zhuo's live stream, the comment section erupted in a frenzy. Hong Zhilan, wow! Liberate the coronation! Capture Hong Zhilan alive! What is going on in the coronation? Why are they sending artists to participate in the expedition? Not that the coronation lacks talent. It's just that they have nothing but artists to offer. Haha. Zhuo Shun is in danger. This is clearly a beauty trap. The person above is right. This is indeed a beauty trap. Let go of Zhuo Shun. Let me take over. Hong Zhilan, I adore the way she dances. Honestly, are you just coveting her body? While the viewers in Xiao Zhuo's live stream were marveling at Hong Zhilan's stunning presence, the atmosphere remained relatively normal. However, Hong Zhilan's own live stream was an entirely different story. Countless men from the coronation and other countries were drooling uncontrollably. Zhilan, I love you. Did I hear wrong? Zhilan just called out that man's name. If Zhilan were to call my name, I would vow never to touch another woman for the rest of my life, that I never expected Zhilan to participate in this global expedition. I must protect her. How can our goddess of the coronation actively converse with that Dragon Kingdom man? Exactly. That man isn't even worthy to lick the soles of our goddess Zhilan's shoes. Seriously, if anything were to happen to Zhilan in that cursed tomb, we would reclaim the Dragon Kingdom, as they were merely a branch of ours. For Zhilan, I would willingly enlist. In Hong Zhilan's own live stream, not only were the men going wild, but the women were equally fervent. Did you see that Dragon Kingdom man? Zhilan just called his name. She is really giving him face. That man is from the Dragon Kingdom. It is only a matter of time before he kneels behind Zhilan, licking her boots. Exactly. No man can resist Zhilan's allure. The person above is right, but Dragon Kingdom men inherently possess an inclination to be submissive. So they will likely be even more fervent, that if this man can make it to the end, then once our Zhilan beckons, he will gladly present her with the ultimate victory. Haha, let alone material possessions. If Zhilan requested this man's life, he would unhesitatingly offer it. Look, upon seeing our Zhilan, they're all dumbstruck. Not just the men. Even that male bear seems stunned. Hong Zhilan's viewers had already made their predictions about what was to unfold. These 2 Dragon Kingdom men, along with that brutish warrior, and even the male bear would undoubtedly become part of Hong Zhilan's legion of admirers. Like her fans, Hong Zhilan clearly shared this belief. Upon noticing Xiao's would turn around, Hong Zhilan immediately adopted a pose of pristine purity and superiority, as if merely uttering Xiao Zhuo's name was a tremendous blessing that I am Xiao Zhuo. Although Xiao Zhuo recognized Hong Zhilan, the indifference etched on his face not only failed to thaw, but instead grew even colder. Xiao Zhuo could not fathom the rationale behind the adventure show's production team. While Park Jiuyi may have appeared eccentric, he at least represented a semblance of masculinity, with a courage and physicality that were somewhat commendable. However, he could not comprehend why the vase like Hong Zhilan was permitted to participate in the program. Was it possible that she was not merely a superficial singing and dancing artist? Xiao Zhuo's response was chillingly devoid of emotion, and even the man standing beside him exhibited an icy demeanor, his gaze continuously scanning Park Jiuyi and Jin Junkai. Witnessing this scene, a wave of inexplicable anger surged within Hong Zhilan. What did this mean? Was her allure as a goddess, one that everyone sought to conquer, rendered ineffective? How could these 2 men remain so composed in her presence? If they were indeed men, they ought to grovel before her. Nevertheless, despite her inner fury, Hong Zhilan maintained an innocent and charming smile on her face. Mr. Xiao, while I awaited my turn, I watched your live stream. And I believe you are the only true man among all the contestants. That as she spoke, her eyes reflected an overwhelming admiration. Therefore, Mr. Xiao, may I lead my team to collaborate with you? Rest assured, as long as the adventure is successful, all fame and fortune shall belong to you. Mr. Xiao, I am merely here for the experience the author wishes to convey, due to an abundance of gifts over the past few days. An additional chapter has been added for all the esteemed readers. Following midnight, 2 more chapters will be released for your enjoyment tomorrow morning. Chapter 35, Refusal to Collaborate. That woman has some tricks upon hearing Hong Zhilan's words. Xiaozhu remained utterly composed. He had no intention of believing her claims of shunning fame and fortune. What was her purpose in being here, then? Was she simply indulging in idle pursuits, not interested? Xiaozhu dismissed her with 3 curt words before turning away. Zhang Qilin also withdrew his gaze from Park Jiuyi and Jin Junkai, while Man Xiong, with a reckless demeanor, spat at Hong Zhilan and followed in Xiaozhu's footsteps. However, Man Xiong's eyes remained fixated on Hong Zhilan's figure, his gaze burning with intensified fervor. Let's go. Are you planning to betray your Cui Hua? With a sudden realization that Bearda had not followed, Man Xiong turned around to see Bearda appearing rather foolish. In a fit of annoyance, Man Xiong leapt and delivered a playful smack to Bearda's backside. Bearda, startled awake, wiped his mouth and hurried after Man Xiong. Observing Xiaozhu's retreating silhouette, Zhang Qilin could not help but silently commend him. Historically, no cat has refrained from indulging in fish. Xiaozhu's complete lack of interest in Hong Zhilan was nothing short of remarkable. Such composure is not a trait possessed by many. Zhang Qilin discerned that even though Man Xiong displayed utmost disdain for that woman, had she launched an assault on him, it was likely Man Xiong would succumb in mere minutes. After all, even Bearda had been somewhat enchanted by Hong Zhilan. That it was only after Xiaozhu and his companions had walked 100 meters away that Hong Zhilan snapped back to reality. They had simply walked away, without even a fleeting glance, not even a mere acknowledgement. While Xiaozhu may not have shown any interest, at least he had spoken to her. Yet the other man beside Xiaozhu had not even deigned to glance her way. What was going on? How could these 2 men disregard her, the goddess Zhilan? It was infuriating. They had audaciously rejected her request for collaboration. Unable to contain her frustration, she fumed. What were these 2 men from the Dragon Kingdom? What right did they have to dismiss the goddess Zhilan? Even that bear had been captivated by her charm. Yet these men remained unmoved. Do not worry. The real spectacle is only just beginning. I suspect those 2 men are deliberately putting on an air of aloofness. It is also possible that if they were to grovel, perhaps the goddess Zhilan would simply kick them aside. In that case, they might find themselves in a position to interact with her further. This tactic is known as desire to capture, yet holding back. Humph. My dear Zhilan is so wronged. How could that man simply leave like that? Devoid of any gentlemanly decorum. This clearly illustrates that men from the Dragon Kingdom possess no sense of chivalry. My heart aches for Zhilan for 3 seconds. The viewers in Hong Zhilan's livestream were incensed by Xiaozhu's demeanor. How could their beloved idol be so callously ignored? Yet, many also believe that Xiaozhu was merely feigning indifference to facilitate closer interaction with Hong Zhilan. After all, she had displayed an interest in him. Hence, he seemed to be employing a strategy of desire to capture, yet holding back. The atmosphere in Xiaozhu's live stream had shifted dramatically, with a flurry of astonished comments flooding in. Wow. I am in awe of Left God's composure. Wow. Zhang Qilin's composure is equally commendable. He didn't even glance at Hong Zhilan. Wow. Even after Zhilan acted coy, Left God still turned away. What a true straight man. Qilin smiles. Yan Wang opens the way, gifting 100 super rockets with a message. Left God, I still wish to see you and Brother Qilin duel in fencing. Free immortal gifts, 50 super rockets with a message. It's just a woman from the corn country. She is not as pure as my little fox. Adorable fish blue dragon gifts 50 super rockets with a message. I just returned from Hong Zhilan's live stream, where they were discussing how long Left God could hold out without succumbing to her charms. Good heavens! I am utterly amazed. Even Blue Dragon has gone undercover. What a clever informant. They wish for Left God to grovel before their corn country woman. They must be dreaming. Women. Women only serve to hinder Left God's swordsmanship. Am I the only one who notices that Zhang Qilin occasionally sneaks glances at Left God? The word sneak is emphasized. It is crucial for examination. From my vantage point, it seems that the Corn Country Hong Jilan has caught up with us once more. The comments in the live stream soared as Xiao Zhuo and his companions ambled forward. While behind them, Hong Jilan was escorted by 7 men as though she were the center of the universe. However, her expression was somewhat clouded, and her chest heaved rapidly. What a wretched place. One moment it is cold, the next it is hot. Complaining to the sky, Hong Jilan wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. Did you hear that? Goddess Jilan is feeling the heat. Let us quickly send gifts to get her some water. At the headquarters of the Great Qin Ancestral Dragon Tombs production team, Shui Baogai nearly burst into laughter at the sight of Hong Jilan's live stream. With a single utterance, this woman was set to bring in substantial profits for the production team. Hong Jilan's live stream had reached a staggering 10 billion in popularity, earning her the first equipment upgrade qualification. Your equipment is on its way. The voice of host Su Su echoed in the contestants' public channel, though this time it carried an air of chilliness, with a Park Jiuyi already in the mix. Another Hong Jilan had joined the fray. Was there truly no one from the Corn Country aside from entertainers? Su Su's internal complaints were still simmering when Hong Jilan's live stream soared to 20 billion in popularity, granting her the second equipment upgrade qualification. Your equipment is on its way. As Hong Jilan's live stream surged to 30 billion, she secured the third equipment upgrade qualification. Your equipment is on its way. With a mere utterance, Hong Jilan's live stream heat skyrocketed to 70 billion, simultaneously acquiring 7 equipment upgrade qualifications. Upon hearing the host's announcement, Hong Jilan cast her gaze toward Xiao Zhuo and his companions ahead. Ignoring me, I can effortlessly secure 7 equipment upgrade qualifications. Just wait until you come crawling to me for collaboration. I will certainly make you squirm. As she contemplated this, 7 drones leisurely approached, creating a rather spectacular scene. Brother Xiao, that woman possesses some cunning. She managed to acquire 7 equipment boxes in one go. The bear-like figure glanced back at Hong Jilan, his gaze laced with a hint of envy. Xiao Zhuo, upon hearing the bear's words, merely turned to cast a fleeting glance, but refrained from uttering a word. Why now? Xiao Zhuo had discerned the tricks of the production team. Their so-called equipment updates were nothing more than a publicity stunt. Apart from a few trivial items, all they could provide were provisions and water. Although food and water might not directly aid in exploration, they remained invaluable assets for the contestants as the narrative unfolds. Chapter 36. Such a person deserves to remain single for life. Noticing Xiao's was silence, the bear chose not to speak further. However, he cast a glance at Zhang Qilin, who had been quietly brooding beside him, sparking a moment of contemplation within him. The Dragon Kingdom individuals he had previously known were nothing like this. Why were both Xiao Zhuo and Zhang Qilin so taciturn? Xiao Zhuo was somewhat better. He refrained from idle chatter, yet spoke when it mattered. As for Zhang Qilin, he had uttered a mere 3 words since their acquaintance, all of which were part of his self-introduction. Zhang brothers, what is your standing in the Dragon Kingdom? Are you just an ordinary person like Xiao Zhuo? The bear nudged Zhang Qilin with his arm. Zhang Qilin turned to regard the bear, silently brushing away the spot where he had been touched. Yet he only glanced at the bear without offering a reply. The bear suddenly felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, grasping hold of the larger bear's hand, resembling a 300-pound child rond. Who would have thought that the Corn Nation would send Hong Jilan? As they continued on their way, a sinister chuckle pierced the air. The Japanese figure, Madong Gaizi, and the American, Smith Feiwu, emerged in a Xiao's line of sight. This time, it was evident that Madong Gaizi was fixated on Hong Jilan, and Xiao Zhuo noticed that 4 samurai clad in Japanese armor followed closely behind him. The once dominant Smith Feiwu now stood obediently behind Madong Gaizi, his face marred with bruises, as if he had just been beaten. With a mere glance, Xiao Zhuo comprehended the situation. However, he was disinclined to intervene. He would rather take a few more steps toward the inner city gates of the Qin Ancestral Dragon Tomb. Yet, just as Xiao Zhuo was about to turn away, the usually reticent Zhang Qilin reached out to stop him. Zhang Qilin said nothing, merely casting a glance at the 7 men behind Hong Jilan. Xiao Zhuo's gaze met Zhang Qilin's, and he instantly understood his unspoken meaning, deciding to find a large rock. Xiao Zhuo took a seat first. What do you intend to do? Hong Jilan gasped, her face paling upon seeing Madong Gaizi, retreating a few steps in alarm. Nothing. I merely heard that you have achieved the qualification for 7 equipment updates at once. I only wish to assist you in opening your boxes. Madong Gaizi leered, his eyes lecherously probing into Hong Zhilan's attire. Did I warn you? This is a global live broadcast. Do not act recklessly. Hong Zhilan's voice trembled, sending a pleading glance toward Xiaozhua. However, the group remained seated on the stone, clearly adopting a stance of detached observation. Even the larger bear sat beside the stone, scratching its behind with its paws. Madong Gaizi, undeterred by Hong Zhilan's warning, laughed even more maniacally. What of a global broadcast? That big star, Park Jian, behind you has done far worse than I did. I merely wish to help you open your equipment box. I harbor no ill intentions. Approaching Hong Zhilan, he stood just a short distance away. To Mr. Xiaozhua, will you truly stand idly by as I am bullied? Seeing that Xiaozhua and the others showed no intention of intervening, Hong Zhilan resolved to plead for herself. Yet, the only response was a grunt from the larger bear. Observing Xiao's indifferent demeanor, Hong Zhilan's expression darkened further. At that moment, Xiaozhua found himself perplexed. He could not discern Hong Zhilan's true identity. Although the scene appeared to be Madong Gaizi attempting to rob Hong Zhilan, a closer look revealed too many inconsistencies to ignore, apart from Hong Zhilan's words. The other 7 men remained utterly silent, which felt quite suspicious. Moreover, with Xiao's keen perception, he easily deduced that Hong Zhilan's fear was feigned. Enough. I am no longer the same. After dealing with you, I shall turn my attention to that Dragon Kingdom. Xiaozhua, Madong Gaizi declared, casting a cold gaze in Xiao's direction. Goodness! This fellow dares to target Brother Xiao. Has he come to believe he is invincible with a few potato spirits at his side? The bear, feeling the urge to rise, hesitated as Xiaozhua pressed a hand down upon him. Xiaozhua said nothing, merely shaking his head. That it was evident to him that Madong Gaizi's arrogance stemmed entirely from the 4 samurai clad in armor behind him. Smith Feiwu's reluctant compliance with Madong Gaizi was also undoubtedly due to those warriors. However, Xiaozhua found no interest in such a loud-mouthed adversary, and he was equally curious to observe whether Hong Zhilan possessed any unique qualities. Casting a glance at the silent Zhang Qilin beside him, Xiaozhua refrained from saying much, understanding that Zhang Qilin's insistence on him staying was likely due to his own recognition of Hong Zhilan's extraordinary nature. With all eyes upon him, Madong Gaizi strode closer to Hong Zhilan. In her live stream, an uproar of condemnation erupted. Those 2 Dragon Kingdom fools and the brutes from the Fighting Nation truly do not intervene. Cowards, are they even men? Watching that Japanese little fellow rob Zhilan. My heavens, how can such spineless men exist in this world? Seeing a woman being bullied, they dare not lend a hand. Such spineless men are less courageous than 3-year-olds from our nation. Such individuals deserve to remain single for life, forever unloved by women. The barrage of criticism directed at Xiaozhua flooded Hong Zhilan's live stream, completely overlooking the fact that it was Madong Gaizi who was threatening her safety. Hong Zhilan, hand over the equipment box obediently, and accompany me to the cave to explore life. Otherwise, Madong Gaizi, saliva dripping, nostrils flaring with rage, was acutely aware that had they not been in the Qin ancestral dragon tomb, he would never have had the opportunity to approach Hong Zhilan this closely. In fact, merely catching a glimpse of her had once seemed a distant dream. The air of the one-sword style. Madong Gaizi, I urge you to consider your family's legacy. Hong Zhilan, noticing Xiao's reluctance to intervene, replaced her fear with a cold indifference. Had it not been for Madong Gaizi's identity, she would have relished the thought of shattering this man into pieces. Hearing Hong Zhilan's words, Madong Gaizi paused mid-step, disbelief flickering in his eyes. This woman knows my identity. Stopping in his tracks, Madong Gaizi scrutinized Hong Zhilan anew. What air of the one-sword style? I am Madong Gaizi. He bellowed, taking another step closer to her. I am the entire world. No more than 10 individuals knew Madong Gaizi's true identity. He could not fathom that this coronation actress would be privy to such a secret. Perhaps she was merely spouting nonsense. Yamamoto Waihei, do you truly wish to seek your own demise? As Madong Gaizi took a step forward, Hong Zhilan whispered. Upon hearing the name Yamamoto Waihei, Madong Gaizi froze. You. Who are you? His voice quivered. For 2 decades, only 2 types of people had known his true name. Those who would protect him at all costs and those who would spare no effort to kill him. Leave! Without answering Madong Gaizi, Hong Zhilan simply tossed the word leave at him. Strangely, upon hearing that single word, Madong Gaizi actually turned and scuttled away from her sight. The audience in Hong Zhilan's live stream was left dumbfounded. Just moments ago, the broadcast signal had abruptly cut out. When the image reappeared, all the viewers witnessed was Hong Jilan uttering the word leave, and the previously boisterous Ma Tonggaisi had indeed scuttled away. The audience in the live broadcast room appeared utterly bewildered. However, those present on site, including Xiaozhua, had a clear understanding of the unfolding events. Xiaozhua only witnessed Hong Jilan uttering a couple of sentences before the man known as Ma Tonggai fled in disarray, leaving him in ignorance of the content of her speech. After all, with a distance of 200 meters between them, and Hong Jilan deliberately adjusting her position, he was unable to see her lips move or hear her voice. Thus, Xiaozhua found himself momentarily lost in confusion. Ma Tonggai, the heir of the Ai Ryu Miyamoto family, bore the real name Miyamoto Yongwei. Observing Xiao's perplexed expression, Zhang Qilin provided clarification, although the exchange was brief. Xiaozhua quickly grasped the implications. Since Ma Tonggai chose to conceal his identity, it was evident that he wished to remain incognito. Moreover, should his true identity be revealed, it could lead to a swift demise. One could not deny the impressive acting skills of Ma Tonggai. After all, Xiaozhua had not detected any clues and had genuinely perceived him as a foolish warrior from Japan. Nevertheless, it was intriguing that Hong Jilan, an artist from the coronation, possessed knowledge of the secrets of the It seemed this woman was far from ordinary. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao's gaze shifted to Zhang Qilin, who sat beside him. The complete Qilin bloodline was indeed remarkable. Despite Hong Jilan speaking so softly, Zhang Qilin was able to hear her. Xiaozhua pondered what astonishing transformations might occur if his own Zhu Long bloodline were to reach its pinnacle. As Xiaozhua contemplated his situation, a similar disruption to the live feed occurred in his broadcast room, mirroring the chaos in Hong Jilan's stream. After a brief loss of signal, the live video returned to normal. Old Bai, what does Zhang Qilin intend to convey? He even resorted to using his bloodline's power to block the signal. Yi Xiu remarked, furrowing his brow. As a seasoned sufferer of obsessive-compulsive tendencies, the mystery of the lost live footage would torment him for many nights to come. Bai Tianlong, on the other hand, casually observed the broadcast, seemingly indifferent to what Zhang Qilin had just said. Old Yi, I advise you to take it easy. Such occurrences will undoubtedly become more frequent. If you dwell on every single one, you might just perish before the Qin ancestor dragon tomb is even opened. After saying this, Bai Tianlong offered a cigarette to Yi Xiu and lit one for himself, exhaling a puff of smoke. He continued with Zhang Qilin here, combined with the seemingly superhuman Xiaozhua, the Qin ancestor dragon tomb is likely to be fully accessed this time. Our task is to survive, for when the tomb opens, that will be our moment to shine. Although Yi Xiu recognized the validity of Bai Tianlong's words, he remained curious about what Zhang Qilin had communicated to Xiaozhua. Xiaozhua, I promised Ma Tonggai a sum of money once the expedition concludes, so he will not take action against me before then. However, you are in a different position. Ma Tonggai explicitly stated that after dealing with me, he would turn his attention to you. Now that I have resolved my troubles with money, I wonder how you intend to navigate your own difficulties. Alternatively, we could join forces, and that way, you would have nothing to fear. Hong Jilan's voice interrupted Xiao's thoughts. She spoke rapidly, and simultaneously, several equipment boxes were opened. Wow! Xing exclaimed, nearly beside himself with excitement upon seeing the contents of the equipment boxes. Hong Jilan had 7 boxes, all filled with exquisite delicacies. In fact, the last box even contained a bottle of fine red wine. Arranging the gourmet dishes upon a large rock, Hong Jilan turned her gaze back to Xiaozhua. What do you think? If we join forces, it would be mutually beneficial. Seizing the moment, she extended another olive branch to Xiaozhua, confident that no man could resist her repeated invitations that if Xiaozhua acquiesced, she believed he would soon become her devoted admirer. In response to Hong Jilan's second proposal, Xiaozhua glanced at Zhang Qilin before his gaze landed on Xing and Xing Di that they had missed their lunch due to the equipment box being blown up by that scoundrel Ma Zhenbei. Observing Xing and Xing Di salivating, Xiaozhua suggested, let's eat while we talk, and he then led the way to the stone laden with food, with the other two eagerly following suit to gather around. Zhang Qilin sat beside Xiaozhua, his gaze fixed on the other men, including Pu Jiui and Jin Junzai. As Xiaozhua approached, Hong Jilan felt a surge of excitement. Oomph. The trash from Longhua actually thinks I've taken a liking to them. Bah! Silently cursing, she picked up the bottle of red wine. What is the point of just having food? Come, let us have a drink. That as she spoke, she began pouring wine for Xiaozhua. However, just as she finished pouring, she accidentally knocked over the wine glass. Although Xiaozhua managed to avoid most of the spilled wine, a few drops inevitably splattered onto him. Oh dear, look at my clumsiness. Let me wipe that for you, Hong Zhilan said, already pulling out a tissue to dab at Xiaozhua. As she performed the action, she leaned closer to him. Yet, just as Hong Zhilan was about to touch his clothing, a black ancient knife suddenly appeared directly in front of her. The author has something to say. Chapter 38. Enjoying a free meal. Zhang Qilin remained silent, his expression as cold as ice as he regarded Hong Zhilan. Even without uttering a word, she sensed an unprecedented threat emanating from him. What are you doing? I'm just trying to clean Mr. Xiao's clothes, she stammered, holding the tissue. Zhang Qilin continued to remain silent, resheathing the black gold knife before retrieving a pristine white handkerchief from his backpack. The handkerchief, made of pure cotton, appeared exceptionally soft, and a striking fire-red Qilin pattern adorned one corner. However, Zhang Qilin showed no intention of offering the handkerchief to Xiaozhua. Instead, he positioned himself between Xiaozhua and Hong Zhilan. After inspecting a few stains on Xiao's clothing, he began to carefully wipe them away with the handkerchief. Xiaozhua swallowed hard, utterly bewildered by Zhang Qilin's actions. Even without intervention, he would not allow Hong Zhilan to touch him. After a brief cleaning, Zhang Qilin turned to grab a bottle of drinking water from the table before departing. Approaching a stone wall, he delivered a powerful punch, which echoed with a dull thud as his fist embedded itself into the wall. Wow! Enxiing gasped in astonishment. Goodness, from now on, if a Longwu person tells me they can't fight, I won't believe it. Extracting his fist from the wall, Zhang Qilin inserted the water bottle into the opening. Allowing water to trickle out slowly, it was apparent that the hole he had made slanted slightly. Amidst the astonished gazes of the others, Zhang Qilin commenced washing the handkerchief he had just used to wipe Xiao's spilled wine. Once, twice, until it was spotless. He rinsed the handkerchief until the water flow from the bottle had nearly ceased. After shaking it out, he neatly folded the handkerchief and placed it back in his backpack. He then removed the water bottle from the wall and drank the remaining water before returning to sit beside Xiaozhua. The entire process appeared remarkably natural. Mr. Xiao, I truly apologize. Let me pour you another glass, Hong Zhilan said, regaining her composure as she reached for the bottle again. Observing her, Enxiing silently cursed. Damn it, this foolish woman. Is she determined to spill wine on Xiaozhua before cleaning it up? However, before Zhang Qilin could act, Enxiing boldly stood up. Red wine, it's my favorite. Let me taste it and see if it's any good. As he spoke, he snatched the wine bottle from Hong Zhilan's hand, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Before she could react, Enxiing had already begun to drink from the bottle, finishing it in a few gulps. Pa, what a terrible wine. It has a disgusting aftertaste. He slammed the empty bottle onto the table, wearing an expression of disdain. Hong Zhilan gritted her teeth, but chose not to respond, though the viewers in her live stream were on the verge of exploding with fury. These people are utterly intolerable. Goddess Zhilan is offering a toast, yet Xiaozhua doesn't even stand to accept it. And that man with the knife from Longwu, who does he think he is? Goddess Zhilan cleaning Xiaozhua's clothes is like smoke rising from his ancestors' graves. Why on earth is Goddess Zhilan doing this? You are a goddess. Why must you toast to such trash? I can no longer endure it. That fellow from the warrior nation actually dared to snatch the wine right from the hands of the goddess Zhilian. Two spineless cowards and one brute. Why would the goddess Zhilian choose to ally with them? This is intolerable. I must make a trip to the hospital, as the left side of my body has suddenly gone numb. Those were the equipment boxes we had gifted to the goddess Zhilian. How dare you wretches lay claim to that food? Most of Hong Zhilian's male fans are filled with envy and resentment, while her female fans hold an entirely different perspective. What? How could that man treat a girl in such a manner? Indeed. The wine was spilled. Shouldn't he have rushed to comfort Zhilian and assure her not to be afraid? A grown man, yet he does not offer solace when a girl is frightened, but instead brandishes his weapon. Goodness! Zhilian possesses such remarkable upbringing. Even after being startled, she thinks of tidying up that man's clothing. However, that man is truly pathetic, remaining utterly motionless as if he considers himself a king. As men, we ought never to let women pour wine, especially not a goddess like Zhilian. Ladies, be sure to scrutinize your future husbands carefully. One must never grant such individuals an opportunity that I end Hong Jilian's live stream, although the opinions of men and women diverge. The outcome remains the same. At this moment, the entire screen is filled with scorn at Mr. Xiaozhua. To demonstrate my sincerity, I am willing to share any equipment boxes I obtain with you in the future. Hong Jilian suppressed her rising irritation as she spoke. Xiaozhua, leisurely savoring his food, showed no reaction to her words. There is no need for sharing. However, I am truly grateful for Miss Hong Jilian's lunch. After finishing his statement, Xiaozhua took a sip of water and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Upon hearing Xiaozhua's words, Hong Jilian was momentarily bewildered, but no need. We are already seated for a meal. Have we not agreed to form an alliance? Mr. Xiao, since we have already allied, it would be best to share the equipment boxes. With a charming smile, Hong Jilian emphasized her point, moving her figure enticingly. Alliance? Xiao's gaze sharpened, his indifference becoming increasingly evident. I apologize, but I do not recall ever agreeing to ally with you. Moreover, joining forces with you appears to offer us no advantages. As Xiaozhua spoke, he glanced at the gluttonous man Xiong and Xiongde beside him, who were devouring everything in sight. Xiongde seems unrestrained, consuming all manner of poultry and fish without hesitation. You. Hong Jilian nearly spat blood upon hearing Xiaozhua's words. Since Mr. Xiao does not agree to an alliance, must I still accept your invitation to dinner? Hong Jilian's expression hardened, her patience with Xiaozhua nearing its limit. Is there a contradiction between accepting an invitation to dine and refusing an alliance? Xiaozhua replied curtly, rising from his seat. Zhang Qilin beside him also stood, his gaze fixed intently on the 7 men behind Hong Jilian. There is still this much food left. Too much waste if we don't finish it. Xiongde! As Xiaozhua and Zhang Qilin prepare to leave, Man Xiong hastily beckoned Xiongde to pack the remaining food. Xiaozhua had eaten only a morsel, Zhang Qilin not at all, and Hong Jilian too had left her meal untouched. After the two had thoroughly ravaged the contents of 7 equipment boxes, they proceeded to pack everything aloe with a mocking glance. Hong Jilian's gaze fell upon Xiaozhua once more. How infuriating it was that this insufferable warrior from a brutish nation, along with that foul bear, stubbornly shadowed Xiaozhua at every turn. The barbarian bear felt a pang of disappointment as he observed Zhang Qilin retreating 2 steps. He had hoped that the equally cold-hearted Zhang Qilin would confront any foe, be a yellow-bellied weasel or a seductive vixen, with unwavering resolve to his dismay. Merely encountering a mechanical bronze figure had caused him to falter. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Xiaozhua did not reveal any disdain at Zhang Qilin's retreat. Instead, a rare smile graced his lips that In Xiaozhua's live broadcast. Viewers were abuzz with speculation about what the young man intended to do. After all, he possessed the strength to punch through solid stone walls and was not one to retreat lightly. Old Bai, what do you suppose Zhang Qilin is up to? Yi Xiu inquired, his eyes fixed on the live feed. I cannot say for certain, but whatever his intentions, there must be a rationale behind them, Bai Tianlong replied, savoring his lollipop. Damn it, Old Bai, you've pilfered my lollipop. That was a gift from my granddaughter to help me quit smoking. Yi Xiu exclaimed, leaping from his chair upon spotting the confection in Bai Tianlong's mouth. Realizing he had drawn attention, Bai Tianlong quickly turned to make his escape. What do you mean, your granddaughter? That's our granddaughter. So stop being so petty, he muttered as he hurried away. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast, the bronze centurion had advanced to within 4 paces of Zhang Qilin. With a crisp crack, just as the centurion stepped onto the spot where Xiaozhua had stood moments before. A sharp sound pierced the air. Whoosh. In tandem with that sound, a spear shot forth from the ground where Zhang Qilin had just been standing, its tip aimed skyward. Gasp! The barbarian bear inhaled sharply. Feeling a sudden tension in his rear, the author has something to say. Chapter 40, A Nation's Tension. Godzilla produces a tissue. He could scarcely fathom what calamity might have befallen them had Xiaozhua not retreated 2 steps. Oh! The imagery was too vivid to contemplate. That it was not only the barbarian bear who felt an involuntary clenching. Everyone present, save for Xiaozhua, instinctively tightened their postures. Even Hong Jilian, revered as the national goddess, could not suppress a slight squeeze. In the base of the Daqin ancestral dragon tomb, Bai Tianlong watched the live feed, unable to stifle a gulp at the sight of the spear that had just erupted. Smack! A resounding clap echoed as Bai Tianlong slapped Yi Xiu on the backside. Old man, if you've got gas, let it out. Don't hold it in, or you'll end up sick. Bai Tianlong. Having seen Yi Xiu tense up at the shocking appearance of the spear, assumed the old fellow was about to faint. Caught off guard by Tianlong's sudden slap, Yi Xiu nearly lost his breath. His surprise manifesting in an involuntary belch. Tianlong's eyes widened in astonishment. "Look at you, old man. I told you to let it out, not hold it in." Seems it finally came out as he spoke. Tianlong pinched his nose and slowly backed away a few meters. The Yi Xiu was so incensed he could barely catch his breath, choosing to ignore the old man altogether. The adorable fish blue dragon tipped 50 super rockets and commented, "Wow. I was on the toilet when that happened, and it scared me so much I nearly broke it. This outing is destined to be imperfect. You owe me." Guo Jiahao tipped 10 super rockets and commented, "I just wrapped up my work and returned to the live stream to see this scene. No time to chat. I'm off to the restroom, and I'll reimburse the great fish later." Free Immortal tipped 50 super rockets and commented, "Where's my little fox? Godzwa. Return my little fox." The great Free Immortal is back, still with such peculiar tastes. Just now, I noticed everyone around me watching the live stream instinctively squeeze their rears. Haha. Impressive, my friend. The moment our young hero made his move, it seemed the entire audience felt the tension. It was merely a spear. Brave young man, unafraid of adversity. The bullet comments erupted in the live stream as the Centurion had already grasped the spear in hand. Zhang Qilin, unfazed, observed the Centurion with an unflinching demeanor. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Centurion, now wielding the spear, appeared almost animated, its movements swift and fluid as it charged at Zhang Qilin, due to the rapidity of the spear's motion. Xiao Zhua and his companions felt the rush of wind it stirred. This mechanical art. The barbarian bear could hardly believe his eyes as he watched the Centurion skillfully wield the spear. How intricate must the craftsmanship have been for this bronze figure to exhibit such agility? With each advancing step, the spear aimed directly at Zhang Qilin's throat. Why does this Zhang family lad keep retreating? Could it be he is truly unable to best this automaton? Perhaps I should step in. The barbarian bear, witnessing the relentless advance of the Centurion upon Zhang Qilin, voiced his concern. Yet his words bore no hint of disrespect, but rather genuine concern for his comrade. Hearing the barbarian bear's remark, Xiaozhua merely cast a sidelong glance in his direction, choosing silence. However, the bear behind him, Bearda, lightly nudged the barbarian bear, the disdain apparent in their eyes. Zhang Qilin could effortlessly punch through stone walls. Who did he think he was? The barbarian bear fell silent, aware that to lie back and relax, one must maintain proper posture. Just as the barbarian bear feared Zhang Qilin might be in peril, the latter suddenly ceased his evasion. Without drawing his black gold ancient blade, Zhang Qilin's figure flickered, leaving behind a phantom. Bang! Before anyone could react, Zhang Qilin had seized the spear. Yet his expression remained unchanged, his gaze reflecting distaste at the filthy weapon. This Centurion has been parading around with this spear for so long, and it's still so grimy, but upon reflection, it made sense. After all, it had been buried for thousands of years. That the spear had not succumbed to decay was, in itself, a miracle. With Zhang Qilin's grip upon the spear, the bronze Centurion came to an abrupt halt. Being merely a mechanical construct, the Centurion lacked the capacity for improvisation, regardless of whether it could dispatch its adversary. It would return to a state of calm once its internal mechanism's energy was depleted. However, the Centurion's energy had evidently not been exhausted. It was simply that Zhang Qilin now held its spear. Thus, the Centurion's actions were forcibly halted. Crack! As its movements were abruptly stilled, the Centurion emitted a series of clicking sounds, as though it might explode at any moment. Yet Zhang Qilin offered no opportunity for the Centurion to detonate before him. Gripping the spear with his left hand, he slowly raised his right. Observing Zhang Qilin's motion, Xiaozhua opened his backpack, seemingly searching for something. Boom! Zhang Qilin's fist collided with the Centurion's chest, sending dust swirling. The scene froze for a moment. The once formidable Centurion lay in pieces upon the ground, while the spear remained firmly in Zhang Qilin's grasp. What? As he beheld the unfolding events, the barbarian bear's eyes widened in disbelief. That was a bronze automaton. Did it truly require no second blow? Xiaozhua was formidable indeed, yet it was Zhang Qilin's physique that appeared even more resilient than steel. The barbarian bear was convinced that even if he possessed similar superhuman strength, His body could not withstand such a powerful strike. Did I end the live stream? All viewers shared the same astonishment as the barbarian bear. The barrage of comments on the screen echoed a singular sentiment. Wow. Brother Qilin is incredible. Wow. This is a case of silence preceding an astounding revelation. It appears that Godswa's choice for a substitute is a true powerhouse who speaks little but acts decisively. That singular punch, if delivered to me, so straightforward, so brutal. I adore it, truly, a shot that pierces the soul. The adorable fish blue dragon tipped 50 super rockets and commented, Brother Qilin is amazing. From now on, Godswa shall be entrusted to you. Yao Yao, the food lover, tipped 50 super rockets and commented, Wow, I like both Godswa and Brother Qilin. What should I do? Your adorable little system tipped 20 super rockets and commented, Alright, I admit I like both Godswa and Brother Qilin, but I could give you all up so you could be together. The barrage of comments in the live stream soared. And Zhang Qilin's punch instantly turned countless viewers into fans. However, this was all unbeknownst to Xiaozhua. Observing the young man toss his spear aside, Xiaozhua retrieved a wet wipe from his backpack. This particular tissue was not only moist and comfortable to use, but also remarkably convenient. Taking 2 steps forward, Xiaozhua extended the wet wipe in his hand. The author wishes to express, Thank you for the generous gifts from everyone yesterday. Additionally, I will initiate a voting event after reaching 100,000 words, and I hope that when the time comes, if the young man and the protagonist have a moment together, you'll remember to cast your vote. Chapter 41. The Art of Drawing the Blade. The speed of one blade style, Zhang Qilin glanced at the wet wipe in Xiaozhua's hand and accepted it with an unwavering expression. This item was indeed quite handy. Otherwise, he would have had to search for water to wash his hands. As he wiped his hands, Zhang Qilin gave Xiaozhua a slight nod at a grown man carrying wet wipes. Evidently, Xiaozhua was a person who valued cleanliness. Is it truly necessary to exert so much effort merely to deal with a mere copper-forged dummy? Just as Zhang Qilin was drying his hands, a bothersome voice echoed from nearby. You potato-headed Japanese. Upon recognizing it was Ma Tonggai, the burly bear's anger flared. This fellow had just bowed and apologized to Xiaozhua that very morning. And now, emboldened by a few substitute teammates, he believed himself to be formidable once more. A Tonggai cast a wary glance at Hong Zhilan in the distance, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. He was aware of her status as the heir to the one-blade style and realized she was not someone sent by her family to protect him. Accompanying her were 7 men who resembled soulless husks. Most alarmingly, even Jin Junkai, the universally acknowledged first in Taekwondo from Yumi Gua, trailed behind that woman like a lifeless dog. Since noon, after Hong Zhilan had revealed his identity, Ma Tonggai had kept a close watch on her. In his obsessive focus on her movements, he had even lost track of Smith Fei Wu from the United States. Yet he had no time to search for that individual now. Through careful deduction, Ma Tonggai ultimately concluded that Hong Zhilan was certainly more than just a national goddess. Knowing her identity and commanding the likes of Park Jiuyi and Jin Junkai to comply like obedient dogs was enough to instill fear in him. Moreover, after several hours of observation, Ma Tonggai discerned that Hong Zhilan seemed intent on forming an alliance with Xiaozhua from the Dragon Nation. Uncertain if it was due to an attraction to one of those 2 stoic Dragon Nation men, or for some other reason, he contemplated creating trouble and crises for Xiaozhua. If Xiaozhua realized his inability to confront the predicament, he might seek to ally with Hong Zhilan. In this way, Ma Tonggai would be aiding her. Should Hong Zhilan successfully secure one of them, he could consider himself a matchmaker, as long as he avoided direct conflict with Hong Zhilan. He might ensure his own safety for the championship of this expedition. If he could win it, great. If not, it would be of little consequence. After all, he was being coerced by his family into this endeavor and had no intention of risking his life for competition. Ultimately, one's life was of paramount importance. A brash warrior from a fighting nation. What right do you have to boast before me? Casting a disdainful glance at the burly bear, Ma Tonggai strode straight toward Xiaozhua. A worthless individual from the Dragon Nation, and yet I find myself kneeling before you to apologize. How dare you presume to deserve such respect? Ma Tonggai gripped his new katana, his gaze toward Xiaozhua brimming with arrogance. Xiaozhua remained silent, finding amusement in Ma Tonggai's foolishness. How could such an imbecile claim to be the legitimate heir of the one-blade style? It seemed this so-called one-blade style was destined for decline. Hey Xiaozhua, I present you with two choices today. Point one is to kneel and apologize to me, just as I am kneeling before you. The other is to join forces with Hong Zhilan, prioritizing her in all matters. Seeing Xiao's silence, Ma Tonggai assumed that Xiaozhua had been intimidated by the four Japanese warriors behind him. Had he known these warriors would prove so effective, he would have brought them along from the start, thereby avoiding the relentless bullying from that yellow-haired freak, Smith Fei Wu. Get lost with your colorful electric farts. Before Xiaozhua and Zhang Qilin could react, the burly bear leaped forward, a formidable ex-soldier of the fighting nation. Reduced to being disregarded by a Japanese who resembled a potato in stature. That was a blatant insult. As the burly bear spoke, he had already launched himself into action. Simultaneously, a gleaming dagger appeared in his hand. However, while the bear's movements were swift, the warriors behind Ma Tonggai were swifter still. A light blue katana cleaved towards the bear's wrist before the dagger could find its mark. Had the bear thrust that dagger, it would have surely resulted in amputation. Yet as a seasoned ex-soldier, the bear's reflexes were commendable. In the blink of an eye, he had retreated to Xiao's side, though he winced in pain at his wrist. Uncertain whether it was injured by the warrior, the burly bear was quick to charge out and equally quick to return, his face brimming with embarrassment upon witnessing the warrior behind Ma Tonggai draw his weapon. Both Xiaozhua and Zhang Qilin narrowed their eyes slightly. Such a rapid draw. While drawing the blade is often easier than sheathing it, the speed with which this warrior returned his blade surpassed even that of his initial draw. The one-blade style indeed possesses some merit. Haha, weren't you quite arrogant? What's the matter? Feeling timid now, Ma Tonggai laughed heartily, relishing the sight of the bear's misfortune. Remembering how he had nearly lost his head to the bear's axe that morning only fueled his irritation. Nonetheless, the bear's ability to evade a first-rate one-blade style warrior's draw left Ma Tonggai somewhat astonished. The one-blade style emphasizes speed, precision, and lethality. Drawing the blade signifies the end of combat, while sheathing it represents victory. Ma Tonggai had witnessed one-blade style masters who could draw their blades to counter bullets, that a single blade could shield its wielder from harm amidst a hail of gunfire. The fact that this bear could retreat unscathed after facing a top-tier one-blade style warrior was indicative of his own formidable prowess. Upon hearing Ma Tonggai's taunts, the bear, disregarding his wrist's pain, prepared to charge once more. However, the moment he moved, a sharp pain shot through his lower back. Looking down, he realized his feet had left the ground. "Brother Xiao, let me go. I want to kill that little potato," he pleaded while kicking his legs in midair. Releasing the bear, Xiaozhua patted his shoulder. "Dying like this is meaningless." Xiao's was 6 words. The bear froze in place. What? Winky face, yet that defiant sentiment swiftly faded as beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Indeed, dying like this held no significance. Xiaozhua took a step forward, positioning himself in front of the bear, Xiongde, and the still wiping Zhang Qilin. However, he did not engage in direct conversation with Ma Tonggai. The creatures had already been stirred into motion when Zhang Qilin triggered the mechanism. Now, it was the perfect opportunity to utilize Ma Tonggai and those 4 one-blade style warriors to confront them. Calculating the time, Xiaozhua slowly raised his hand. Whoosh, a few droplets of crimson blood were propelled forth, landing with precision on Ma Tonggai. With Ma Tonggai's speed, not a single drop of Xiao's blood was wasted. However, the blood he expelled was not his own Zhulong blood, nor the Qilin blood from the young man, but rather a few drops of ordinary human blood harvested from the bear's wrist. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The air was filled with the scent of blood, and a wave of agitation began to emerge from the recent collapse where the centurion had appeared. The author wishes to express. Chapter 42. Oh no, our eyes met. Upon hearing the commotion, Xiaozhua leisurely retreated, retrieving the wet wipe from Zhang Qilin to clean the blood from his hands. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sounds of agitation grew louder, and Ma Tonggai also sensed that something was amiss. However, despite his realization upon seeing the blood droplets on himself, it was already too late to cleanse them away. The 4 Japanese warriors behind him were now tense and on high alert. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The distinct sound of mice echoed as Xiaozhua slowly raised his right hand. The sheer number of those creatures necessitated the use of his blood, imbued with the bloodline of Zhulong, to suppress them. Otherwise, faced with those terrifying rodents, his own comrades might also sustain injuries. Hearing the sound, Xiongde crouched low, his massive form pressing against the ground, emitting low growls from his throat. With all fours on the ground, eyes ablaze, his chest nearly touching the earth, the bear assumed a stance of readiness, prepared to charge at any moment. Witnessing this, the burly bear silently pulled out 2 detonators and a lighter. When dealing with a horde of creatures, these were the most effective tools that— oh my goodness, it sounds like mice. Oh mother, I fear mice the most. Yes, mice love to scurry up pant legs, especially fond of gnawing on the bells in people's crotches. As night had not yet fallen, an eerie atmosphere suddenly enveloped the surroundings, prompting me to swiftly retreat beneath my cozy floral blanket. Haha, as a night shift worker, I have been nestled within this quilt, which seems immune to all forms of magical assault. As long as my little toes remain concealed within its folds, they cannot locate me. The audience in the live stream, upon hearing that unsettling noise, immediately felt a chill run down their spines. Many timid souls hastily placed their phones face down on the table or burrowed under their blankets, covering their heads, just as Xiao's hand was about to touch his forehead. A large hand suddenly seized his wrist. Zhang Qilin glanced at the collapsed area from which the Centurion had emerged, his gaze tinged with disdain, upon realizing that Zhang Qilin was blocking his path. Xiao Zue obediently withdrew his hand. That was an opportune moment. He was eager to experience the overwhelming dominance of pure Qilin blood. However, the anticipated scene of Zhang Qilin slicing his finger with a dagger or employing another method to summon the Qilin blood did not materialize. Instead, Zhang Qilin merely observed the source of that sound, remaining as immovable as a mountain. With a shrill, terrifying cry, a crimson entity suddenly sprang forth from the collapse, its intention clear. It targeted the bloody mat cover. The moment the red figure appeared on the live stream, Yi Xiao, stationed within the base of the Great Qin Ancestor Dragon Tomb, quickly captured and saved a screenshot of the live broadcast. Nevertheless, he had no time to analyze what creature this was, his gaze still locked onto the live feed. The crimson entity moved like a bolt of lightning, so swift that it left no afterimage. However, just as it was about to come within 3 meters of the mat cover, a pale blue glimmer abruptly emerged. With a resounding crack, by the time the crowd reacted, the squeaking red creature had already been cleaved in 2. Landing on the ground, ugh, how disgusting. Gazing at the 2 pools of dark red flesh on the ground, Man Xiong nearly vomited up the delicious meal he had consumed earlier. The sight was not only repulsive to Man Xiong. Even the perpetually icy Zhang Qilin and Xiao Zue frowned slightly. From the remnants on the ground, Xiao Zue confirmed that the creature was indeed the blood mouse he had encountered in the game. This creature was akin to a scavenger among fish. As long as the environment was not lethal, it could resurrect. That it was not picky about its diet and would consume anything with blood. Most importantly, it could survive without food or water, awakening from its slumber when startled. If it caught a whiff of blood while awake, it would become extraordinarily frenzied. Any living creature on land that fell under its gaze was akin to a fish being targeted by piranhas, swiftly reduced to nothing but bleached bones. Without affording the crowd time to be astonished, a multitude of blood mice sprang forth from the collapsed hole. Their bodies, devoid of fur, reeked of a nauseating stench. And their eyes were pure white, lacking pupils. In an instant, the 4 Japanese warriors behind the mat cover sprang into action. The sound of drawn blades echoed as the ground began to rain down the corpses of blood mice. Although clad in warrior armor, this did not hinder the Japanese warriors from wielding their swords with fervor. Each warrior brandished a short and a long katana, wildly swinging them, despite the overwhelming number of blood mice. The 4 practitioners of the one-sword style were like an insurmountable meat grinder, rendering it impossible for any to breach their formation. Not only could the living not pass through, but even the corpses of the blood mice failed to advance beyond the warriors. Remarkably, these armored little fellows are quite formidable, Man Xiong remarked, observing the 4 one-sword warriors. Though they may be annoying, one cannot deny their prowess. Let us go. Just as the warriors were delighting in their slaughter of the mice, Zhang Qilin spoke coldly. With this simple command, Xiao Zue unhesitatingly maneuvered around the mat cover and proceeded forward. The mat cover, wishing to interject, glanced at the warriors who were engrossed in their task and ultimately chose to remain silent. Without them, the mat cover knew he could hardly contend with Xiao Zue, let alone the brash warrior of the combat nation. Little Potato, you all enjoy your mouse hunting here. We shall take our leave. Man Xiong deliberately raised his voice, directing it toward the mat cover with an expression that seemed to taunt fate. A.S. Xiao's was stepped into the attack range of the blood mice. Zhang Qilin, following closely behind, slightly closed his eyes to an overwhelming pressure enveloped Xiaozhua, Man Xiong, and Xiongda in an instant. Yet this formidable pressure did not evoke any discomfort in them. Even so, Xiaozhua remained acutely aware of the invisible weight pressing down upon them. Some blood mice, having caught the scent of living beings, charged directly toward Xiaozhua and his companions. However, as they neared within 2 meters, they were suddenly struck as if by an invisible hammer. With muffled thuds, the advancing blood mice were flattened against the ground, their forms reduced to mere paper. The complete power of the Qilin bloodline is indeed formidable. Observing this scene, Xiaozhua maintained an air of calm. Though ripples of intrigue stirred within him, that he pondered whether his own Zhu Long bloodline, upon reaching its zenith, could rival the extraordinary Qilin bloodline possessed by his companion. Contemplating this, he could not help but glance back towards Zhang Qilin. However, upon turning, he was met with the penetrating gaze of Zhang Qilin in that moment. Their eyes locked. The author has a message. I humbly request a 5-star review, rewards, and additions to your reading list. Chapter 43. Would you care to join me for a moment? Cough, cough. Xiaozhua cleared his throat, hastily averting his gaze. Zhang Qilin had not anticipated Xiaozhua's sudden glance back, causing his heart to momentarily race. He had observed Xiaozhua's previous movements clearly. The latter had reached toward his forehead, undoubtedly intending to draw forth a drop of head blood to intimidate the blood mice. Moreover, during his wait to take his place, Zhang Qilin had witnessed Xiaozhua using a drop of head blood to deter countless withered leaf butterflies. Thus, at that moment, Zhang Qilin realized that Xiaozhua's bloodline was certainly remarkable. Yet from Xiaozhua's outward appearance, Zhang Qilin could not discern the origin of his bloodline. All he could see were Xiaozhua's pair of pale, golden vertical pupils. Yet, many beings possessed vertical pupils. So Zhang Qilin could not definitively ascertain what bloodline Xiaozhua belonged to. Regardless of which bloodline Xiaozhua possessed, he was akin to Zhang Qilin in that they both wielded bloodline power. After all, in all his years, Zhang Qilin had yet to encounter anyone else who shared his bloodline abilities. The cacophony of sounds continued as Zhang Qilin trailed behind, Xiaozhua leading the way, with Man Xiong and Xiongda, 2 colossal figures, swaying in between. The trio and the bears swiftly crossed the collapsed pit that moment. The blood mice seemed to sense Zhang Qilin's terrifying presence. Their white eyeballs rolled, and they all turned to flee toward the mat cover. Observing the seemingly endless tide of blood mice, Xiaozhua could not help but chuckle. With so many blood mice, he had initially worried about how to deal with them. Using detonators was clearly impractical, as Man Xiong's few explosives would be utterly insufficient for such a multitude. Moreover, employing bloodline power would only suppress them rather than eradicate them entirely. However, the arrival of the mat cover and his entourage was indeed timely, allowing them to serve as laborers in this endeavor. He trusted that those one-sword warriors would possess the endurance to eliminate all the blood mice. The group continued their journey northward, while the mat cover and his companions found themselves besieged by an unrelenting swarm of blood mice. The 4 one-sword masters could do little but serve as a meat grinder. Fools, casting a disdainful glance at the mat cover, Hong Zhilan's eyes glimmered with contempt. Allowing such an imbecile to inherit the one-sword style would surely hasten its decline. Yet, as she observed the 4 warriors wielding their swords with fervor, a glint of greed flickered in her eyes that if the one-sword style were to fall into decline, these exceptional warriors would be wasted. If only she could harness the one-sword style for herself. A sly smile crept across Hong Zhilan's lips as she mentally plotted her course. However, her current target remained Xiaozhua. She had no time to waste on this mat cover. Furthermore, should she desire to reclaim the mat cover, it would require merely the slightest gesture on her part. Even lifting her skirt would suffice to leave that fool utterly entranced. Let us go. Hong Zhilan spoke as if to herself, then followed the path that Xiaozhua had just traversed. Heading north, Park Jiweng, Jin Junshin, and several expressionless figures resembling the living dead trailed behind her. As they passed by Ma Tonggai, Hong Zhilan cast him a sidelong glance that was not quite a dismissive roll of the eyes, yet held a subtle allure. With just that fleeting glance, Ma Tonggai felt a shiver run down his spine. This woman, if only lost in thought, he suddenly found blood gushing from his nose. The metallic scent of blood intensified in the air, sending the blood mice into a frenzied state. With a soft chuckle, Hong Zhilan was quite pleased with Ma Tongai's reaction. This was the demeanor a man should exhibit in her presence, without casting him another glance. She continued on her way, fully aware that the more unattainable she appeared, the more crazed men became for her. That it was not until her figure nearly vanished from sight that Ma Tongai snapped back to reality. Only then did he notice that the blood mice had all retreated at Hong Zhilan's passing. When Xiao Zhuo and the others had walked by, those blood mice had been crushed beneath their feet. Yet they had recklessly lunged forward. However, upon Hong Zhilan's approach, the blood mice seemed to sense an overwhelming danger, cowering on the ground in trembling fear. Some even began to retreat along the path they had come. It appears that Hong Zhilan is indeed no ordinary person. Observing the scene before him, Ma Tongai's conviction of her exceptional nature solidified. Yet he could only watch helplessly as she departed, for the blood mice showed no intention of sparing them. "You must be tired. Let us rest here for a while." After walking for half an hour, Xiao Zhuo turned to Zhang Qilin. Zhang Qilin remained silent, moving directly to a large boulder and striking it with his palm. The dust from the stone vanished instantly in the wake of his blow. Perched upon the boulder, Zhang Qilin began to meditate. Xiao Zhuo glanced at the sky and decided that today's expedition would conclude here. The last time they encountered the yellow weasel and Hu Shaoxian had been at night, and encountering any other mountain spirits or wild creatures in the dead of night would be rather unpleasant. Moreover, the production team had not stipulated a set duration for the expedition, so they had ample time for the other participants. Xiao Zhuo was confident that none of them could truly reach the inner sanctum of the great Qin ancestor dragon tomb. In fact, they likely would not even manage to access the earthen mounds above the inner chamber. There is no need for any mountain spirits or wild creatures. Even the ancient mechanisms left behind by those of old could easily claim their lives. That will be all for today. You and Xiong to go find some dry firewood for the evening. Assessing the surroundings, Xiao Zhuo instructed, though this is a secluded cave, being surrounded on three sides by massive stones makes for a suitable resting place. Did you see? The barbarian bear and Xiong have gone to gather firewood. They decided to rest in a hidden base of a secret organization in Longhua. A middle-aged man gazed in awe at Zhang Qilin on the live broadcast. They were baffled by the rare appearance of their leader, who had voluntarily chosen to participate in this adventure program. All of this had stemmed from Zhang Qilin merely casting a glance at a promotional poster featuring Xiao Zhuo. Just one glance, and the leader had immediately exercised his authority to enter the program. This marked the first time he had wielded his power since being appointed as the supreme commander of the organization. All due to the taciturn and cold-hearted Xiao Zhuo. Soon, the host Su Su announced on the public channel that Xiao Zhuo, Zhang Qilin, and the barbarian bear had qualified for equipment upgrades, while awaiting the arrival of the equipment crates. Xiao Zhuo sensed the temperature around them gradually dropping, that he swiftly assembled the tent he had obtained during his initial equipment upgrade and crawled inside, where he found Zhang Qilin seated on the boulder, eyes closed in meditation. "Why don't you come inside and rest for a while?" Upon hearing Xiao Zhuo's voice, Zhang Qilin slowly opened his eyes. Without a word, he stood and walked towards the tent. In that instant, Xiao Zhuo felt an inexplicable sensation that was rather peculiar, but as Zhang Qilin approached the tent, Xiao Zhuo reached out to unzip the tent's entrance, but Zhang Qilin turned back, retreating to the boulder. It was only when he noticed Zhang Qilin dragging three large equipment crates that Xiao Zhuo understood what was happening. Meanwhile, the live chat in the streaming room erupted in a frenzy of comments. "What the hell? Does this production team have no sense? They actually want to place the equipment crates in Zuoshin's tent. Are they insane? If it weren't for them, the little brother would have entered Zuoshin's tent. Little brother is so cool. I adore him. Girl, wake up. The little brother is a man you can never have. Didn't you see how he almost entered Zuoshin's tent just now? I've noticed that ever since the little brother joined the team, Zuoshin has been acting a bit strange. Upstairs, you just echoed my thoughts that I've noticed it too. Not only is Zuoshin acting a bit off, but the little brother seems a bit odd as well. With a smile, Qilin offered 100 super rockets as a donation, commenting, "Production team, can you not cause trouble? I want to see Zuoshin and the little brother fencing." Amidst the barrage of comments, the live stream displayed the barbarian bear approaching, carrying a dead tree. He arrived not far from Xiao Zhuo's tent, and with a thud, he dropped the tree onto the ground. This tree has been dead for who knows how long. Yet it's still so heavy. The barbarian bear grumbled, retrieving his axe from behind. Xiao Zhuo stepped out of the tent, and upon seeing the tree the barbarian bear had brought back, he felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. This guy truly had an unconventional thought process. He was sent to find some dry firewood, yet he returned with an entire tree. Thud! Just as Xiao Zhuo was internally lamenting the barbarian bear's antics. Another muffled sound echoed behind him, and the ground trembled violently beneath his feet. What the hell? Xiongda, Xiao Zhuo asked us to find dry firewood. Why did you bring back such a massive tree? Are you out of your mind? Before Xiao Zhuo could turn around, the barbarian bear shouted in disbelief. Without needing to look, Xiao Zhuo already knew the situation. However, even though he was aware of what Xiongda had done, he couldn't help but feel helpless upon seeing the dead tree he had dropped on the ground. The dead tree that Xiongda had brought back was at least 5 times larger than what the barbarian bear had carried. A rough estimate suggested it weighed no less than 2,000 pounds. If they were to split it for firewood, it could probably last them 10 days to half a month. Hearing the barbarian bear's words, Xiongda stood there, looking adorably clueless, hands on his hips, staring at the barbarian bear. Are you saying that the tree I brought back isn't a tree? While the two were busy chopping wood. Xiao Zhuo chose not to engage with them, wary of being drawn into their foolishness. Taking his time, he approached Zhang Qilin, only to find that Zhang Qilin had already opened all 3 equipment crates. To Xiao Zhuo's surprise, beyond a selection of nutritious, yet unremarkable food items, one of the crates contained a blanket. This production team is remarkably considerate. They must have anticipated the cold nights within the great Qin ancestor dragon tomb and prepared this. Are they treating me to a meal? Just as Xiao Zhuo was about to pick up the small blanket for a closer inspection, a woman's voice echoed from a distance. Hong Zhilan approached with 7 expressionless men, a harmless yet slightly alluring smile on her face. Without a word, Xiao Zhuo picked up the small blanket to examine it. That it was a pity that the blanket had a pink base adorned with a Peppa Pig design, rather juvenile. After a brief glance, Xiao Zhuo decided to leave the pink blanket for Zhang Qilin. Seeing that no one was acknowledging her, Hong Zhilan walked over to the boulder without a hint of embarrassment. However, upon noticing the pink blanket in Xiao Zhuo's hands, her eyes lit up. You have a blanket from your equipment update as well? I have one too. As she spoke, Hong Zhilan retrieved a military green blanket from the backpack of Jin Junxin. The entire blanket was a deep green, appearing quite comfortable. However, mine is a bit plain, and I've only used it once. So could we perhaps swap blankets? Hong Zhilan emphasized that she had only used it once. Looking at Xiao Zhuo with wide eyes afterward, she couldn't believe that any man could refuse a blanket she had covered. However, before Xiao Zhuo could decline, Zhang Qilin, who was opening a can nearby, moved without uttering a word. Zhang Qilin approached Xiao Zhuo with a stern expression and gently took the pink blanket from his hands. Subsequently, he neatly folded the Peppa Pig blanket and placed it into his backpack with great ease. The entire sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, appearing utterly natural. Observing Zhang Qilin, who resumed opening cans as if nothing had happened, Xiao Zhuo felt a swell of confusion. What did this mean? Did the young man have an interest in that pink blanket? Despite not understanding Zhang Qilin's motives, Xiao Zhuo chose to remain silent. After all, if the young man did not take it, he certainly would not exchange blankets with this corn country celebrity. The prolonged silence left Hong Zhilan feeling somewhat embarrassed. In other circumstances, even without making a request, men would fawn over her like eager puppies. Yet before Xiao Zhuo, she felt as though she were merely a wisp of air, utterly ignored. Oh, I heard you dislike this little blanket. Why not give it to me? It would be perfect for blocking the snoring and flatulence of Beardy at night, she said, her face darkening as she pondered her next move, just as a large hand snatched the blanket she was holding away. Man Xiong took a whiff of the blanket, his expression one of disdain. It has a somewhat foul odor, but nothing else is wrong with it. Fine, I'll use it to block Bear Da's behind. I'm afraid the smell might suffocate him if I cover his mouth, he mumbled, crumpling Hong Zhilan's blanket haphazardly and stuffing it into his oversized backpack, which also contained the delicious food packed from Hong Zhilan's earlier offerings. You, Hong Zhilan finally reacted, nearly choking with indignation as she watched Man Xiong's retreating figure. However, upon hearing him mention the foul odor of the blanket, a hint of insecurity flickered in her gaze. Lowering her head to sniff herself, her complexion changed dramatically. Umph! With a cold snort, Hong Zhilan turned to leave. Man Xiong's words had struck a nerve. Indeed, she did harbor a rather unpleasant scent after her departure. The atmosphere brightened with laughter and cheer. Though Xiao Zue and Zhang Qilin remained as indifferent as ever, in contrast, the carefree Man Xiong and Bear continued their playful antics. During mealtime, Zhang Qilin meticulously arranged all the food and utensils before casually announcing, "Let's eat." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zue was the first to approach. However, just as he reached for the chopsticks, Zhang Qilin blocked him. "Wash your hands," that author's note. Today, I seek nothing but your happiness, dear readers. Additionally, today marks the birthday of the esteemed Meng Yulanlong, who holds the top spot in the book's reward rankings. That I humbly wish the esteemed one a happy birthday. Chapter 45. The young man's second intervention against Hong Zhilan. Xiao Zue was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He then picked up the drinking water on the table, intending for Bear to hold it while he washed his hands. Yet, after taking just a couple of steps, Zhang Qilin's voice called out behind him, "Give it to me." Turning around, Xiao Zue saw Zhang Qilin standing behind him, extending a hand. Glancing at the water bottle in his own hand, Xiao Zue passed it over. After both washed their hands, they returned directly to the giant stone that served as their dining table. At that moment, Bear and Man Xiong, having finished chopping wood, approached. However, Zhang Qilin did not require them to wash their hands. Instead, he pushed a significant portion of the food toward Man Xiong and Bear as they enjoyed their meal. Hong Zhilan's figure gradually reappeared, and from a distance, Xiao Zue and the others caught a whiff of a strong perfume. The usually stoic Zhang Qilin frowned slightly upon sensing the fragrance. That my gear has also been updated, but I assure you my dinner will be far more sumptuous than yours, so get lost. As Hong Zhilan approached, she addressed Xiao Zue with an alluring expression. Yet before she could close the distance of 3 meters, a formidable black gold ancient sword was leveled before her. Zhang Qilin uttered a mere "get lost," his entire demeanor radiating an aura as frigid as eternal ice. Moreover, both Xiao Zue and Man Xiong sensed a faint murderous intent emanating from Zhang Qilin this time. With Xiao Zue possessing the dual bloodlines of the Candle Dragon and Man Xiong being a seasoned warrior, they were particularly attuned to Zhang Qilin's display of aggression. Xiao Zue contemplated Zhang Qilin's actions, puzzled. Why was it that this young man, who had not drawn the black gold sword against formidable foes like the mechanic or the countless blood rats, would so readily brandish it against Hong Zhilan? It was evident that should she dare to step forward again, Zhang Qilin would not hesitate to unsheath his weapon. What could possibly incite such animosity within him toward Hong Zhilan? Was it her nationality as a citizen of the Corn Country? Or perhaps this young man simply harbored an aversion to women? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Xiao Zue felt an overwhelming urge to shield his eyes. Hong Zhilan, confronted once more by this coldly attractive man who exuded an air of untouchable charm, felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Yet, the presence of the black gold sword in his hand instilled within her a strange sense of trepidation, as though the blade were poised to strike at any moment. Swallowing hard, Hong Zhilan stole a glance at Xiao Zue, then reluctantly turned away, her pride wounded. After Hong Zhilan's departure, Zhang Qilin sheathed his sword and returned to Xiao Zue's side, resuming his meal in silence as if nothing had transpired. The live broadcast returned to a tranquil scene, yet Xiao Zue's streaming room erupted with fervor. Hong Zhilan's fan base was significantly larger than that of Pu Jiyue, and she had always projected an image of a delicate, fragile goddess, eliciting a protective instinct in her admirers. Witnessing someone actively pursuing their goddess only to be met with harsh dismissal, especially with the threat of violence, enraged her fans, particularly since neither of the two men had shown even a hint of the fawning behavior they expected. Thus, Xiao Zue's streaming room became the stage for an unprecedented battle. Xiao Zue, who do you think you are? Our goddess Zhilan graced you with her presence, and you dare to reject her. Xiao Zue, why not reveal your address? Let's see if you can handle the consequences. That Zhang Qilin, right? What a coward, drawing his weapon on a woman. How pathetic. It's only due to our goddess's grace that she doesn't stoop to your level that I scoff at you, living the life of a sycophant while pretending to be aloof. Don't you know how shameful that is? Today, I refuse to leave until this Xiao Zue's streaming room is thoroughly destroyed. I don't care what you say, but as a man, how could you treat a woman like that? Exactly, women are meant to be cherished. Do you have any semblance of masculinity left? Even if I remain unmarried for life, I would never consider a man like you as a partner. Same here. From now on, my criteria for a boyfriend will include being a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. No exceptions. Hong Jilan's fans clamored within Xiao's streaming room, while his supporters stood their ground. What do you mean, national goddess? Nonsense. Hey, did you all eat dung? Please wipe your mouths before speaking. What twisted logic is this? Did we ask your goddess to approach us? Do you think you have any right to demand that? Ha ha ha. Women must be pampered. You think everyone is your father? Gender equality means respecting women with dignity, and we certainly do that. But for you lot, sorry, I'm not at your service. Xiao Zue and the young man have already shown remarkable restraint. Were I present, I would have dragged you all out myself. Indeed. You persistently harass Xiao Zue and the young man and still have the audacity to complain? And what do you mean Dragon Kingdom men won't marry? Ask a Dragon Kingdom man if he wants you. You expect us to be sycophants to your goddess? I think it's your so-called goddess who wishes to grovel before our Xiao Zue and the young man. Free Fairy tipped 100 super rockets with a message. Hey, if you have the guts, don't leave. Let us settle this in reality. Meng Yulanlong tipped 100 super rockets with a message. Given your intelligence. I can only chuckle. But today is my birthday, so don't ruin the mood, Scram. Qilin smiled. The King of Hell opened the way, tipped 100 super rockets with a message. Thinking of targeting our Xiao Zue and the young man. Dream on. I'm waiting for them to duel. Come on, fans of Xiao Zue and the young man. Let us rally. Women only serve to distract Xiao Zue from drawing his sword and the young man from unsheathing his blade. Especially those from the Corn Country. Who knows how many of them are genuine? As he gazed at the barrage of comments in the live stream, Su Su, the host, wore an expression of utter exasperation within the base of the Daqin ancestor dragon tomb. Beside her, the chief director, Shui Baogai, was furiously reprimanding a young man. I instructed you to place blankets on all 3 equipment boxes. Why did you only cover one? He fumed. Now look at this, 3 people. 1 tent and a single blanket. How do you expect us to sleep? Shui Baogai was so enraged he felt as if he might vomit blood. Were it not for the fact that the individual responsible for equipping the adventurers was his wife's nephew. He would have kicked him out long ago. However, the young man appeared utterly unconcerned by his mistake, that it's perfectly fine for 2 people to share a tent, he remarked nonchalantly. Zhang Qilin and that Xiao Zue can squeeze in together. As for the Man Xiong, he'll surely find a way to cuddle with Xiong. He dismissed the lack of 2 blankets as a trivial matter and muttered to himself as he exited the room. Yet, as soon as he left, a devious smile crept upon his face. Pulling out his phone, the young man hurried back to his quarters, wondering if he might witness some of the scenes he had been anticipating that night. The thought alone sent a thrill down his spine. That author's note. Chapter 46. Here for you. This chapter is exceptionally sweet. At this moment in the live broadcast, Xiao Zue and his companions had just finished their dinner. The darkness in the Daqin ancestor dragon tomb descended swiftly. An eerie and oppressive atmosphere began to permeate the screen. Having satisfied their hunger, Xiao Zue glanced at his watch. Soon, they should commence their patrol. Man Xiong, no matter what happens, don't move. He instructed the still-cleaning Man Xiong before retreating into his small tent. It wasn't due to laziness. Rather, he believed that what lay ahead posed significant challenges, prompting him to conclude their exploration early. Once the Daqin's spectral soldiers completed their rounds, they could enjoy a restful sleep, gathering their strength for the trials that awaited them the following day. When everything had been tidied up, Xiong settled not far from Xiao Zue's tent. The spot he had chosen was strategically nestled between 3 stone walls, with 1 exit. Consequently, with Man Xiong now sitting at the entrance, anyone wishing to enter would have to pass by him. True to his nature. Man Xiong immediately approached Xiongde, who was a veritable moving luxury sofa, draped in soft, pale golden fur. Leaning against the smooth stone wall, Xiao Zue, with his black golden ancient sword beside him, caught a glimpse of the young man through the shrouded night. A surge of loneliness washed over him. Immortality, a pursuit many coveted, also bore the weight of endless solitude. To forge friendships only to watch them fade away was a profound torment. One could only imagine the sorrow the young man must have felt, witnessing the aging and demise of his own family. With a sigh, Xiao Zue stepped out of his tent and approached the young man. What brings you to this adventure? He inquired. His own motivation stemmed from the system's demands. Yet given the young man's capabilities, he had likely achieved everything he could desire in this world. Thus, Xiao Zue was curious why he had chosen to participate, especially as a substitute contestant, suggesting he hadn't joined the exploration from the outset. Upon hearing Xiao's question, Zhang Qilin, with his eyes momentarily closed, slowly opened them, in that instant. It seemed as though a meteor streaked across the sky, illuminating his gaze. He looked towards the night sky, fingers brushing the ancient sword at his side, the only companion he had known. Lowering his gaze to Xiaozhua, a hint of warmth flickered in his otherwise indifferent eyes. "For you," he replied succinctly. Though his words lacked the coldness of a stranger, Zhang Qilin remained terse. Xiaozhua was left bewildered in his two lives. Having tasted the bitterness of existence, he believed himself sufficiently detached, capable of seeing through the deceit of others. Yet before Zhang Qilin, he felt utterly blind, unable to fathom his thoughts. The only essence he sensed from him was profound loneliness. Xiaozua's face betrayed a rare moment of confusion, pondering the meaning behind Zhang Qilin's response. For me, despite his bewilderment, he refrained from pressing further. The young man, bearing the bloodline of the Qilin and immortal, might have already discerned Xiaozua's identity as a system-equipped traveler in this parallel world. They both stood as unique individuals. "Haha, I'll take the night watch. You should rest in the tent," Xiaozhua suggested with a rare smile that no matter what transpires outside, sleep soundly. This smile ignited a frenzy in the live stream chat. With a smile like that, even the King of Hell would part the way for him. The chemistry is palpable. Are they already caring for each other? Left God, throughout this long night, if you can't sleep, why not let the little fox out to play? The banter continued, with many urging Xiaozhua and Zhang Qilin to share the tent. Observing this scene, Su Su, the host, pouted slightly, glancing down at her figure. If I don't bend down, I can't see my toes," she mused, then turned to check her appearance, which was undeniably captivating, alas. Ultimately, Su Su could only sigh. Both Xiaozhua and Zhang Qilin could drive countless women wild. Yet she found herself with no chance despite being so close. The goddess of many men, Hong Zhilan from the Coronation, was someone they would scarcely acknowledge in another part of the Daqin ancestor dragon tomb base. Yi Xiao and Bai Tianlong were absorbed in the live broadcast. Having watched for over a day and night without rest, they too began to feel fatigue creeping in as they observed Xiaos were preparing to rest and continue their adventure the following day. "Old man, you should sleep, I'll take the night watch," Yi Xiao said, lighting a cigarette. "Get lost. You think you're left God? You're not keeping watch," Bai Tianlong retorted, quickly arranging his bedding before diving into the covers. "I refuse to share a bed with you." Yi Xiao grimaced at Bai Tianlong, who was clad in nothing but his underwear. Bai Tianlong chuckled. "If it weren't for the fear of our granddaughter saying I bullied you, I wouldn't let you on my bed. Quit rambling. Time is of the essence, and we have serious matters to attend to," Bai Tianlong declared, lying down and falling silent. Yi Xiao extinguished his cigarette and slowly approached the bed. Yet his brow was furrowed. "What do you mean time is limited and there are important matters to address? I need to be wary of this old fool to avoid losing my virtue in old age." Author's note: for those who haven't left a review, please do so with a 5-star rating. Chapter 47. This night, all is tranquil here. Do not disturb others' dreams. Indulgence, Yi Xiao remarked, diving into the quilt without shedding his clothes. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast, Zhang Qilin also made himself at home, striding directly into Xiao's tent upon hearing his words. However, it was only after a considerable time that Zhang Qilin finally reclined to rest within the tent. Through the zipper door of the tent, Xiaozhua observed Zhang Qilin meticulously organizing his belongings before settling down, then turned and walked over to a large stone nearby, which would serve as his bed for the night. Xiaozhua glanced at the stone and then at the adjacent rock wall, but he placed both hands on the stone and exerted a slight force. With a thunderous sound, the stone, roughly the size of a single bed, was effortlessly pushed aside by Xiaozhua, who then sat upon it, leaning against the rock wall, feeling considerably more comfortable. Witnessing Xiao's display of strength, the barrage of comments in the live stream erupted into chaos. "Wow! Ever since the little brother appeared, Zwagad hasn't made a move. After half a day, I've almost forgotten how formidable Zwagad truly is." Just as I took a sip of milk tea, I ended up spraying it all over my girlfriend that I told her to go take a shower, but she insisted on watching Zwagad instead. Good heavens, my upstairs brother is in peril. Zwagad's strength is indeed monstrous. If he were to participate in a sports meet, he would dominate the world's strongest men with just one hand. Cough, cough. Everyone, hush. The little brother is peeking at Zwagad through the tent's zipper door. After the last comment, the entire live stream fell into a hushed silence. The broadcast revealed Zhang Qilin peering through the zipper door toward Xiaozhua. "Why don't you come in and rest for a while?" A magnetic, deep voice resonated. After Zhang Qilin spoke, he gazed at Xiao Ziyu that it was unlikely anything unusual would occur at this late hour, and with his capabilities, he could manage any potential emergencies even in his sleep. Thus, whether Xiaozhua kept watch or not seemed rather unnecessary. Moreover, it felt unjust to sleep in someone else's tent while leaving them out in the cold. Upon hearing Zhang Qilin's words, a flicker of surprise danced in Xiaozhua's eyes. The little brother had just uttered a full 8-character sentence. However, after surveying his surroundings, Xiaozhua felt a twinge of hesitation. Indeed, there would likely be no significant mishaps tonight, especially with the little brother around, and with Xiongde and Man Xiong sleeping outside. With this thought, Xiaozhua slowly rose from the stone. However, he felt somewhat conflicted. The tent was small, and it might lead to some awkwardness. Damn. Xiongde, you perverted bear. Where are you grabbing? Roar. Just as Xiaozhua took a couple of steps, a piercing scream from Man Xiong echoed from afar, accompanied by the low growls of Xiongde, akin to a misbehaving bear child. An image instantly flashed in Xiaozhua's mind. Gosh, a bear nearly 4 meters tall. If it were to grab with force, with that thought, Xiaozhua instinctively squeezed his legs together. However, with Man Xiong's cry, Xiaozhua promptly discarded the idea of squeezing into the tent with the little brother for the night. That if one person was restless during sleep, it might be manageable, but if both were restless... Gosh, this was a global live broadcast. Deciding against the prospect, Xiaozhua resolved it was far wiser to remain seated on the stone and keep watch. He certainly did not wish to suffer social demise in front of the entire world. Sitting on the stone, Xiaozhua checked his watch that in an hour, those entities would emerge to patrol. However, the adventurers should have learned how to cope by now, considering the first survivors would know the drill. Whoosh, just as Xiaozhua closed his eyes, ready for a brief respite, a pink object suddenly whizzed past him. However, having been transformed by the bloodline of the Candle Dragon, Xiaozhua's reflexes were remarkably swift. In a daze, he seemed to see the little brother move within the tent, catching that object, which warmed his heart slightly. Although the little brother did not utter a word, the small pink Peppa Pig blanket in his hand still radiated a faint warmth from him. While this chill was inconsequential for someone with the Candle Dragon's bloodline, Xiaozhua nonetheless draped the little blanket over his legs that as time slowly passed, the night deepened, and the scattered stars twinkled like dust. Uncertain how long had elapsed, a white mist began to drift from the distant forest, accompanied by the gradually clarifying sounds of clashing armor and weaponry. Xiaozhua slowly opened his eyes, only to find the tent's zipper door ajar. And the little brother had vanished without a trace. Oh no! A sense of urgency gripped Xiaozhua's heart that if the little brother was unaware of the terrifying patrol spirits, it could lead to dire consequences if a confrontation ensued. Despite the unparalleled might of the Qilin bloodline, the soldiers of the mighty Qin Empire, numbering in the thousands, were equally formidable. Moreover, the one leading the patrol this time was none other than the god of killing. By Qi of the Qin, casting a glance at the two sleeping bears, Xiongde and Man Xiong, Xiaozhua began to scan his surroundings, that as his eyes strained to focus. The golden vertical pupils emitted a faint glow. However, after surveying the area, he still could not find Zhang Qilin. The figure clad in black hoodie, wielding a black-gold ancient blade, seemed to meld seamlessly into the night. Simultaneously, the viewers in the live stream began to panic. It's over, it's over. The little brother is missing. I just dozed off for a moment. Did anyone see where the little brother went? My goodness, in the dead of night, if the little brother encounters something dangerous, wouldn't that put us all in peril? Seriously, your logic is astounding. The little brother must be upset that Zwagad didn't come into the tent to sleep. That oh no, is he planning to run away from home? The barrage of comments continued to refresh as Xiaozhua approached a rocky wall. This wall was uneven, with various protrusions ideal for climbing. Utilizing his immense strength, Xiaozhua effortlessly swung himself to the highest point of the wall. From this elevated position, his view expanded dramatically. Soon enough, Xiaozhua spotted something amiss. While other areas were completely shrouded in thick fog, a particular patch remained strikingly clear, as if an invisible force was pushing the mist away. In the night, a solitary figure clad in a black hoodie stood there. Had Xiaozhua not possessed the bloodline of the Candle Dragon, he might not have noticed this figure at all. Little brother, What is he doing standing there in the dead of night? Could it be that he has sensed something is off and intends to confront the god of killing by Qi and his soldiers? With this thought, Xiaozhua hastily called out to deter him. However, before he could speak, the little brother spoke softly. Tonight, all is tranquil here. Do not disturb others' dreams. With words as precious as gold, the little brother's voice resonated through the night, scattering the white mist wherever it reached. Seeing this scene, Xiaozhua couldn't help but admire the formidable prowess of the complete Qilin bloodline. Just a single phrase had rendered the god of killing Bai Qi too intimidated to act. Yet upon reflection, no matter how powerful Bai Qi was, he remained an ordinary human. In contrast, the little brother was an immortal possessing the Qilin bloodline. That it would not be an exaggeration to say that the little brother was akin to a god in this world. Lost in thought, Xiaozhua noticed Zhang Qilin's figure shift. Considering Zhang Qilin's stealthy approach to this location, it was evident he did not wish for Xiaozhua to realize the extent of his strength. Xiaozhua quickly made his way back to the stone.ps. Today marks the 10,000-word milestone for this book. For all who have read this far, please leave a 5-star review. It's a free gift. Also, a gentle nudge for updates and adding to your bookshelf wouldn't hurt. A humble author bows in gratitude. Author's note. Chapter 48. The infuriating obsessive-compulsive disorder. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments in the live stream continued to fervently discuss the little brother's earlier words. Tonight, all is tranquil here. Do not disturb others' dreams. Marvelous. The little brother managed to intimidate those patrol spirits from the great Qin ancestral tomb with just one sentence. Who exactly is this little brother? He is simply too powerful. Truly a godlike man, indeed, just as mysterious and formidable as Zhuji Od.as the common sword. The live broadcast displayed Xiaozhua hastily resuming his seat upon the stone. Yet he was still a moment too slow. Just as he settled in, the little brother's figure descended from above. Xiaozhua, feeling helpless, could only feign a leg cramp and shift his position. However, in the end, the little blanket only covered one of Xiaozhua's legs, leaving the other half still exposed. As Zhang Qilin landed, he cast a glance at Xiaozhua, his brow furrowing slightly, that he felt something was amiss. Yet he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Silently, he approached the tent and slipped inside, peeking at Xiaozhua through the zipper door. With his tousled hair partially obscuring his brows, a hint of conflict flickered in Zhang Qilin's starry eyes. What on earth is wrong with the little brother? Who knows? Why does he look at God with such an expression? Is there a psychologist around? Come and analyze this. Qilin smiles. The king of hell paves the way, rewarding 100 super rockets and leaving a message. I bet 10 bags of spicy strips that the little brother is having an obsessive-compulsive episode. The enchanting figure of Zhang Qilin emerged from the tent. Drawing a hushed silence over the barrage of comments, he tilted his head skyward, occasionally casting a glance toward Xiaozhua. With each fleeting look, the turmoil in his eyes deepened. Leaning against a colossal rock, Xiaozhua squinted at Zhang Qilin's movements, perplexed by his behavior. The young man had stealthily dispelled the specters, yet now seemed unable to rest. Moreover, Xiaozhua noted Zhang Qilin's furtive glances directed at him, revealing an unexpectedly adorable side to this otherwise frosty individual. However, the intentions behind Zhang Qilin's actions eluded Xiaozhua's understanding. Zhang Qilin paced restlessly beside Xiaozhua, embodying a conflict of emotions that left not only Xiaozhua in a state of confusion, but also the countless viewers in the live stream utterly baffled. Known for his decisive and efficient demeanor, Zhang Qilin now resembled an anxious boy next door. After a protracted moment of indecision, he stood motionless before Xiaozhua, the atmosphere thick with tension. Sensing Zhang Qilin's presence, Xiaozhua's heart raced. Was he contemplating some absurd act, perhaps intending to crack open his own head in search of a system? As Xiaozhua's pulse quickened, the audience, too, held their breath in anticipation. Meanwhile, in a room within the base of the Daqin Zulong Tomb adventure team, Qi Daling glared at his phone, his eyes nearly ablaze with frustration. Having consumed something disagreeable the previous evening, his stomach churned violently. Yet the restroom was situated outside the base, leaving him in discomfort. Ugh, what is going on here? He groaned, clutching his abdomen while simultaneously gripping his phone. Just as he was about to express his irritation, a sudden sound emanated from his stomach, coinciding with a peculiar sensation coursing downward. That moment in the live stream, Zhang Qilin's hand reached toward Xiaozhua's leg that Qi Daling could only grit his teeth in response. Zhang Qilin's hand hovered in midair, fixated on the pink Peppa Pig blanket that covered one of Xiao Zuo's legs. After grappling with his inner turmoil for a spell, he swiftly lifted the blanket and neatly placed it over both of Xiao Zuo's legs. Ensuring symmetry, the conflict in Zhang Qilin's gaze dissipated, and after a final glance at the slumbering Xiao Zuo, he retreated back into the tent. Out of the corner of his eye, Xiao Zuo noticed Zhang Qilin meticulously tidying the tent before lying down in peace. Exhaling softly, Xiao Zuo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Could it be that this young man had a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder? The sight of one of his legs exposed appeared to have compelled Zhang Qiling to ensure the blanket was arranged perfectly before he could settle down to sleep. Yet, as the day unfolded, Xiao Zuo discerned that Zhang Qiling was not as cold as he initially perceived, at least not in his interactions with him, as the live stream returned to a tranquil state. The comment section exploded with activity. "Da-da, I told you so. He definitely has obsessive tendencies." The viewers, having held their breath for what felt like an eternity, were met with nothing more than Zhang Qiling covering Xiao Zuo with a blanket. This moment ignited a flurry of reactions in the comments, filled with exclamations of disbelief and humor. That in the subterranean chamber of the Daqin Zulong tomb, Qi Daling erupted with frustration as he witnessed Zhang Qiling's tender gesture. Reacting impulsively, he leapt to his feet, but the force of his movement caused a rush of air to escape him with a resounding thud, leaving him momentarily stunned, his expression a tumult of disappointment, relief, anger, and embarrassment. "Will you ever sleep at this hour? What on earth are you doing?" He fumed, recalling that the next day, the equipment for Zuoshin would be updated. As Qi Daling stood frozen, the director, Xue Baogai, suddenly shouted from the adjacent room. Upon hearing his voice, Qi Daling clenched his jaw. "I'll risk my job to create opportunities for them." Chapter 49. If you are well, then it is a sunny day as dawn broke. Xiao Zuo awoke to the melodious chirping of birds. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a neatly arranged breakfast before him. Man Xiong and Xiong De sat beside him, like two chastened pets, not daring to make a sound. Just as Xiao Zuo intended to inquire about their unusual demeanor, he noticed Zhang Qiling standing behind Xiong De. Goodness. Only someone like him could instill such fear in Xiong De. He mused that I'm going to wash my hands. Without waiting for Zhang Qiling to speak, Xiao Zuo reached for a large bottle of drinking water set aside, having learned from his previous experience. He knew Zhang Qiling's temperament well. Despite being in a forbidden zone, certain habits remained inviolable in Zhang Qiling's eyes. However, Xiao Zuo observed that Zhang Qiling appeared invigorated, as if he had just washed his face. This prompted Xiao Zuo to admire Zhang Qiling's discipline. Although he himself valued cleanliness, he recognized that in such a unique environment, foregoing washing one's face for a couple of days was hardly a significant issue. With his towel in hand, Xiao Zuo approached a tree that bore a large hollow, perfectly accommodating the bottle of water. As he prepared to wash, he was startled by the sudden appearance of Zhang Qiling behind him. Turning around, Xiao Zuo found himself bemused. Zhang Qiling was holding a complete set of new toiletries, his gaze unwavering. Xiong De and Man Xiong exchanged glances, their expressions a mosaic of emotions, before Zhang Qiling could speak. Xiao Zuo accepted the toiletries, reflecting on the peculiar nature of their expedition. While others wielded swords and weapons, Zhang Qiling had brought along personal care items, and it seemed he had not merely packed one set. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Xiao Zuo finally sat before the boulder, ready to dig into his meal. However, the sight before him left him astonished. Every dish, from the fried eggs to the vegetables, was shaped like hearts, exuding warmth and affection. Yet upon glancing at Xiong De and Man Xiong, Xiao Zuo struggled to reconcile this tenderness with their rugged surroundings. Meanwhile, in the base of the Daqin Zulong tomb, Qi Daling reveled in the live stream, his spirits soaring. What could be more beautiful than enjoying a heartfelt breakfast at dawn? Rubbing his sore ear, which had been twisted by his brother-in-law, he chuckled at the screen. Yet his focus remained solely on Zhang Qiling and Xiao Zuo, completely overlooking the presence of Xiong De and Man Xiong. The audience, waking from their slumber, were equally warmed by the delightful scene unfolding before them. Ah, this is the essence of simple happiness. Isn't this an adventure program? Could you all wake up a little? Xiong De, move aside. You are blocking my view. How thoughtful of him to even prepare toiletries for Zuoshin. If someone treated me like that, I'd gladly bear his children. Amidst the joyous banter in the live stream, a group of robust men in a secret base in Longwo watched the broadcast, their expressions darkening. Xuan, didn't you instruct that wretched production team to prepare the hot, dry noodles our boss loves? How did it turn into milk, vegetables, and fried eggs, all in heart shapes? A middle-aged man bellowed at a younger individual named Xuanwu. Zhang Qilin was their leader, and how could they possibly mismanage breakfast arrangements? Xuanwu's forehead glistened with beads of sweat as he recalled the morning phone call, where the other party had timidly assured him they would follow through. Xuanwu spoke, casting a glance at Zhang Qilin on the live stream. However, it seemed that the leader was enjoying his meal quite fittingly, so perhaps there was nothing to worry about. The middle-aged man's anger had significantly diminished as he observed Zhang Qilin on the broadcast. If the leader remained calm, it indicated a sense of peace in the world. Amidst the cheerful atmosphere in the live chat, Xiao Zhuo and his companions had finished their breakfast and were preparing to set off. The challenges that lay ahead might be rather troublesome. Allow me to take the lead as they embarked on their adventurous journey. Xiao Zhuo addressed Zhang Qilin that it was not a matter of him seeking glory. If Zhang Qilin were to handle everything along the way, it would be awkward if he missed out on the system rewards. After all, Wen Tia's Zhu Long bloodline remained forever at the second level. Hearing Xiao Zhuo's words, Zhang Qilin nodded slightly that if he remained safe, it is a clear day. These 8 simple words expressed Zhang Qilin's stance that he had come here solely for Xiao Zhuo. However, he was also aware that Xiao Zhuo had much untapped potential. Allowing him to tackle some difficulties and enhance his own strength would be beneficial. As long as Xiao Zhuo remained unharmed, Zhang Qilin cared little for anything else. Upon hearing Zhang Qilin's words, Xiao Zhuo was momentarily taken aback. For some reason, he felt a sense of being protected by a domineering CEO akin to a young girl. Meanwhile, Zhang Qilin's words stirred a commotion among the viewers in the live stream. There were smiles from the Fujoshi and tears of despair from infatuated fans. The greatest agony in the world is not when faced with 2 extraordinary men who remain indifferent to you, but when those 2 exceptional men not only choose not to select you, but also decide to be with one another. It is utterly devastating. Sensing the subtle shift in the atmosphere, Man Xiong and Xiongda, 2 clumsy fellows, felt something was amiss. However, these 2 had never been honest, always looking around. What the heck, Xiao brother, what's wrong? As Xiao Zhuo was walking, he suddenly heard Man Xiong's loud exclamation. Following Man Xiong's gaze, he saw a massive pit obscured by the trees. Yet, Xiao Zhuo could not recall any memories of this pit from the game. Moreover, after comparing it with the structural diagram of the Daqin ancestor dragon tomb in his mind, he found no record of this pit structure. Observing the pit, confusion filled Xiao Zhuo's eyes, while a hint of nostalgia flickered in Zhang Qilin's gaze that as the group arrived at the edge of the pit. Xiao Zhuo discovered that its diameter was approximately 1 kilometer. In the center of the pit stood a colossal stone pillar, which, despite the passage of countless years, still bore vividly carved dragons. Additionally, 6 enormous black iron chains adorned the pillar, exuding an air of majesty. 9 dragons locking divine pillar. Upon seeing this stone pillar, Xiao Zhuo unconsciously uttered its name. Hearing Xiao Zhuo speak the name, a glint of excitement flashed in Zhang Qilin's eyes. Alas, while Xiao Zhuo and Zhang Qilin stood at the edge of the pit, Man Xiong and Xiongda had already jumped directly into it. Xiao Zhuo and Zhang Qilin exchanged glances and followed suit. However, as soon as they entered the pit, a voice echoed in Xiao Zhuo's mind. Master, this is a gathering place for wild immortals that on the 15th night of each month, the 5 families of wild immortals convene here. Xiao Zhuo was not surprised to hear Hu Xiaoxian's voice. After all, the system also communicated within his mind. What is the purpose of the wild immortals gathering? Xiao Zhuo inquired as he surveyed his surroundings. On the 15th, the stone pillar emits waves of spiritual energy. The 5 families of wild immortals remain silent, each cultivating individually, before dispersing once more. Hu Xiaoxian's voice continued, but Xiao Zhuo's gaze remained fixed on the stone pillar. Does this stone pillar also emit spiritual energy? What exactly is spiritual energy? Xiao Zhuo curiously studied the pillar, earnestly attempting to sense its aura. However, all he perceived was a profound sense of the passage of time. The notion of spiritual energy eluded him entirely. Are the carvings on this pillar dragons? Man Xiong queried, touching the colossal dragon carvings. These are Eastern dragons, Xiao Zhuo replied, his tone measured. The distinction between Eastern and Western dragons is indeed substantial. Setting aside the differences in appearance, in the East, dragons symbolize the divine. Even ancient emperors referred to themselves as the true dragon sons of heaven, illustrating the reverence the Eastern people held for dragons. Particularly in the Dragon Kingdom, dragons epitomize supreme authority. Conversely, Western dragons often embody malevolent traits, devoid of emotion, prone to slaughter, and characterized by greed. Xiaozhua gazed at the 9 soaring dragons carved on the pillar, reflecting on the thousands of years of the Dragon Kingdom and wondering if anyone had ever truly seen a real dragon. The 9 dragons locking Divine Pit. Could these iron chains be, as he contemplated the chains? A thought emerged in Xiao's mind, but he also realized that although he had not found any records of the existence of this divine locking pit in the game's memories or the Daqin ancestor dragon tomb's structural diagrams, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this place. Yet, no matter how hard he tried to recollect, he could not summon any memories related to it. In fact, overthinking it made his head throb painfully. The 9 dragons locking Divine Pillar, with 9 dragons, serves to suppress evil spirits. The so-called locking of divine beings is merely a means to restrain the mountain spirits and wild beasts with great powers in this world. Though they have not ascended to the divine realm, their abilities can traverse heaven and earth. However, their intentions are not pure. They often bring calamity to the world, which is why they have been forcibly suppressed here by those with great powers. 9 true dragons and 6 iron chains lock away 6 beings that may not be gods, but can contend with true deities. Xiaozhua grappled with his painful thoughts. Zhang Qilin's voice broke through the silence, alleviating his distress. Upon hearing Zhang Qilin speak, Xiaozua's anguish faded. He was puzzled as to why this typically reticent individual, who spoke sparingly, would choose to share such information with him, and to do so in 105 words. Which mighty being has suppressed those evil gods? Are those evil gods the wild immortals Hu, Huang, Bai, Lu, and Hui? Zhang Qilin's explanation left Xiaozhua with even more questions swirling in his mind. Yet after the pain on Xiaozua's face dissipated, Zhang Qilin seemed unwilling to delve further into the matter. Just as Xiaozhua awaited Zhang Qilin's response, a piercing scream echoed from the opposite end of the pit. The cry was filled with despair and an overwhelming sense of dread. Roar! Upon hearing that scream, Xiongda immediately entered a state of alertness. With a warning growl, Xiongda stood imposingly beside Xiaozhua. Daunting move. After surveying their surroundings, Zhang Qilin partially closed his eyes to sense the surrounding energies before swiftly uttering 2 words and departing. Simultaneously, Xiaozhua caught a whiff of a faint metallic scent, though it was subtle enough that most would struggle to notice it. Despite possessing the dual Zhu-Long bloodlines, he only detected a hint of it. As Zhang Qilin moved away, an inexplicable sense of crisis surged within Xiaozhua. Xiaozhua, what a coincidence! You too have discovered this pit. Just as Zhang Qilin departed, Hong Zhilin from Yumiguo appeared in Xiaozhua's line of sight. However, Xiaozhua had never held any fondness for Hong Zhilin. Furthermore, given that Zhang Qilin had previously intervened twice to thwart her, Xiaozhua felt not only indifference but also a hint of wariness towards Hong Zhilin, although he was unsure why Zhang Qilin harbored such strong hostility towards this woman. Xiaozhua subconsciously chose to trust Zhang Qilin. "What are you doing, Roar?" Before Xiaozhua could speak, Xiongda and Man Xiong, who had been circling the 9 dragons locking Divine Pillar, jumped forward without hesitation, positioning themselves between Xiaozhua and Hong Zhilin. Oh dear. Hong Zhilin was startled by the sudden appearance of Xiongda and Man Xiong, losing her balance and landing on the ground. Xiaozhua. "Look at your 2 pets. They scared me to death." Hong Zhilin feigned a helpless demeanor, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Xiaozhua. Yet, deep within her eyes lay a glint of cunning. She could not believe that she, a goddess adored by countless otaku, had fallen before Xiaozhua and that he would remain unmoved. Yet Xiaozhua did not disappoint her, glancing at the fallen, pitiful Hong Zhilin. Xiaozhua abruptly covered his mouth. Ugh! He turned abruptly, nearly expelling the breakfast he had consumed that morning. Observing Xiaozhua's reaction, Hong Zhilin felt a wave of embarrassment. What sort of reaction was that? Did she make him sick? Ugh, ugh. 2 more rough dry heaves erupted from Man Xiong, who clutched his mouth, nearly jumping up. Even Xiongda, towering at nearly 4 meters, could not suppress his own dry heaves. Hong Zhilin, what on earth is in your hair? The robust bear, suppressing the nausea that churned within him, bellowed. Upon hearing the words of the robust bear, the pitiable and seemingly frail Hong Zhilin, who who sat on the ground. Underwent a dramatic transformation in countenance. Oh no. Chapter 51. The left god is injured. The young master rips his clothes. The Qilin emerges, too. It seemed that Hong Zhilan had recalled something, as she abruptly sprang to her feet and fled without a second thought. What of the goddess image? What of the idol facade? She disregarded them entirely. Realizing that Hong Zhilan had dashed away, Xiao Zhuo finally noticed that of her original 7 teammates, only 6 remained. Jin Junkai. A closer glance revealed the conspicuous absence of Jin Junkai among the 6. The Xiao Zhuo noted this detail, while the robust bear's gaze swept over the 6 individuals. Hey, Park Jiuyi, where's your sycophant Jin Junkai? While the robust bear patted Xiong Da's back to soothe his breathing, he questioned loudly. However, Park Jiuyi seemed to ignore him entirely, continuing to follow the 5 others in the direction where Hong Zhilan had fled. His movements somewhat stiff. There is not a single normal soul in this corn country. Seeing Park Jiuyi's indifference, the robust bear spat on the ground in disdain. Yet Xiao Zhuo's eyes remained fixated on Park Jiuyi, observing his actions meticulously. This movement, no matter how one looked at it, resembled that of a corpse that as Hong Zhilan and her companions moved further away. The audience in Xiao Zhuo's live stream erupted in a frenzy. What the hell was that on Hong Zhilan's head just now? It was dark brown with numerous legs, about the size of a Dragon Country coin. Could it be a flea? What the hell? A flea? Have you ever seen a flea the size of a coin? Could it be a soil bug? We call it Chao Gai Z here, that it shouldn't be. I hastily took a screenshot earlier, and that thing appeared to be embedded on Hong Zhilan's head. Like a toad. Moreover, it had a round, bulging belly, entirely dark brown, as if it had gorged itself on blood. Damn. Why did it suddenly turn into a ghost? I scratched my head in fright. Goodness, I feel like I've tossed my head into a washing machine. This Hong Zhilan seems to embody the essence of a goddess. Yet she is such a mess that those upstairs. I believe it's not just a mess. It's downright bizarre. The crowd buzzed with speculation regarding the object atop Hong Zhilan's head, while her fans embarked on a frenzied defense that you're talking nonsense. That bug clearly fell from that stinky bear. Do not insult our goddess Zhilan. You bunch of trash, the woman has fallen before you. And instead of lending a hand, you throw bugs at her. Truly despicable. People like you deserve to remain single for life. You're simply unworthy. What a shame that my goddess Zhilan holds this Xiao Zhuo in such high regard. His character is frankly lacking, and his manners are deplorable. Oomph. If our goddess Zhilan were to cry, I would not let you off the hook. The fans of Xiao Zhuo and Zhang Qilin, witnessing the remarks from Hong Zhilan supporters, could no longer contain themselves and struck back. You should count your blessings. It's only because our Qilin young master isn't here. Otherwise, he would have drawn his sword by now. Indeed, if young Master Qilin were present, he would never allow that woman to discuss the left god, that you've nearly made our left god vomit, yet you still have the audacity to snap back. Can you not maintain a shred of dignity? I seriously suspect if you're blind. Our Xiongda's fur billows in the wind, not a single bare hair shedding. Where would bugs come from? The stream can be replayed. You'd better go back and see what kind of filthy creature your goddess Zhilan really is. In the future, keep your counterfeit goddess from disgusting our left god. Xian Mao, who rewarded 100 super rockets with a message. Are these fools' heads kicked by donkeys? Go away. Left god and young master are a perfect match. What is your goddess Zhilan worth? Wu Yubin rewarded 500 super rockets with a message. Enough. Left god and young master are destined to be together. Even Jesus cannot stop it. Ziyu Xian rewarded 200 super rockets with a message. Don't be fooled by how big my bed is. Even if I were to have a little fox, I wouldn't T1 your goddess Zhilan. Just playing around. As the fans of Xiao Zhuo and Zhang Qilin retaliated, Hong Zhilan's supporters gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. After all, no one was blind. The object had clearly fallen on Hong Zhilan's head, and it was evident it had been there all along. Even if our goddess Zhilan has a little bug on her head, you shouldn't treat her this way. Yes. Even if that bug... I can't continue. Why on earth did she have such a bug on her head? So disgusting. Ugh, the image of my goddess is shattered. There was such a large bug on her head. Ugh, damn. If anyone dares to say I'm a fan of Hong Zhilan again, I'll fight them. I'm utterly disappointed. I feel like I will never love again. Looking at my right hand, I realize my youth has vanished. Brothers and sisters, from now on I'll ship left god and young master. To hell with Corn Country and Hong Jilan. 111 Those who had initially intended to defend Hong Jilan were finally repulsed by her recent behavior. In mere seconds, the fans who had once supported Hong Jilan in Xiao Zui's stream had nearly all turned against her. At the base of the Daqin ancestral dragon tomb, Yi Xiu lay over a basin, retching violently. He had just been enjoying breakfast with Bai Tianlong while watching the live stream, but the nauseating scene of the bug atop Hong Jilan's head had caused him to vomit uncontrollably. Come on, old man. It's just a bug. Did I is it really necessary to vomit out the goji berries you ate yesterday? Bai Tianlong, while smoking, patted Yi Xiu's back. Ugh. It wasn't until there was nothing left in his stomach that Yi Xiu gradually regained his composure. Old fellow, do you think that was just a simple bug? Yi Xiu sat on a chair, still feeling a bit queasy. What was it? I was eating an egg and didn't see what happened before you started retching. Lucky for you, you're a guy. Otherwise, others might think I did something to you. Bai Tianlong remarked, grabbing a steamed bun and taking another bite. Watching Bai Tianlong eat with such relish, Yi Xiu held back the words that were about to spill out. You old fool. Can you stop being so evasive? Speak plainly. What was that thing? With his mouth full, Bai Tianlong spoke indistinctly to Yi Xiu, feeling helpless, sighed and said, "Sigh, the thing on Hong Jilan's head is none other than a corpse maggot." Upon hearing Yi Xiu's words, Bai Tianlong, who had been chewing happily, abruptly stopped. 3 seconds later. Ugh! Watching Bai Tianlong, who looked like he was about to vomit his insides out, Yi Xiu had a look of resignation. This is what you wanted to know. Don't blame me for putting you in this position. Yi Xiu patted Bai Tianlong's back vigorously, but his gaze caught sight of a few individuals moving towards Xiaozhua in the live stream. The author has something to say. Thank you to the esteemed author C. Fei for the wonderful gifts, and immense gratitude to Mu Shui Mu Xiao Mei for the explosive gift. A super thank you to both. Chapter 52. The left god is injured. The young master rips his clothes. The Qilin emerges. 3. Xiaozhua. Do you still remember the legendary Xiao, who had already deduced Ma Jinbei's intentions and had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with him? After allowing him to escape last time, Xiaozhua was aware that this matter would not be easily resolved. Even if Ma Jinbei dared not confront him directly, the yellow weasel behind him would not relent. Oh dear, this young lad truly is quite proud that if you heed Granny Bai's words and obediently come with us, perhaps we may spare your life, spoke the hunchbacked old crone among Ma Jinbei's 5 companions. Her voice frail and ancient. White sister, I intended a ways for this young lad to be turned into medicine. Let me have some fun with him first. He chimed in a sultry young woman. Her gaze toward Xiaozhua ablaze with desire. Did I end this vast world? How could there still exist such a handsome young man, rosy and delicate like a silver doll? I could hardly resist the urge to devour him. Enough of this bickering, you 2 grandmothers. This lad is no trivial matter. If we do not eliminate him, he will pose a threat to all 5 of our families. A man with shifty eyes stepped forward, emanating a faint aura of malevolence. Indeed, we should eradicate him outright. Ma Jinbei drew forth his black wooden sword, immediately channeling a sinister energy. Upon witnessing this scene, the viewers in Xiao's live stream became increasingly anxious. Left God is formidable, yet he faced 5 opponents, each seemingly possessing considerable skills. The saying goes, a good tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. If Left God were to falter, it would spell disaster. Where has the young man gone? Left God is in danger. This bunch of scoundrels must have used a trick to lure the young man away on purpose. What should we do? Is Left God going to be all right? I've gathered my family to pray for him. You must hold on until the young man returns. Manbear, you are truly valiant, prepared to go down together. Left God has not taken you along in vain. Kirin smiled, and Yin Wang opened the path, gifting 1,000 super rockets with a message. Left God, keep it up. I prepared a heartfelt lunch for noon. You must wait for the young man to return. Salty, who donated 500 super rockets with a message. Goodness, is the big shot upstairs working in an adventure program? Freedom Fairy donated 500 super rockets with a message. Left God, fear not. We have Manbear and Little Fox. Let's clash with them. Protecting Left God is our duty. Manbear charge. Alas, why hasn't the young man returned yet? As they watched Xiao Zui's predicament on the live stream, the hearts of all viewers raced with apprehension. It became clear that Zhang Qiren had been drawn away by trickery. All they could do now was pray that Xiaozhua could contend with the 5 adversaries before him, or that Zhang Qiren would arrive in time. A deep, resonant metallic hum reverberated. Xiaozhua gripped the flawless heavy sword with one hand, assessing the 5 before him. Judging by their aura, appearance, and demeanor, Xiaozhua concluded that they were indeed the 5 families of wild immortals. Huang, Bai, Lu, and Hui. With the power of his dual dragon bloodline surging, Xiaozhua unleashed the full might of his ancestral strength. The flawless heavy sword trembled in his grip, emitting a metallic clang that resonated with a hint of dragon song. The force of his bloodline even stirred the surrounding air, causing a gentle breeze to pick up speed that Jinbei. Let me see just how capable this young lad truly is, that you would personally seek our aid. The sultry young woman among the 5 suddenly roared, her entire aura shifting dramatically. To their astonishment, 6 foxtails materialized behind her out of thin air. As her words fell, the 6 massive tails lunged toward Xiao as well like swords aimed at his limbs. Intent on transforming such a handsome young man into a mere plaything. Time was of the essence. Xiaozhua had no opportunity to invoke his 6 calamities technique and was forced to rely on his bloodline power for defense. Noticing the mother fox's attack, Xiao's right palm abruptly slid across the flawless heavy sword. Though the sword was unsharpened, the sheer force of his grip caused his palm to break open. Blood gushing forth, in an instant. The heavy sword was half-stained red with his blood. Roar! Seeing Xiaozhua in such a state, Manbear fell into a frenzy, standing 4 meters tall, with eyes ablaze in crimson flames as he charged at the mother fox. However, despite the ferocity of Manbear's assault, it paled in comparison to these ancient mountain spirits who had honed their skills over countless years. A beast without wisdom dares to act recklessly. The white immortal, the hunchbacked old crone, stepped forward effortlessly. With her movement, countless steel-like quills shot toward Manbear, resembling a deadly rain of spikes. Roar! Manbear let out a low growl, fully aware of the peril of those quills. Yet charged forward regardless. His priority was to shield Xiaozhua. If he hesitated, Manbear would surely perish. Moreover, Manbear feared that the fox's attack might truly harm Xiaozhua. Thus, he could only endure. P.S. First, I would like to express my gratitude to Salty, who for the great sword, character summoning talisman, and a series of other gifts, as well as to Wuyo Bian for the divine certification. Additionally, I extend my thanks to all the other fairies who presented gifts. The humble author bows in appreciation. Here's a little spoiler. The young man will return in tomorrow's chapter, and the sweetness will increase tenfold. As always, I will provide the sweetness, and I ask that you graciously offer 5-star reviews and free little gifts in support. The author has something to say. Let me explain the 5 families of wild immortals. Hu Fox, Huang, Yellow Weasel, Bai, Hedgehog, Lu Snake, Hui Mouse. Chapter 53. Left God is injured, young man's garment ripped. Qiren appears for puff, puff, puff. A series of piercing sounds echoed as the quills penetrated Manbear's body. Yet he did not utter a sound. His large eyes flickered with fire, and the crimson flames dimmed significantly. As the quills passed through him, Manbear's speed diminished considerably. Nonetheless, he still managed to slap one of the mother fox's 6 gigantic tails. However, the force sent him tumbling to the side due to the momentum. Buzz! At that moment, Xiao's figure flashed, and he swung his massive sword towards the old hedgehog. Xiaozhua, your opponent is here. As Xiao's was struck, Ma Jinbei lunged forward with his black wooden sword, aiming for Xiao's vital points. The old hedgehog retreated, a look of disdain in his eyes. Merely a strong, ordinary human that Jinbei. Do enlighten us on how he harmed you, the old hedgehog inquired. As Ma Jinbei thrust his sword, Xiaozhua deftly evaded. Hearing the old hedgehog's question, he hastily replied, I have warned you all. This lad's bloodline is peculiar. Do not let his heavy sword touch you. Ma Jinbei was anxious, fully aware of Xiao's terrifying prowess. Unless all 5 of them joined forces, their chances of victory were slim. With just 2, they would surely fall short against Xiaozhua. Well, I must admit, this lad's blood is indeed unique that I, the old hedgehog, shall claim it, and you may choose from the rest. Taking a deep breath, the old hedgehog detected a distinctly unusual scent of blood in the air. Only then did he notice that Xiao's right hand had been cut, the bright red blood saturating the entire flawless heavy sword. Given this, we must end this quickly. The slender, serpentine man who had remained silent until now spoke softly. Simultaneously flicking his fingers, two glimmers of cold light shot toward Xiao's eyes. Xiao's swung his sword, the airflow from the blade scattering the 2 points of cold light, and in that moment, everyone sprang into action. Their attacks were diverse and intricate. Despite their numerical advantage, the five did not abandon their use of hidden weapons. Quills, snake venom, and mouse toxins were all deployed. However, they now realized that they had indeed underestimated Xiaozhua. While he appeared somewhat flustered in the face of their onslaught, he managed to narrowly evade each attack. Alas, I had hoped to drain your blood while you were alive, but it seems the old hedgehog spoke again, his tone laced with regret. Rain of quills. As his words fell, the old hedgehog's aura surged violently, and countless quills prepared to launch. Boom! However, before he could release his quills, a resounding explosion erupted. The old hedgehog was sent soaring into the air by the force of the blast. Landing heavily on the ground, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, Manbear, clutching a lighter in one hand and a detonator in the other, glared at the hunchbacked old crone, fury etched on his face. "You old wretch! You dare harm my Manbear! I shall take you down with me." With a sharp cry, Man Xiong ignited the detonator in his hand, and then, heedless of the danger, charged towards the bewildered, stooped old woman who had just been blown away. Without uttering a word, Man Xiong wedged the detonator between them and fiercely embraced the old hedgehog, but he realized that, among the crowd, while this old hedgehog might not be the most formidable, his extensive range attacks posed the greatest threat to Xiaozhua. Thus, the only option left was to take them by surprise and perish together. "Brother Xiao, when I die, you must bury me alongside Xiongda," Xiongda shouted, taking advantage of the detonator's delay. However, no sooner had he spoken than he was kicked away, unable to grasp the frail old woman who was now atop the White family's wild fairy hedgehog. Fortunately, as Man Xiong was sent flying, the lit detonator was propelled elsewhere that a thunderous explosion erupted, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Man Xiong collided with a tree and immediately fell into unconsciousness. "Kid, is there anyone left to save you? Why not enjoy some final moments with your sister before that old thing drains your blood dry?" laughed the mother fox among the 5 wild fairies. Xiaozhua remained silent, steeling himself for the resolve to perish rather than be captured. Unexpectedly, he found himself unharmed by any of the dangers within the Grand Qin ancestral dragon tomb, yet surrounded and hunted down by scattered mountain spirits and wild monsters. At last, a figure clad in a hoodie, wielding a black-gold ancient sword, materialized in his mind. "Even in death, I will drag you down with me," Xiaozhua declared, glancing at the motionless Xiongda and Man Xiong. He still had Hu Shaoxian in mind. In the final moments, she could prove to be a decisive factor. After all, he needed at least one person to share the burden. With that, Xiaozhua swung his flawless heavy sword and charged directly at the 5 adversaries. In an instant, his imposing aura reached its zenith, evoking a sense of dread in those who beheld him. "Humph!" Seeking death, Ma Jinbei bellowed, swinging his black wooden sword. Simultaneously, the others unleashed their full might, aiming for a lethal blow. In an instant, foxtails, hedgehog spikes, deadly venom, rodent miasma, and the black wooden sword all bore down upon Xiaozhua, who clutched the heavy sword. "Anyone who injures him shall perish," just as the crisis reached its peak. A calm voice echoed throughout the arena. Upon hearing this voice, the entire live stream erupted in excitement. "Oh my goodness, my brother has finally returned. I thought Godzilla would be. I feel invigorated again. Brother, they want to kill Godzilla. You must eliminate them," the audience clamored, expressing their concern for the unfortunate Xiongda and Man Xiong. Uncertain of their fates, Godzilla has done his utmost, facing 5 alone, and even in the face of death. He shows no signs of retreat. "Well done. You scare me to death. You all must stay safe. A family should remain whole." Qilin smiled, and Yin Wang sent 1,000 super rockets with a message. "What should we do if someone dares to touch our Godzilla?" Zhou Xian sent 1,000 super rockets with a message. "Brother, they just bullied Godzilla terribly. We must not let them off easily." Xian Mao, who sent 3,000 super rockets with a message. "I didn't want to show my face, but they actually dared to touch the CPI ship. I resolutely cannot tolerate this." Though Zhang Qilin's figure had yet to appear in the livestream, merely his voice reassured all the viewers present. Within the Grand Qin ancestral dragon tomb, upon hearing Zhang Qilin's indifferent voice, Yi Xiao and Bai Tianlong, who were tightly embracing one another, suddenly felt exhilarated. It's him. It's him. He has finally returned. The author speaks. Chapter 54. God Zuo is injured. Brother explodes. Qilin appears. 5. The two shouted in excitement, tears welling in their eyes. Zhang Qilin, unyielding to anyone's command, was the only person known to have a chance of entering the Grand Qin ancestral dragon tomb. If he encountered any danger, it could mean that no one would ever be able to enter again. Moreover, it was not just because of this. Should Xiaozhua face any mishap, Zhang Qilin would find himself. Such a splendid scenario could not be allowed to be ruined. Damn it. Let us see how arrogant you all remain. I'm back from the dead. In the base broadcast studio of the Forbidden Area Exploration Program, Qi Dalin leaped from his chair. Upon hearing Zhang Qilin's voice, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, even feeling an impulse to leap through the screen and pummel those miscreants. Stop making a ruckus, you startle me. Did I in the broadcast studio? Shui Baogai leaped up and slapped Qi Dalin on the head. Thankfully, he had brought along some quick-acting, heart-saving pills. Otherwise, he might have been scared to death by his lively little nephew. Quit watching the live stream. Hurry and prepare the equipment boxes. It will soon be lunchtime. Also, prepare some medical supplies for God Zuo and the others. Shui Baogai commanded, kicking Qi Dalin in the rear as he rushed out of the studio. Rushing back to the live stream screen of Xiaozhua, Shui Baogai trembled with excitement. Their grandfather had returned just in time. If anything happened to those he cared about during this program, it would be catastrophic. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Shui Baogai muttered softly. Although he had no means of knowing Zhang Qilin's true identity, the calls from various mysterious departments were undeniably real. High-ranking officials from realms he usually had no access to had flooded the program's phone lines. The core message was singular. Regardless of what Zhang Qilin did, they must not interfere. Moreover, everything Zhang Qilin was involved in was to proceed naturally. Otherwise, considering Zhang Qilin's concern for Xiaozhua, the program would have long since found a way to notify him to return swiftly. Director, your hair. While Shui Baogai was busy wiping the sweat from his forehead, the host Su Su pointed at his balding head. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, scattering leaves upon his dome. Gulp, Shui Baogai swallowed hard, his gaze falling upon a fallen wig on the ground. Without that wig, his balding head was particularly conspicuous, and it felt rather cool. Dante speak. Don't mind the details. To alleviate his embarrassment, Shui Baogai waved his hand dismissively. The hairstyle he usually cared about so much now seemed a trivial detail. Observing Shui Baogai's reaction, Su Su remarked on the director's dedication. Meanwhile, in the live stream, Xiaozhua was on the verge of colliding with those lethal attacks. However, as the familiar, ice-like voice resonated, a gentle force enveloped him, accompanied by a ferocious aura that bore down upon the 5 wild fairies. Xiaozhua's form was drawn back by this gentle power, swiftly retreating. The spikes, venom, and miasma were all dispersed by the overwhelming force that as he retreated, Xiaozhua caught sight of a figure rushing towards him from a distance, moving with astonishing speed. Indeed, the person was none other than the very figure that had emerged in his mind moments before, Zhang Qilin. Minutes earlier, upon hearing the scream, Zhang Qilin had gone to investigate. To his surprise, he found one person gnawing on another. The victim, clad in tattered clothes, bore an expression of utter terror, appearing to be an adventurer. The assailant was one of the 7 surrounding the so-called Corn Country star, Hong Zhilan. Should there be any viewers in the live stream, or Xiaozhua present, they would undoubtedly recognize this person as Jin Junzai. At that moment, Jin Junzai resembled a wild beast, eyes gleaming with a ravenous thirst for flesh. He had the other pinned to the ground, tearing into him with abandon. Zhang Qilin furrowed his brow and swiftly swung his sword, slaying Jin Junzai on the spot, but he had sensed something amiss about that Corn Country star. But why hadn't she kept an eye on this corpse puppet? Or was this puppet sent by her to carry out some task? After surveying the surroundings, Zhang Qilin found nothing unusual. Nevertheless, an unsettling feeling began to intensify within him. Could this be Hong Zhilan's ploy to draw him away? Upon this realization, Zhang Qilin's anger ignited that if that woman dared to lay a finger on Xiaozhua, he would ensure she was left with nothing. With this thought, Zhang Qilin's heart felt as if it were being clawed at. Even his typically impassive expression betrayed a hint of anxiety and unease. Yet upon returning to the edge of the Lock God pit, the scene before him was not one of Hong Zhilan entangling Xiaozhua. Instead, the air carried a faintly sacred scent of blood that gripped Zhang Qilin's heart like a vice. At that very moment, he witnessed Xiaozhua charging towards the 5 adversaries with his sword raised. This fool! Why couldn't he call for help or devise a way to fight while retreating? However, it was not too late for him to return. Upon witnessing Xiaozhua's predicament, Zhang Qilin's aura surged dramatically. Subsequently, that ferocious energy coalesced into a single point. With a resounding thud, he stepped forward, and the ground where Zhang Qilin once stood collapsed, creating a vast chasm, as if a small meteorite had struck the earth. Zhang Qilin's figure was propelled away by the explosive sound, leaving no trace behind, just as his entire aura converged back into a singular point. He spoke with a calm demeanor, declaring that anyone who dared to harm him would meet their demise. Those words were uttered softly. They resonated clearly with everyone present. Then, with a flick of his left hand, he summoned an unseen force that enveloped Xiaozhua, drawing him closer. In his right hand, the black gold ancient blade had already been unsheathed, with what appeared to be an unremarkable swing of the sword. A tempestuous energy surged forth, crashing down upon the 5 individuals of Ma Jinbei. It was uncertain whether it was due to overwhelming anger or an eruption of power that exceeded his limits. But in the midst of this flurry, Zhang Qilin felt a sudden heat in his chest, as if some restriction had been triggered. The escalating power was forcibly suppressed, and a mouthful of blood was stifled within him. Nevertheless, Zhang Qilin pushed his speed and strength to the utmost, fearing even the slightest harm would befall Xiaozhua. With a thunderous roar, the air shattered around him, causing his black hoodie to explode apart. In an instant, Zhang Qilin's bare torso was revealed to the live-stream audience. His muscles, though not exaggerated, exuded a primal beauty, rounded and powerful. Particularly striking was the dark blue Phoenix Kirin tattoo on his left shoulder, which began to manifest rapidly. The Phoenix Kirin, wreathed in flames, with antlers resembling a deer and a regal gaze that seemed to overlook all beings, was a sight to behold. P.S. The humble author is planning a special chapter, themed around sweet moments between Xiao Ge and Zuoshun that I hope everyone will enjoy it. Thank you to all who have gifted, rated 5 stars, and supported the CP. The author wishes to express special thanks to those who gifted. May readers grant me mercy and spare me the trials of this world. The adorable little fairy is about to like this. Chapter 55. Xiao Ji's combat power revealed in the blink of an eye. The entirety of the Kirin tattoo on Zhang Qilin's left shoulder was fully revealed. The flames beneath it appeared to flicker, as if it were ready to descend upon the mortal realm at any moment. Though this was but a fleeting moment, the audience in the live stream was utterly astonished. Wow, wow, wow. Xiao Ji's clothes exploded. That Kirin is so divine. I'm ready to kneel. To those upstairs, I've long since knelt. And so have my parents, grandparents, and even Uncle Wong, who visits my home. Goodness, your dad's at home, and Uncle Wong dares to visit. That takes some guts. Some who rewarded with 1,000 super rockets and commented, Xiao Ge. Annihilate them. Kirin smiles. Yama rewards with 100 super rockets and commented, Zuoshun, the nutritious lunch is being prepared. You must hold on. Free Fairy rewarded with 100 super rockets and commented, damn. Seeing Xiao Ji's muscles makes me look at my own belly and decide to lose weight for an hour. Mu Shui, Mu Xiaomei rewarded with 100 super rockets and commented, Brother Fairy. That is not a belly. That is a big beer gut 23333. Haha, I have a 6-pack too. Goodness, Xiao Ji's combat prowess is simply the pinnacle of adventurers. Wow, this is the essence of a divine man. Zhang Qilin's appearance lightened the atmosphere in the live stream. The audience's hearts had already settled upon hearing his words. Suppressing the urge to cough up blood, Zhang Qilin swiftly closed the distance between himself and Xiaozhua, who was suspended in mid-air. As he spun, Xiaozhua's angle allowed him to witness the moment Zhang Qilin's clothes tore apart. The Phoenix Kirin, wreathed in flames, was emblematic of Zhang Qilin's divine descent. Even with his own system, Xiaozhua felt he was still lacking compared to Zhang Qilin, whose combat power was truly an anomaly in this world. Upon seeing Zhang Qilin's muscular form, Xiaozhua instinctively sucked in his stomach. For this was the only way he could slightly feel the existence of his own abs. Simultaneously, As he plummeted, he began to adjust his position. With such rapid descent, colliding with any hard surface would surely be disastrous. However, just as Xiao Zhu adjusted his posture, Zhang Qilin was already at his side. Shifting his gaze from the five adversaries, Zhang Qilin focused on Xiao Zhu at such velocity, crashing into the solid ground would certainly lead to fatal consequences. In that rapid motion, Zhang Qilin gripped his sword in his right hand while extending his left toward Xiao Zhu. Unsure if Xiao Zhu had sustained any life-threatening injuries, he was determined to prevent him from landing on his own. As Zhang Qilin's hand reached out, a flicker of confusion crossed Xiao Zhu's eyes. Was this? In an instant, scenes from films he'd previously watched flashed through his mind. A beautiful woman falling from the sky. A hero stepping forth, sweeping her into a princess carry, and landing gracefully while their gazes met. Caught off guard, Xiao Zhu felt as if his throat had been blocked by a cotton ball. If two big men embraced, what on earth would they do once they landed? Would they gaze into each other's eyes or feign indifference? In the blink of an eye, Xiao Zhu's mind conjured 1,000 possibilities. A sensation that was both frightening and exhilarating. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Qilin's hand grasped Xiao Zhu firmly. Fearing that a sudden halt could harm him, Zhang Qilin decided to rotate to dissipate the force. He glanced at Xiao Zhu and noted that his injuries were not severe. However, the turbulent aura emanating from him remained undiminished, filled with an overwhelming killing intent. The live stream showcased Zhang Qilin rescuing Xiao Zhu. The audience erupted in excitement. Some who rewarded with 2,000 super rockets and commented, "Xiao Gu, the universe's supreme warrior." Wu Youbian rewarded with 1,000 super rockets and commented, "This combat power is simply off the charts." Mu Xiaomei rewarded with 500 super rockets and commented, "The importance of a formidable ally cannot be overstated." Kirin smiles, Yama rewards with 500 super rockets and commented, "Ah, strong allies, victory is assured." Free Fairy rewarded with 100 super rockets and commented, "Let's take a moment of silence for the other contestants." Goodness, this isn't an adventure show, it's a fantasy film. As Zhang Qilin began to spin with Xiao Zhu in his grasp, the livestream audience quickly became disoriented by the dizzying visuals. Fortunately, this dizzying display lasted only a few moments before Zhang Qilin steadied himself and Xiao Zhu upon landing. However, upon their landing, Zhang Qilin realized that Xiao Zhu had succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, he was reassured that Xiao Zhu had not suffered severe injuries, attributing his state to the disorientation from the rapid spin. At that moment, Zhang Qilin's formidable strike had successfully suppressed the 5 individuals of Ma Jinbei. Yet, due to the urgency of the situation and his concern for Xiao Zhu's safety, the strike unleashed was not a blade of cleaving power, but rather a pressure akin to a raging tempest. As they landed, Ma Jinbei found himself completely enveloped by that overwhelming force, rendered immobile. Jinbei, you didn't inform me that this young man had such a formidable ally. The old hedgehog, Granny Bai, called out to Ma Jinbei. Just moments ago, one single strike from that man 1,000 meters away had been enough to suppress all 5 of them. In close combat, their chances of survival would be slim to none. It was evident that their 5-man team and Xiao Zhu's companion were not even on the same level. I had no idea. Just yesterday, he was accompanied only by a single person and a bear. In a state of panic, Ma Jinbei found himself sweating profusely, beads of sweat trickling down like pearls. While the others remained silent, the cold-faced young man, bare-chested with a flaming Qilin tattoo on his left shoulder, approached them wielding a knife. Sensing Zhang Qilin's departure, Xiao Zhu, lying on the ground, cautiously opened his eyes. Chapter 56. Merciless execution. As Xiao Zhu slowly opened his eyes, he stealthily observed Zhang Qilin's retreating figure. The silhouette, though not particularly tall or imposing, exuded an indomitable and resolute spirit, as if he would not flinch in the face of adversity nor be vanquished by any challenge. Gazing at Zhang Qilin's back, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within Xiao Zhu. That moment, Zhang Qilin's figure mirrored the towering 9-dragon Locking God pillar from the Locking God pit, intensifying Xiao Zhu's feeling of recognition. Yet, despite rummaging through his memories, he could not find any trace of Zhang Qilin. That a sharp intake of breath accompanied the strain of his thoughts, causing Xiao Zhu's brows to furrow slightly as Zhang Qilin swiftly advanced towards the 5 men led by Ma Jinbei. He seemed to sense something and abruptly turned to glance back at Xiao Zhu. However, What he saw was only Xiao Zhuo lying still on the ground, utterly motionless. Once Zhang Qilin's gaze shifted away, Xiao Zhuo discreetly opened his eyes again, nearly caught. Who exactly are you? Do you have any idea who we are? The 5 men, filled with sheer terror at the approaching cold-faced youth, could not muster even a hint of defiance against him, resulting in nothing but impotent rage. Young man, you're still naive that don't provoke those you cannot afford to challenge, nor protect those you cannot safeguard, sneered a disciple of the Liu family, known for their slender waists. Old Hedgehog Bai also chimed in hastily. Child, you are still young and cannot grasp many things that do not bring harm upon yourself. However, whether they threatened or pleaded, none could halt Zhang Qilin's relentless advance. Upon hearing the 5 men's desperate words, the livestream audience erupted in laughter. Haha, you're still young. Can't grasp it. A few mountain spirits who have lived for centuries actually call him young. What a riot. I sense the upcoming scene might turn a tad bloody. Perhaps the ladies should avert their eyes. Left God is so adorable. I wish I could devour him whole, that I long to touch the Qilin tattoo on the young man's arm. It seems almost alive that, oh dear, little fairy upstairs. It seems you're not here for the tattoo at all. Calm down, Tio, tell a war god that he is still young. These fools truly are a source of amusement. As the barrage of comments flowed through the live stream, Zhang Qilin had already closed in on the 5 men, now merely 100 paces away. The oppressive aura from his previous strikes still lingered, enveloping the 5 in an overwhelming sense of dread. Zhang Qilin held his knife inverted, remaining silent, that he asked for who these 5 were, who stood behind them, or why they sought to assassinate Xiao Zhuo. He cared not, for in his eyes their demise was inevitable. You state your terms. We shall comply with whatever you ask. Yes. I possess numerous elixirs. I shall offer them all to you. I have extensive properties in the northern 3 provinces. All my wealth is yours if you spare me. I will follow you for a lifetime. I can play the flute and dance with intricate moves, as the 5 felt the oppressive approach of death. Despair thickened in their hearts. Yet, the only response to their pleas was Zhang Qilin's indifferent gaze and an insatiable thirst for blood. The knife in Zhang Qilin's hand emitted a low hum, seemingly resonating with his fury. Upon reaching the 5, his gaze strayed to the shadows behind them. Humph! 5 otherworldly presences were retreating in haste. Observing the 5 before him, Zhang Qilin found amusement. The disciples had long served the spirit of the outgoing god. Yet when confronted with true life-and-death decisions, it was often the disciples who perished. Meanwhile, their god could simply find another household willing to worship him, continuing to live untroubled. However, those who assisted in oppression deserved their fate. The essence of the outgoing god had already fled from these 5, leaving behind only 5 ordinary mortals that in fact, due to their prolonged use of secret arts to summon malevolent forces, their physical forms were considerably weaker than average. Yet despite their current state as mere mortals, Zhang Qilin harbored no intention of sparing them. Without uttering a single word or displaying the slightest hesitation, he moved forward, his black gold ancient knife slicing through the air. In an instant, heads rolled, and not a drop of blood stained his blade. However, the moment Zhang Qilin swung his knife, all live-streaming signals were abruptly cut off, the gory scene replaced by a black screen. When the broadcast resumed, Zhang Qilin had sheathed his knife and was slowly walking toward Xiao Zhuo, leaving the 5 corpses to be dealt with by the entities within the Great Qin ancestral dragon tomb. Upon reaching Xiao Zhuo, Zhang Qilin's expression remained impassive. It was only then that he had the opportunity to thoroughly assess Xiao Zhuo's injuries, when his gaze fell upon the significant wound on Xiao Zhuo's left palm. His brows knitted together, in his captivating starry eyes, a flicker of painful memories seemed to flash. Why can't you simply wield the sword with your right hand? Upon confirming that Xiao Zhuo bore only a single wound on his right palm, Zhang Qilin felt a slight relief. Those with bloodline power possessed physical resilience far superior to ordinary individuals. Although Xiao Zhuo's bloodline had yet to fully awaken, such a wound would not significantly affect him. However, Zhang Qilin remained unaware of the true nature of Xiao Zhuo's bloodline power, which made him hesitant to hastily use his Qilin blood for healing. Xiao Zhuo lay on the ground. Feeling Zhang Qilin's gaze traverse over him, his heart raced anew. A thought quickly burgeoned in his mind. If I continue to feign unconsciousness, will Zhang Qilin not take any action? A princess carry? Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? Will he feed me Qilin blood? Strip me to check my injuries. If that were to happen, and it were broadcasted live, wouldn't I suffer a public humiliation before billions of viewers? Chapter 57. This guy, still so stubborn. Just as Xiao Zhuo pondered this, his heart suddenly tightened. Zhang Qilin had slowly extended his hands. Given the posture, a Princess Carrie was a certainty that a simple gesture. Yet not only did it cause Xiao Zhuo's heart to race, but the audience in the live stream also erupted in excitement. Weio Bianin rewarded 3,000 and sent a super rocket with the message, "Where's the corner of my mouth? Can someone help me find it?" Xian Mao, who rewarded 1,000 and sent a super rocket with the message, "Wow, is this what they call love?" Mu Xiaomei rewarded 1,000 and sent a super rocket with the message, I think we should first give left God mouth to mouth." Qilin Yishao, Yin Wang Kai Dao rewarded 500 and sent a super rocket with the message, "No words, just a direct airdrop of a cow for left God to replenish." Zio Xian rewarded 500 and sent a super rocket with the message, "Goodness, how did the young man manage to take down that six-tailed fox? Such wastefulness." Xingqian Sishiji Jie rewarded 100 and sent a super rocket with the message, "I have no money. This little amount is just a gift for you two. Remember to invite me to the banquet." As the barrage of comments flooded the live stream, every viewer's excitement reached astronomical levels. Yet the scene they envisioned did not materialize. Zhang Qilin's hand, rather than reaching for Xiao Zhuo's body to carry him, was instead directed toward the buttons of Xiao Zhuo's shirt, moving with an unexpected delicacy. "Oh my, oh my, oh my, what is this young man up to? What else could it be?" Left God's injuries are unclear, and he has fallen unconscious. Of course, he must remove the clothing for examination. "Ah, my nosebleed is insufficient. Can someone lend me some?" "Bro upstairs, I don't have a nosebleed, but I can lend you the otherworldly space my girlfriend used." Humorous doghead. Wait, used is the key phrase. That's a test. While Zhang Qilin's actions extinguished the audience's hopes for a Princess Carrie, it ignited an even stronger desire among them. Just as the viewers were once again holding their breaths, mentally urging him to tear it off, Zhang Qilin's hands took an unexpected turn. The live stream showcased Zhang Qilin's hands not heading for the remaining buttons of Xiao Zhuo's shirt, but instead moving to fasten the two buttons that had come undone. In full view of everyone, Zhang Qilin gently buttoned Xiao Zhuo's shirt. However, as he did so, he sent Xiao Zhuo's heart racing abnormally fast. Could it be? A tightness gripped Zhang Qilin's heart. Was it an internal injury? With this thought, Zhang Qilin hastily pressed his ear to Xiao Zhuo's chest. Thump, 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 thump. His ear was just pressed against Xiao Zhuo's chest, and immediately, Xiao Zhuo's heartbeat quickened a few more beats. Lying on the ground, Xiao Zhuo felt as though hundreds of little deer were wildly dashing about in his heart. How careless. Had he known, he wouldn't have pretended to be unconscious, or perhaps it would have been better if he had awakened a little earlier. At this moment, Xiao Zhuo could distinctly feel the breath of Zhang Qilin, who had placed his ear on his chest, and he steeled his resolve. Wake up, if he did not awaken soon. It seemed that artificial respiration would truly be the next step. With that thought, Xiao Zhuo's hand shook suddenly, not for any other reason, but merely to remind Zhang Qilin, who was listening to his heartbeat. Sensing Xiao Zhuo's movement, Zhang Qilin slightly lifted his head. In that instant, it seemed he understood everything. That he glanced at Xiao Zhuo, who was lying on the ground with his eyes slightly open and an expression of innocence. A hint of helplessness unexpectedly surfaced in Zhang Qilin's gaze. What happened to me? Xiao Zhuo muttered to himself as he sat up, his eyes vacant. However, the hint of guilt deep within his eyes had already been completely captured by Zhang Qilin. Without uttering a word, Zhang Qilin stood up and extended his right hand toward Xiao Zhuo at the same time. His left hand had already lifted the wuxia heavy sword beside Xiao Zhuo. The 680-pound sword seemed weightless in Zhang Qilin. Alas, dear bear, do tread lightly. I shall avenge you. The stout bear, with an unsteady gait, endeavored to maintain his balance, his profound eyes brimming with tears. Weeping in a most tragic manner, the bear's lamentations startled Xiao Zhuo, who suddenly recalled the presence of the stout bear. This creature was remarkably resilient, having been hurled far away by a single kick and crashing into a tree, yet miraculously surviving. Given the intensity of his cries, it seemed his injuries were not grave. However, the sound of the stout bear's weeping instantly unsettled Xiao Zhuo. The wailing of a 300-pound behemoth was akin to the cacophony of hundreds of ducks quacking in unison. Not only was it he who was affected, Xiaozhua noticed that Zhang Qilin's brow furrowed noticeably upon hearing the stout bear's cries. That as Zhang Qilin frowned, Xiaozhua observed that Bear Da, lying on the ground, suddenly trembled. Truly, it seemed Bear Da could escape death. A surge of joy welled up in Xiaozhua's heart. Yet his gaze swiftly shifted from Bear Da to the approaching stout bear, who was stumbling and sobbing. The moment to rescue Bear Da had arrived. Should the stout bear disturb Zhang Qilin at this juncture, it would surely ruin everything. Yet there was no time for explanations. Casting a glance at Zhang Qilin, Xiaozhua silently turned and walked towards the stout bear. "Brother Xiao, woe is me! My Bear Da has perished," the stout bear cried, oblivious to Xiaozhua's expression. He assumed Zhang Qilin had driven away the 5 assailants and rescued Xiaozhua. However, he had witnessed Bear Da being pierced through by countless quills shot by that old hedgehog. Thus, in his heart, he believed Bear Da had departed from them forever. Xiaozhua approached the stout bear with a blank expression, his pace quickening. "Fear not, Bear Da. I shall dig a grand grave for you and prepare 100 jars of honey for your burial." With a swift motion, Xiaozhua reached the stout bear, delivering a sharp chop with his left hand. The stout bear's cries ceased abruptly, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. With a thud, the stout bear collapsed, a look of astonishment in his eyes. Yet when Xiaozhua turned back, he saw that Zhang Qilin had removed the Wuqing heavy sword from Bear Da's body. That in the gentle breeze, Zhang Qilin's figure appeared somewhat desolate, having lost a significant amount of blood, rendering him quite weak. Roaring, Xiaozhua hastened towards Zhang Qilin. The prone bear emitted a faint growl. The author has a word to say. Everyone may speculate about the past of Lord Zhua and Brother Qilin. Chapter 59. This man and bear with no time to attend to Bear Da. Xiaozhua hurried to Zhang Qilin's side. "How are you?" Xiaozhua inquired, extending his hands to assist Zhang Qilin in sitting down. However, as soon as his hands reached out, Zhang Qilin waved his left hand dismissively. "That no need," he replied coolly, slowly making his way to the nearby 9-dragon locking god pillar, where numerous massive stones bore deep cuts. It was uncertain whether these were naturally formed or the remnants of a cataclysmic battle that had once transpired there. Zhang Qilin circled the stones leisurely until he found a particularly pristine boulder, upon which he settled down, his eyes gently closed. The Qilin tattoo on his left shoulder began to fade away gradually. That in less than a minute, Zhang Qilin's left shoulder was left bare, a stark expanse of pale skin. Sitting cross-legged upon the boulder, Zhang Qilin's breathing took on a rhythmic pattern. Observing Zhang Qilin's demeanor, Xiaozhua felt a pang of guilt but recognized that now was not the time to disturb him. Approaching his backpack, Xiaozhua gently opened it. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with a black hoodie, cautiously making his way towards Zhang Qilin. That the hoodie required pulling over the head, Xiaozhua opted not to interrupt Zhang Qilin, placing it softly beside him before moving to Bear Da's side. The Qilin bloodline is indeed formidable. Although Bear Da appeared unscathed externally, his internal organs were undoubtedly in a state of disarray. The Qilin blood was akin to a miraculous elixir, allowing Bear Da to cling to life at this moment. Though Bear Da was weak, there was no longer a hint of lifelessness in his eyes. His wounds were visibly healing at a slow but steady pace, and his internal organs were gradually recovering. Patting Bear Da's head, Xiaozhua collapsed onto the ground. Gazing at Zhang, the fierce bear proclaimed as it seized a large apple, already bitten into by Bear Da, directly from his grasp. In an instant, the apple's fragrant aroma, the sweetness of honey, the terror of Bear Da, and the joy of reclaiming what was lost all lodged in the throat of the fierce bear. Gazing at Bear Da while munching on the apple, the fierce bear erupted into laughter, tears streaming down its face. Xiaozhua and Zhang Qilin, witnesses to this scene, exchanged glances that conveyed a myriad of unspoken thoughts. Setting aside the matter of gender, the juxtaposition of man and beast was undeniably amusing. Dinner time, Xiaozhua remarked to Zhang Qilin. Zhang Qilin's gaze returned, and he calmly inquired, "Have you washed your hands?" Author's note, Chapter 60. I can do it in that moment. Xiaozhua was rendered speechless. Having just endured a life-and-death struggle, he thought it absurd to demand hand-washing after merely consuming a few bites. Yet, despite his inner reluctance, his expression betrayed none of his discomfort. He uttered, promptly grabbing a large jug of drinking water and moving to Zhang Qilin's side. However, due to an injury on his right hand, he could only pour water for his companion with his left. Fortunately, with his immense strength, he could manage the heavy jug, something that would have been impossible for him in the past with just one hand. Be cautious of your left hand's injury while washing. We must avoid infection, Xiao Zhuo advised. Zhang Qilin paused momentarily, but did not respond. He submerged both hands under the flowing water, gently cleansing them. Observing Zhang Qilin's hands, Xiao Zhuo felt a surge of astonishment. Although unfamiliar with the power of the Qilin bloodline, he was astounded by the rapidity of its self-healing in such a short span. Zhang Qilin's hand appeared as flawless as before, with no trace of the wound inflicted by the flawless sword energy as Zhang Qilin washed his hands. He seemed to sense Xiao Zhuo's astonishment. I once severed my own arm, yet I was reborn in merely 3 to 5 days. Zhang Qilin spoke coolly, casting a fleeting glance at Xiao Zhuo's expression. However, Xiao Zhuo only displayed a hint of surprise. Lacking any further reaction, leaving Zhang Qilin feeling somewhat disheartened, he shook his hands lightly and took the jug of water from Xiao Zhuo, offering him a chance to wash his hands. Pay attention to your wound, Zhang Qilin commented, then turned his gaze towards the distance, seemingly unwilling to dwell on the scars adorning Xiao Zhuo's palms. While Xiao Zhuo washed his hands, a thought struck him. By the way, brother, why would you sever your own arm in the first place? Upon hearing Xiao Zhuo's question, Zhang Qilin's gaze remained fixed on the horizon. For a reckless and stubborn individual, he replied, his tone still frosty, yet imbued with a hint of profound meaning. Xiao Zhuo keenly sensed Zhang Qilin's unusual demeanor, prompting him to fall silent. The significance of the person who could compel Zhang Qilin to sacrifice an arm must be immense. Could it be Zhang Qilin's former wife? A brother? Or perhaps a family member? Yet, Xiao Zhuo merely pondered without pressing further. After all, the act of severing one's own limb surely stemmed from a deeply etched memory. To pry into such pain would only serve to salt the wound. The two returned to the boulder, where the fierce bear continued to nestle in Bear Da's embrace, engaged in a tug-of-war over the apple. During this meal, neither Zhang Qilin nor Xiao Zhuo uttered another word. Suddenly, the fierce bear exclaimed, "What in the world, Bear Da? Why do you have scales sprouting from your back?" While Xiao Zhuo and Zhang Qilin were lost in their own thoughts, the fierce bear's outburst caught their attention. As they approached Bear Da, they noticed something peculiar. Originally a massive gray bear, following the infusion of Xiao Zhuo's Zhu Long bloodline, Bear Da's grayish-brown fur now shimmered with hints of golden light, and his size had increased by roughly a third. Even his eyes appeared to breathe fire. However, what truly captured their attention was the unusual condition of Bear Da's back. The golden-tinted fur curled slightly, seemingly coalescing into scales, radiant and remarkably resilient. This Xiao Zhuo was momentarily taken aback by Bear Da's transformation. Zhang Qilin, however, exhibited little surprise, merely casting a fleeting glance before returning to his meal. "Bear Da, could it be that you are transforming into an armored bear?" The fierce bear leaped up, delivering a punch to the golden scales on Bear Da's back, only to recoil in pain. Bear Da let out a low growl and stretched his body, the sound of cracking bones resonating as he appeared even more robust than before. "Bear Da, you're truly incredible. After sustaining such grave injuries, you've recovered merely by consuming apples and honey. What an extraordinary bear." The fierce bear chuckled heartily, oblivious to the murderous glare Xiao Zhuo directed at him. "Apples and honey, you say? Are those from the Jade Emperor's garden, tended by the Queen Mother's bees? Had it not been for brother generously sharing the Qilin blood, 10 Bear Das would have perished." Despite his icy demeanor, Xiao Zhuo had no intention of enlightening the fierce bear. Suddenly, the fierce bear grimaced, clutching the back of its head. "What's this? Why does my head hurt all of a sudden?" Lost in excitement over Bear Da's survival, the fierce bear had forgotten its previous 2 bouts of unconsciousness. Yet the sudden pain puzzled him. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind, his eyes still gleaming with admiration for Bear Da. "We should not linger here. We must depart swiftly," Zhang Qilin stated succinctly after finishing his meal. Xiao Zhuo surveyed the eerie surroundings, agreeing with the sentiment. "Are you certain your body can handle it?" he hesitantly asked, concerned after Zhang Qilin had lost so much Qilin blood and had only rested briefly while consuming a meal. Upon hearing Xiao Zhuo express doubt, Zhang Qilin's expression hardened. "I can manage." Though still somewhat weak, his tone conveyed a blend of stubbornness and pride. He then rose resolutely and walked towards the chasm above. As he passed the equipment box containing medical supplies and another filled with supplements, a flicker of disdain crossed Zhang Qilin's eyes. Having endured countless injuries throughout his life, he had no need for such trivial medical supplies. On the other hand, curiosity ignited within him at the sight of the supplements. Tonic for blood replenishment, red dates, dried pumpkin, dried carrots, dried purple grapes. Are these not for women recovering after childbirth? Realizing Zhang Qilin's fixation on the blood-replenishing items, Xiaozuo quickly understood. Without hesitation, he retrieved his backpack and stuffed the various items into it, reasoning that a little extra weight would not trouble him. Zhang Qilin noticed Xiaozuo's actions and initially contemplated intervening. However, recalling the injury on Xiaozuo's palm, he refrained from stopping him. Yet, he resolutely vowed never to consume those items himself. Meanwhile, Bear Da and the Fierce Bear ceased their playful antics. Bear Da's recovery speed rivaled Zhang Qilin's. At this moment, he appeared vigorous and energetic as he approached Xiaozuo, who was busy packing. The Fierce Bear leaned in curiously. Wait a moment, aren't these items typically for women during their postpartum recovery? Zhang Qilin. What the postpartum recovery? Xiaozuo. What an absurdity. Author's note. I sincerely apologize, dear readers, that a torrential downpour has struck my village, resulting in a power outage, hence the delayed update. Chapter 61. The Qilin's residual fury once everything was in order. The trio and their bear companion resumed their adventurous journey, leaving the mess behind for others to address at this moment. Within the expedition base of the Daqin ancestral dragon tomb, Shui Baogai wielded a large stick, pursuing Qi Dalin, who was darting about. Qi Dalin. Is this job no longer of interest to you? Explain to me the significance of those blood-replenishing items. Shui Baogai, feeling dizzy with anger, struggled to keep pace with Qi Dalin. Didn't you see that Lord Zhua, little brother, and Bear Da were all injured? They lost so much blood. Naturally, they require replenishment. As Qi Dalin ran, he protested defiantly. Shui Baogai, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes in exasperation. Fine, let us set the blood-replenishing items aside. Let us focus on what was left behind by Lord Zhua. What is that? Shui Baogai pointed at the live broadcast, where Xiaozuo was sorting through the remaining items. Qi Dalin, puzzled, scratched his head. The items I left were all for blood replenishment. Who knows why Lord Zhua is being so picky? Upon casting a fleeting glance at the live broadcast, Qi Dalin was engulfed in a palpable sense of unease. Heal, 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 he exclaimed. Everything left by Xiaozuo is utterly ridiculous. The irate Shui Baogai, growing increasingly incensed, pursued Qi Dalin with fervor. This was a global live stream, and Qi Dalin had somehow managed to create such an absurd blunder. Fortunately, his folly did not detract from the overall entertainment value of the program. Rather, it sparked fervent discussions among viewers. Goodness! How is it that both Zhua Shun and Qilin Xiaoge have no little ones? Yet preparations for postnatal care are in full swing. One must admit, the production team truly understands me. Xian Mao, who donated 5,000 and sent a super rocket with the message. Production team. Use this donation to nourish Zhua Shun and Qilin Xiaoge. Mu Xiaomei donated 1,000 and sent a super rocket with the message. This is all my pocket money for today. Given to Zhua Shun and Xiaoge for a proper postnatal recovery, lest they fall victim to any postpartum ailments. Wu Yo, Bian donated 1,000 and sent a super rocket with the message. Don't stop me. I must go attend to the postnatal care. Zio Xian donated 1,000 and sent a super rocket with the message. Hello, my real name is Yuzi. Who wants to attend to me? Yuri Jutsing YYDS donated 500 and sent a super rocket with a message. Xian Air, don't be silly. What you have is a belly full of mischief. Not a little one. Waji Xiang Han Chi Deng, donated 500 and sent a super rocket with a message. Am I the only one concerned about whether Xiaoge or Zhua Shun is the one recovering? Outside the broadcast room, Shui Baogai and Qi Dalin were in a flurry, while the atmosphere within the live stream was one of unrestrained joy. Meanwhile, at another location within the base, Bai Tianlong and Yi Xiu observed the trio and the bear on the screen, tears streaming down their weathered faces. Old man, why do I feel that Qilin Xiaoge is constantly safeguarding Xiaozuo? Have they known each other for long, or does Qilin Xiaoge recognize Xiaozuo while the latter is oblivious to him? Yi Xiu discreetly wiped his nose on Bai Tianlong's sleeve. Bai Tianlong, equally moved by the earlier event where Zhang Qilin rescued Xiaozuo and offered his precious blood to save the bear, nodded slightly and quietly wiped away his tears with Yi Xiu's clothing. From the very beginning, I felt that this deity Zhang Qilin should not be here. Yet I never anticipated that he and Xiao Zhuo had a shared past. However, this is fortuitous. As long as we cultivate a good relationship with Xiao Zhuo, Zhang Qilin will not stand idly by in times of trouble. The Wei Xiu nodded in agreement, unusually aligning with by Tianlong's perspective. Smash! In a clandestine base in Longhua, a robust middle-aged man crushed the teacup in his hand, turning the sturdy porcelain into mere dust that scattered across the floor. Xuanwu, Zhuke, I command you to head to the northeastern provinces at once. Those who pose a threat to Xiao Zhuo must be thoroughly investigated. With the fury of the middle-aged man, a shrewd young man and a striking woman stepped forward. At your command. They turned and departed immediately. By who? Do you think this course of action might bring unnecessary trouble to the region? Another somber man approached Bai Hu, inquiring about the orders given. Trouble? Were it not for their aggression toward Xiao Zhuo, our leader would not have been harmed. To provoke the might of Qilin is to invite the wrath of Qilin. After stating this, Bai Hu turned and retreated to his quarters, leaving Qinglong alone to ponder the live stream featuring Xiao Zhuo and Zhang Qilin. Qinglong's eyes narrowed. Xiao Zhuo, what connection do you have with our leader? In less than an hour, the northeastern provinces erupted in chaos. 5 powerful families were subjected to thorough investigations. Businesses were inexplicably shut down and declared bankrupt, while officials were investigated and subsequently fell from grace. Those ensnared in this turmoil remained oblivious to the formidable force they had antagonized, despite their frantic attempts to leverage their influence for a last-minute escape. Even relinquishing their assets, no one dared to offer them a shred of protection. In the end, the remnants of the 5 families received only a single piece of grim news. Their patriarch had crossed paths with an unapproachable entity, and all had met their demise. Surviving was already a stroke of immense fortune. Upon receiving this news, despair washed over them. They understood that their family's ascendance in the northeastern provinces was entirely due to the deity they worshipped. As disciples of this deity, their patriarch had thrived in the region, wielding considerable power. Yet, this time, their deity had evidently faltered, leading even the patriarch to meet his end, a clear testament to the terrifying force they had provoked. Unbeknownst to them, the altar dedicated to their deity had been completely dismantled, rendering their once protected deity a mere stray. After Xuanwu and Zhuke obliterated the last altar of the rogue deity, they exchanged glances. A mere handful of rogue deities dared to provoke the might of Qilin. The northeastern provinces were in upheaval, yet Zhang Qilin remained blissfully unaware, munching on a piece of dried pumpkin, his expression one of utter disinterest. This, however, was his last act of defiance, as Xiao Zhuo had intended to forcibly feed him nourishing gelatin and blood-enriching jujubes. Having finished chewing the dried pumpkin, Xiao Zhuo offered him another piece, glancing at the substantial bag of dried pumpkin in his possession. Zhang Qilin could only lament the absurdity of the production team's equipment updates, wondering if he would be chewing until the conclusion of their adventure. Chapter 62, Mechanism Arts vs. Blade Drawing Techniques, though Zhang Qilin was reluctant. He continued to chew the dried pumpkin, not wanting to endure Xiao Zhuo's incessant chatter. Meanwhile, the bear, observing the interaction between Xiao Zhuo and Zhang Qilin, felt an unsettling sense of confusion. What had transpired during his unconsciousness? Furthermore, since Xiao Ji's arrival, he had spoken to no one but Xiao Zhuo. Whenever someone attempted to approach Xiao Zhuo, he would unsheath his blade. Similarly, Xiao Zhuo, who spoke sparingly, was now persistently urging Zhang Qilin to consume the restorative items. My goodness, the adult world is so complicated, he mused, then leapt onto the back of the bear. You made me cry for you, so now you shall serve as my mount for the day. Until noon tomorrow, I shall remain atop you. The bear growled in protest, grasping the cub's ears, as if to ensure he would not fall off. Taking a step back, they navigated a narrow stone path when Xiao Zhuo and his companions heard a commotion ahead. A voice that sounded somewhat familiar. Ma Tong Gai Zi, or more accurately, Gong Ben Yang Wei. Upon approaching the source of the noise, Xiao Zhuo discovered that there was not just one familiar face present. Ma Tong Gai Zi was accompanied by 4 skilled swordsmen of the one-sword flow, while Hong Zhilan led her remaining 6 subordinates. The 2 groups appeared to have formed an alliance, with the leadership clearly resting with Hong Zhilan. Upon seeing her, Xiao Zhuo recalled the earlier incident involving the corpse he discovered atop Hong Zhilan's head, and an overwhelming urge to retch surged within him. Zhang Qilin, chewing on a piece of dried pumpkin, regarded the swordsman under Ma Tongai's command with a frozen expression. Before the swordsman stood a bronze figure that had just been triggered, adorned in colorful armor and a helmet. Though it bore similarity to the bronze leader Xiao Zhuo had activated the previous day, this bronze figure was evidently more exquisite, with a plaque at its waist stamped with the title Thousand-Man Commander. Upon observing the swordsman retreating under Ma Tongai's direction, a cold glint flickered in Zhang Qilin's eyes that he then quietly turned away, no longer wishing to look. Xiao Zhuo, resigned, followed suit, turning his gaze away from the one-sword flow swordsman. Choosing the right master is crucial when one serves, he thought. Miss Xilan, just a moment, and we shall soon pass through here. Once my swordsman engages the bronze figure, it will only take a single strike. Ma Tongai's spoke with obsequiousness, his lecherous gaze fixated on the neckline of Hong Xilan, who sat atop a plush cushion, exuding an air of superiority, seemingly unfazed by his gaze, nor did she evade it. Have your people hurry up. I'm growing impatient. Hong Xilan spoke in a deliberately affected tone, her voice laced with an exaggerated sweetness. Upon hearing her voice, Ma Tonggai couldn't help but shudder slightly. All right, it will be done shortly. After speaking, his gaze fell upon the one-sword flow warrior entangled with the bronze centurion. When that spear is launched, you shall draw your sword and strike down this bronze figure. This contraption was crafted by the ancients of the Dragon Kingdom, just as feeble as its people. Bah! As he spoke, Ma Tonggai spat forcefully onto the ground. Hearing his words, Xiao Zhuo frowned slightly. Yet before he could respond, the nearby Man Xiong could no longer contain himself. Hey, you potato spirit from the Wokaku, who are you calling weak? Have you forgotten how you bowed and apologized to Xiao Zhuo, riding on Xiongda's back? Man Xiong shouted with confidence. Hearing his outburst, Ma Tonggai and Hong Xilan finally noticed the arrival of Xiao Zhuo and Zhang Qiling. However, upon seeing Zhang Qiling, Hong Xilan's eyes flickered with evident hesitation. How fortunate that you have arrived. I shall demonstrate just how pathetic the creations of your Dragon Kingdom's ancestors truly are. Tonggai addressed Xiao Zhuo and his companion. Yet, Xiao Zhuo and Zhang Qiling remained indifferent. Their backs turned to him. Man Xiong looked on in confusion. What is going on with Xiao Zhuo and his brother? Shouldn't they teach this potato spirit a lesson? Nevertheless, Man Xiong thought little of it. Considering the two had bled significantly at noon and should be in a weakened state, that as for this potato spirit, he would handle it himself. Just as Man Xiong leaped off Xiongda's back, a chilling scream abruptly pierced the air. PFF. The sudden scream startled Man Xiong, nearly causing his legs to buckle. Not only him, but everyone who heard the sound was taken aback, primarily due to the sheer agony it conveyed. Even Xiongda, a bear of considerable size, was jolted by the noise. Yet, Xiao Zhuo and Zhang Qiling exhibited no reaction. On the contrary, if the scream had not occurred, they would have found it strange. PFF. Haha, potato spirit, take a look at your teammate. It seems they have been skewered and prepared for roasting. Man Xiong laughed heartily after discerning the source of the scream. The one-sword flow warrior who had stood before the bronze centurion was now lifeless, a black spear piercing through him from behind. Perhaps due to the pain, the one-sword flow warrior was caught mid-scream, his mouth agape, only for the spear tip to protrude grotesquely from his mouth. At this sight, Man Xiong, Ma Tonggai, Hong Xilan, and the others comprehended the situation. Although the centurion's mechanisms appeared similar to those of the centurion of 100, the details were a step behind. The bronze centurion did not cease its advance merely because the spear had slain the one-sword flow warrior. Its mechanisms had already been triggered. Bang! The iron hand of the centurion extended, piercing through the armor and body of the one-sword flow warrior. The spear, now in hand, danced with lethal grace, tearing flesh and blood as limbs flew in every direction. How is this possible? Ma Tonggai gazed incredulously at the advancing centurion, disbelief flashing in his eyes. His family's one-sword flow master had met such a humiliating end. It seems the mechanisms of the Dragon Kingdom are far superior to whatever blade-drawing techniques you potato spirits possess. Man Xiong exclaimed, laughing as he clutched his thigh. Charge! Destroy that iron lump! With a thunderous shout, Ma Tonggai's three subordinates leaped into action. Although the heir to the family was rather foolish, their only option was to obey orders. Are your people even capable? Perhaps I should team up with Xiao Zhuo instead, Hong Xilan remarked with a hint of sarcasm, casting furtive glances at Xiao Zhuo and Zhang Qiling. Miss Julien, fear not. My 3 subordinates will dismantle that iron lump in no time. Ma Tonggai boasted, slapping his chest confidently while smiling at Hong Julien. Hearing their exchange, Xiao Zhuo and Zhang Qilin exchanged glances, both revealing a shared disdain. The unspoken, understanding hung in the AI, R.P.S. Dear readers, the plot is about to unfold, and it will become increasingly delightful. Chapter 63. Everything unfolds naturally. Do not presume that the 3 one-sword flow warriors lack the capability to breach the Centurion's defenses. Even if they did, their weapons and strength were insufficient for such a feat indeed. Within less than a minute, the 3 one-sword flow warriors had failed to advance even a fraction closer to the Centurion. Their swords were effortlessly flicked away by the long spear. However, the trio was not entirely foolish. Recognizing their disadvantage, they refrained from recklessly throwing themselves into battle. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the Centurion retracted its spear. Remaining stationary, suddenly, a gap appeared beneath its feet, and the Centurion of 100 dove straight into the ground. It's gone. It's gone. My men have defeated that iron lump. Ma Tonggai shouted excitedly upon witnessing the Centurion vanish. Hong Julien's face contorted into one of utter disdain. Ignoring Ma Tonggai, she approached Xiao Zhuo. Mr. Xiao, what is your opinion? Hong Julien inquired, deliberately flashing a captivating smile. Despite Xiao's were repeatedly humiliating her, she found herself inexplicably drawn to him each time they met. Get lost, as before Xiao's could respond. Zhang Qilin coolly interjected. Hong Julien's expression hardened, her posture freezing. Zhang Qilin's gaze swept over the remaining 6 followers of Hong Julien, a murderous intent swelling within him. Goddess Julien, do not concern yourself with these 2 lunatics from the Dragon Kingdom. Have my subordinates not already dismantled that iron lump? Ma Tonggai rushed over, eager to capitalize on Hong Julien's discomfort. Get lost. Hong Julien's demeanor turned frosty, hurling the command back at Ma Tonggai. Licking dog. Bah, you're the one who was insane. With that thought, Hong Julien stepped onto the stone path. Hey, Miss Julien, do not panic. Allow me to lead the way in case of any danger, Ma Tonggai called as he hurriedly dashed to the front. Hong Julien remained silent, merely following behind him that if any danger were to arise, this fool might indeed provide some measure of protection. Crack! Not far into their walk, a faint sound emanated from beneath Ma Tonggai's feet, and a gap suddenly appeared before him. The Centurion re-emerged, having resurfaced from the ground. Ma Tonggai's heart tightened, his eyes darting about. Without hesitation, he leaped back several meters, leaving Hong Julien bewildered in his wake. Hey, the ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom are truly remarkable. This mechanism can be reused. Man Xiong exclaimed, his face alight with excitement at the same time. He felt a swell of admiration for the ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom. It was noteworthy that these devices were crafted by the ancients of the Dragon Kingdom thousands of years ago. Just considering the precision of the mechanism illustrates the might of the Qin Empire of that era. Moreover, even after a millennium, these devices continued to operate flawlessly, capable of repeated use. Such technology would likely be difficult to replicate with modern scientific capabilities. Observing Ma Tonggai's retreat, Hong Julien felt a pang of disbelief in a moment of peril. Ma Tonggai had abandoned her to flee alone in the blink of an eye. She had no time to ponder the implications. Her body surged backward with astonishing speed. Yet upon witnessing her retreat, Xiao Zhuo and Zhang Qilin narrowed their eyes in unison. How could a female performer possess such speed? Moreover, the manner in which Hong Julien had retreated was undeniably peculiar. She appeared almost like a marionette, as if an invisible hand was pulling her back. Even after she landed smoothly, it took her a moment to register the panic that washed over her, only to revert to a pitifully delicate demeanor. In less than a second after Hong Julien's retreat, a long spear shot forth from the very spot she had occupied, its blade stained with fresh blood. Radiating an ominous aura, buzz! The Centurion seized the spear and once more enacted the prior motion. Observing Hong Julien and Ma Tonggai, Xiao Zhuo understood they had no intention of intervening. Placing his backpack on the ground, he strode directly toward the Centurion. Time was of the essence. He had no inclination to linger and witness these clowns make fools of themselves. Seeing Xiao Zhuo's approach, Zhang Qilin's eyes flickered with concern. Just as Xiao Zhuo was nearing the Centurion, Zhang Qilin could not help but caution him. Your right hand is injured. Be careful. though Zhang Qilin's words were indifferent and his demeanor as frigid as ice. The underlying concern within them was profound. Xiaozhua turned around and nodded slightly. This centurion might indeed require considerable effort to contend with in the game. However, he had awakened the bloodline of the Candle Dragon and possessed immense strength coupled with the support of intricate mechanisms. To breach the defenses of this centurion was akin to plucking something from a pouch. Potato Spirit, did you not claim that the mechanisms crafted by the ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom were worthless? What is this? Have you turned coward? The bear-riding man Xiong, munching on an apple, could not help but taunt Ma Tong. A Tong guy looked up at the sky, seemingly oblivious to Man Xiong's words. Buzz, buzz. The long spear in the centurion's hand danced with agility, enveloping him in a protective shadow. Xiaozhua, bearing the unsullied heavy sword on his back, exhibited an air of elegance with his right hand resting behind him. Yet, as Zhang Qilin observed Xiaozhua's footwork, his initial worries began to dissipate. Xiaozhua was not only empowered by his bloodline, but also possessed boundless strength. Judging by his steps, it was evident that he was well-versed in the art of intricate mechanisms. At this moment, Xiaozhua's movements mirrored those of the centurion almost perfectly, and the golden glimmer in his vertical pupils signified calculation. He was assessing the centurion's every move and determining the optimal angle to counteract. Such mechanisms, capable of fluid movement, demanded speed, precision, and decisiveness to dismantle that a single failure often meant a lost opportunity. The distance between the centurion and Xiaozhua closed rapidly. When they were sufficiently near, a flash of gold ignited in Xiaozhua's eyes. Now was the moment. Whoosh! Xiaozhua and the centurion collided, the latter resembling a gear caught in a machine, his movements slowing and stuttering. Xiaozhua, however, casually turned back, casting a final glance at the centurion, his hand discreetly slipping a purple orb into his pocket. The entire sequence transpired so swiftly that none present could fully grasp what had unfolded. Was that it for the copper-forged centurion? Zhang Qilin maintained a calm facade. Upon noticing Xiaozhua's footwork, he retrieved a wet wipe from Xiaozhua's backpack. When Xiaozhua returned, Zhang Qilin gently offered the wet wipe, and everything felt rather natural. Chapter 64. The Azure Flowing Cloud Python. Its blood is most nourishing. Upon receiving the wet wipe from Zhang Qilin, Xiaozhua merely gave a cursory wipe to his hands before tossing it aside. Observing this, Zhang Qilin furrowed his brow. Without uttering a word, he produced another wet wipe and offered it to Xiaozhua. Zhang Qilin. Xiaozhua, accepting the wet wipe once more, Xiaozhua meticulously cleaned his hands. Yet he harbored no intention of sparing Zhang Qilin either. He deftly reached into his backpack, producing the largest and thickest piece of pumpkin jerky, presenting it to Zhang Qilin with a mischievous glint of vengeance in his eyes. Boom! Just as Zhang Qilin stuffed the substantial piece of pumpkin jerky into his mouth, a deafening explosion reverberated. The centurion, struck by Xiaozhua's decisive blow, finally shattered into fragments. Gazing at the wreckage of the centurion, Ma Tonggai swallowed hard. The unparalleled swordsmanship could not overcome an artifact created by the ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom millennia ago. Miss Jilan, we must take our leave. With the brilliance in his eyes dimming, Ma Tonggai reverted to his lecherous, ineffectual demeanor. Hong Jilan remained silent, casting a glance back at Xiaozhua, who had just finished wiping his hands, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Qilin as he stuffed the thick piece of pumpkin jerky into his not-so-large mouth. Humph! With a disdainful snort, Hong Jilan strode purposefully down the stone path, while Xiaozhua couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Zhang Qilin's swollen cheeks. Who would have thought that the seemingly unapproachable Qilin would exhibit such an endearing side? Yet, what was the look of helplessness upon his face? Hiss! As Ma Tonggai and the others stepped onto the stone path, a chilling hiss echoed ominously that a foul stench wafted from the towering stone walls on either side. Whoosh! A gust of wind heralded the emergence of a colossal python before them. The serpent, as thick as a water barrel, was adorned with pale, golden cloud-like patterns. Its head, an eerie shade of blue, bore a pair of golden slit pupils that gleamed with insatiable greed. The massive python stretched over 10 meters long, completely obstructing the path. Without hesitation, Ma Tonggai leaped behind Hong Jilan, exclaiming, "Ah, Miss Jilan, do not fear. I am here," he shouted while scrambling frantically behind her. Hong Jilan, taken aback by Ma Tonggai's sudden display of cowardice, momentarily froze, forgetting to evade. That be why the time she regained her composure, Ma Tonggai was already nestled behind her. Her expression darkened, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. "Get away," she hissed, fleeing towards the exit. Ma Tonggai, clutching a strand of Hong Jilan's hair, stared at the sticky substance at its end, a spark of realization igniting in his eyes. "Give me the order to slay it," he bellowed, urging his subordinates to vanquish the gigantic python. However, before his men could act, Zhang Qilin, with a piece of pumpkin jerky still in his mouth, sprang into action that a shadow darted forth, and by the time the others realized what was happening, Zhang Qilin had already charged toward the enormous python. Observing Zhang Qilin's sudden aggression, Xiaozhou was momentarily taken aback. What was this? Why had he drawn his blade so recklessly? The live stream exploded with excitement at the sight of the massive python. Wow, that giant python is enormous, so thick, so slippery. Goodness, that serpent could easily swallow a truck. Just moments ago, there was a heartwarming scene of Xiaozhou handing wet wipes to Zhang Qilin, and vice versa. Now interrupted by the appearance of a giant python. "Mom, I've always been terrified of these slithery creatures." Mu Xiaomei donated 1,000 super rockets and commented, "I wonder if this giant python has a CP to ship." Xian Mao, who donated 1,000 super rockets and commented, "Sisters above, wake up. There's no Master Fa Hai here, so this little Azure won't have a CP to ship." Ziyu Xian donated 1,000 super rockets and commented, "I adore pythons. That feeling of being entwined is just lethally tender." Shirshu Kai Wenji donated 1,000 super rockets and commented, "He's so sweet. As long as I can ship a CP, I could go a day without eating." Undoubtedly, Zhang Qilin's fervor towards the giant python stemmed from his concern for Xiaozhou. Yet, with time pressing, he disregarded explanations and charged directly into the fray that a dark shadow swept by, and Zhang Qilin found himself atop the python's head, his black gold ancient blade pulsating with ominous energy. The python reacted instantaneously, its tail whipping towards Zhang Qilin in a fierce strike. Yet Zhang Qilin's blade was swifter, just as the python's tail approached. He brought his weapon down. However, the serpent's reflexes were astonishingly quick. It merely tilted its head and narrowly evaded the lethal blow. Swish! The black gold ancient blade sliced through the air, and Zhang Qilin retreated sharply. The python's colossal size made close combat perilous. One misstep could lead to a deadly entanglement. How was that? Zhang Qilin landed deftly as Xiaozhou were rushed over, extracting the pumpkin jerky from his mouth. This python is known as the Azure Flowing Cloud Python, the most likely serpent to transform into a dragon. Its blood is the most nourishing. With that, Zhang Qilin stuffed the massive piece of pumpkin jerky back into his mouth, brandishing his black gold ancient blade as he charged once more. The Azure Flowing Cloud Python, its blood is most nourishing. Reflecting on the key points, Xiaozhou smacked his forehead. Goodness, it seemed Zhang Qilin intended to hunt this Azure Flowing Cloud Python. He must have found consuming pumpkin jerky for nourishment too slow and cumbersome, hence his agitation. Remembering the blood Zhang Qilin shed to save Bearda, Xiaozhou felt a pang of guilt. Buzz! As Zhang Qilin charged toward the Azure Flowing Cloud Python, Xiaozhou retrieved the unsullied heavy sword from behind him. Despite still feeling somewhat weak, he was determined to assist Zhang Qilin. Roar! Good Bearda! Let us go! With a fierce roar, Xiongda charged forward, carrying the fierce bear along with him. The fierce bear was oblivious, but Xiongda was acutely aware that his life had been saved by Zhang Qilin. Now, witnessing Zhang Qilin leading the charge, Xiongda felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. Buzz! Xiaozhou brandished his flawless heavy sword, its blade stained with the mingled blood of his Zhu long lineage and Zhang Qilin's Qilin blood. The moment Xiaozhou unleashed his flawless heavy sword, the previously fearsome Tianqing Lu Yunmeng suddenly froze, its body stiffening, as if it sensed an incomprehensible terror. That it became utterly immobile, as if oblivious to the concept of pain. Until Zhang Qilin's black gold ancient blade pierced the vital area of the Tianqing Lu Yunmeng. It remained in its original posture, seemingly unaware of its impending demise. Chapter 65. Is he allergic to hiccups? It appeared as though the Tianqing Lu Yunmeng felt no pain at all, merely staring vacantly at Xiaozhou as he swung his sword. The blade plunged into its vital spot, and Zhang Qilin noticed something amiss. Why had this ferocious creature suddenly become paralyzed? Moreover, It seemed to be gripped by an overwhelming fear of something, a terror that rendered it incapable of moving even in the face of lethal danger. Seeing Zhang Qilin's successful strike, Xiao Zhuo and the two bears halted, as did Ma Tong and Hong Jilan, who looked on in bemusement. What had seemed to be a life-and-death battle had abruptly come to an end. Thud. The Tianqing Lu Yunmeng collapsed to the ground. Zhang Qilin made no move to withdraw his black gold ancient blade, but instead turned toward his backpack, that a rare flicker of joy glimmered in Zhang Qilin's eyes as he observed the scene. Noticing Zhang Qilin's actions, Xiao Zhuo sheathed his heavy sword behind him, puzzled about what had just transpired with the Tianqing Lu Yunmeng and curious about Zhang Qilin's intentions. After all, Zhang Qilin had mentioned that this creature was highly nutritious. But the specifics remained unclear. Should it be steamed, braised, roasted, or consumed raw in a bloody manner? Zhang Qilin opened his backpack and, upon turning back, revealed a delicate little golden bowl in his hand that in full view of everyone. He approached the body of the Tianqing Lu Yunmeng. However, it was technically not a corpse yet, for the creature had not fully expired, its body still twitching slightly, reaching the spot where the black, as soon as he turned around. Zhang Qilin was rendered motionless, petrified in place. The Tianqing Liyun python lay on the ground, its once robust body now withered. Xiongda sprawled on the ground, wiping his mouth and rubbing his round ample belly with a look of utter satisfaction that on the other side, the man Xiong was wielding a dagger, meticulously slicing open the carcass of the Tianqing Liyun python, almost submerging himself within its remains, seemingly in search of something. Witnessing this, Zhang Qilin's brows knitted slightly, and an icy aura erupted from his entire being, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to drop several degrees. Hiss, Xiao Zhuo gazed at Zhang Qilin, who stood frozen after turning away, unsure of what to make of the situation. However, upon seeing Xiong patting his belly and the man Xiong burrowing into the body of the Tianqing Liyun python, he silently muttered a phrase of disdain. Swish. The tense silence did not last long. With a flash, Zhang Qilin seized Xiongda with one hand, while the man Xiong, with one leg still protruding, felt a sharp pain at his ankle and was yanked out entirely. Ah! Roar! Two anguished cries echoed as Xiao Zhuo could not help but shut his eyes. Zhang Qilin. I can't believe this. Bang! Bang! A cloud of dust swiftly enveloped Zhang Qilin, the man Xiong, and Xiongda. The sounds of fists connecting with flesh and the cries of man and beast resonating incessantly. Half an hour later, Zhang Qilin dusted off his sweatshirt and strolled over to Xiao Zhuo, swallowing the last morsel of dried pumpkin in his mouth, and remarked, "We'll drink the python's blood later." Upon hearing Zhang Qilin's words, Xiao Zhuo quickly nodded that a bowl of python blood was not something one had to consume urgently. Now, it seemed they had rendered Xiongda and the man Xiong victims of a needless beating. Meanwhile, Xiongda and the man Xiong lay on the ground, both in a state of dazed confusion. T. What just happened? One moment everything was fine, and then suddenly a flurry of punches rained down. However, these two tough-skinned fellows, despite being bruised and battered, seemed indifferent to their plight. Xiongda chuckled. Hey, let me tell you, I was on the brink just now if it weren't for you pulling me out at the crucial moment. The man Xiong said as he staggered to his feet and returned to the large gash he had made in the Tianqing Liyun python's body. He burrowed back inside and shortly after emerged holding a bloody object the size of a watermelon. Puff. Wiping the blood off himself, the man Xiong grinned. Xiongda, this is a python kidney, a great tonic. Saying this, he tossed the python kidney to Xiongda. A minute later, Zhang Qilin and Xiao Zhuo led the way, followed by the man Xiong and Xiongda, who were both eagerly gnawing at the python kidney. Ding! Detection of host arriving at the inner city gate of the Daqin ancestral dragon tomb. Ding! Detection of host increasing the Zhu Long bloodline through external force. Congratulations, host Zhu Long bloodline has reached the 3rd level. Congratulations, host's overall attributes have increased tenfold. Congratulations, host has acquired the Zhu Long tattoo. Just as they stepped off the stone path, the system's announcement echoed in Xiao's was mind. At the same time, a surge of violent power erupted in his chest. Coursing throughout his body, the golden light in his vertical pupils flickered fiercely, and his vision became extraordinarily acute that he also felt slight changes in his muscles and bones, as if he had undergone a complete transformation. Particularly, his physique seemed much sturdier than before. He could even distinctly feel his abdominal muscles becoming firmer. Had it not been for Zhang Qilin being right beside him, he might have considered lifting his shirt to check for abs. Yet, despite Xiao's seemingly casual demeanor, Zhang Qilin sensed something was off. His gaze fell upon Xiao Zhuo, and a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Just moments ago, Xiao Zhuo had suddenly emitted a strange energy wave, causing even Zhang Qilin's own Qilin bloodline to stir restlessly. Moreover, Zhang Qilin could clearly perceive that Xiao Zhuo's aura had grown significantly stronger, imbued with an air of sanctity. The his.as Zhang Qilin scrutinized Xiao Zhuo. The latter suddenly furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat unwell. "What is wrong? Is it because of the python blood?" Zhang Qilin inquired, halting his steps. Xiao Zhuo nodded slightly, rubbing his left shoulder with his right hand. The system had clarified that the Zhu Long bloodline had been forcibly enhanced through the python blood. However, upon hearing Xiao Zhuo's words, Zhang Qilin's expression turned tense, that he was too eager to witness that familiar sight from the past. Neglecting to consider Xiao Zhuo's current condition, should anything untoward happen, it could be disastrous. That it's nothing, just a bit itchy here. Xiao Zhuo naturally noticed Zhang Qilin's sudden anxiety. As he spoke, he contemplated removing his clothing to inspect his shoulder. However, just as his hand grasped his shirt, it was swiftly caught by a large hand. Zhang Qilin's expression was as cold as ice. His face darkened. "Follow me." With those 3 words, Zhang Qilin dragged Xiao Zhuo behind a massive rock. The bruised and battered man Xiong and Xiongda blinked in surprise, ultimately refraining from approaching to investigate. The sight of Zhang Qilin earlier had been quite terrifying. After bringing Xiao Zhuo behind the rock, Zhang Qilin employed the power of his bloodline to block the live broadcast signal. Within the Deqin ancestral dragon tomb, Qi Daling, Bai Tianlong, Yi Xiu, and others were left speechless. What the hell? What kind of network is this? Brother-in-law, what is going on? Qi Daling exclaimed, diving into the director's booth of Shui Baogai. Bai Tianlong, on the other hand, closed his eyes and lay quietly in his chair. "Old man, what do you think Zhang Qilin is trying to do? Does he really need to block the signal?" Yi Xiu asked in confusion. Bai Tianlong waved his hand dismissively, keeping his eyes shut, and replied calmly, "Don't ask. All you need to know is that it's not suitable for children. He can block the live broadcast, but he cannot shield my thoughts. Yi Xiu. Teach. Behind the rock, Xiao Zhuo appeared nonchalant. "Oh, what's the big deal? I merely wanted to lift my shirt to scratch an itch. We're all men here, even Xiongdu is male. What is there to fear?" Observing Zhang Qilin's serious demeanor as he stood guard by the rock, Xiao Zhuo couldn't help but toss out a rare sarcastic remark. However, Zhang Qilin clearly had no time for banter. Xiao Zhuo, undeterred, stripped off his shirt and glanced at his right shoulder. Upon doing so, he immediately noticed something unusual, that a dark brown tattoo was faintly visible on his shoulder. And as the tattoo flickered, a wave of itchiness coursed through his shoulder. Is this the Zhu Long tattoo? The thought crossed Xiao Zhuo's mind. However, the tattoo did not appear particularly striking or flamboyant. His gaze shifted from the Zhu Long tattoo to his abdomen, and a spark of surprise flickered in his eyes. Chapter 67. The city gate, swarm of corpse frogs. That I really have abs, gazing at his abdominal muscles. Xiao Zhuo couldn't resist giving them a pinch. Is it itchy here? A sudden voice startled Xiao Zhuo, causing his hand to shift from pinching to scratching. Ahem, it's a bit itchy here too. Saying this, Xiao Zhuo hastily put his shirt back on. As the two emerged from behind the rock, they found Xiongda and the man Xiong peeking out from behind the tall grass, whispering to each other. However, upon noticing Zhang Qilin's icy demeanor, the man Xiong and Xiongda instinctively averted their gazes, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Yet, no one noticed the flicker of ecstasy that danced in the depths of Zhang Qilin's eyes. The Zhu Long tattoo on his right shoulder. Only one person in this world was worthy of possessing it. The Zhu Long bloodline. Only such a divine bloodline was deserving of him. He was coming back. After walking for a while, Xiao Zhuo and Zhang Qilin stood before a colossal tunnel that pierced through the mountain, its entrance resembling a grand city gate. Beyond this tunnel lay the inner city. Gazing at the sky and then at the tunnel entrance, Xiao Zhuo spoke nonchalantly. The creatures within this tunnel are quite troublesome. Once we enter, we might have to spend the night here. And no sooner had Xiao Zhuo finished speaking than two teams emerged from the dense grass. Hong Zhilan and Ma Tonggai reappeared as if they were haunting spirits. However, Xiao Zhuo understood their intentions. They had been tailing him since the adventure began. Even if they occasionally ran ahead, they would halt in their tracks upon encountering difficulties. As for matters of pride and national honor, to them, they were mere trifles. This time, upon seeing Xiao Zhuo again, Hong Zhilan felt as though Xiao Zhuo's aura had undergone an earth-shattering transformation, particularly his golden vertical pupils, which appeared wild yet sacred, evoking an overwhelming urge to prostrate oneself. However, when Hong Zhilan laid eyes on Zhang Qilin beside Xiao Zhuo, she immediately regained her composure. "What the hell? Can you not save some face? We're here for an adventure program, not a dog-walking show. You tailing dogs are truly relentless." The barbaric bear wiped the bloodstain from the corner of his mouth and remarked, yet his words fell upon deaf ears. Met with no response from Ma Tonggai and Hong Zhilan. Xiao Zhuo merely cast a cursory glance at them, betraying no reaction. It wasn't that he harbored a lack of disdain for these individuals, nor was it out of fear of taking their lives. Rather, Xiao Zhuo sought to use these two as instruments to showcase the grandeur of the ancient Qin Empire to more corn-fed and potato-like spirits. Moreover, the spectators from those nations were not Na'vi. Their so-called elites could not even navigate the mechanical obstacles crafted by the ancestors of the Long Kingdom thousands of years ago. The disparity was glaring. "Let us go," Xiao Zhuo declared, leading the way into the tunnel. Zhang Qilin followed closely at his side, casting a cold glance back at Ma Tonggai and Hong Zhilan as they departed. Though it was merely a fleeting look, both Ma Tonggai and Hong Zhilan instinctively retreated a step. Xiongda carried the barbaric bear at the rear, the flames of ferocity dancing in his bear-like eyes. As they entered the tunnel, an icy chill enveloped them, and the light gradually dimmed as they ventured deeper. The sound of water droplets hitting the ground echoed eerily within the tunnel. However, Xiao Zhuo navigated the path with practiced ease, as if he had traversed this place countless times before. Even Zhang Qilin, observing Xiao Zhuo's back, couldn't suppress his curiosity. Had he been here before? How could he move so effortlessly, suddenly, as Xiao Zhuo continued onward? Zhang Qilin stepped ahead, raising a hand to halt him. "What is wrong?" Xiao Zhuo inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Something feels off. Allow me to take the lead," Zhang Qilin insisted, firmly placing himself before Xiao Zhuo. His right hand resting on the hilt of his ancient black gold blade, fully alert. Just a few steps further, a rustling sound began to resonate around them. The noise indicated the movement of many-legged creatures. "It's a corpse cricket," Zhang Qilin stated, his right hand forming a gesture as 2 drops of Qilin blood materialized in his palm. Observing this, Xiao Zhuo skillfully retrieved a piece of dried pumpkin from his backpack without consulting Zhang Qilin, and unceremoniously pressed it to Zhang Qilin's lips. Initially reluctant to comply, Zhang Qilin, confronted by Xiao Zhuo's unyielding demeanor, finally acquiesced and opened his mouth slightly. As the dried pumpkin was inserted, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Xiao Zhuo's eyes. It seemed, over time, he had developed a fondness for Zhang Qilin's helpless yet innocent expression, akin to the readers of this narrative, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch their cherubic cheeks. The rustling grew increasingly pronounced and dense. Despite the encroaching darkness, Xiao Zhuo's keen sight discerned the impending threat. Approximately 20 meters ahead, a swarm of black insects, each the size of a disc, surged toward them. "Oh no, I can't take it. I have a phobia of clusters. Oh my god, I'm losing it." Upon the arrival of these corpse crickets into view, the barbaric bear shrieked, collapsing weakly against Xiongda. Xiongda growled lowly, lifting the barbaric bear effortlessly. This fellow always faltered at crucial moments. The dense swarm of corpse crickets halted 10 meters before Zhang Qilin and the others. Xiao Zhuo's golden vertical pupils narrowed, revealing an endless expanse before him. Were an ordinary person to encounter these corpse crickets, they would likely be reduced to nothing but bones. Just as Xiao Zhuo prepared to draw his flawless sword and force passage, the mass of corpse crickets unexpectedly parted to create a pathway. Puzzled by this phenomenon, Xiao Zhuo wondered if they sensed the Qilin blood in Zhang Qilin's hand. However, the subsequent scene made him realize he was overthinking that a massive corpse cricket, akin to a grinding stone, crawled slowly from the depths of the tunnel, occasionally snatching smaller corpse crickets to devour whole. Crunch! The small corpse crickets exploded upon being bitten, green liquid splattering far and wide. Grr! Xiongda slammed a fist into the ground, emitting a furious roar. Were it not for the burden of the barbaric bear, he would have charged forth to confront the colossal corpse cricket. just as Xiao Zhuo intended to draw his sword and slay the oversized corpse cricket king. A heart-wrenching sound of an infant's wail suddenly echoed through the tunnel, lingering ominously. Upon hearing the sound, a chill ran down everyone's spines. Even a mere sound was enough to convey the terror of its source. "They re-coming," Xiao Zhuo remarked, glancing into the depths of the tunnel. Chapter 68. I seven you, for as soon as Xiao Zhuo's words left his mouth, Zhang Qilin flung the 2 drops of Qilin blood into the air. Instantly, the countless corpse crickets retreated like a receding tide. Yet the corpse cricket king's dark, greedy eyes remained fixated on the distant figures of Hong Zhilan and others. Scram! Despite its reluctance to depart, the corpse cricket king screeched before retreating. With its exit, Hong Zhilan, who stood at a distance, also breathed a sigh of relief. However, none of this eluded the watchful eyes of Xiongde and the barbaric bear at the back of the group. Although the barbaric bear hid in Xiongda's embrace, his gaze remained locked on Hong Zhilan. Upon witnessing the dense swarm of corpse crickets, he felt an unsettling familiarity that it appeared he had encountered such creatures before. The moment Hong Zhilan's figure entered his line of sight, the barbaric bear's memory clicked. These were indeed the same insects that had appeared above Hong Zhilan's head, albeit smaller. To his astonishment, the presence above Hong Zhilan was none other than a corpse cricket. Yet how could such creatures manifest upon a living being? With this thought, the barbaric bear feigned ignorance, all the while keeping his gaze firmly on Hong Zhilan. Yet, she merely exhibited a hint of nervousness. Revealing no other anomalies, another infant's wail pierced the air, prompting the barbaric bear to abandon his scrutiny of Hong Zhilan and hastily extricate himself from Xiongda's grasp, brandishing a dagger, ready to fight for his life. With a metallic ring, Zhang Qilin unsheathed his black-gold ancient blade. "Step back," he commanded, positioning himself defiantly before Xiao Zhuo and the others. This time, he would not allow Xiao Zhuo to slip from his sight. I, Su Ying, have awaited a millennium, and at last someone has arrived at the inner city of this tomb. Now that you are here, there is no need to leave. As the sound of the infant's wail grew nearer, a raspy voice intoned. Simultaneously, for diminutive figures appeared like specters on the path they had taken. Their escape route was sealed. Yet, upon glimpsing the true forms of these 4 small figures, a shiver ran through the hearts of all present. They were 4 infants, but not a trace of childlike innocence adorned their skeletal frames, which appeared desiccated like tiny corpses. "Who are you? Are you dead or alive?" the barbaric bear asked, gripping his dagger and fingering the explosives in his pocket. Xiao Zhuo and Zhang Qilin exchanged an exasperated glance upon hearing this. Neither came the reply, "I am an immortal." As the figure claiming to be Su Ying slowly turned, a skeletal visage devoid of flesh revealed itself to the onlookers, with insects crawling from its hollow eyes and mouth. Ghost! At this sight, Ma Tonggai, at the rear of the group, lost all composure. In a frantic bid to escape, he collided headlong into Hong Zhilan's embrace, stumbling and falling to the ground, yet still clutching her garment. With a tearing sound, Hong Zhilan's fitted top was ripped apart. A piercing scream erupted as Hong Zhilan, in a frenzy, began to dash towards the tunnel's exit. However, her path was obstructed by 4 skeletal infants. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, Hong Zhilan disregarded everything and charged directly at the skeletal infants. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, those skeletal infants appeared oblivious to her presence, allowing her to pass unhindered. Furthermore, when the other 6 members of Hong Zhilan's group approached, the skeletal infants offered no resistance whatsoever. "By heavens!" the bear-like creature exclaimed, swaying its massive form as it moved towards the 4 skeletal infants. Just as it took 2 steps, the skeletal infants cried out and lunged at the creature. Fortunately, the bear acted swiftly, leaping with a powerful roar that reverberated with a hint of dragon's might, forcing the 4 skeletal infants to retreat. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhuo and Zhang Qilin were engaged in a silent exchange of glances, completely ignoring the skeletal Su Ying and the infants before them. Zhang Qilin grasped his black-gold ancient blade with a fierce glare. "In total, we face 11 skeletons. I shall take 4, and you will handle the 7. Xiao Zhuo, with his golden slit pupils, showed no signs of retreat. No, you deal with the 4 smaller ones. I will confront the 7 head-on." Though they spoke not a word, their rivalry was palpable, their faces flushed with determination. To Su Ying, the skeletal figure observing them. This scene was exhilarating. To it appeared that they were thoroughly frightened, rendered immobile, save for their eyes. The dead have fled, so be it. As for you, he chuckled darkly, I ought to procure a new vessel. Perhaps I shall finally escape this confining tower. Suing mused, already contemplating whose body he would seize first. The diminutive figures akin to himself, the potato-like creatures, were of no interest to him, nor were the towering bear-like creature and its companion that he asked for the two strikingly handsome men before him. The mere thought of possessing either sent shivers of delight through him. However, their flirtatious exchange perplexed him. How audacious! I am a skeleton myself. Your lack of fear is one thing, but to cavort so openly is quite another. Just as Suing contemplated striking down the two men, they sprang into action. That a flash of dark light erupted as Zhang Qilin charged towards Su Ying and the 6 skeletal infants. Xiao Zue, wielding his flawless great sword, advanced towards the 4 skeletal infants blocking their escape. The bear-like creature and its companion were still bewildered as the battle swiftly reached its conclusion, leaving behind a multitude of corpse-like insects. That I shall take the lead, that I shall take the lead. Xiao Zue and Zhang Qilin spoke in unison, pointing simultaneously. 2 drops of crimson blood soared towards the countless insects. Upon sensing the terrifying aura of the blood, the insects began to writhe restlessly, forming a thick, dark wave that resembled a receding tide. That I expected more of a challenge. I thought I would have my turn. The bear-like creature sighed, sheathing its dagger, just as he uttered these words. A resounding slap struck him sharply on the back. That it was then that he noticed Zhang Qilin had cast him a pointed glare, clearly conveying a message. What do you think you are? Chapter 69. Hong Zhilan's self-detonation. Zhang Qilin tackles Xiao Zue, a sweet surprise. As the swarm of corpse-like insects receded, Xiao Zue remained tense, knowing that what lay ahead would be far more formidable. Have they perished? Just as they prepared to advance further, Hong Zhilan's voice rang out. She had donned a new outfit, the scent of her perfume almost overwhelming. Are you trying to mask your foul odor, or is it the perfume you fear? The bear-like creature hastily covered its nose. Xiao Zue remained silent, his flawless great sword already in motion. That he moved like a meteor, hurtling towards Hong Zhilan. His speed, amplified tenfold, caught even Zhang Qilin off guard. However, the great sword did not cleave through Hong Zhilan. Instead, it cornered her against the wall. Xiao Zue, what are you doing? Hong Zhilan feigned fear, shock coursing through her. Were you human, I might have spared you. But it is evident you are not. Xiao Zue's tone was frigid, his murderous intent palpable, but he could afford to disregard fools like Pu Jiaye and Ma Tongga. Yet when Ma Tongga had torn Hong Zhilan's clothing, Xiao Zue was keen. I had caught glimpses of the decay and corruption marring her flesh. In that instant, understanding dawned upon him. Why the men surrounding Hong Zhilan resembled mere shadows of themselves. Why she radiated a stench of rot. Why corpses clung to her. And how she had demonstrated such astonishing speed while retreating, resembling a marionette in her movements. Why did the 4 skeletal infants not impede her escape? Su Ying had mentioned that the dead had fled, and now it all made sense. Hong Zhilan was not human. To be precise, she was not alive. She was a corpse puppet. Upon hearing Xiao Zue's revelation, Hong Zhilan froze momentarily, then began to undergo a grotesque transformation. Her once flawless skin rapidly aged, becoming wrinkled and mottled with blackened spots. Her flesh began to decay, exuding a stench reminiscent of a biochemical weapon detonating. How unexpected! Despite my cunning, I could not elude your gaze. Now that you know I am a corpse puppet, may you all descend into Hong Zhilan's body, erupted with a tremendous explosion, unleashing a torrent of green liquid that splattered into the surroundings. At that very moment of the detonation, Xiao Zue felt a sudden darkness envelop him, followed by a heavy sensation as he collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, Xiongde roared in fury, his massive form pinning the barbaric bear firmly in place. The green liquid, a remnant of Hong Zhilan's explosion, rained down upon the ground, rising tendrils of smoke in its wake. But on the ground, Xiao Zue, who had been abruptly tackled by Zhang Qilin, only now began to grasp the situation. Zhang Qilin, in his frantic state, had exerted too much force, causing him to topple Xiao Zue. Zhang Qilin's body sprawled over Xiao Zue, but he managed to support himself with his hands, preventing their bodies from fully merging. However, while his upper half was held up, his lower half had no support. Fortunately, Xiaozhua had been poised to block with his flawless heavy sword, which was now trapped between them, though Zhang Qilin's upper body had some distance separating them. His breath still brushed against Xiaozhua's face, bringing with it a delightful scent reminiscent of pumpkin. Suddenly, the green liquid from Hong Zhilan's explosion splattered on his Zhang Qilin's back, searing his skin with a sizzling sound. Yet he only frowned slightly, his gaze solely fixated on Xiaozhua. Despite Xiaozhua's immense strength, he found himself momentarily immobilized, lying on the ground with Zhang Qilin atop him, separated only by the formidable weight of the 680-pound flawless heavy sword. Their eyes locked, and just then, an anguished roar from Xiongda, along with the barbaric bear's furious cries, jolted Xiaozhua back to reality. In that fleeting moment, he recognized the familiarity in Zhang Qilin's gaze. Particularly the way his eyes seemed to reflect Xiaozhua's own image, as though he had gazed into those starry depths countless times before. Chapter 70. Do you believe that we are watching an adventure show? High sweetness strike. Though their moment of intense eye contact was brief, the live stream was set ablaze with excitement. Oh dear. Just when we had a hint of terror, you two start showering each other with sweetness. My goodness, wasn't that leading to a heartfelt kiss? Xiongda, barbaric bear. You two fools. My mother came to check on me, and when I claimed I was watching an adventure show, she wouldn't believe it and has gone to fetch a brick. What should I do? Waiting online, it's urgent. Flirtatious Immortal donated 200 super rockets and commented, goodness, that flawless heavy sword is positioned rather well. Free Immortal donated 1,000 super rockets and commented, ah, it has such a waste to lose a top-tier item. If it's not too much trouble, could you save a corpse for me? Xian Mao, who donated 3,000 super rockets and commented, I just want to press the little guy's face against Wushen's face. Mischievous grin. Mu Xiaomei donated 1,000 super rockets and commented, I've already overdrawn my allowance. When are you two getting married? Fallen Angel in the Night donated 5,000 super rockets and commented, the police are on duty. I have reason to suspect you two are driving without a license. Please get it sorted out promptly. Qilin Yishao, Yama opens the path, donated 1,000 super rockets and commented, is the fencing I've longed for about to arrive. As Zhang Qilin and Xiaozhua lay intertwined, the previously ominous atmosphere dissipated entirely. Meanwhile, at the base of the Great Qin Ancestor Dragon Tomb, as production team, a helicopter descended gracefully that a sunlit girl clad in camouflage stepped down from the aircraft. However, upon disembarking, she furrowed her brows slightly, muttering, honestly, my grandparents couldn't even come to greet me. So disappointing. With a sweet, playful smile quickly returning to her face, she thought, if you want to come to welcome me, then I shall tease you a bit. With that, she removed her oversized sunglasses, revealing a pair of enchanting eyes. Hey, what is going on? Qi Dalin, holding his phone and chuckling, suddenly heard the helicopter sound. Upon looking up, he spotted a radiant girl standing against the sunset. The golden rays cast a warm glow on her dark hair, transforming it into a light shade of gold. That my name is Bai Yi, also known as Yi Bai, and I am a biologist. The girl flashed a sweet smile and extended her delicate hand towards Qi Dalin, her slightly chubby fingers appearing quite endearing. Gulp, the Qi Dalin couldn't help but swallow hard as he glanced at Bai Yi's outstretched hand and her striking figure. Qi Dalin. With one hand still holding his phone, Qi Dalin exchanged a brief handshake with Yi, but I'm looking for by Tianlong and Yi Xiu. Could you guide me? Bai Yi's eyes sparkled with a smile as she replied, I'm a bit busy right now. You might as well go on your own. Just head straight past the house ahead. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Dalin glanced at the live stream, showing Zhang Qilin and Xiao's was still entangled together. Ultimately, he decided to stay focused on the live stream, dismissing the notion of pursuing the girl further. Although Bai Yi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, she was not the type to believe the world owed her anything. However, curiosity piqued her interest as she observed Qi Dalin's intense focus on something. Before long, she noticed a growing number of staff members around her, all engrossed in their phones, chuckling and murmuring about how sweet everything was. Arriving at the room Qi Dalin mentioned, Bai Yi began to tread quietly. The door was ajar, and sounds drifted out, piquing her curiosity. Hey, we're almost there. Just a bit more. Ouch! Why are you using your hands to support yourself? Bai Yi, filled with questions, peeked through the door and discovered Bai Tianlong and Yi Xiu leaning against each other, their heads nearly touching as they whispered to one another that on the LCD screen before them was the live stream of Xiaozhua, who lay on the ground with Zhang Qilin draped over him. At that moment, Xiaozhua held the flawless heavy sword, wedged between their midsections, while his right hand was pressed against the ground by Zhang Qilin's hand. Witnessing their passionate gaze, Bai Yi was taken aback. What a waste of beauty! Any one of these striking young men, if transformed into a woman, could bring nations to their knees. Yet they were both undeniably male. The most shocking revelation was, I never imagined you two would be this way, my dear grandparents. Though she longed to witness more, Bai Yi instinctively covered her eyes, her voice, though soft, startled by Tianlong and Yi Xiao. Yet once the two elders regained their composure, their excitement and joy overflowed. Little Yezi, little Bunny, they exclaimed in unison that if anyone were present, they would surely be bewildered, particularly those readers following along, questioning how one could possess two names. Bai Yi scratched her head in confusion, plopping down on the sofa. Grandpa, Grandma, can you please stop calling me by my nickname? I'm all grown up now that I hear her words. The two elders began counting on their fingers. Suddenly, Bai Tianlong clapped his hands, exclaiming, Ha! This month, I'm the grandpa. Yi Xiao pouted, muttering, Old man, don't forget that there are only 3 days left in this month. Next month, you'll be the grandma. Bai Tianlong rolled his eyes without responding. 18 years prior, they had unexpectedly encountered an abandoned baby girl and resolved to adopt her. Both had only sons, with no daughters, and even the grandchildren were boys. Hence, they doted on Bai Yi excessively. When they discovered Bai Yi together, the naming process alone had sparked numerous quarrels between the two old men. Eventually, they settled on the names Bai Yi and Yi Bai, alternating them based on the month. As for whether others were confused, they paid it no mind, for the two old men remembered it distinctly. Sometimes even Bai Yi herself would forget which name she was supposed to go by. As Bai Yi grew older, she refrained from questioning her parents, but presented her two elderly guardians with a peculiar conundrum. Why do other children have grandmothers while I do not? That night, Bai Tianlong and Yi Xiao were restless, pondering the origin of a grandmother when both were middle-aged widowers who had not remarried. Where would this grandmother come from? However, as the foremost archaeologists of the Dragon Kingdom, the intellect of the two individuals is remarkably high. Ultimately, they decided that in the odd months, the girl would be named Bai Yi, with Bai Tianlong assuming the role of grandfather and Yi Xiao as grandmother. In the even months, the girl would be named Yi Bai, with Yi Xiao as grandfather and Bai Tianlong as grandmother. At that time, Bai Yi was still quite young. Regardless of whether this grandmother had any nurturing capabilities, she certainly had a grandmother. From then on, Bai Yi never cried or fussed again. As Bai Yi gradually grew up, she began to understand everything. However, these two old men became so immersed in their roles that they insisted Bai Yi continue following the childhood rules. This month is an odd month, so Bai Yi is called Bai Yi, with Bai Tianlong as grandfather and Yi Xiao as grandmother. Observing the playful banter between Bai Tianlong and Yi Xiao, Bai Yi rubbed her forehead. Even at over 70 years of age, they remained so mischievous. All right, you two needn't quarrel anymore. Please explain to me what it is you are watching, Bai Yi said, pointing at the live broadcast on the LCD screen. Bai Tianlong and Yi Xiao scratched their heads that I say, what I'm watching is an adventure program. Do you believe me? Upon hearing this, Bai Yi glanced at the entangled Zhang Qilin and Xiaozhua. Then at the bear, Xiongda, resting on the back of the fierce bear, feeling a wave of exasperation. And there are animals involved. You two old men. Cough, cough. However, just as Bai Yi was about to say something, the seemingly frozen live broadcast suddenly came to life. Zhang Qilin, having waited for Hong Zhilan's explosive liquid to completely descend, finally felt a sense of relief. Yet, the moment he locked eyes with Xiaozhua, a rush of memories stirred within him. Moreover, Zhang Qilin sensed that Xiao's gaze seemed to shift in that instant, a feeling that was oddly familiar. Roar. Xiongda, beside them, was the first to rise, immediately engaging with the 6 remaining corpse puppets. However, one of Xiongda's large paws kicked up a significant amount of dust, splattering towards Xiao Ziyuo that as Xiao's would gaze into Zhang Qilin's eyes. He suddenly found his vision obscured, a sharp pain causing him to tightly shut his eyes. P.S. A new character, Bai Yi, makes her appearance. Rest assured, she is merely a supporting character, that if all goes as expected, another pair of CPs will emerge. Can anyone guess who she will pair with? Chapter 71. Why is there such a disparity between people? For reasons unknown, the bear, Xiongda, suddenly felt a chill run down his back. Yet, he was still preoccupied with battling the 6 corpse puppets and did not turn to look. How is it? Zhang Qilin stood up, one hand on the ground while the other reached toward Xiao Zuo's eyes. Xiao Zuo, eyes closed, felt the sand between his eyelids prick like needles. Instinctively, he attempted to rub his eyes, but felt a heavy weight as a large hand grasped his own to don't move. Zhang Qilin's voice resonated, and the scent of pumpkin wafted through the air. Xiao Zuo realized that Zhang Qilin had entirely leaned on him without using his hands for support. Inhaling the refreshing pumpkin aroma eased the pain in Xiao Zuo's eyes somewhat. Suddenly, he felt his eyelids tighten, as if forcefully pried open. What greeted him was a pair of pink lips. Before Xiao Zuo could ponder further, those beautiful lips blew a breath of air, scented with pumpkin. The flash of pearly white teeth passed, and Xiao Zuo felt a coolness wash over his eyes. Although still somewhat uncomfortable, it was akin to the difference between heaven and hell compared to before. Then, Xiao Zuo felt a weight on his right side as his left eyelid was lifted again. That it was those same alluring lips, accompanied by the intoxicating scent of pumpkin. With this breath, Xiao Zuo felt as if he had been revived. Is it bearable? Zhang Qilin's voice came softly, laced with concern. Much more comfortable. However, could you perhaps get off me? It feels a bit awkward, Xiao Zuo said, blinking awkwardly. Although both were male, they were nonetheless entangled together. Zhang Qilin, unfazed, confirmed that Xiao Zuo was not lying before gradually shifting his weight off Xiao Zuo. Xiongda, go for the vital spot. Just as Xiao Zuo got up and rubbed his eyes. He heard the fierce bears shout. That it was then that Xiao Zuo noticed that only one corpse puppet, Pu Jiyue, remained. Uncertain whether Xiongda and the fierce bear had intentionally left him for last, or if it was mere coincidence. At that moment, the fierce bear had Pu Jiyue in a chokehold from behind, yelling toward Xiongda roar. With a furious roar, Xiongda's paw, the size of a wash basin, came crashing down between Pu Jiyue's legs. The sound of cracking eggshells echoed. Xiongda's strike sent both Pu Jiyue and the fierce bear flying several meters until they collided with the tunnel wall, where the fierce bear finally came to a halt. You big brute, I told you to go for it, not to smack him. The fierce bear grimaced, rubbing its sore lower back with a look of grievance. Xiongda scratched his head, demonstrating the motion of going for it. The battle concluded, and beside them, Ma Tong's lid and his 3 sword-wielding subordinates stood in shock that A Tong bore no armor, and the liquid from Hong Zhilan's explosion had burned several large holes in his body, with exposed flesh appearing quite ghastly. Upon seeing Ma Tong's condition, Xiao Zuo and the fierce bear were momentarily stunned. The explosive liquid from Hong Zhilan was indeed formidable. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Zuo grabbed Zhang Qilin's arm, urging him to turn around. The fierce bear hurried to Xiongda's side, eager to see if he had been harmed. Glancing at the holes in Zhang Qilin's hoodie, Xiao Zuo could not help but open his mouth in astonishment. This was his hoodie, which he had only worn once since purchasing it. He had brought it along for the show, but unexpectedly, it had ended up on the younger brother. The once pristine hoodie was now riddled with holes, as if it had been subjected to fireworks. Moreover, as Xiao Zuo looked down the hoodie, he noted the multitude of holes. How is it? Is your eye still painful? Zhang Qilin, oblivious to Xiao Zuo's gaze, remained concerned about Xiao Zuo's eyes. That it's fine now. Just a bit of sand got in my eye. Xiao Zuo blinked, gesturing toward Zhang Qilin's back. However, I believe your hoodie is beyond repair. Upon hearing Xiao Zuo's words, Zhang Qilin finally recalled the earlier incident, that Hong Zhilan could self-detonate. Furthermore, the liquid that splattered upon explosion was capable of burning and corroding. For an ordinary person, exposure to such corrosive liquid could indeed pose a life-threatening danger. While he himself was unafraid of the liquid, his clothing was far less fortunate. That moment, a gentle breeze swept through, causing Zhang Qilin to feel a chill against his back, and the wind even slipped into his pant legs. In the live broadcast room, all the viewers were fervently taking screenshots. This is it. This is the trendiest style of the year. The younger brother's attire had become such a sight, yet he still cared for Xiao Zuo's eyes. So touching. Wow, the younger brother is so fair. Fan A rewarded 500 and left a message. I've screenshot this to use as wallpaper. So delightful. Fan B rewarded 1,000 and left a message. Goodness. Did I just see leopard print? Fan C rewarded 1,000 and left a message. I think I also saw leopard print. Who would have thought you were this kind of younger brother? Fandy rewarded 2,000 and left a message. It really is leopard print. I actually have the same style as the younger brother. Wow. Fanny rewarded 5,000 and left a message. I've learned something new. I'm going to buy leopard print now. The live broadcast room was abuzz with excitement. Did I end the broadcast? Xiaozhou had already opened his backpack. The younger brother had gotten injured to protect himself. No, the younger brother had exposed himself to protect himself, but he certainly had to take out 2 pieces of clothing as a token gesture. These are my pants and hoodie. You should wear them. Although Zhang Qilin felt guilty, the majestic sight behind him made it hard for him to suppress a chuckle. Zhang Qilin said nothing, simply accepting the clothing from Xiaozhou and moving to a corner of the tunnel. Though he had brought his own clothes when Xiaozhou offered his, he showed no inclination to refuse. Before long, Zhang Qilin emerged from around the corner, clad in black pants and a black hoodie, appearing particularly enigmatic. However, his gait seemed somewhat awkward, as if he was reluctant to take large strides. Xiaozhou noticed this and couldn't help but glance at the area around Zhang Qilin's waist, feeling a pang of self-doubt. Why is there such a vast disparity between people? In comparison, Xiongda looked far more presentable. His back was adorned with golden bear fur, and the liquid had caused him no tangible harm at all. Hey, Xiongda, your golden armor is truly effective. That liquid didn't harm you at all. Unlike the boisterous Nexi Ying, whose words abruptly ceased, it was Zhang Qilin's icy demeanor that caught attention as he seized Nexi Ying's left arm, offering him no chance to struggle or explain. With resolute determination, Zhang Qilin dragged Nexi Ying to the very corner where he had just changed his attire to a muffled groan, and a cry of anguish erupted, prompting Nexi Ying to grimace, though his only recourse was to gaze upwards at the summit of the stone wall, feigning composure. Xiaozhou, with a resigned gesture, rubbed his eyes, resolving to maintain a distance from both Nexi Ying and Xiongda in the future, not for any other reason than to spare himself from enduring further beatings. Chapter 72. If he dies, what of slaying the gods? A recollection. Nexi Ying had departed, and they would soon arrive. Xiaozhou called out to Nexi Ying before striding purposefully towards the horde of corpse insects. That Nexi Ying glanced back at the corner, where Xiongda's leg trembled intermittently, his heart aching at the sight. Yet, no matter how much it pained him, he dared not intervene. Xiaozhou approached the black gold ancient sword that Zhang Qilin had plunged into the ground, gripping his flawless heavy sword with his left hand. He lowered his gaze to inspect the palm of his right hand. Although the wound had yet to fully heal, it was no longer a significant concern. However, as Xiaozhou faced the seemingly endless swarm of corpse insects, a sudden shout erupted from Bai Yi within the Daqin ancestor dragon tomb base. That is, the corpse insect. From Xiaozhou's perspective, countless corpse insects appeared like an ocean of darkness, observing Bai Ye's excitement. Bai Tianlong and Yi Xiao exchanged glances, their expressions filled with exasperation. This girl becomes overly animated at the sight of any peculiar creature. I told you we were watching an adventure show. Yet you refuse to believe me. Now do you see? Bai Tianlong remarked nonchalantly. Enough with the chatter. I intend to catch a corpse insect for research. Also, why are those corpse insects so fearful of that black knife? Bai Yi said while tidying her belongings. Bai Tianlong and Yi Xiao shared a knowing smile, their faces adorned with affection. The corpse insects are not afraid of the knife itself. Pay close attention to the few drops of blood upon it. Yi Xiao gently pressed Bai Yi back into her seat. Blood? Bai Ye's expression darkened. The don't corpse insects become even more frenzied at the sight of blood. How could they possibly fear it? Yet, upon witnessing the terrified trembling of the corpse insects in the live broadcast, Bai Yi resolved to continue observing for a while longer. Xiaozhou inspected his right palm once more, then glanced at the black gold ancient sword on the ground. According to legends, the black gold ancient sword wielded by the elder brother measured 3 feet and 3 inches in length and weighed 390 pounds. Yet this sword appeared delicate, hardly resembling such a weight. Comparing it to his own substantial heavy sword, which was a hand's breadth wide and as thick as a pancake, Xiaozhou couldn't help but smile. Unbeknownst to him, his hand reached towards Zhang Qilin's black gold ancient sword. Meanwhile, Zhang Qilin, peering cautiously around the corner, instinctively clenched his fist upon witnessing Xiaozhou's hand inching toward the sword. Oblivious to the tension, Xiaozhou grasped the hilt of the black gold ancient sword, and in that instant, he was halted in place that a vivid image materialized in his mind, where the endless swarm of corpse insects and the damp stone wall faded away. replaced by towering peaks that pierced the clouds. Before him stood a figure clad in a black robe, wielding a black long knife, their back turned to him. Black hair billowed as a dark cloak fluttered in the wind, producing a haunting rustle that on the opposite peak, clouds formed a celestial staircase ascending into the heavens, where a figure in a golden Taoist robe ascended step by step. You seek to take his life, yet you wish to achieve immortality. The black-robed figure spoke with an air of indifference, an overwhelming killing intent radiating from him. Despite the familiarity of the voice, Xiaozhua struggled to discern it. Hearing the black-robed figure's words, the golden-robed individual paused momentarily. I have already slaughtered countless cities and do not mind taking one more life. Yet he should not obstruct my path to Ashinsio, as Man Xiong spoke. He climbed onto Xiong Da's back. Xiong Da rolled his eyes, casting a disdainful glance at the bear clinging to him. You didn't even bother to intervene when I was getting beaten earlier. And now, as I'm still in pain, you decide to clamber onto me. How inconsiderate. Let us go. Zhang Qilin's voice was calm, effortlessly sweeping away all traces of melancholy. Subsequently, he chose not to elaborate further and walked straight ahead. Xiaozhua gazed at Zhang Qilin's silhouette, subconsciously merging it with the figure he had just seen, draped in a black cloak. The question surged once more in his mind, yet he was left more perplexed as to why he had envisioned such an illusion. Neither in his past life, nor in the game, did he possess any memory of that moment. Whose memory was it anyway? Regardless of its origin, why did the young man sever his own right arm? He was indeed a pitiable soul, for the young man had once stated that he had sacrificed an arm to save someone, only to meet with failure. After that failure, immortality morphed into a curse, longing for someone unseen. Words left unspoken. With a heavy exhale, Xiaozhua adjusted the backpack slung over his shoulder. If the young man was so unfortunate, then it was only right for him to feel sympathy, with a flick of his wrist. He produced 2 pieces of dried pumpkin. Without uttering a word, he popped one into his mouth and, after taking a few swift steps, shoved the other into the young man's mouth. They exchanged a smile. Yet the atmosphere had subtly shifted. After traversing a winding tunnel, the space before Xiaozhua and his companions suddenly expanded, and the countless corpses had seemingly retreated in fear. Finally, we can breathe freely, exclaimed Man Xiong, who despised confined spaces. Wait, what is that? As soon as Man Xiong finished speaking, they spotted a colossal stone coffin. Measuring 3 meters in length and 1.2 meters in width, the coffin was now cloaked in verdant vines. Dripping with a thick, greenish liquid, the do not move recklessly, Xiaozhua cautioned. Gripping the heavy sword behind him, that in his recollection, a giant guarded this stone coffin, a formidable obstacle they must confront to enter the inner city. This giant had been transformed into a blood corpse through a unique ritual, encased in blood-red armor impenetrable to blades and arrows, endowed with immense strength. Even armed with a machine gun, a common person would find it nearly impossible to slay such a creature. Do you know what lies within this coffin? Zhang Qilin inquired, observing Xiaozhua's readiness with the sword. Throughout their journey, Xiaozhua had displayed an intimate knowledge of the route, the mechanisms, and the terrors that lurked within. Now, even before the coffin was opened, he was already poised with his weapon, suggesting he was aware of the entity contained within. I don't know, just a feeling that there's danger inside. Xiaozhua's gaze flickered as he lied, that he had no intention of admitting his awareness of the coffin's contents. Yet, after fabricating the lie, he instinctively scratched his head. This gesture did not escape Zhang Qilin's notice, eliciting a wave of nostalgia. You, who never lied, now scratch your head whenever you do. Although Zhang Qilin saw through Xiaozhua's deception, he chose not to expose him. Regardless of your past experiences, I shall protect you from this moment forth. Step back, Zhang Qilin commanded without hesitation, positioning himself between Xiaozhua and the stone coffin, reaching out to open it. There was no alternative. The tunnel reached a dead end here. Only by opening the coffin could they trigger the mechanism that would reveal the passage into the inner city of the great Qin's ancestral tomb. With a resounding thud, Zhang Qilin slammed his palm against the massive coffin lid, producing a dull echo. As the lid lifted, a torrent of liquid spilled forth. Fortunately, due to their elevated position, the crimson liquid flowed away from them. That is cinnabar water, Xiaozhua remarked blandly, having observed Man Xiong's eager expression as he prepared to ask about the open coffin. As the lid was removed, it activated a mechanism, causing the cinnabar water to drain rapidly, revealing a colossal humanoid figure at the coffin's base. Just as the coffin was substantial, so too was the figure within, towering over 2 meters, dwarfing even Manxiong, who felt diminutive in comparison to a blood corpse servant. Zhang Qilin murmured, gazing at the sanguine figure within the coffin. Such creatures were indeed sinister, and it was surprising that within the Great Qin's ancestral tomb, it had been designated as a guardian. As the blood corpse servant was exposed to the air, its blood-red eyes sprang open. Zhang Qilin instinctively reached for his sword to strike it down, but Xiao's was swiftly intervened, tossing a purple orb into the blood corpse servant's mouth. In an instant, the creature fell silent. Following this, Xiao Zhuo, under Zhang Qilin's bewildered gaze, resecured the coffin lid that a series of clicks echoed from within the stone coffin. "Brother Xiao, what is happening?" Manxiong could no longer contain his curiosity. Xiao Zhuo glanced at Zhang Qilin, a hint of pride glimmering in his eyes. "Although you are an immortal, well-versed in ancient tombs and forbidden places, this is a plot from my game. That orb is a mechanism password ball. Once placed in the blood corpse servant's mouth, it can decode the password inscribed upon it. This coffin serves as a password lock controlling the tunnel's entrance. Then that sound is..." Manxiong's jaw dropped in astonishment. The ancient people of the Dragon Kingdom were truly remarkable. Who would have thought this coffin was a password lock? Most would either flee in terror upon encountering the blood corpse servant or attempt to slay it. Little did they know that to activate the mechanism, one must instead rely on it. Whether fleeing or killing the blood corpse servant, the outcome remains the same. They would forever be unable to decipher the password contained within the purple orb, thus barred from reaching the inner city of the Great Qin's ancestral tomb. With this realization, admiration for Xiao Zhuo flickered in Manxiong's gaze. "Xiao Zhuo, you are indeed extraordinary." With one final crisp sound from the coffin, silence fell once more. 3 seconds later, the entire tunnel shook violently, and countless fragments of stone tumbled from above. Amidst the deafening roar, a fissure appeared in the stone wall before Xiao Zhuo and his companions. As the gap widened, the fading light of the setting sun streamed in from outside,